Could this have been the reason? Maybe it wasn't T that the instructor hated teaching us. Maybe he hated that he couldn't teach us properly. And what the Eternal Light Church was doing could very well cost us our lives. My eyes found hers and held them keenly. Lady Yuan, how many levels are there in one tier? She studied me for a moment, weighing something behind those careful eyes, then exhaled and responded evenly. Well, regardless of the tier, the levels remain the same. It's seen as a progression. Contrary to us, who are not massively affected by the spirit river of this world. Spirit beasts are different. Spirit essence, in fact, forms the core of their existence, and this causes them to advance in tier progressively as they grow. Their growth comes through being exposed to spirit essence in one area for an extended period of time, or just by consuming others. She paused for almost a second, then continued. The spiritual progression before they hit evolution to another tier is in levels, from level 1 to level 9. And when they finally cross level 9, they break into level 1, a new tier. The revelation hit like a hammer wrapped in silk. I leaned back, my mind racing through the implications. This wasn't just new information. This recontextualized everything. Every spirit beast ID fought, every danger ID faced, every assessment ID made about relative threat levels. All of it had been operating on incomplete data. Level 1 to level 9 within each tier. 9 steps of progression before evolution. A curious question bubbled up, one that I couldn't quite keep contained. Lady Yuan, she beheld my face, her eyes glimmering softly with that same unearned respect. Let us say there's a human that can increase his or her essence by certain methods. Do you think this will be the same as spirit beasts? That eventually they might break into a new rank? Lady Yuan held my gaze with a new frown. It made her beauty sharp and angular, dead serious, in a way that was almost dangerously attractive. That's impossible, Lord Cade. It has never been heard of. I nodded slowly. Sure, but let us say, hypothetically. She looked at me, then looked away, considering, then looked back at me again, something shifting in her expression. I guess hypothetically it could work. Each level would have to be significant, though, and eventually they would break into a new rank. She paused, her frown deepening. But this will only happen if they could increase their essence, which is fundamentally impossible. A dirty smirk spread across my face. Fondamentalement impossible. I rolled the words around in my mind like a gambler testing loaded dice. Looks like I'm not going to be in F rank forever after all. Chapter 162. What an unreasonable oath. The implications of what Lady Yuan had just told me couldn't be understated. And honestly, it was just hope. This was reality. My reality. And the reality of every woman who wanted to become my sex partner today. A beautiful day to be alive. It was a shame this same boon couldn't apply to my villainesses, but when I thought about it, they'd already reached the epitome of power, or at least come damn close to it. Perhaps in this era, as spirit summons. What remained for them was raising their fortitudes, which would help them return to 100% of their strength from their peak era. But what was truly beautiful for me in all of this? I could ride the slow and steady bus from F rank all the way to S rank. And in the meanwhile, how many villainesses would I be controlling? Right now, only 5 villainesses were able to get into my soul. I assumed each level gave me access to one of them. This meant I was on my way to possibly gaining tens of villainesses. Instead of spirit beasts who could level up from 1 to 9, I could only level up from 1 to 5, and upon breaking out 5, I'd enter the next rank entirely? It's not far-fetched. After all, the lodestar responsible for my awakening was a damn glitch. So let us say I'm not as connected to the spirit river as spirit beasts are, but I'm also far more connected than mundane races. Some weird in-between existence. It was a good incentive for all the suffering I endured in this world. Finally, one big victory. Lady Yuan's beautifully soft voice cut through my thoughts. Lord Cade, you seem happy. I belatedly wiped the smirk off my face and met her eyes. I'm fascinated by the news. It opens so many possibilities for exploration. Huh, She chuckled after my short laugh, sparkling like a jade beauty in and of herself. Her wolfish ears twitched slightly. Her black furry tail swayed behind her. Both only added to the ineffable allure. Good Lord. She straightened, composing herself. You strike me as someone who will love explorations, Lord Cade. After several moments of heinous trials, I managed to tear myself away from the depth of her obsidian eyes. Having to do such should be a capital offense. By the way, I drew a long breath and sighed. Well, I do like explorations. I like exploring the woman's body. That has to count. I turned to her. Perhaps we could both explore someday. My smile was innocent. She'd never get the innuendo, but it was a step closer to being friends with her. Friends with certain benefits, ideally. All right. I caught myself. I carried us away. You said you wanted me to help you. I paused, thinking about what she'd asked of me. It was true that I didn't think I was strong enough to help her, but that was just my personal assessment. It wasn't like I didn't have the means. I had 2 deadly ladies the size of pillars who could level her clan to ruins if I willed it. Granted, I do need at least 10,000 spirit essences or more. I'll get there soon. But the most important thing was, I wasn't in the position to help her. Regardless of how much I wanted to score with a wolfkin, and this opportunity would have been perfect, I just felt like I couldn't. Not now. Aside from the fact that I was on the run, I was in the care of an organization that specialized in selling help to people. If Nisha was correct, that meant if I decided to help Lady Yuan for free, I'd be robbing them of a potential customer. Aside from that, it was an ungrateful and insensitive thing to do, considering these people had struggled tooth and nail to get me out of Ethera's kingdom. We certainly weren't going back there, but this was a question of, what morals? I was a good person. I believe that. I didn't really understand the concept of morality either. I'd done some morally disturbing things, but taking this opportunity would leave me with too many regrets. Not guilt exactly, practical regrets. The kind where you realize you've burned a bridge you might have needed later. So I couldn't. Before I could even speak, Lady Yuan was studying my eyes. By the time I made the decision in my head, she could already see it written across my face. Immediately, her expression fell. Oh, I quickly reached out and touched her shoulder. I'm sorry, Lady Yuan. I'm just not currently in the position to help. But I held her gaze. If you still need it, I can promise to help you. Just not now. She raised her eyes. Some light returned to them. Really? I hesitated. Suddenly it felt like I was making a terrible decision. Why does doing the right thing feel so much like stepping in shit? I'm sure. Remember, it's when I can help. As far as I can help, I promise to help then. You can come find me in Ricimerus. The resolve in her eyes returned, though she still looked sad. But she seemed better than a moment ago. Shall we seal an oath of debt then? Oh no. Now I truly felt like I was about to dip my heel into a lot of shit. What exactly is the detail of this oath? She sat straight and gently placed her hand on her breast, revealing the black clothing beneath wraps, holding fabric firmly in place under her kimono. If it's a man of your strength, with the power you possess to slay a level 3 primal beast, then I can offer you fair compensation for the assistance you'll be offering. Through a spiritual bond, we will share a sign of bound fate, and this will evoke a promise of our paths certainly intertwining. I studied her. She sounded genuinely happy. Oh, so the promise is that our paths will definitely intertwine? She nodded. Yes, whether I come to Ricimerus or not. Besides, she just said I have to be with her that way, right? I glanced at the door and confirmed it was closed, then leaned toward her and whispered, by being intimate with you. You mean, I made a vague gesture with my fingers, right? She nodded and added, you don't need to worry, Lord Cade. It just needs to enter once. Like hell I would let it just enter once. I gave her a dashing smile. Oh, Lady Yuan, I'm many things. Worried is not one of them. Chapter 163. Uncanny Jade Beauty. She gave me a careful look, studying my face with an intensity that made the air between us thicken. My gaze locked onto hers, and for a moment the atmosphere crackled with something I couldn't name, a heat that had nothing to do with temperature. The charge between us was so palpable I could have sworn I saw our breath mist in the space between us, though no such thing was visible. Lady Yuan lowered her gaze. The motion was soft, almost demure, but there was nothing demure about the effect it had on me. The gesture was sensual in a way that bypassed thought entirely, hypnotic, and something within me stirred, not in my groin, but deeper, from the core of my soul. A power rose like a mountain pushing through earth. Is it the oath doing this? Granted, I felt like I wanted to rush straight at her and be completely consumed by her, until neither of us could stand. That part was certainly me. I knew I was a pathetically and perpetually wanting motherfucker, but this was different. I hadn't felt desire like this toward anyone before, not this specific, not this consuming. Lady Yuan was beautiful, yes. She embodied that Eastern fantasy ideal we read about in cultivation novels. Porcelain skin, delicate features, the kind of face that launched thousand-chapter wars. Her fox ears and tail elevated her beyond even that canonized standard. She was an ethereal jade beauty, the kind of woman poets ruined themselves trying to describe. But she was also sensual. Everything about her form hid beneath the flowing silk of her kimono, which somehow made it worse. I could trace the subtle line of her cleavage where the black tapes of her dress held the fabric together. And the tattoo, that flower-like mark, peeked out again where her collar had slipped. She and T noticed, or perhaps she no longer cared. Instead, her attention was fixed entirely on me. I sensed a hesitation in her, a tremor, not of uncertainty, like an uncalm rush of something. Then she leaned back towards the metal rod of the bunk and shifted uncomfortably, looking away as a soft blush bloomed across her pale cheeks. "Lord Cade, please." Her hand rested at her waist, her intent clear. But something in me balked. A furrow creased my brows. "No." Her expression shifted instantly, confusion bleeding into something that looked almost like hurt. Before she could speak, I moved toward her and caught her hand in mine. "Oath or not, a woman of your caliber." I searched for words that wouldn't sound ridiculous. To be allowed inside you is the greatest honor. The least I could do is show you what love feels like first. I pulled her gently toward me by her captured hand until her face hovered just before mine, close enough that her breath warmed my lips. Damn, that actually sounded pretty good. Her eyes had gone wide, frozen. She stared at me like ID just handed her a sacred text she didn't know how to read. No matter how prettily ID framed it, what ID essentially said was, "I'm not rushing a single moment of this." Slowly, I leaned toward her. She remained perfectly still, watching, waiting. My lips hovered above hers, a breath of distance. A question. The same way she offered herself, I offered this, a choice. Then, gently, I closed the distance. The first touch was soft, just the press of lips to lips, chaste almost. But the shiver that ran through her was anything but chaste. Lady Yuan trembled against me, her whole body vibrating like a plucked string. I released her hand and settled my palm against her slender waist, feeling the warmth of her skin through the silk. My other hand cradled her jaw, tilting her face just slightly as I deepened the kiss. Her lips parted for me slowly, uncertainly. When my tongue slipped between them to curl against hers, she made a small sound, surprise, or pleasure, or both. Her movements were clumsy, unpracticed, but she tried to follow my lead with an earnestness that made my chest ache. All of this felt strange to her. I could tell it was a foreign territory she was navigating by instinct alone. Her first kiss? It had to be. And if this was her first kiss, didn't that mean she was also untouched below? She just offered that to me? Just like that? She said someone of my caliber. Was Lady Yuan naive? Or had she seen something that convinced her I could truly help? Something that made her willing to give away something this precious? I gripped her tighter and lifted her onto my lap, settling her weight across my thighs. She trembled at the shift in position, her gaze dropping away from mine. The blush had spread from her cheeks down her neck now, and she seemed incapable of meeting my eyes for more than a moment at a time. A laugh threatened to escape me, but I held it in. God, she is adorable. Lady Yuan, I said softly, my voice rough. Was that your first kiss? She glanced up at me through her lashes. Oh, quiche, that is what this is called. I blinked. She doesn't even know what a kiss is. Suddenly everything made more sense. The casual way she had offered herself to me, the trust given without hesitation. She didn't understand the weight others placed on such things. She hadn't been raised with those values, those meanings. I have only ever studied how to move, how to maximize my body for combat and train with the sword, she said quietly. I was never privileged to learn such things. Everything I know of intimacy, I read in my grandfather's journal. A small, pleased smile curved her lips, a smile that made her beauty almost painful to look at. She touched her chest, pressing her palm flat over her heart. If this is what a kiss feels like, then I owe you my life, Lord Cade. There never came a day when I believed I would experience what was written in grandfather's journal. He described these acts as heavenly, things that confused fate itself. He called them the apparel of love. Good Lord, Mr. Reincarnator, what the hell did you write in that journal? Iskin de la. Was that where you learned about the oath? She nodded. In grandfather's journey, he used it often to secure allies who were indebted to him for their help. I nodded slowly, processing this. Then, carefully, did your grandfather have any male companions? She shook her head. No, he had 8 companions, all women, who later became his 8 wives. Their descendants became the 8 family branches of the clan. Mr. Reincarnator, I respect you. So this harem business, someone had walked that path before me. Suddenly, I felt more confident, though I certainly wasn't going to settle for something as measly as 8. Lady Yuan looked at me, something building behind her eyes. She hesitated, her teeth catching her lower lip for just a moment before she spoke. Lord Cade, would it be permissible to do that again? This kiss. A strange light kindled in her gaze. I want to do it again. Chapter 164. The fulfillment a woman's bosom can give the moment she said those words. Something stirred at my core, not in a spiritual sense, but in a way that was purely, undeniably physical. My whole body seemed to rise in response, lifting toward her even though I remained firmly seated. Lady Yuan shifted slightly, something uncertain flickering across her expression. Those obsidian eyes turned to me. Lord Cade, something is poking me from beneath. Are you okay? Heat flooded through me, not just warmth, but a rushing current that pounded at my temples and tightened my chest. The most daunting question hung unanswered in the space between us. Was this woman, flawless in her beauty, lethal in her gaze, genuinely innocent of what she was doing to me? Or was every confused blink, every uncertain question, a performance? A tease wrapped in bewilderment? There's no way to know. None at all. Instead of trying to puzzle it out, I drew her closer, let my hands settle at her waist, held her gaze with everything I had. It's you, Lady Yuan. You're making me burn with passion. Damn, when did I get this confident? Somewhere along the way, I might have lost track of the timeline entirely. She stared at me, her head tilting slightly like a bird examining something it didn't understand. Genuine bewilderment, or an excellent imitation of it. Me? How? I don't seem to understand. I offered her a reassuring smile, one I hoped was steadier than the hammering in my chest. You don't need to understand. All you need to do is kiss me. Silence fell between us like a curtain. The air went still. Her obsidian eyes drifted to my lips, lingering there, and her long lashes, the kind that belonged on paintings, fluttered. A moment almost passed. Then I watched as her head tilted forward, closing the distance between us with aching slowness, and her lips found mine. The kiss was delicate, tentative. She curled her mouth around mine with careful precision, trying to mirror exactly what I had done to her before. Her movements were unpracticed, rough here, uncertain there. The technique of someone learning in real time. And that was the allure. This awkwardness was proof of her innocence, despite all the deadliness she carried. It was terrific. I loved every clumsy second of it. She continued to kiss me, her breathing growing heavier, and I let my hands drift to the wide collar of her kimono. Slowly, I eased it down her shoulders. She didn't resist, didn't pull away. Even as the tattoo she had tried to hide began revealing itself, she kept her lips pressed firmly to mine. Through the black linen binding her chest, I could see a point pushing against the fabric, a small peak straining at its constraint. I cupped one breast gently, found that peak with my thumb, and traced slow circles around it. A soft moan escaped her, barely more than a breath. Her body gave a small quake, a tremor that ran through her frame. And I wasn't even certain she was aware of what she was doing, what she was feeling. Her hands moved instinctively as she kissed me deeper. She was learning by instinct now, her body taking over where her mind had no experience to offer. Her tongue pressed further into my mouth, and then, with growing confidence, began to explore. She was getting better at this, much better, and then something unexpected happened. Her tongue wrapped around mine. That S knew. It was long, longer than any tongue had a right to be. She coiled it around mine with something almost like serpentine grace, drawing me deeper, our saliva mixing in ways that made my head spin. It was strange and beautiful, utterly unlike anything I had experienced before. The effect on my body was immediate and overwhelming. What had been pressing against her before now strained like a monolith of stone, desperate to break free from beneath the earth. The pressure became a demand, much stronger now. Her body began to move in rhythm with the kiss. Her hips rolled against my thighs, shifting unconsciously, and I could feel her weight shifting as she pressed herself closer. Each movement drove me a little further toward the edge of my control. Her body is overriding her mind. No doubt about it. And because Lady Yuan was entirely new to this world of sensation, had never explored this territory before, she had no understanding of what was happening inside her. She was simply committing to it, surrendering to feelings she couldn't name. I broke away from her lips. She made a small sound of protest, but I was already moving, tracing my mouth down the curve of her jaw, kissing the soft skin of her neck, sucking gently at the place where her pulse thrummed beneath the surface. Her head fell back, exposing the elegant column of her throat, and soft moans spilled from her lips as her eyes fluttered closed. My hands rested against her, holding her close. I stayed quiet and let the moment speak for itself. I was throwing her into a well without a bottom, and she was falling gladly. I paused and looked at her chest, at what still remained covered. Her gaze drifted down to meet mine, hazy with something between confusion and longing. The question was clear in her expression. Why had I stopped? Lady Yuan, is it okay if I undress you? Even I could hear how absurd I sounded. The politeness behind my tone, given everything we were already doing, was ridiculous. She hesitated, a moment that felt longer than it was. Then her hands moved. She slid them free of the sleeves, found the sash at her waist, and undid it with careful fingers. The apparel fell apart, cascading away from her shoulders, and revealed a body that stole the breath clean out of my lungs. Black linen still bound her breasts, wrapped tight like tape across her chest. A traditional cloth covered her waist and what lay between her thighs. But it was her body itself, the shape of her, the presence of her, that entranced me completely. Her skin was uniform, impossibly flawless, without mark or blemish. And the tattoo on her left arm didn't end at her shoulder as I had assumed. It extended all the way down to her ankle, flowing across her side and back in one continuous pattern, along intertwined with flowers that looked more like a death trap than decoration. I hooked one finger into the linen at her cleavage and held her gaze. She glanced down at my hand, just for a moment, then immediately looked back up, unable to tear her eyes from mine and watch what I was doing. She was caught between fear and need. Something flickered in the depths of those obsidian eyes. A white light. It shouldn't have been possible, a light in pure darkness, but it was there, present and unsettling in a way that felt exactly right. The linen gave way. The weight of her scattered beneath my fingers, and her breasts fell free at last. And I froze, shocked. I had expected something smaller, pointed perhaps, given her obviously slender frame, something proportional to the delicate architecture of her body. But this, her breasts were full, heavy with real weight that her slim body somehow carried with grace. They fell in curves that weren't quite teardrops, rounder, fuller, pale as porcelain. And her nipples, surrounded by their dark areola, dominated the surface in a way that made them a symbol of something I couldn't quite name. Idiosyncratic, incomparable, something entirely her own. She looked at me with uncertainty pooling in her expression. "Lord Cade, you're shaking. Are you okay?" I drew a breath and forced my hands to steady. I am. Yes. Am shaking. Obviously shaking. Look at her. I held both gently in my hands, feeling their weight settle against my palms, and leaned forward, drawing the moment close. Such tenderness. In all my life, I had never felt anything quite like it. Chapter 165. This is no sin. You deserve love. Granted, I don't even know who you are. Although, I wasn't sure what she felt like as we shared an intimate moment together. Personally, I think I might have taken more time than one should just enjoying the closeness. But you couldn't truly blame me, and neither would I want anyone to blame the porcelain, no. Jay breasts, also. It was sumptuous, figuratively. She threw her head back and clutched my hair, and the moment made my heartbeat surge with a force strong enough to wield and slam a colossal hammer. And that drove me forward with even more passion. I touched her in patterns, studying as her reactions left her mouth. In which pattern was it more intense? In which pattern did she calm down? I had to make sure that I was properly gathering the information and cataloging. No two people's responses were the same, but it had to be possible to study the patterns, so that I could use them as prototypes when dealing with my villainesses. Since Cassie and my future villainesses were going to be my major harem, I also had to make sure my contact with these women in the wider world was less. It was a basic understanding that no matter how lucky of a motherfucker I was, I simply couldn't have them all. But Lady Yuan I wanted to have. Lady Yuan I was going to have. While holding her close and listening to her soft sighs, I slowly moved my hands along her form, searching for the barrier that kept her hidden from me. I have come to take this place, move aside. I shifted the linen away and pressed my hands against the threshold. This made her gasp suddenly. Her body trembled too. "Lord Cade?" Her voice sounded like something between shock and plea. I didn't pay attention to her, but grinned evilly and grabbed her. This caused her to tremble yet again. She leaned close, hugging me and releasing soft gasps like quips. "Oh. Lord Cade, what are you doing?" This is intense. I love it. I shouldn't love this so much. It feels so wrong." Hearing her discombobulated ramble only filled me with more pleasure. It was an obvious approval to continue. Today, right now, I wanted nothing more than to make Lady Yuan feel pleasure. "You shouldn't tea? You deserve to. Every lady deserves to be loved like this." I touched her gently, noticing it become more responsive as I went up and down and left and right. Each time, she moved her hips sensually, squeezed me tight with my mouth and face on her breast. Sometimes she almost squeezed me so tightly that I almost suffocated. But in that instance, I would go out of rhythm, and she would react sharply, sometimes tightening her grip or shifting her weight back in a quick, jerky motion. It was almost always the latter. I pushed the tempo to its limit until my fingers slipped from the sweat, and more of it was running down her legs. She's making such a mess. Feeling this level of intensity, it was difficult to not imagine just how remarkable this experience was going to be. And for me particularly, it was getting harder to maintain my composure and stop myself from acting on impulse. "Lady Yuan," I said, my voice low and breathy. I think it's time for the oath." "Huh?" She chuckled sheepishly. "The oath, right, the oath." She was on top of me, hugged tightly around me. But she released her hug and leaned slightly, looking at me with a red blush across her jade face and a somewhat dazed, or should I say, smitten gaze? She wanted to shift away, but I held her in place. "No, don't worry. Let me take care of it." I gave her a reassuring smile, wrapped one hand around her waist, and quickly undid my buckles with the other, finally freeing myself from the troublesome trousers. As I pulled it out, Lady Yuan glanced down with an odd gaze. Manhood. I've only heard of it. It looks like a twisted and defective dagger, like the blacksmith messed up the hilt and handle. Really? Comparing my weapon to a dagger right in a moment like this? Lady Yuan was a strange one indeed, and it was a part of her allure. I smiled slightly. That is a peculiar comparison, Lady Yuan, but please refrain from it in a moment like this. She looked at me, slightly widened. Oh, and she blushed. I apologize. Enough apologizing. Let us get to action. I shifted her closer and studied her gaze. Are you ready for the oath sealing, Lady Yuan? She nodded like a little obedient kitten. Her ears flickered and her tail shifted slightly. I grabbed her and turned her over on the bed. Surprisingly, my strength did not fail me, and I managed that turnover with all my masculinity intact. She let out a gasp, her gaze holding mine. Her gaze persisted for a long moment, and it seemed like time froze for both of us. Then she leaned up and took my lips again, shy at first, but she began to kiss. She must really love kissing. I lowered and kissed her in return. It was amazing how the movements of her tongue had gotten so good and were swirling around my own. I was barely even keeping up. Her tongue would wrap around mine and send a warm, surprising sensation through me. To be honest, for once, I felt in trouble for the future days with Lady Yuan. She was learning at an alarming rate. I lowered and let the tip of myself touch the entrance of her body. This slight touch, however, caused her tail and ears to extend. Her body trembled and her eyes narrowed. Lord Cade, is this right? That. It feels strange. It feels too good. I released a delightful smile. Then I took her lips back and slowly drew her closer. Chapter 166. Waves of pleasure. As I held her closer, Lady Yuan gripped me like a creature sensing something immense and unknown. Her body seemed to recognize the intrusion for what it was, something unfamiliar pushing its way inside her, bringing sensations she had never experienced. And yet there was no hostility in that grip, no resistance. Quite the opposite. My name caught in her throat as she tensed around me, the syllables fracturing against waves of sensation she couldn't contain. Everything felt overwhelming in a way she had never experienced before, and the intensity of it all left her breathless and unable to think clearly, giving her body time to expand and adjust before pressing deeper. What I hadn't expected was my own body responding in kind. I felt myself shifting and adjusting alongside her, settling into the space as if trying to take in every part of the moment she could share. The sensation pulled a gasp from my throat before I could stop it, sharp and involuntary. Gods above, she was right. Lady Yuan's beauty was simply too overwhelming. I stopped, every muscle locked tight against the emotion threatening to break through. This is wrong. This is insane. I clenched everything, jaw, fists, every muscle from my core down, trying to hold it back. It wasn't working, and Lady Yuan's face certainly wasn't helping matters. Her brows tilted upward in something between pain and desperate need, glistening eyes searching my face. She looked like she might shatter if I moved wrong, or if I didn't move at all. Then her fingers found my shirt, twisted the fabric, and pulled me down into a kiss that trembled against my lips, her whole body quivering beneath me. Can't you move again, Lord Cade? That voice, that level of vulnerable. The trembling need should be illegal. I swallowed hard and managed to smile despite the war raging through me. Of course, looks like I'm in trouble. I pushed forward again, steadying myself with effort. Lady Yuan was inexperienced. I had to be mindful of that. But I was also fighting my own battle here, and I was losing ground with every stroke. The intensity between us was undeniable, and each time I moved closer, I could feel the pressure building around us, spreading in the moment. And with each stroke, she grew more overwhelmed. Her breathing quickened, lost to the moment. Her eyes stayed closed more than open now, her hands drifting up as if by instinct. A soft sound escaped her lips, rising in perfect rhythm with the closeness between us. She wasn't here anymore. She had gone somewhere else entirely, someplace where only sensation existed and thought had been left behind. Her legs shifted, opening gently. She offered me a silent nod, letting me move as I pleased. I pushed forward, feeling the rhythm build between us. Each time I pressed further, her whole body would shudder in response, her breath catching. And then, slowly, it washed over her. A fresh wave of heat and intensity, stronger than before, rushing over me as if rewarding me for the effort. Her body moved with every motion, ethereal and hypnotic, rippling in response to my rhythm. Another gift from my eyes while I worked. Slowly, recklessly, I increased my pace. Let's see if I can keep up with her. I moved faster. Lady Yuan's response was immediate. She pressed closer, holding on like she didn't want me to pull away. Her hands reached up to grip the iron frame of the bunk bed above us, knuckles white against the metal. And her voice became a stream of consciousness. I wasn't sure she even knew she was producing. Oh goodness, this good, so good. Lord Cade, thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you, so good. As she caught her breath, I gained confidence and pressed on still. Then I felt it, a sweet, dangerous pressure building inside me. Electric and inevitable, coiling tighter with every heartbeat. Oh no, not now. It was too late. The feeling crested before I could mount any defense, overwhelming my willpower like a wave, smashing a sandcastle flat. I found myself surrendering to it instead of fighting, body moving faster still, sounds tearing free from my throat as I pushed toward the finish. She was louder now, too, matching my intensity. Her brows furrowed tight, eyes squeezed shut as she gave it everything she had. The bunk frame rattled dangerously under her grip. She braced herself with each shudder of our movement, and somewhere in the back of my mind, I noted that the entire bed was shaking. And then I broke. I pulled away just in time, trembling violently as I collapsed beside Lady Yuan, breathless and spent. The sensation was overwhelming, like being immersed in something warm and golden, like every nerve in my body had been lit up at once. My whole frame trembled with the force of it. Lord Cade, are you okay? Her cries had stopped the instant I pulled back. She was looking up at me now, with genuine concern in her eyes, as if my pleasure had somehow worried her more than her own. Finally, my body stilled. The trembling subsided. The golden fire faded to a pleasant warmth that spread through my limbs. But my body hadn't quite gotten a message. A restless tension still lingered, refusing to settle. Utterly unrepentant. More than that, something else had changed. A wave of refreshment washed through me, wiping away every trace of exhaustion from the earlier battle. It felt like I'd been sleeping for 10 days straight. Every muscle hummed with renewed energy, ready for more. I rose again, and this time I knew I looked different. Something in my expression had shifted. A grin split my face, the kind of grin that probably shouldn't be trusted. I am completely fine, Lady Yuan. Shall we pick up where we left off? I stood and lifted her carefully with me, guiding her toward the wall. She turned in my direction, pressing her back against my chest, her breathing already quickening. I took hold of her tail. She started at the touch, a small sound escaping her. I pulled gently, and she stretched on instinct. Without warning, I moved closer to her from behind, pulling her into an embrace. Her cry this time was almost a scream, ringing off the walls of the small room. All right. I leaned close to her ear, my voice dropping low enough that only she could hear. I forgot to say, this time, I won't be holding back. Chapter 167. The final ascent. Her entire body shook as I drove forward. But I didn't let that slow me down. I pulled back and moved forward again, pressing close. As I made contact, her frame shifted from the momentum. I folded her hands behind her back and pressed her toward the wall as I found a steady rhythm, moving like they'd forgotten to ask my permission first. As I moved with her, she trembled beneath me, her breath warm against my skin. Not that I minded. The only thing I seemed to care about in that moment was making sure Lady Yuan reached the peak of this climb we were making together. It wasn't a gentle ascent. Despite the unending waves of pleasure crashing through both of us, this was work, satisfying work, but work nonetheless. For me, though, I felt no ache, no pain, no fatigue. If anything, I felt rejuvenated, like I could keep this going for the next 2 days straight without needing a break. Way to go, infinite vitality. I knew the attribute was responsible for my boosted endurance. Keeping up with Lyra back then had surprised even me. But the more apparent it became, the more I found myself amused by it, especially the fact that I was still going strong despite having just finished. And I could still carry on with zero fatigue dragging in my muscles. She let out uncontrollable moans and cried my name. Or at least it looked like she was about to cry. I was hitting the right spot, and each time her shoulders shook, her entire body jolted like she wanted to leap into the air and escape the intensity. Her legs trembled and buckled, nearly causing her to collapse. Instead, I caught her and lifted. She was surprisingly light. Well, maybe not so surprising when I considered her lithe frame. The only heavy thing about her was her breasts. Facing me now, her expression was a mess of pleasure, far removed from the composed and elegant Lady Yuan who had walked into this room tens of minutes ago. And somehow, that made her beauty even more terrifying. That naughty, lost expression on such a refined face sent explosions of feeling through me. Feelings I couldn't exactly name. But I was sure of one thing: the pleasure. The desire to overwhelm her and make her remember today as the greatest day of her life. It had multiplied tenfold just from looking at her face. Being graced with her presence, watching her move with such energy, that was another bliss I couldn't possibly speak enough about. Lifting her into my arms, I held her close against me as she hung suspended. She clenched her teeth as soft sounds escaped her lips. Her eyes moved strangely. Usually eyes would roll back, but Lady Yuan's eyes seemed mismatched in their wandering. One drifting toward the corner near her nose, the other trembling as if about to sink toward the upper lid. She grabbed my face as I pressed forward more intensely. I kept going, and with each surge, I could feel her composure slipping further. Then she held my face tight, and before I could register what happened, something sharp dug into my temple. What the hell? She jerked back instinctively, realizing what she'd done. Her expression shifted, remorse already forming on her features. So in that exact moment, before guilt could take hold, I drove into her harder using the technique I'd discovered with Nisha. Just as I leaned toward her, I focused my senses on my movement. In that instant, I pressed forward, holding the contact longer than a normal motion could manage. All of this happened in the single heartbeat where she tried to worry about the scratch on my face. Her expression broke. She convulsed like she was under siege. She trembled, and her eyes rolled back until only white remained. Her cries caught and broke into fragments as she shook in a sudden, overwhelming wave. I held her tight. It was like trying to keep an autonomous, malfunctioning mannequin from flying apart in my arms. Notice, Yin and Yang spirit energy has perfectly harmonized, threshold surpassed. The river of spirit essence from the spirit realm has opened your spirit essence, has increased your main attribute. Infinite vitality has leveled up your main attribute. Perfect fit has leveled up amidst the torrent of notifications. She managed to calm down. I was excited about the flood of system messages, but concern for Lady Yuan, who seemed to have lost consciousness in my arms, pulled me back to the present. I laid her on the bed and took stock. It was only after setting her down that I realized how much she was sweating. Her pale skin was slick with perspiration, glistening in the low light. And I hadn't even broken a single sweat. The thought of the intensity we just shared made something click into place. I might be more monstrous than I was letting on. I paused, considering that. In that way, at least. A smile tugged at my lips. In combat, very soon. Chapter 168. Scrubbing evidence. The rush of excitement faded into something quieter, and with the calm came a sudden clarity about what I'd just done. I just got intimate with someone I knew less than a day ago. Come to think of it, when hadn't I gotten tangled up with someone I'd known less than a day? Somehow, this specific curse had latched itself onto me since arriving in this world. Every single time. Not once had I actually gotten to know someone before ending up tangled with them. But it was a curse I liked. And when a curse landed you somewhere pleasant, people had a name for that sort of thing. A blessing in disguise. That was it. All that truly mattered in life was perspective. One man's curse. Another man's extremely enjoyable afternoon. I stood there watching Lady Yuan, who had passed out cold after that heaven of a ride. Her breathing was slow and peaceful, completely dead to the world. I covered the exposed parts of her body with my oversized shirt, the one I'd gotten from Levi, and used her own clothes to cover her lower half. Her pale legs still peeked out at the edges, just her feet and hands protruding from the makeshift blanket arrangement. A sigh escaped me. My gaze drifted to the mess we'd made on the floor. Now that I was actually looking at it, clear-headed and standing upright, I realized just how truly filthy both of us had been. Too filthy, in fact, for two people who had just met. The evidence was extensive, and Summoner's touch had nothing to do with this. Ability aside, maybe all of us are just animals wearing clothes. I let out another breath and looked around the room, unsure what to do with the aftermath. The mess wasn't going to clean itself, but I wasn't exactly motivated to deal with it either. At that moment, a knock rang against the door. I nearly jumped out of my skin. "Don't come in." I lunged for the door as I shouted, but the person on the other side pushed through easily, forcing it open despite my hand on the knob. My resistance meant nothing. Cassie stepped into the room and stopped. I froze immediately. Crap, I've been caught. Her gaze moved slowly across the scene. First to Lady Yuan unconscious on my bed, then to the scattered furniture, the table and chair that had somehow ended up displaced. Then, finally, to the very obvious mess on the ground. The silence stretched for an eternity. "Goodness," Cassie said, her voice flat. "You vile summoner. What did you do to this young lady?" It wasn't the words that struck me dead. It was the look on her face. Pure, undiluted disgust. The kind of expression someone might wear if they just stepped in something foul and discovered it was alive. She's looking at me like I'm a monster. Hey, wait, I held up both hands. I swear this was mutual. It wasn't just me, okay? She was very much on board. Cassie raised her chin slightly. The disgust didn't waver. Then why is she the only one unconscious? I chuckled nervously. Well, you tell me. I mean, wasn't it the same with you? The disgust on her face darkened into something far more dangerous. "I will rip your tongue out if you utter one more word." The corner of my lips widened into a crooked grin. I couldn't help it. She walked right into that one, and we both knew it. Silence reclaimed the room. Cassie scanned the chaos one more time and released a long sigh. "Clean this nonsense up. It smells in here." She met my gaze again. I had been assigned a room. It's comfortable. I was also given free clothes, and I intend to take a warm bath soon. My eyes widened with sudden energy. "Oh, do you want company? I could join you." She shot me a glare so sharp it could have drawn blood. That was her answer. She turned on her heel and slammed the door behind her. The sound echoed through the room like punctuation. It was only after she left that I paused to actually think. Wait, did she just come to report to me? That was what this looked like, wasn't it? Cassie had stopped by specifically to tell me what she was doing. Where she'd be, what her plans were. Could that mean she wanted me to join her? I thought about how a normal girl might say no in a way that actually meant convince me. Cassie was a girl too, at the end of the day. But the crucial difference between Cassie and any normal girl was that Cassie really could rip out my tongue. And probably other body parts too, while she was at it. A normal girl could only threaten such things. With Cassie, when she said no, she meant no. I felt the flicker of hope extinguish as reality set in. Cassie was nothing if not straightforward. In the meantime, I found a random rag under the table, something used to wipe surfaces, and cleaned up the mess we made on the floor before it could dry and become permanent. A fitting end to my romantic afternoon, on my knees scrubbing evidence. Once that was done, I climbed up to the upper bunk and forced myself towards sleep. But before I closed my eyes, curiosity pulled at me. I brought up my Summoner S status to check the gains from Lady Yuan. Summoner status name, Cade Marlowe rank, F spirit essence, 2,600 active spirits. 2-5 main attributes, Summoner S touch, basic, LV. 4 infinite vitality, basic, LV. 7 perfect fit, basic, LV. 11 holy shit. My spirit essence had increased by 500 points, and everything else had been reset to full. Wait, is sex a way to replenish my spirit essence? Did I miss that memo? This was incredible. The implications hit me one after another. I didn't just need to progress my relationships with my contracted spirits. I could actually recover by being intimate with them. If I could do the same in the Nave, those training sessions that reflected in reality, this changed everything. I could rejuvenate myself whenever I needed to, just by being close to them there. That should work, right? If brutal training in that space affected my real body, then pleasure should too. My other 2 attributes had grown significantly as well. The numbers were climbing nicely, but I received way more essence from Lady Yuan than from anyone else. Why? I hadn't gained this much from Lyra, and Nisha had only given me 100, despite how much she clearly enjoyed herself. So what made Lady Yuan different? I turned the question over in my mind. Perhaps the amount of essence wasn't tied to just the pleasure involved. There had to be other factors at play, things I didn't understand yet. Either way, thinking about it wouldn't give me answers. I'd only learn by experiencing more. With that conclusion, my eyelids finally grew heavy, and I let myself drift into sleep. Chapter 169. Progressive training. I had thought that Lady Yuan and I were going to wake up to one hell of a moment of stark clarity, but to my surprise, the young wolf lady only seemed even more fond of me now. There was absolutely nothing awkward about us, except I wanted to force it to be. Why does she keep looking at me like that? And from time to time, she'd often talk to me when I stepped out of the ship. Just casual conversation, nothing loaded. But her eyes carried something that made me want to look elsewhere. 1 month passed since the event of the Leviathan eel. The ship was now already way past Solarium's coastline and heading towards the western coast instead. Of course, this caused an increased ratio of spirit beasts in our path. And even though we had about 3 weeks of no battle, the crew had to engage this time around. The ship had battlement machineries that served this purpose. Many of the spirit beasts that disturbed us weren't as threatening as the eel, so the ship's archaic firepower would blast terrifying cannons at them, while Tristan used his summon to complement. There were times that Cassie would help, and even I would join. Actually, more often than not, I was always eager to join. And because of that, my growth rate had increased significantly. I was still struggling with training in my Nave, but the attributes, I was seeing a significant increase in them all. My movement in general was getting better. The weight of the sword was getting bearable, even though I still couldn't efficiently swing with the weight bracelets on. But when I thought about the past 2 months, I figured that I had reasonably grown from what I used to be. It was a far cry from my vision, but the rate at which my attributes were growing informed me that they were nearing a major checkpoint. Instructor Stanley had not evidently taught us about growing your attributes, aside from telling us that the more we use them, the better they get. But evolving them usually required a specific material, which we only would discover when it was time for evolution. This is because these attributes are tied to spirits in different manners. There really can't be 2 same materials needed for evolving attributes from different spirits. He did also mention the tiers of abilities that we had. Thinking further, I managed to remember some of it. I had been sleeping in class. I didn't sleep often, but there were times then that Lyra wouldn't let me have my night, and it usually affected me in class. This had to have been one of those days. He did say basic, advanced. It was basic, advanced, expert, and legendary. Those were the tiers of attributes that existed. But how long until your proficiency brought you close to the doors of tier evolution? Stretching my hands upward, I looked before me. Training today was going to be a bit different. I had weight manacles on me. Even though I wasn't in the Nave, I was standing on the deck. The ship was tearing forward across the calm blue waters of the western coastline, salt wind cutting past my ears. People were seated here and there, some on the mast, discussing, while other crew members leaned on the leftward railing. Cassie, me, and Magdalene had found our area towards the rightward. In front of me, Maggie stood. Her gaze was terrifying, like she would burn me alive from just staring. I glanced at Cassie, who had made this awful suggestion. "Are you truly sure? Is this a good idea?" Cassie exhaled, suppressing her anger. It wasn't her fault. I had asked her about 10 times before now. And it wasn't my fault either. She was the one that suggested I get more used to hand-to-hand combat with this ghoul-looking maiden. I have spoken to her already. It is all right. It isn't like your summon has the power to kill you. Why are you being a coward? There are things worse than death. And I'm not being a coward. I'm many things, Cassie, but a coward is not one of them. I stood my ground with a stern look in my eyes. She was silent for a moment, looking at me. Then she took her face away. "I apologize." I spoke out of turn. My eyes flew open for a moment. She apologized? It wasn't like there had been many causes for apologies in the past. But I hadn't exactly pictured Cassie apologizing to me. The world is ending. That has to be it. I turned to Magdalene, who now wore a crooked grin on her face. One just had to know she was up to something. If there was a silver lining to this unfair battle, it was that she was wearing 3 times the weight bracelets I was wearing. She looked eerily imposing nonetheless. I gulped and steeled myself. There are many people currently looking at us, and Lady Yuan was one of them. I couldn't flop. I locked my gaze with Magdalene and dashed toward her. To my surprise, she was gone from me, already flying all over me. Her hands touched my shoulders to twist me, but instantly I twirled in the exact opposite direction, tearing myself from her grip. I pivoted my legs and shot toward her as she landed, ramming straight into her. Both of us rolled on the ship's floor, and I felt her petite breasts and massive ass grinding against me in turn. Focus. For the love of focus. I wanted to pin her down, but I clearly had let my recent progress get into my head. She yanked her hand free and plunged one bastard kick into my chest that sent me reeling away from her. The deck scraped against my back. Something cracked, hopefully wood, not ribs. She sprang up like a ghost and shot towards me, her habit playing in the wind. A wide, crude smirk revealed her white teeth as she descended. But I turned and returned that grotesque grin to her. It vanished from her mouth when she saw the one on mine, but it was too late for her to change course. I shot my right leg into the air, returning the favor. The kick was perfect. It caught her abdomen and threw her away from me, giving me time to stand. She was already standing, showing little to no signs of pain. The point of my ribs where she hit me was still screaming, making me unable to stand straight. Every breath felt like a punishment. What's wrong? Summoner? You look like you want to cry. Do you want to cry? Damn you. My eyes glowered, and I shot at her. Chapter 170. Trickery in battle this time. It wasn't a dive. I matched her shoulder to shoulder and threw my hand forward. First jab, she merely cocked her head. The second jab, she tilted to the other side. She cocked her hand back and lunged with an uppercut, which I managed to slide away from at the last moment, but it still grazed my jaw and split the skin shallowly. I staggered back, turned, and rammed toward her with my shoulder, but she blocked with both hands, somewhat subduing the force. I lashed out and threw her hand off, sent a kick at her face. She blocked the kick. I rose into the air and threw 2 consecutive kicks, the right leg following after the left. Her movement was fast despite the weights pulling her down. She lashed her own leg out in response. Surprisingly, the habit simply parted way for her leg to move freely, the fabric tightening around her figure. It almost ensnared me into a trap, but I caught myself and rolled away from my position, feeling the wind of her leg passing my face. God, I swear if she disfigures my handsome face. For some reason, Maggie was targeting my face. Since you want my face so bad, come and have it. I entered her line with carelessness. For a moment, she faltered. I saw the look of shock in her eyes, and that faltering did help me. I swung my head back quickly and brought it toward her. I was nothing if not confident in my head-butting streak. To my shock, though, my head slammed into something that was definitely not her face. Her knee crushed into my face, blood flying out of my lips and nose. She grabbed me by the collar and sent multiple punches straight into my face without waiting a second. She abandoned her grip on me, letting me stagger back. Then she twisted into the air and finished me with a reverse cycle kick that dropped me onto the deck and rendered me unable to stand for a few moments. My vision swam as I lay there on the deck, and I couldn't help but wonder what exactly went wrong. The headbutt should VE landed. I had timed it perfectly based on how she had been moving all the while. Wait, my eyes couldn't widen because they were swollen shut, but something formed in my head. Could it have been that Magdalene was deceiving me with her speed? That would have been easy to do after all. Then at the last moment, she moved faster and smashed her knee into my face when I thought I had found her opening. This would mean that she led me unintentionally in order to turn whatever opening I found against me. Noted, this was yet another tactic that I had learned. Cunningness in battle. How to not reveal all your cards, especially when you're fighting a powerful opponent. But that was even what made this particular tactic that Pyre Saint employed more daunting. When fighting a truly strong opponent, could one afford to truly hide their abilities? If I want to find out, I'll have to see how Maggie fares more in battle. From the little times I'd seen them fight, while Cassie was a frontliner, she dashed forward with power and crushed her enemy with might. Magdalene was a mage that hid behind the firepower of her flames. But that didn't mean she was a devastating melee attacker. After all, she just showed it. However, I also wanted to believe that she was the kind of fighter that loved to trick her enemy. What a lowly battle style for someone who was a Grand Inquisitor. On second thought, though, maybe Maggie was just like this for that very reason. If one was an Inquisitor in an age before even Cassie's age, then that most likely meant that they all had to be viciously strong. There was no way that Maggie wouldn't have met opponents who were far stronger than she was. Opponents whom she had to prepare to battle weeks or months before in order to ensure her success. It was the same thing for Cassie. There would been opponents she lost to a couple of times. Although I doubt there'll be a lot of that. Are you going to keep laying there forever? Maggie's harsh and cold voice sounded. I exhaled and managed to push myself off the cold surface of the deck. You're supposed to say sorry, you damn. I suppressed the rest of the curse as I glanced into her eyes. She folded her arms and scoffed in condescension. I won. You lost. This is as simple as that. So like she said, she pointed back at Cassie. I get to stay on the nave for the next 1 week. I froze, looking at Cassie. Then I shifted my gaze to Pyre Saint and then to Cassie again. What? There was a bargain? Cassie shrugged. I had to give her something. Meanwhile, Maggie was grinning in a manner that made me want to smack that smirk off her face. On the contrary, she looked quite happy to be staying on the nave for the next 1 week. I could just spend my essence on making Cassie stay if her free time ran out, but something also told me she wouldn't want that. It was surprising, but Cassie was a fool for honor and integrity. These warlords. I exhaled and straightened fully. I think a rib or bone somewhere might snapped fully as I did because I heard sound. Anyways, that's it for today's training. I'm going to rest. I managed to drag myself forward. As I walked into the cabin, Poe was coming out. Oh, you, Mr. Cade, another beating? Times I managed to win. Where are you always at? Poe gestured around the ship. Here. I just never see those times because they never exist. I shook my head and went inside. After I did, Lady Yuan followed. She was no longer wearing a cloak now and used to walk around in her black kimono. Poe squinted his eyes as he watched her go inside immediately after me. He massaged his temple. I can't prove it yet. But I know, Mr. Cade. Chapter 171. Dress Up Cultivator as I entered. A soft knock came at the door. Knowing who it was, I responded with a carefree tone. Come. Lady Yuan entered the room with practiced elegance. A bowl of water balanced in one hand, a towel draped over the other. She placed the bowl on the table with the kind of care most people reserved for holy relics, then bowed gracefully. Lord Cade, please let me tend to your wounds. I sighed and stared at her helplessly. If I refused right now, we were just going to start another back and forth argument as we had been doing for the past few weeks. The woman was persistent. Infuriatingly so. Lady Yuan was a deeply caring and affectionate person, unlike any other woman I had been with before. Lyra came close, but Lyra wasn't openly affectionate the way this woman was. Lyra's care came in sharp glances and practical gestures, easily dismissed as something else. Lady Yuan's care was obvious. If I hadn't warned her against showing me preference outside this room, she would already be doing it, was already doing it, honestly, and had started looking at me with the kind of suspicion that made me want to check over my shoulder. Although, I suspected that was only a matter of time regardless. I tapped my thighs and said with an unhealthy smile, "I will allow you if you do it while sitting on my thighs." She hesitated for a moment, looking at me with uncertainty etched deep within her eyes. Something flickered there, calculation, maybe, or resignation dressed up as acceptance. Then she took gentle steps forward even in her hesitation and slowly folded into my lap. I grabbed her waist and laid my head against her chest, sighing deeply. The tension in her body eased almost immediately, her earlier wariness melting away until a delighted smile settled across her face. Strange woman. She brought her hand to my head and patted it gently. "Lord Cade, your wounds." I exhaled and removed my head from her breasts, looking at her. She smiled and dragged the table closer to us, then dipped a corner of the towel into the water and began to clean the blood on my face. Her touch was light as she worked across my jaw, the corner of my mouth, the skin near my eyes. The wound stung. I was unable to pretend it didn't, not with her watching me this closely. In fact, the way her eyes contorted with so much care made me unwilling to pretend. There was something about being looked at like that, like I was something worth being careful with, that made the performance feel exhausting. When did I become someone who enjoys this? "Lord Cade, have you ever wielded a sword before now?" I raised a brow at her, then thought about the question. It was like there was much to think about, really. Sure, there were fencing programs my father often attended, but they had never interested me one bit. Not even by mistake. "Oh, no. Why do you ask?" She seemed surprised, then smiled and continued to wipe near the corner of my lips, her eyes narrowing in focus. "You move well and execute your attack patterns so effectively. Unlike me, it took my entire childhood to be able to swing a sword properly, and yet, Lord Cade, you're just really different." Goodness, I feel like a fraud when she's hyping me like this. I was tempted to tell her I wasn't that good, but I only wondered what good that would do. Besides, it wasn't like I hadn't tried before. She'd just find a better explanation for why I was secretly a genius or blessed by fate or whatever story she deconstructed. She continued nonetheless. "I'm sure that if Lord Cade masters footwork, you'll become a peerless swordsman in no time." I paused for a moment, thinking about what she had said. For her to say something like that, then she must be fairly good with the sword herself. Come to think of it, she carries a sword around. Even now, that same sword was resting against the wall near the door. Sometimes she carried it with her. Other times she left it in my room. I started to notice its presence the way you notice furniture. Always there, part of the landscape of this strange situation I found myself in. "Lady Yuan, how good are you with the sword?" She paused, the damp towel covering just above the corner of my eye. Then her face fell. "I'm not so good, Lord Cade. My mother, she was very disappointed in me because I was a slow learner and I was weak." I studied her for a moment, noting the careful way she held her expression together. Not practiced, more like exhausted. The kind of control that came from years of having this conversation with herself. "And yet, here you're going to take your rightful place," I said with a small smile. But it suddenly felt like I had said something wrong. There was a small smile on her face, but it didn't settle right with me. The edges of it were too sharp, too deliberate. I guess. I nodded, a little worried about that look, but at the same time trying to suppress the worry. It wasn't my place to dig. Was my place to care beyond what benefited me. And yet, "So will you teach me?" Lady Yuan raised her head in shock. Kinda here, grabbing her ass and pressing it tight within my grip. "Teach me all you know about the sword, and I will help you grow stronger." I'm sure you felt it, didn't you? The slight difference from before. She narrowed her brows, and seeing that I knew I was right, I pressed further. If we continue this, you'll continue to grow stronger, and it might even help you when you return home. In return for helping you grow stronger, you can also help me grow stronger by teaching me how to use the sword better. Lady Yuan seemed lost in her thoughts, her fingers going still against the towel. Then her voice came, quieter than before. But Lady Cass, let me worry about Cassie. I want to absorb as much knowledge as I can. She was silent again, her brows furrowed as she wandered across her mind. Then she looked at me, the furrows deepening. How? How are you making me grow stronger? Her eyes widened just after she asked the question, something clicking into place behind them. Lord Cade, are you a cultivator? You're one of those esteemed people? Chapter 172. How to piss off a J Beauty, a cultivator. I weighed my response carefully. I didn't want to sell myself as something I wasn't. But the label wasn't entirely wrong either. Cultivation, at its core, meant growing stronger through comprehension of the Tao, through understanding, through practice, through discipline. There were countless variations on the theme, but that was the essence. And me? I grew stronger by fighting. The thought almost made me laugh. Soon ID reached D rank, and by then, ID probably be able to take on these S ranks and their summons alone. If things continued the way they had been, if I kept spending time with my villainous and anyone else who caught my attention, ID eventually hit a rank. Maybe even S rank. At a rank, ID stand equal to Cassie and the rest of them. And at S rank, I could be contending with gods. The thought was intoxicating. Dangerous, too. Calm down, Cade. Calm down. Yeah, I needed to pump the brakes before I got too far ahead of myself. One step at a time. I forced the ambition down and offered Lady Yuan a smile. Her obsidian eyes had been waiting patiently for my response, dark and still as a mountain pool. Well, yes, I said. There is something called dual cultivation. This world has another name for it, a forbidden one. I can't mention it casually, but yes. I practiced dual cultivation. Her mouth fell open. A heartbeat later, she covered it with both hands, her long, slender fingers pressing against her lips as if she could push the shock back in. Now it makes so much sense. Her voice came out muffled behind her hands. I was so worried I might be delusional. I kept thinking to myself, but I felt it. My spirit essence grew stronger than what I was used to. I gave her my most charming grin. Yep, that was all me. Her hands dropped from her face, and something shifted in her expression, a mixing with sudden understanding. I'm careful about this secret, I continued, letting the levity drain from my voice. I'm probably the last practitioner remaining. The Eternal Light Church killed everyone else. So I need you to keep this between us until I say otherwise. Lady Yuan slid off me immediately. In one fluid motion, she was on her knees, head bowed low. Please, trust me. I will protect your secret with my life. I chuckled, the sound coming out more awkward than I intended. Why is she being like this? Please. I waved a hand. If you ever find yourself in danger and revealing my secret is the only way to save yourself, do what you have to do. I do understand. I held up my fist, letting a thread of conviction harden my voice. Besides, I'm getting stronger. Soon I'll be able to protect myself from whatever forces they throw at me. She looked up at me then, and I saw it, admiration blooming across her features like dawn breaking over water. Her eyes shone with it, and her posture softened with it. I returned her gaze with a small smile of my own. So, will you help me? Lady Yuan's brow furrowed. The admiration didn't fade, but confusion crept in alongside it. Help you? Me? She shook her head slightly. But Lord Cade, I have nothing to help you with. My knowledge is pointless. I can't even properly slay a beast without tripping on my own clothes. I shrugged. Doesn't matter. What I want is for you to teach me what you know about the sword. You've been learning since childhood. Everything you were taught, I want it. I rose and closed the distance between us, one deliberate step. And in exchange, I took her jaw gently, guiding her to her feet, and tilted her face toward mine. I will make you stronger. I want to stop fucking you until you reach S rank. That would take a while, possibly years. But I was serious, and I let her see it in my eyes. I was prepared to commit to this arrangement, even knowing that most of our sessions would eventually be about growing her essence rather than mine. It's a good plan, but Lady Yuan still looked uncertain, lost somewhere between hope and hesitation. I could see the arguments forming behind her eyes, reasons to refuse, doubts about her own worth. I didn't let her finish thinking. I captured her lips and kissed her deeply. She stiffened for only a moment before melting into it, and I guided her backward until her spine met the wall. The kiss deepened, tongues sliding together, breath growing ragged. I trailed my fingers down the curve of her hip, along the silk of her thigh, taking my time. Our lips stayed locked even as my hand found its destination, slipping past the barrier of her undergarments to the slick heat beneath. I found her sensitive spot and began to work it with practiced pressure. Slow circles at first, testing the waters. A soft sound escaped her, muffled against my mouth. Her body jerked, and she shifted closer almost unconsciously, granting me more access. God, what a woman! I pulled her even closer, and she broke the kiss to gasp. Her mouth hung open, eyes fluttering closed, and she gripped my shoulders like I was the only thing keeping her upright. I held her close, finding just the right moment, and her whole body shuddered. She was overwhelmed, her breathing quick and uneven, the way her nails dug into my skin. She was approaching the edge, ready to tip over. I stopped and my fingers went still. Lady Yuan froze. The dazed pleasure in her expression curdled into confusion, then sharpened into a frown. Is something wrong, Lord Cade? I let a crooked grin spread across my face. Well, you never actually gave me a response. Her frown deepened, irritation bleeding through the formality. Did you stop because of that? I laughed internally. Ho, look at her. Yes, I said, keeping my voice light. I was unsure you were going to teach me. The frown didn't soften. If anything, it carved itself deeper into her features. Lord Cade, that's a very unfair thing to do. Her voice had lost its deference. For the first time, I heard something closer to genuine annoyance. Of course I was going to teach you. You didn't have to do this. It's unfair. She stepped past me, straightening her clothes with sharp, precise movements, and walked out of the room. I stood there, fingers still wet, staring at the empty doorway. Oh wow, she is actually pissed. Chapter 173. This is so good I was dumbfounded. Truly dumbfounded. I had only been trying to do this thing called teasing, just like I learned from the culture movies. It never went this badly in those. What exactly had I done wrong? I was sure. And once again, I was pathetically reminded of how inexperienced I was with these things. It was like I'd ever had a dating life to begin with. And somehow, I was on a kickstart all by managing multiple women at once. I really thought that one out, didn't I? I stared at the door for a long moment, then heaved a sigh and dropped into the chair. I leaned back, closed my eyes, and let my head rest against the backrest. What to do? Just then, the door sounded and swung open abruptly. I straightened up, completely caught off guard. She asked back. There was a small, cute frown on her face. Then she said, if I manage to teach you everything about the sword, will you touch me like that every time? I want you to always touch me. I like it when you touch me. I glanced at the door, still slightly ajar, and rushed to slam it closed with my shoulder. Then I fixed her with an intense glare. What in the world is wrong with her? How she had no regard for her surroundings was baffling. How was I the only one who cared about other people finding out? Listen, Lady Yuan, and stop calling me Lady Yuan too. Will you stop calling me Lord Cade? No, she retorted immediately, paused and added, you're someone I respect. She lowered her face, a soft blush painting across her pale cheeks. You made me experience things I never thought I could experience. Things I only read about in books. She raised her head and looked at me directly. You don't understand, Lord Cade. I feel so refreshed that if I were to die today, I'd have no regrets. And that is because of the manner with which you touched me. For me, Lord Cade, you're forever a lord. I stood there, mouth hanging open, completely blindsided by her words. It's not even that deep. If I didn't know better, I'd say Lady Yuan, or should I say Yuan, was falling in love. It can't be. She just loves the sex. She's never had anything like it before. I exhaled and let a smile settle on my face. I understand then, Yuan. Come over here. Let me give you a little reward for our first lesson. I walked back and settled into the chair, then signaled for her to approach. She did, carefully her steps measured. Then she sat on my lap. I fixed her with a pleasant smile before my eyes drifted toward her breasts. My throat went dry somehow. I guided one of her legs over to the other side, causing her to fully face me. Her tail shifted slightly behind her as she adjusted. She met my gaze, then tried to look away. I started by kissing her collarbones. I sucked gently and kissed downward toward her collar, shifting the fabric aside with my hands. Her tattoo came into view. I kissed her almost white skin, tracing a path toward the tattoo and along the curve of her shoulder. I pressed my lips to the warm skin and continued lower, carefully unwrapping the cloth she used to bind herself. By now, soft sighs had already begun escaping her lips. She pressed close against me, instinct overriding any shyness. I kissed her breast, taking my time before reaching her pale areolas. As she breathed, she glanced down. I sensed hesitation, but then her hand reached out and gently touched me. The sensation sent waves through me. Her hand was cold. That cold sensation combined with the intimacy of her touch created an ineffable thrill. A small gasp escaped me before I could stop it. Her hand fumbled awkwardly against me, clearly unsure what to do, and that uncertainty was its own source of delight. I just sat back and let myself enjoy the moment. I gave her a small smile. Would you like to join me? She trembled at the question, looked away with a soft blush spreading across her face, and answered, Yes, my lord. I led her toward the seat and gently guided her down, speaking in a low, affectionate tone. Then I'd like you to be right here beside me. Isn't that hurtful? She seemed suddenly flustered. So cute that I almost laughed, but I suppressed it and guided her hips up slightly instead. I positioned myself right beneath her entrance and commanded softly, Now sit. She lowered herself slowly, the moment stretching out as she drew closer. At first, she moved as if she wanted to jerk back up, but I held her steady and guided her back down with gentle, relentless pressure. Her mouth hung open the entire time, as if her cry had been seized in her throat. Her brows creased upward as if overwhelmed by the moment. But the look on her face wasn't pain. It was an overwhelming rush of excitement, one she had clearly never felt before. She gasped, her mouth frozen open. She pressed forward fully, and her expression shifted between fear and joy. Before she could adjust to the sensation, I gripped her waist, pulled back slightly, and pressed closer to her. She gasped louder. She looked like she wanted to seize any chance to pull away, but her body wasn't cooperating. Even as I moved again, she let out another groan, this one a tangled mixture of pain and pleasure. I moved several more times. Each movement was faster than the last, and with every one, her voice grew more intense, her expression sinking deeper into what seemed like bliss. Before I knew it, her posture had shifted. Her tail swayed slightly as she settled in and began moving with a smooth, rhythmic grace. We shared an intimate moment together as she settled in. She threw her head back. Her expression brightened. Lord K, this is so good. It's so good. Es so gode, Ovin, im HPPY, Ovin. Chapter 174. The Art of Swordsmanship. It was the same routine each time. Yuan's legs trembling uncontrollably. Her consciousness giving out before her body could manage the intensity of what I delivered. After the fourth or fifth time watching her eyes roll back mid-gasp, I figured I should probably take a step back before I overwhelmed her completely. Not that I knew how to dial it down. Perfect Fit handled that automatically, adjusting to whatever configuration worked best for her insides. Convenient. Also slightly unsettling if I think about it too hard. I chose not to think about it too hard. Still, I was hoping the attribute would reveal more about itself as it leveled up. Maybe at a certain threshold, it would offer some manual controls. One could dream. On days when Yuan, as she insisted I call her, wasn't he moaning and trembling or passing out entirely, she taught me about the sword. The teachings weren't what I expected. Ide imaginat dramatic demonstrations. Maybe some wise proverbs about the blade being an extension of the soul, or whatever mystical nonsense martial arts masters always spouted in the cultivation novels I de-skimmed through Back on Earth. Flowing robes, mountain backdrop, profound silences pregnant with meaning. What I got instead was Lady Yuan making me stand in a horse stance until my thighs burned and my entire lower body screamed for mercy. The sword is not in the arm. She de-set on the first day, circling me like a pale ghost while I trembled in position. Her bare feet made no sound on the floor. The sword is in the root. Your legs are your root. If your root is weak, your sword is a branch in the wind. It will go wherever your enemy wishes it to go. So, basically leg day. Every day is leg day. I lasted 4 minutes before my legs gave out. She made me start again. By the third day of this torture, and it was torture, my quads had lodged formal complaints with whatever passed for a union in my nervous system. She finally introduced what she called the fundamentals. 7 essential movements that formed the foundation of her clan's swordsmanship. Ci the thrust. Linear force delivered from the tip, driven by hip rotation. Pi the split. A downward chop using the upper third of the blade. Dien the point. A fingertip-like jab, precision over power. Mo the wipe. Circular lateral cuts for when your opponent expected something direct. Bung the drop. An overhead counter, collapsing force into descent. Tiao the upward stab, rising into the unguarded spaces. Lan the obstruction, not a block, but a redirect, using their force against them. These are the 7 bones of the sword, Yuan explained, demonstrating each with her katana while I watched from my horse stance. Her movements were water and steel at once, fluid, controlled, and inevitable. The blade caught light and scattered it. Every technique, no matter how elaborate, is built from these bones. I was not able to successfully master them as my father hoped, but I am confident this will be easy for Lord Cade. She paused. Her expression remained serene. Mastering them also means you've mastered the skeleton. The flesh comes later. Her faith in me is not encouraging at all. It wasn't surprising that the character she named, despite the distinctive difference of Ealdrim's language, sounded so familiar. The Moon Clan apparently had esoteric philosophy about swordsmanship too, something called the 6 harmonies. 3 internal, 3 external. The kind of thing a Chinese swordmaster would have cooked up while meditating on a misty mountain. I watched enough cultivation dramas to recognize the framework. Those protagonists need to focus on cultivation and leave romance alone. Please, someone tell them. Internal harmonies. Mind, spirit essence, and power must align. You think the strike, your energy follows the thought, and your body delivers what both commanded. External harmonies. Hands follow the eyes. Eyes follow the intent. Feet follow the waist. When all 6 harmonies work together, you became what Yuan called a unified blade. Your body, mind, and sword operated as a single instrument. Unified blade. Got it. Currently, I'm more like scattered cutlery. The breathing was perhaps the most practical thing she taught me. Every movement synchronized with inhalation or exhalation. Exhale on the strike. It tightened the core and added power. Inhale on the recovery. It created space to observe and react. You breathe wrong, she told me on the 5th day, pressing her hand against my diaphragm while I held my stance. Her touch was clinical, professional. Her palm was cool against my skin, and it was astounding how she could retain flawless focus while touching me so low. Your breath lives in your chest. It must live here. She pressed lower, against my abdomen. Breathe from the root. The same root your legs stand on. Abdominal breathing. Another thing I had to relearn from scratch. I focused on the sensation of her hand, using it as a guide. Drew air down into my belly instead of letting it stop at my ribs. My diaphragm expanded. The breath felt deeper, heavier, more grounded. That actually does feel different. Interestingly, her method didn't conflict with Cassie's breath techniques. If anything, they complemented each other. The fact that Yuan and Cassie from two vastly different eras. Both emphasized the same fundamentals was proof enough that I needed to master this. And with it, movement enhancement began benefiting from the refinement. So did my essence circulation. I could feel my flow more vividly than before, not just as energy moving through channels, but as something with texture, with weight. No dramatic breakthrough, no sudden leap in power, but something subtler, precision. Instead of clumsily pouring essence into my attributes like water from a bucket, I could gauge the exact amount needed for the desired result. Especially useful with sanctified immolation and Emperor-S presence, both of which could be wasteful when deployed carelessly. But the lesson that stuck with me most wasn't about technique at all. The sword is not a weapon, Yuan said one evening. After Wed both collapsed from the sheer intensity of the day, and Shed settled next to me with her blade across her lap. It is a conversation. I gave her a skeptical look. A conversation with who? The guy I'm trying to stab? Yes. No is might. Completely serious. Every exchange of blades is a dialogue. He speaks, you answer. You speak, he answers. The winner is not the one with a louder voice. The winner is the one who listens better. Listen to the sword. Great. Now I'm supposed to be a good listener and strong. I thought about that for a moment. Cassie never really emphasized on listening. She just said hit things until they stopped moving. But I understood what Yuan meant. Kind of. When Cassie trained me, she beat lessons into my body through repetition and pain. I learned because my muscles remembered what happened when I made mistakes. Yuan's approach was different. She taught me to read the space between movements. The moment before a strike, when the body committed, but the blade hadn't arrived yet. The weight shift that revealed intention before action. In my clan, she said, we call this Tingjin listening force. Not with your ears, with your body, with your sword. You feel what your opponent will do before they do it. Maybe that S just enhanced hearing? Or not. I didn't know. But on the days when my horse stance held longer, when my breath synced properly with my cuts, when the 7 bones started to feel less like choreography and more like language. On those days, I understood why Yuan and her grandfather, Mr. Reincarnated himself, saw swordsmanship as an art. It wasn't about killing. It was about understanding. And then using that understanding to kill more efficiently. Okay, maybe it's still mostly about the killing part. But poetically, that man must have been one hell of a psychopath. Going around grooming a harem of women and then killing people poetically. Chapter 175. Well enough I stood in the nave, weight manacles heavy on my wrists and ankles. Stained glass filtered weak light across the stone floor, casting fractured colors over the cold stone, but I barely noticed it. My focus was entirely on the woman in front of me. Magdalene tilted her head, that familiar crooked grin spreading across her face. What S with the energy today? You want your darling red hair to sleep here that badly? I froze for a moment, fixing her with what I hoped was a mean expression. I hope she saw it. I hope the anger in my eyes was sharp enough to cut. Well, technically, she belongs here. I jabbed my fingers at her. And you belong to the streets. If I let myself remember that I somehow had to find my way around fucking this saint, I'd have migraines the size of a mountain. So I didn't think about it. Not now. The absurdity of my situation could wait until after I survived the next few minutes. Cassie watched from the columns, arms crossed, her gaze cool and evaluating. She'd see everything, judge everything. Good. Maggie's grin widened. Very well. Don't cry when I break your nose again. She vanished and appeared closer. It was the same pattern she'd employed over the past few weeks, that almost lazy speed I'd mistaken for her limit. She came at me with her hand cocked back, the fabric of her habit shifting around her like it had a mind of its own. But this time, I didn't rush to meet her. The sword is a conversation. I inhaled and exhaled, letting my breath settle into my core. The stained light shifted across my vision as I moved. She threw a jab. I didn't block. I stepped. A small adjustment, just enough to make her fist pass my cheek without contact. Her eyes flickered. Surprise? Amusement at my attempts? Second jab. I slipped the other way. She lunged forward with a kick, the same one that had nearly disfigured my face last time. But ID already started moving before her weight shifted. Before the kick was thrown. I was certain about Ting Jean, not yet. But I listened with enhanced hearing, paid attention to the whole of her body with the whole of mine. Perhaps I could use this to achieve even greater things. I felt her intention in the way her hip turned, the subtle tension in her planted leg. The kick was coming, I was already gone. I pivoted around her. Not attacking, just moving, breathing. She still holding back. Same speed as before. The realization settled over me like cold water. Maggie was using the exact same tempo she used in our first fight. The same deceptive rhythm designed to bait me into overcommitting. She led me on intentionally. Whatever opening I found, she turned against me. She expected me to find another opening, to dive in like an idiot and eat her knee again. I didn't I circled around her attacks, watching and breathing, paying attention to the way her body spoke to me. Her bouncy ass, her thick thighs. Perhaps I drifted away from the main point. But I was careless. The appreciation was incidental to the observation. Mostly, the conversation continued. She spoke. I answered. But my answers were silence and distance. The patient observation of someone who wasn't in a hurry to die. Maggie's grin faltered. What are you doing? She threw a probing combination, 2 punches and a sweep that I evaded with minimal movement. Fight properly. I am. Chi, Bi, Dien, Montak Beng, Tiao, Lang, the 7 bones of the sword. I didn't have a sword, but I had distance, timing, and the space between movements. I threw a testing jab, not committed, just to read her response. She swatted it aside easily, but ID already retracted, already repositioned. Her counter is fast, faster than what she's been showing. Your proficiency with attribute. Strategic Apex has increased attribute. Strategic Apex has leveled up. I didn't mind the notification yet. Filed it away for later satisfaction. I threw another jab from a different angle. Same result. Easy deflection, attempted counter. I was gone before her knuckles arrived. Stop running, Maggie said, irritation creeping into her voice. This is supposed to be a fight, you vile miscreant. No. I settled back into my breathing rhythm and flashed her a cocky grin. This is supposed to be a conversation, and you're lying with every word. Are you mad? Her eyes narrowed. I've had enough of your dirtiness. There. I touched something. That look, the slight tightening around her eyes, the way her weight shifted almost imperceptibly forward. She was about to stop playing. The air in the nave changed. The weak light through the stained glass seemed to dim, shadows pooling in the corners of the vaulted ceiling. Maggie moved, and this time there was no theatrical leisure in it. She crossed the distance between us like white flame, her habit trailing behind her like smoke. Despite the weight bracelets on her, 3 times my own, she achieved speed that shouldn't have been possible. The stone floor blurred beneath her feet. I barely got my arms up in time. Her fist drove into my guard with force that shouldn't have been possible from someone her size. The impact traveled through my forearms, into my shoulders, rattled my teeth in their sockets. Okay, so that's her real speed. Or something like it. She was still wearing weights. She followed with a knee. I twisted. It caught my hip instead of my stomach, sent me spinning. I used the momentum, turned it into distance, got my feet under me. But she was already there. Her next strike came from my throat. I dropped my weight, let it pass over me, and drove my shoulder into her center of gravity. It was like hitting a wall. She barely shifted, but her eyes widened. I touched her. Not a real hit, but I entered her space, disrupted her rhythm, made her adjust. Her elbow came down toward my spine. I threw myself sideways, rolled across the stone floor, came up bleeding from a scrape, but still moving. My palms stung from the cold stone. Maggie was looking at me differently now, not with condescension or that crooked grin that said I'm playing with my food. Her zombie-like eyes dripped with carefulness. It wasn't something I'd seen the last time. I wanted to believe I was making progress. If your root is weak, your sword is a branch in the wind. My root was weak. I knew that. The weight manacles dragged at me, My breath was starting to come harder, and Maggie was at the very least 8,000 years of combat experience wrapped in a petite body that hit like siege weaponry. But I wasn't a branch anymore. I advanced. I wasn't charging recklessly. I moved with the breathing pattern Cassie had drilled into me. Exhale on the strike, inhale on the recovery. My movements flowed into each other, each step creating the foundation for the next. Jab, retract, circle, probe. Maggie blocked, countered, pressed. Her attacks were precise now, economical. No more wasted motion, no more baiting openings that didn't exist. She had stopped underestimating me. If she had been careless like usual, the thought crystallized in a certainty as I narrowly avoided an elbow that would have shattered my cheekbone. If she kept playing around, if she stayed at that fake speed, convinced I'd decommit to another headbutt or a reckless tackle, I might have actually gotten her. The realization was almost better than a win. Almost. Because Maggie was very much done playing. She feinted low. I read it and adjusted, but the feint was itself a setup. Her real attack came from an angle I hadn't anticipated, a spinning backhand that caught me across the temple. Stars exploded behind my eyes. I staggered, tried to recover. Got my hands up just in time to catch the follow-up kick on my forearms instead of my face. The impact lifted me off my feet. I hit the stone hard, the floor slamming the air out of my lungs. The cold seeped through my clothes immediately, biting into my back. Before I could roll away, her foot was on my chest, pressing down with deliberate weight. Yield, I wheezed. Tasted copper. Yield, she repeated, pressing harder. The weight manacles clinked against the stone. That's enough. Cassie's cold tone came in clutch. She was already closing the distance, unhurried but measured, her gaze sharp enough to flame Maggie apart. The corpse-like nun stepped back and scoffed but said nothing. Cassie grabbed my hand, pulling me up. She was smiling. Interesting, she said. That's the best I've seen you do. You almost had her, in fact. Chapter 176. The reward of growth. I wanted to scream and say, no, Cassie, don't do that. But I figured as Cassie looked in her direction with a smirk that the comment itself might have been intentional. Maggie folded her hand over her breast and gave Cassie a cold death glare before stepping out of the nave. I glanced at her worriedly as she left, then returned my gaze to Cassie. Isn't she dangerous? Aren't we all? I nodded. Indeed, you do make a fair point. She examined me for a moment, her eyes lingering on my stance, my posture, the way I held myself differently than I had 2 months ago. I guess the sessions with the young lady must been quite yielding. My eyes met Cassie's, and I answered with undisguised excitement. Actually, I didn't even expect that it was going to be this helpful. I just wanted to take knowledge from all useful sources, but so far so good, I haven't even regretted it. Cassie raised her chin slightly, her gaze sharpening as she looked at me. I see. You must be so happy. Something in her tone fell off, but I was too caught up in my own enthusiasm to examine it closely. Yes, so much. Did you see it? Did you notice how my movement has improved? I can also carry myself better now, like it's just so amazing. I have no words. The last word died in my mouth just as my eyes found Cassie's cold glare. For some reason, she was looking at me like she wanted to strangle me with a pillow. There was something oddly familiar about that particular expression. Usually, Cassie's glare should be terrifying, vicious, the kind that made your survival instincts kick in, but this felt slightly different. Less murderous. More. Did I say something wrong? Did I even do something wrong? It was hard to say with these girls. I stopped talking and chuckled shyly, rubbing the back of my neck. Is something wrong? Cassie averted her gaze and exhaled slowly through her nose. Nothing. She straightened, and whatever had been darkening her expression retreated behind her usual composure. Since you're moving better while consistently using enhanced hearing and movement, perhaps you could try wielding the sword with the weight bracelets. I was confident that without the weight bracelets, I was going to be able to lift and swing the sword properly. I had most certainly expected that she was going to ask me to wield it without them, not with them. I hesitated for a moment, but answered her nonetheless. I got ready, steadied my stance, and summoned the sword into my hand. Immediately, it settled into my grip, and I had expected my arm to be driven towards the ground, but my hand held. Its familiar weight pressed into my palm, heavy but somehow manageable. In fact, manageable enough that I slowly lifted my arm and swung. I swung once. I swung again. My muscles weren't even close to burning. Something warm expanded in my chest, pressing outward until I felt like I might burst from it. 2 months. 2 months of training, of aching arms and trembling legs and Cassie's relentless corrections. And now, I turned to Cassie, and I knew my face was doing something ridiculous. I could feel the grin stretching my cheeks, could feel the way my eyes had gone wide and bright like a child who'd just been handed a gift. She smiled back and nodded. "This is nice, Summoner. You managed to cross the foundational stage of training all in 2 months. It's all thanks to your resolve and dedication." Cassie was smiling, openly, and complimenting me, openly. Her lips stayed curled, even as she saw that I was staring at her. A little bit caught in my own happiness and a little bit shocked that she was being so genuine about it. She didn't seem to mind. She shifted and stood straight, stretching freely as if releasing tension she'd been holding. Oh, and did I mention, Cassie wasn't wearing those armors anymore. She had been for a while. So right now, my eyes were being fed with pique. She wore a common gown of dull brown color, and the gown loved her body so much it was refusing to not cling to it. Her breasts lifted the fabric up slightly and drew it taut, leaving creases on her chest. Her hips flared beneath the cinched waist, and her ass raised a portion of the gown in a way that made me always want to fall down and peek underneath to see if spirits employed the concept of wearing panties. Cassie caught my eyes and glared for a brief moment, warding me off with a sharp look in her gaze. But it did not last. She immediately asked me, "Have you properly checked the sword?" Properly? I first thought about what she meant by that. Then I suddenly remembered. Of course, you fool. How did I not think to do that? I guess too many things happened that I forgot. Now that I remembered, I focused on the sword. Its array of details floated right before my eyes. Spirit gear name, Frostfang blade grade. Uncommon type, weapon, sword, base effect. 20 physical damage, cold touch. Attacks slow enemy movement. 5 per hit, max 15, durability. 100 SE cost. None, passive, a blade forged from the spine of a frost serpent. The cold never fades. The weight continued to settle into my hands as I read through the information, and I could feel satisfaction spreading warm through my chest. No spirit essence cost, because it only had passive effects, plus full durability. Cassie's voice came just as I finished reading. Frostfang was my first weapon. I am quite sentimental towards the blade itself. She paused, as if she wanted to pay attention to her tone before continuing. On lonely nights, on days I thought were going to be my last, on days my clumsiness got the best of me, that sword kept saving my life over and over again, until I learned to become fearsome, until I learned to become disastrous. Her voice had grown quieter, more distant, as if she were looking at something I couldn't see. It was that sword that stood beside me. Frostfang is my first companion, and I want it to be yours too. She looked at me, and there was something vulnerable in her expression that I had never seen before. I, in Frostfang, will guide and guard you throughout your journey. Something tightened in my chest. My eyes scrunched, burning at the edges as if tears were going to start pouring out any minute. But no, they weren't. They just threatened, hovering somewhere behind my eyes, making everything feel too full. "Does that mean you acknowledge me?" A small look of surprise appeared on her face. Then she released a soft chuckle. Of course I do. I acknowledge you as my master." She held up a hand before I could react. "This doesn't set the free grounds for your perversion and ruinous behavior. But it does mean I am willing to see beyond your stupidity and accept the person you're consistently trying to hide away from everyone." I frowned in defense. "I'm not hiding anything." Cassie scoffed. "Sure." I stood there looking at her. She stood, returning the stare with a small smile on her face. "Gods no. That smile was so annoying. Why was it so annoying, especially now? Chapter 177. Crooked Rygene. Even after Cassie and I left the nave, the words she uttered then didn't completely leave me alone. Somehow, for some reason, they continued to get at me. I exhaled and leaned on the railing of the ship, letting the salt air fill my lungs. Tristan found me there a few moments later. He stood beside me in silence, stealing glances when he thought I wasn't looking. I broke the silence with a sigh. You know, you really need to do a better job at that. He turned away, feigning cluelessness. Better job at what? I rested my chin on my arms and gazed out at the ocean in the darkness. Somehow, I had gotten quite used to it. The seasickness didn't entirely leave, but it was manageable now. Don't mess with me. He scoffed. I'm just examining how much you've changed. It seems to me that you've grown even taller. My eyes found him immediately, bright with hope. Really? You think so? Yes, I do. Didn't you used to be like this tall? He measured with his hand against his upper arm. Now you're reaching almost to my shoulders. Nah, no doubt about it. There has been rapid growth. Is it because of PS Serpent Soup? I frowned at him with playful hostility. What do you mean, PS Serpent Soup? All the workout and training. Is it because I want to play around and love the feeling of my muscles burning? He chuckled. Of course not. 6 gods, I was only messing with you. I know, I see it. You've been working really hard to grow, and it's paying off. When last did you look in a mirror? I hate mirrors to begin with. But let us say about 3 months ago. Tristan looked at me and shook his head helplessly. Geez, it's not that bad. I glanced at him. Easy for you to say. He had white hair and blue eyes, the kind of features every man would kill to have. It was little wonder why Tristan was pulling all those ladies back then with his lame stories, and they were plainly falling for it. Although his luck seemed to be out these days. Or maybe he just wasn't in for it anymore. Nisha walked out of the cabin and towards Derry, who stood at the helm of the ship. Remembering her distant disposition, I turned to Tristan. Do you know Nisha? Very well. Before now? Tristan smiled. I don't know all of them, yes. Fun fact, I used to chase them any time they decided to come out of their rabbit holes. My eyes widened. What? You were an inquisitor? I guess I shouldn't have been so surprised. It was already base knowledge that Tristan used to be a part of the Eternal Light Church. I just never expected that he had been an inquisitor. It now made better sense how he knew about Pretty Boy so well. Tristan nodded. Yes, I was so proud of it, though. The teachings and everything drove me to madness. The result of that madness was slaughter. I looked at him, struck by the weight of what he just admitted, and genuinely glad he found his way out. But how did you get out? And why? Maybe I could get some tips here for my babe Maggie. Tristan stalled for a moment, his gaze resting on the distant and dark horizon. It's a product of many things. Brutus, Levi, my experiences too at the time. Brutus kind of sealed it by handing me my first and major humiliating defeat. Oh, way to go, Brutus. I listened as he continued. I have a sovereign tier spirit. Do you know what that means? A sovereign tier? Oh wow. ISNT that like a tier beneath calamity. It was no wonder he was S rank. I'm not sure I do. The Academy didn't even mention sovereign and calamity to us except once, outlining how impossible they were. Yet here I was, standing next to someone who had achieved exactly that. Every rank of spirits is very deliberate, Tristan said. They speak of certain stories. The world itself remembers stories and grades them into tiers. There are stories of mortals. There are stories of immortals. There are stories of destruction. There are stories of heroism. There are also stories of gods. And there are stories of cataclysm. A sovereign tier 1 could refer to it as stories of gods. I digested his words carefully, turning them over. Oh wow, interesting. I met his gaze. But aren't there just 6 gods? How could there also be stories of gods? Tristan chuckled. There are 6 gods right now. But who has to say there weren't more in the era before summoners? Despite having spent so much time in this world, so much about the gods and the world itself remains unknown. 1, because the Eternal Light Church is gatekeeping information. 2, simply because of the vastness of the world and its diversities and hostilities. That makes sense. I haven't even been to any part of the world after all. When I looked to my future, I felt a spark of something like anticipation. One thing was sure. It would be filled with exploration and adventure and many dangers that would try to kill me, judging by the weight in Tristan's voice. But that was all beside the point. So, your summon is a god? In the stories, he is known as Raijin, the Thunder Spirit Guardian. He was said to live on the tallest mountain in the world, a mountain that he carved far away from humanity. Because of his presence there, it was untouchable, a place of perpetual storm. Many people offered him their prayers in times of drought. The Thunder Spirit Guardian didn't have direct power over rain, but he had contact with who did. He would lure her into an argument which would cause thunder to ripple across the sky, annoy her over and over again, and she would just cry because she was a very fragile guardian. Whenever she cried, the people had rain. Finally, Raijin would apologize and say nice things to her, causing the rain to stop and a beautiful light to spread across the sky. What a crook Raijin is. Chapter 178. The light in the eyes of a man that dreams Raijin is a real crook. Tristan glanced at me and smiled. They're all stories, though. Don't depend on them too much. He turned back to the ocean, the wind catching his hair. These stories have existed since before the Calamity eras. So many things would have changed about them, especially during those times. A lot was twisted to satisfy the nature of war. I narrowed my eyes for a moment. Wait. The pieces were clicking together. I think I just understood what these tiers actually are. So according to what you're trying to explain, the first era would be an era of mortals, where ordinary men walk the world. Then the awakened era. Then elite, then champion, then hero, legend, myth era, and then the era of the sovereigns before the recent era of calamity. My mind raced ahead. Does that mean, in the future, there's a chance the era we're currently experiencing could be transcribed into a new tier and updated? Tristan shrugged. Based on the pattern so far, I wouldn't say that isn't possible. Ildrim does have a unique way of writing its stories. Oh wow, I'll let the thought trail off. To have a better understanding of what the tiers actually were felt genuinely refreshing. And it made me truly understand now why Stormlight had given Cassie such a difficult time. Each tier is basically an epic, an entire age of existence, crystallized into a rank. It's all different when it comes to heroic and villainous summons, though. Tristan's voice cut in. Oh, because of fortitude? He nodded. Yes, but to put it more plainly, regular spirits have been written. When they're summoned, their story is completed, and because of that they have no chance of growth. They're summoned at their peak strength, which means you'll see Fortitude 3.0 or highest 5.0. Stormlight is 4.3, so a 5.0 Fortitude summon is plenty strong, undoubtedly a sovereign rank, possibly capable of defeating you in your spirit if you're not careful and prepared. He turned to the ocean, admiring it as he continued. But for heroic and villainous spirits, they're different. I don't know why, but they're remembered as a story still being written. With their increase in fortitude, the world is writing them back to their peak. He paused, seeming to choose his next words carefully. I'm not sure why it's different, but I think what separates the notable figures that become heroic spirits from regular spirits is will. I looked at him with doubt. Will? Tristan looked at me, a small smile playing on his lips. Yes, think about it. Heroes are heroes because of their undying will. If there exists a world that loves to write stories, don't you think the one element to tempt the world never to give up on your story is an undying will? One that, even after your death, the memory of your resolve continues to persist in the world, making your story stall, unable to come to an end just yet. I nodded in understanding. Tristan made perfect sense. Power of friendship type shit. Still, the logic was sound. If the world was a narrative engine, then will the refusal to accept an ending would be exactly the kind of thing to keep the story running. There are many figures with such a will, Tristan said, as there are many figures without such a will. I shrugged. That is fair, I guess, so Stormlight. One could consider him some Thunder Guardian spirit that used to live on a mountain surrounded by storms. Tristan laughed. I guess that's one way to see it. My gaze hardened. And Brutus handed your defeat to you. Tristan S. laugh stretched into something more uncomfortable. He didn't meet my eyes. I studied him. Who is this Brutus guy? Tristan laughed again, but now it was brittle, the sound of someone acknowledging a wound. I'm not permitted to say much about him. Influentially, Brutus could be considered the most dangerous man in Solarium. As regards strength, he is quite strong. He has been a spirit summoner for the past 40 years of his life and has a villainous spirit serving him. He looked at me. Although his is male, quite unlike yours. He is also the leader of the mercenary guild that was destroyed, and a very uncomfortable existence to the Eternal Light Church and the Empire. Oh, way to go, Brutus. From the weight in Tristan S.'s voice, I could tell that this Brutus person was the kind of existence that shouldn't be allowed to live, but nobody could just do anything about the fact that he walked around, however. He pleased. Well, he sounds very powerful. I let the waves fill the silence for a moment. Where is he now? Why wasn't he able to save his guild? Tristan smiled somberly. Brutus is in the northwestern Twilight Frontier, along with the main members of the Mercenary Guild. His voice quieted. I was left to protect the rest and our home. His gaze fell, but I failed. I noticed Tristan bite his inner lip. The wind pushed against us, salt and spray, and for a moment neither of us spoke. Then I touched his shoulder and patted him. You tried your best, and we most certainly will have those bastards for what they did to us. You might not know how deep my determination is, my will to destroy the church, but I will eat and leave no crumbs. Tristan raised a brow. Eat and leave no crumbs? It's a metaphor. I just meant I'll destroy them and let not even an ant from their church survive. Oh, he nodded. What an odd phrasing, but I understand now. I smiled too. So, you knew the Black Company from hating them, and then became their friend through Brutus. That means Brutus knew the Black Company too? Well, he was majorly their combat instructor. He taught Levi, Derry, Nisha, Milo, and Senna all they know about combat, right? There are other members. So he didn't teach you? Tristan S. lips curled cockily. Of course not. My only goal is to defeat him. That bastard only has a legend-tier villainous spirit. Yet he and his spirit always make a fool of Stormwight and me every single time. His eyes gleamed with something stubborn. My purpose is to defeat that bastard. Nothing is happening to me until I do. I stared at Tristan for a few moments. The kind of stubborn light in his eyes, I admired it. It was familiar. I guess I feel the same way. Somehow, I want to rest until I help make this place a better place by destroying the Eternal Light Church. After that, I'm going to own an island, build a mansion there, and dress up all my villainesses in maid clothes. It was a good dream. But first, the Eternal Light Church. I grinned with satisfaction, and then start looking for a way home. Damn it, I almost forgot about home. Chapter 179. Demon of Pleasure. The sounds from behind the curtain continued as Lord Cade lost himself in a passionate moment with his companion, their rhythm steady and unrushed. I held her wrists behind her back, pulling them taut as we moved together in rhythm. Her back arched, glistening with sweat under the soft light. Watching her struggle under the weight of the moment was its own kind of delicacy. I continued to hold her close. She continued to tremble with each movement, calling out my name. Both of us were completely bare now, and she in particular was covered in sweat. I couldn't blame her. This was the 13th round since yesterday. For me, it was easy. I had infinite vitality. I felt rejuvenated after each session. For Yuan, though, I couldn't help but be astonished. I never knew women were such terrifying creatures. Being able to endure 13 rounds of my attacks was no easy feat, especially when each round didn't deliver the same level of excitement. It kept getting better, and she just kept wanting more. At the 10th round, I wanted to stop. I was genuinely concerned about breaking her. But Yuan pushed me against the wall herself and wouldn't let up. The moment it was in, there was little I could do. I pinned her to the wall and was intimate with her. I laid her down on her chest, pressed her into the floor, and was with her from behind. She reached her peak while I was holding her on the ground, her body seizing with spasms, moaning with tears streaming down her face. At that point, we could have stopped, but I was getting into it. So without letting her rest, I lifted one of her legs and continued right after she came. I began moving against her again, and she responded with each motion, her excitement evident as I held her close. She covered her own mouth and bit down on her lips to keep from making a sound. I held her close without a care in the world. Her raised leg began to tremble. Her eyes rolled back completely. She lost control of herself and shook as another wave of intensity rushed over her. I didn't stop there. I steadied her as she gripped the frame of the bunk bed, her legs unsteady beneath her. She whimpered, "Lord Cade, I see can't. My legs won't hold. I can't feel my legs." "Don't worry," I said. "Rest for a moment." "Oh, Lord, Cade, I'm going to fall." I paid no heed to her pleas and pressed forward. She trembled. Her beautiful figure swayed beneath me. The bunk itself groaned in protest. I steadied my pace and kept careful watch over her condition. Just as I suspected, everything fell into place. It created a synchronization that made so much sense. I wasn't just being intimate with her anymore. I could feel the tones of her body, and with that knowledge came room to experiment. Based on how she responded to each movement, I knew when to adjust, increase, or decrease my pace to better accommodate the flow of her own body. And when the moment called for it, I raised my hand and gave her a playful pat on the back. She bit her lip and smiled, a pink hue spreading across her cheeks. "Oh, yes, right there. Like that. So perfect." I kept pressing forward until her legs began to shake again. To my surprise, not only were Ewan's legs trembling, she was overcome, letting go completely. Her legs couldn't hold. She crumbled under the strain, breathless and drained. But I only towered above her. I was still ready for more. She trembled at the sight and looked up in terror. "Lord Cade? What? I haven't even finished with you. Why are you still on the ground?" I felt like I had let a demon loose. This was what led to the 13th round. I forced her down over the table. He held her close and pressed against her from behind, taking her wrists again as he moved in a fast, steady rhythm. He grasped her hair and pulled it back, curving her spine toward him as his movements intensified. She trembled and let out a soft, unsteady sound with each movement. "Lord Cade, I think I can't hold on much longer, Im." I could feel myself finally reaching the peak of the moment as she spoke in a breathless, fragile voice. This was what I had been working toward all along. Over time, as we grew more intimate, ID discovered it was getting easier to please her, but harder to please myself. 10 rounds in, and ID only felt satisfied twice. She found release every single time. ID lost myself to the demon of pleasure and refused to stop until I reached that peak at least once more. This was what had unleashed the monster. I continued to move with her harder, especially now that I could feel myself reaching that point. I leaned over her and pushed with everything I had, moving back and forth until the metal table groaned and shifted like it was in agony. "Lord, Lord, Lord." I didn't mind her broken speech and continued onward. And finally, I leaned in even closer, my own body trembling. I lost my balance before steadying myself, my legs struggling to stay steady. In the same breath, Ewan's body shuddered and she let out a long breath. Chapter 180. Sculptor's Gift. After the exhausting ordeal, I staggered back and sat on the cold floor for a few minutes. Even though infinite vitality was at work, my heart still hammered against my ribs, and my breath came in ragged pulls that echoed off the walls. Everything needed to calm down. I used the time to focus on the flood of notifications I demuted during the past few hours. They'd been piling up at the edge of my awareness like an impatient audience, and now they demanded attention. Notice, Yin and Yang spirit energy has perfectly harmonized, threshold surpassed. The river of spirit essence from the spirit realm has opened your spirit essence, has increased your main attribute. Infinite vitality has leveled up your main attribute, has reached max level for current tier. This is the requirement to develop your basic tier attribute. Infinite vitality to advanced tier attribute. Vitality Aura. Complete a 7-hour endurance challenge with an older lady, your main attribute. Perfect Fit has leveled up your main attribute. Perfect Fit has reached max level for current tier. This is the requirement to develop your basic tier attribute. Perfect fit to advanced tier attribute. Sculptor S gift. Connect with a woman S body on a deeper level. This requirement has been met. Perfect fit LV. 20. Basic tier. Has developed to Sculptor S gift LV. 1. Advanced tier. Increase proficiency to LV. 50 to develop it to the next tier. 1. Stared at the cascade of panels, shocked. At first, the sheer number of notifications overwhelmed everything else. But once I caught wind of what they actually said, I couldn't unsee it. The first requirement was bizarre. The second one, though, that was far more interesting. I think the requirement was met when I used enhanced hearing. That moment of connection, sensing every minute response in her body. Talk about luck. Somehow the Lodestar had taken that into account, and it had earned me Perfect Fit S evolution. What was now Sculptor S gift? Interesting attribute title. There was something I partially understood from skimming the information. The level cap for basic tier was 20, and for advanced tier, it was 50. When an attribute evolved, proficiency reset to level 1, meaning I'd have to grind it all the way back up to 50 before the next evolution became possible. This was a genuinely useful upgrade to my collection of information. I wasn't leveling up blindly anymore. I pulled up the details on the new attribute. Sculptor's gift. The attribute now reads not just the body, but the mind and emotional state. Your attribute adapts to provide not just physical perfection, but a deeper resonance with whoever you are close to. From recalling the feeling of someone you once knew to bringing a dreamlike warmth or a new, comforting connection they quietly long for. It can also shift to provide comfort, safety, or deep emotional connection as needed. This enables adaptation beyond size to texture, curvature, and firmness. Oh, how truly interesting. So it simply meant that not only could I adjust myself to fit perfectly, I could now adjust it to match whatever fantasy lived in my partner's head. Their ideal, their secret craving, whatever they needed most. God, why can't I have a partner with this exact power who'd be easy for me to be with? At this point, I strongly suspected that the Lodestar was some female ego that just wanted me running around satisfying women. Every upgrade, every requirement, every advancement, all designed around their pleasure. Because they left no room for me at all. What is in all of this for me? I exhaled slowly, the frustration bleeding out with my breath. I was still naked on the cold floor, and Yuan lay slumped over the table where I left her, completely unconscious. When I looked at her properly, I noticed how awkward and uncomfortable her position must be. Her neck was bent at an odd angle, her arm dangling off the edge. I rose and carried her to the upper bed, settling her onto the mattress. She didn't stir. Afterwards, I grabbed my clothes and stepped out into the hallway, my mind already circling back to the development requirement for infinite vitality. I really need to spend 7 hours together? How is that even possible? Even Yuan and I, going from last night well into the midnight hours, hadn't reached 7 hours. Would had breaks. Would woken up at some point and continued. If you stacked all the actual time spent together, maybe it approached that amount. No, I don't think so. Because the thing with Yuan was this. Whenever I was with her, she always seemed eager to respond in the moment, her emotions building quickly like they couldn't wait to unfold. Which was rewarding, absolutely. It filled me with deep satisfaction to know her body was that vulnerable to me, that responsive to what I did. But it also meant she burned out fast. I was going to need another candidate to upgrade this skill. I thought about Cassie as I walked through the hallway, the cool air pleasant against my skin. Cassie. She could be a very good candidate. But I didn't know if she'd last that long, if she could keep up with my pace for even 1 hour without giving out. She fainted last time, too. I shook my head. It was almost pitiful. Cassie was a warlord, formidable in her own right, and yet 1 round had already knocked her unconscious. Something similar had happened with Yuan initially, but she adjusted quickly. It had taken 13 rounds to make her pass out again. Perhaps things could improve with Cassie in the same way. But it would certainly take time I might not have if I wanted to advance efficiently. Then I thought about Nisha. She also passed out. Plus, with her recent change in attitude, approaching her felt dangerous. Something had shifted between us, and I wasn't too sure what. Making a move toward her now could backfire badly. I tore my mind away from her. Then I thought about Magdalene. That was probably the most dangerous option of all. But she was also the most unknown. A wild card. If there was anyone who could keep going with me for 7 hours without fainting, I suspected it might be her. With that defiant nature, that stubborn personality, she'd probably refuse to pass out just to spite me. She'd be a defiant, stubborn presence, fighting me out of sheer willfulness. Maybe, just maybe, with her I could meet this requirement. But the question remained, how? Every few steps, my thoughts circled back to it. The problem, the complications, the what-ifs. I needed to clear my head. The bathroom called. A deep clean would help, wash away the tension along with everything else. The cabin had gone quiet. Everyone was either dead asleep in their bunks or out on the deck, watching the stars drift across the black sky. Only my footsteps broke the silence as I walked through the hall, the wooden floor creaking softly beneath my weight. Or so I thought. I passed a doorway and froze mid-step, my head cocked slightly to the side, ears straining. My enhanced hearing had picked up something through the wood. It was soft and distant, but unmistakable once I tuned in. Moans. I backpedaled a few steps, barely believing what I was catching. I thought I'd misheard at first, maybe a creak of the ship, the wind through some gap in the hull. But the more attention I paid, the clearer it became. This wasn't my imagination. There were definitely moans coming through that door. Quiet enough that normal ears would miss them entirely, muffled by wood and distance, but with enhanced hearing, there was no mistaking it. The rhythm, the pitch, the slight catch of breath between sounds, and the voice. My face contorted the moment recognition hit. Nisha? The first thing I felt was betrayal. Sharp and immediate, like a blade slipping between ribs when you weren't looking. But almost as quickly, I caught myself. Forced myself to stop and actually think. Hold on. It wasn't like Nisha and I had anything defined between us. We'd been together. That was true. Memorably. Intensely. But she hadn't made me any promises, hadn't called me hers, hadn't asked me to be anything to her. I didn't know who was in there with her right now. Didn't know what history they might share. For all I knew, I was the one who interrupted something that had been going on long before I ever showed up. I hope I didn't The thought twisted uncomfortably in my gut as I stepped away from the door, continuing toward the bathroom. Wait. My feet slowed again, another realization surfacing. Does that mean she cheated? That I helped her cheat? The idea threatened to drown me in a cold wave of dread. If she had a man, if what we did in that cave was her stepping out on someone else's territory, then I'd been an unwitting accomplice. A weapon she'd used to hurt someone who didn't even know I existed. But even as the panic rose, my mind worked hard to build a defense. I hadn't known anything. She'd given no indication there was anyone else. And her behavior with me. She'd looked like she wanted more when we were together. Like she couldn't get enough. That wasn't how someone acted when they were feeling guilty about betraying a lover. That was how someone acted when they were starving and finally getting fed. I wasn't going to guilt myself for information I never had. Looking back, her strange attitude toward me kind of makes sense now. I'd noticed it before, but hadn't been able to place it. The way Nisha looked at me, sometimes like she wanted to reach out, but kept pulling her hand back at the last second. Distant one moment, then leaning in the next. Cold on the surface with heat flickering underneath. Visible if you knew where to look. I'd written it off as her personality. Maybe this was just who she was when she wasn't helping a random stranger escape from a kingdom. Some people were complicated like that. Walls up, doors locked, but always watching from behind the curtains. But with this new piece of information, what if I've ruined her relationship? A valid fear. Because, and this wasn't bragging, just honest assessment, I knew exactly how upset Nisha had been in that cave. The walls had been solid rock, and her voice had still seemed to fill the entire space. Her voice had echoed off stone, filled every inch of that space. There was no way some thin metal door could contain that kind of sound if anyone had been listening. Hell, how had the room not come apart from the way she punched through solid rock with her bare hands? There was no getting around it. Whatever ID given her had been something new, something that hit different from what she was used to. And now, having to go back to the usual, that must VE felt like a punishment. No wonder she looked so down. I shook my head on her behalf as I pushed into the bathroom, the thought lingering even as I stripped down and lowered myself into the round wooden tub. The warm water wrapped around my body, heat soaking into tired muscles, but my mind refused to settle. Who's with her, though? The question gnawed at me, wouldn't let go. Tristan? Derry? Levi? I mentally sorted through the crew, trying to map out who Nisha was closest to, running the calculus of proximity, history, chemistry. The obvious answer was Levi. They had history, comfort, the kind of easy rapport that came from knowing someone for a long time. But trying to picture Levi and Nisha together, it didn't fit. The image refused to form in my head, like two puzzle pieces that should connect but wouldn't click together no matter how you turn them. They don't have to be in a relationship. Still didn't work. So maybe Derry? Tristan? I could see Tristan making a move. He had that energy, that confidence that said he'd shoot his shot without hesitation. But he'd been in Athermere for a while. Could they really just be casual partners who pick things up whenever the opportunity presented itself? And Derry. If it was Derry in there with her, wouldn't the whole damn cabin be shaking? Wouldn't Nisha's voice be a lot louder than what I was hearing through that door? You can't judge a book by its cover. Derry could be stronger than he looks. Take me, for example. Small frame, unassuming build, but plenty tough where it counted. Who would look at me and actually guess what I was packing? Not many. My gaze drifted downward through the water to where my body rested beneath the surface. The thought made me smirk. That was when I noticed the ripple. Something in the water. Something that wasn't me. I yelled, hands slapping the surface as I scrambled back into a fighting stance, fists raised and ready to strike at whatever the hell was surfacing from beneath. A figure rose from the water. Red hair emerged first, slick and wet, plastered across a face that was slowly revealed as the water level dropped to shoulder height. The strands clung to skin like seaweed, obscuring features until the last moment. My eyes went wide. Cassie. A small frown creased her brows, like she was the one who had reason to be confused here. What are you doing? I fired back immediately, still half in my fighting stance. I could ask you the same thing. What are you doing? I was sure I didn't see anyone here when I got in. Was I so lost in thought I completely missed her? Her frown deepened, her tone flattening into something cold. And you're still here? I started to move, instinct telling me to get out, give her space. Act like a reasonable person who accidentally walked in on someone. But then a different thought surfaced. Cassie S. in the water with me. How often am I going to get an opportunity like this? She must have seen the shift in my expression, the confidence climbing back into my face. Because her voice came sharp and immediate. If you stay one more second, I'm going to kick you out of here and possibly destroy this wooden basin. Do you want that? Wait. I raised my hands in surrender before she could move. Listen to me. Just listen, okay? Cassie didn't respond. Just fix me with a dark scowl that promised violence if I said the wrong thing. Since she wasn't attacking yet, I took it as permission to speak. I don't intend to do anything, I said, keeping my voice steady and my hands visible. I just want to stay here. Have a bath. With you. Her scowl deepened. Suspicion carved into every line of her face. We both know you have a nasty touch, she said. Well, I'm weakened too. ULL. I want to touch you. I cut her off, holding her gaze. I promise. I let that hang in the air for a moment, watching her, then added, I just want to stay here. You stay there. We enjoy each other's company. The warmth of the water. You don't have to touch me either. The water between us is enough. I meant every word. Yes, I'd been with her for the past few hours. And yes, if Cassie suddenly decided to come closer and welcome me, I'd be ready to stay with her until she fell asleep again. That switch never really turned off, but I was also content, genuinely content with where I was right now. If I could just sit here, share the space with her, talk or not talk, I wasn't going to ruin it by pushing for something more. Cassie held my gaze for a long moment, her expression unreadable, water dripping from her hair into the bath below. Then, without a word, She turned away from me. Yes. Chapter 182. Unexpected progress. The silence stretched between us, filled only by the soft lapping of water against the wooden basin. Cassie's back was to me now, pale skin interrupted by the wet curtain of red hair clinging to her shoulders. She depositioned herself as far from me as the round tub allowed, which wasn't very far at all. Maybe 3 feet of water separated us. 3 feet felt like a lot. 3 feet also felt like nothing. I forced myself to look at the ceiling, counting the wooden slats overhead, giving her space, proving I meant what I said. This is fine. I can do this. I'm a man of my word. The water was warm. The silence was comfortable. Mostly, you're staring at my back. I blinked. I'm looking at the ceiling. You were staring before that. Maybe for a second. Cassie didn't turn around, but I caught the slight tension in her shoulders. Not anger, though. This was something else. Awareness, maybe. The kind that meant she knew exactly where I was in relation to her body, even without looking. Interesting. I said I wouldn't touch you. I reminded her. Never said anything about looking. That's not the same as keeping your promise. Technically, it's exactly keeping my promise. The promise was no touching. Looking is a separate category entirely. She made a sound, something between a scoff and an exhale. You always find loopholes? Only when the alternative is worse. The water rippled as she shifted slightly. Still not facing me, but the angle of her head changed. She was listening. What is the alternative here? Sitting in complete silence while pretending a beautiful woman isn't 3 feet away from me. I kept my voice casual. That seemed dishonest. And I'm trying to build trust here. By being shameless? By being honest. I let that land for a moment. You'll always know where you stand with me, Cassie. That's worth something. She was quiet for a long moment. The water stilled around us. Then, slowly, she turned. Not all the way, just enough that I could see her profile. The curve of her jaw. The wet hair plastered against her cheek. One ghostly eye fixed on me through the curtain of red. Most people lie to me, she said. They think it's safer. Is it? No. She paused. But they don't find that out until later. There was weight behind those words, the kind that left marks you couldn't see. Who hurt you, Cassie? I was slightly surprised, at the same time not quite. Surely a woman of her caliber would carry many pain. I didn't ask, even though I was so curious. That was a door you kicked in. It was one she opened when she was ready, or not at all. I'm not most people, I said instead. I noticed. Her eye traced over me, clinical, assessing. Like she was looking for something specific, and hadn't found it yet. I held still under the examination. Let her look her fill. Your touch, she said finally. You know what it does to me. I have some idea, and you're not using it. I promised wouldn't. That's not what I mean. She turned a little more, her expression unreadable. You could have before, the ferret time, when I was weakened, when I couldn't resist. The accusation, or maybe it was a question, hung between us. I met her gaze steadily. Yeah, I could have. Why didn't you? Because going ahead to fuck someone who doesn't want to be fucked, just because they're horny doesn't make me any less a rapist than one who forced sex on them despite all manner of refusal, and even harmed them physically. I didn't say that. It was obviously too real for a bathhouse conversation. Would you have respected me if I had? I asked instead. Cassie studied me for another long moment. Then something shifted in her expression, a softening so subtle I might have imagined it. No, she admitted. I wouldn't have. There you go. She turned away again, but her shoulders had lost some of their tension. The wall between us felt thinner now. Still there, but with cracks I hadn't seen before. We sat in silence for a while. Comfortable this time. The kind of quiet that came from two people who said something that mattered and were letting it settle. You're strange, Cassie said eventually. I get that a lot. Most men with your ability would use it. Take what they wanted. Most men are idiots. And you're not? Oh, I'm definitely an idiot. I grinned, even though she couldn't see it. Just a different kind. That sound again, almost a laugh, caught before it could fully form. But I heard it. The tiny crack in her inner armor. Progress. You should go, she said. I've been in here too long. What if I want to stay? You don't get everything you want. Not yet. She did turn then, all the way around. Her eyes met mine, and something electric passed between us. Not the touch, this was sharper, more dangerous in its own way. Confident, she said. It wasn't quite a compliment, but it wasn't a dismissal either. As always, her lips twitched, just barely, a ghost of a smile that disappeared as quickly as it came. Get out, Cade. Huh. My head rolled like a ticking time bomb going off in smokes. My name. She just said my name. This was the first time Cassie said my name in such a way. I got the message, but the way she said it left me unable to complain. I trembled as I tried to keep my composure, but managed to and rose from the water, not bothering to rush. Her eyes tracked down my body once, brief and involuntary before snapping back up to my face. A faint flush colored her cheeks that had nothing to do with the warm water. Oh, she definitely looked. Same time tomorrow? I asked, stepping out of the tub. There won't be a tomorrow. Sure there won't. I grabbed a cloth to dry off, keeping my back to her now, returning the privacy she'd given me earlier, even though every instinct told me to look. Cassie. What? I keep my promises. I glanced over my shoulder, catching her eye one more time. All of them. Remember that. She didn't respond, but the way her fingers tightened on the edge of the tub said enough. I left the bathroom with a smile on my face, and the image of that tiny flush burned into my memory. Same time tomorrow, I thought. Definitely. Chapter 183. Naval prefectures approaching clear blue sky stretched across an endless ocean, unbroken except for the occasional wisp of cloud that dissolved before it could become anything. A single ship drifted across the water's surface. 2 ships, actually. But long ago, even before the Leviathan Eel event, the second vessel had departed from our route and headed elsewhere. Levi had said it served 2 purposes: throw off the church and deliver legal goods to a neighboring country. So far, that plan had worked exactly as intended. Aside from spirit beast attacks, which, admittedly, were their own kind of nightmare, everything had been sailing smoothly, until we heard a loud honk just above the horizon where we were headed. Pa's eyes went wide with excitement at the sound. His whole body leaned toward the noise like a dog catching a scent. Meanwhile, Tristan, Derry, and Nisha had gone still, the particular kind of stillness that came from recognizing trouble before it arrived. Their expressions didn't change, but something in the air around them tightened. Levi was rarely on the ship's deck except at night, so no help there. I looked at Pa, then at the other 3, wondering which one to question first. Pa would probably give me the most honest answer, but honest and useful weren't always the same thing with him. Derry answered for me. He tapped the railing of the ship twice, smacked his lips in what I'd come to recognize as his signature expression of mild irritation, then turned and barked at the crew. Everyone, up, 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 up. Drills now. The deck exploded into motion. Crew members shoved wooden boxes across the planks, their boots thudding against the wood in a rhythm that spoke of long practice. To my surprise, secret panels swung open in the floorboards, compartments I'd never noticed despite weeks aboard this vessel. The boxes disappeared into the ship's belly, passed hand to hand by men who descended into the dark below. They moved with the kind of efficiency that only came from doing this many, many times before. I could only wonder what manner of illegal goods those boxes contained. Weapons? Contraband spirits? Something worse? Probably best not to know. But more importantly, I was curious what that horn signified. I stepped closer to Nisha, who stood at the railing watching the horizon. Smoke rose there now, a dark smear against the pale sky, and it was getting closer with each passing moment. Who are those? She looked at me, but gave nothing away. Her eyes stayed neutral, flat as coins. I know you were receiving some hard pounding even this morning. My own eyes didn't betray anything either. After all, pretending was one of my special fortes. You didn't survive long in my family without learning to keep your face still. She responded in a flat voice. Normally, Nisha had a strange accent that made her words sound like they were going to twist off at the ends, similar to Russian, but not quite the same. Now, though, every syllable landed clean and precise. Those are the naval prefectures. They're the ones that oversee all ships, trade, or otherwise, coming from the western coastline. Oh, my expression shifted as the implications settled in. Does this mean? Nisha understood instantly what I was asking. She allowed a short scoff that held more amusement than concern. No, these ones are governmental organizations. They exist outside the conventions of religion, although religion still tries to sway them. But these ones are more money chasers than anything else. Their nose exists to sniff out items that could put us in trouble and squeeze us for an impossible amount of coin. I thought about it for a moment, watching the smoke grow larger on the horizon. Then the bounty. What if they've heard about it? Nisha allowed a small smile to crack her neutral mask. She glanced at me sidelong, something knowing in her eyes, before focusing back on the approaching vessels. Depending on who is asking, see, 10,000 silver coins ISNT, a lot of money. Ouchie. It was relieving to hear. I didn't need to worry about being dragged off in chains. But it was also somewhat insulting. If I was being honest with myself, what do they mean I'm not worth a lot of money? Fuck you all. The price is going to go up soon. Just you wait. The source of the smoke grew clearer now. I could make out a ship cutting toward US, though it still looked like a dark smudge against the endless blue. It would take a while, yet distance on the open ocean was deceptive. Things that looked close could be hours away. The longer I stared, the more my eyes strained against the glare of sunlight on water. So I looked away and let my vision recover. Either way, the naval prefectures sounded like trouble, albeit the kind of trouble the Black Snow Company was used to handling. Everyone had moved too smoothly, too practiced, for this to be their first encounter with ship inspections. Then why was I excited? I glanced back at the boy, who was practically vibrating at the railing. His eyes hadn't left the horizon. I couldn't find any answers aside from P.S. twisted way of seeing things. That boy found joy in the strangest places. I shook my head. He certainly is weird. I found a crate that looked sturdy enough and sat down, leaning my back against the cabin wall. The wood was warm from the sun, and for a moment I just let myself breathe. The ship itself was built from a strange combination of wood and metal bracing the critical joints and load-bearing sections, wood planking where flexibility mattered against the constant pressure of waves. Despite the odd marriage of materials, the vessel was huge and efficient. Not Titanic huge, that was a ridiculous comparison, but big enough that if we rammed a wall, the wall would come apart. We'd be gravely injured, sure. Probably sink afterward, but the wall would definitely lose. Cassie stepped outside the cabin just as I was contemplating the ship's bulk and our chances of survival in various collision scenarios. Her presence, I didn't even need to turn my head to know she'd arrived. It was as though a warm light had bloomed from the doorway, spilling across the deck and changing the quality of the air itself. Some of the crew members paused mid-task to stare at the Queen herself in all her radiant glory. Their hands went slack on ropes and crates. Cassie's red hair danced in the ocean breeze like it had its own private wind, catching the sunlight until it seemed to glow. She glanced around the deck, brow furrowing at the sudden attention, clearly confused about why everyone had stopped working. You bastards! Focus! Derry's bark cracked across the deck like a whip. The spell broke. Work resumed immediately, or rather, intensified beyond its previous pace. If I didn't know better, I'd say these idiots were flexing now, showing off how strong they were for the pretty lady. Every throw came with a grunt or a yell, every movement exaggerated. Hi, there you go. Catch it. Fool, can't you catch that little box? This weighs less than your mother does. Good gods, if your mother was to fall, would you even be able to catch her? Do not bring my mother into this. Pathetic. I rolled my eyes so hard it almost hurt. Absolutely pathetic. I looked back toward the horizon, and my stomach tightened slightly at what I saw. The naval prefecture ship was cutting closer now, and it wasn't alone. 3 vessels, I realized, as the smoke resolved into distinct columns. They were spreading out, drifting into position to surround us from all sides. A standard interception formation. These people knew what they were doing. The crew finished their concealment work. The secret panels sealed shut without a seam, The deck returned to complete innocence, and the boxes of definitely legal goods sat in neat, unremarkable stacks that wouldn't raise an eyebrow. Derry moved to stand at the bow of the ship, arms crossed over his chest, watching the water police approach with an expression carved from stone. Whatever was coming, he'd clearly dealt with it before. I just hoped before it had ended with everyone still breathing. Cassie settled beside me, and a fresh, flowery scent washed over me. I sniffed again, just to be sure I wasn't imagining it. I didn't know spirits could smell this nice. She shot me a look sharp enough to draw blood. I turned away quickly, suddenly very interested in the horizon. "What is going on?" she asked. I glanced around the deck before answering, keeping my voice light. "Naval prefectures. According to Nisha, there's a sea government organization coming to search what I can only assume is a very illegal water vessel." I gestured vaguely at her ship. "Interesting, don't you think?" Cassie shrugged, entirely unbothered. Chapter 184. I swear it wasn't supposed to go like this. All three ships flanked our own, and their boarding bridges fell onto the deck with a heavy wooden slap. Footsteps followed, boots marching across the planks, wood creaking under their weight. 3 men were walking towards us. The atmosphere on our ship had gone cold. I could tell everyone was trying their best to keep it together, and there was that unspoken tension beneath the surface, suppressed, coiled, waiting to snap. Cassie and I sat near the cabin entrance. Yuan wasn't here. She'd been sleeping since that intense moment at dawn, and no one had wanted to wake her. Pa and Nisha stood by the port railing, faces carefully neutral. Derry waited at the center of the deck, hands clasped behind his back, his expression carved from stone. The men finally stepped onto our ship, and they looked exactly as one would expect. Naval uniforms in azure blue, long coats over black pants, brown belts cinched at the waist, open-faced silver helmets with flowing blue crests. Authority with teeth. But one of them wasn't wearing a helmet. Short white hair, gray eyes that held nothing. Not cruelty, not curiosity, just a flat emptiness that was somehow worse. His hand rested on his sword hilt. As unremarkable as he seemed, he reeked of danger. The kind you feel in your spine before your brain catches up. He walked to the center of the deck while the other 2 flanked him. They stopped before Derry, their eyes roaming the ship with the lazy hunger of men looking for something worth taking home for themselves. His gaze lingered on Cassie and me for a moment. Something flickered there. Then he turned back to Derry and smiled. "My friend, how have you been?" Derry's expression didn't shift. "Friend? Don't give me that, Lord Fargo. You proved well enough last time that we're not friends." The smile crawled wider. "Derry, you sure do know how to hold a grudge." His grin stretched further. "You sure do have a lot of people boarding this time. New faces, even beautiful ones." Derry's gaze darkened. "Since when did my crew members become your business?" The man looked away for a moment, clicking his tongue in mock disappointment. Then he stepped closer to Derry. "Listen, whatever it is we had in the past, let us settle it, okay? You and I both know you're traveling with a bunch of illegal things you could lose if you're not careful. So why not just let us come to a simple arrangement?" He spread his hands. "I'm feeling merciful today." Derry still looked irked, but something in his posture loosened a fraction. He didn't know why this naval prefecture officer was being generous, but it wasn't going to hurt to hear him out. "Go on," Derry said flatly. The man moved closer still, and his voice dropped to a whisper. At that point, I couldn't hear anymore. So I used enhanced hearing. "I see a pretty girl back there," he murmured, gesturing behind with his eyes. "The red-haired one. How about you just hand her over to me as a slave, and I'll turn a blind eye to your passage here for a while. Okay?" My hands clenched hard. Not just me. Derry's face twisted into a deep frown. But I was already moving, already stepping away from my position, fists tight enough to ache. Derry's eyes widened slightly as he spotted me coming. The officers behind Fargo saw me and moved to intercept. One reached for me. I shifted back, let his hand cut through empty air, then lunged forward and drove my fist into his face. He stumbled away. I was already hearing the second one closing, so I shoved the first man into him to break his advance. Then I was through them. I grabbed Lord Fargo by his collar. His eyes narrowed, and he snapped his head forward, a headbutt aimed straight at my nose. I caught his face with my palm. Stop the blow cold. I'm the only one who gets to do that. I threw my head back, then whipped it forward. Removed my hand at the last moment. My forehead cracked into the bridge of his nose. His head snapped back. He staggered. Blood sprayed from his nostrils. His men had reached me by then. They grabbed my arms from behind and drove me down to the deck. I thrashed against their grip, muscles straining, but they were strong. Hands off my woman, I shouted as they pinned me to the wood. Cassie is mine. How dare you try to enslave her? Poe was standing there smiling. Nisha sighed. Tristan looked stunned by the situation. The rest of the crew stood frozen. They hadn't heard the man's whispered words. Even Cassie hadn't been paying attention. But the moment I moved, she was on her feet and watching with a scowl. Fargo touched his bleeding nose and went livid. Derry, what is the meaning of this nonsense? Blood. Blood. I've got blood running from my damn nose. Derry looked at the man. As deserved. I would loved to deliver it personally for what you said. But Kate over there beat me to it. The officer's face went slack with shock. Even I was surprised. I'd been certain I was doing nothing but making things difficult for them. Cassie stepped forward now. She moved past me and stood behind the two soldiers. Her red gaze burned into them, and for a moment they shivered. Take your filthy hands off him. She grabbed the first soldier and tore him away from me. He flew through the air and dropped into the water with a distant splash. The second one glanced at his vanished comrade, then back at Cassie. She tilted her head toward him. He frowned and lunged at her. Talk about bad decision-making. She moved, one leg swept up, knee rising to intercept. His face folded into it with a wet crunch. He dropped to the deck, blood flying, and didn't get up. Chapter 185. The ship run Fargo's hand moved to his sword. The moment it did, everything changed. Derry's voice cut across the deck like a blade. Stations. Now. The crew scattered in practiced precision, as though they'd been waiting for this. Every casual lean against the railing, every idle stance near a rope, all of it had been positioning. Fargo drew his blade, blood still streaming from his nose, and lunged toward Cassie. He didn't reach her. Derry's massive hand caught the officer's wrist mid-swing. The grip was brutal. I heard something creak, and then Derry twisted, redirecting the momentum, and hurled Lord Fargo off the deck. The man flew, cleared the railing, and crashed onto the boarding bridge with a wooden crack. The planks splintered beneath him but held, and Fargo scrambled, trying to rise. Bridges! Derry roared. 3 crew members moved as one. Axes came down on the ropes, securing the boarding bridges. They struck and struck until it stuck. A crew member wrenched it free and swung again. And finally the bridges fell away, plunging into the churning water below. Fargo barely managed to grab the railing of his own ship as the wood disappeared beneath his feet. Cassie was already moving. She grabbed the unconscious soldier by his collar and tossed him casually toward the gap between ships. He sailed through the air and crashed on a naval vessel's deck in a heap. Sails! Derry bellowed. He was already striding toward the helm, his massive frame eating distance with each step. All canvas. Move your asses. The deck erupted into controlled chaos. I stood there for a moment, watching crew members scramble up rigging like spiders, unfurling sails I hadn't even known existed. Hidden canvas dropped from secondary mast. At that moment, I realized this ship had been running light. Poe appeared beside me, grinning despite the situation. Mr. Cade, you might want to hold on to something. What? Derry reached the helm and seized the wheel. And the ship lurched. I stumbled, grabbed the nearest rope, and felt the deck tilt beneath my feet. The sails caught wind with a sound like thunder cracking. And suddenly we were moving, cutting through the water like a blade through silk. Behind us, the naval prefecture ships scrambled to respond. I could see officers shouting, crews rushing to their own sails. But they'd been caught flat-footed. Their boarding bridges were gone. Their commander was bloodied and screaming orders from the wrong deck. We had a lead. Derry spun the wheel, and the ship banked hard to starboard. I slid across the deck, barely keeping my grip, and watched the horizon swing wildly. How? I managed. Captain knows these waters. Push shouted over the wind. His tail was wagging despite everything. Every current, every wind pattern. Those big ships can't match us in the channels. The naval vessels were turning now. Slower than us, but turning. 3 of them, spreading into a formation that would cut off escape routes. Except Derry wasn't running straight. He spun the wheel again, another hard turn, this time to port, and aimed us directly at a stretch of water that looked no different from any other. Then the ship dropped. The deck fell away beneath my feet for half a heartbeat, my stomach rising into my throat, before we slammed back onto the surface and shot forward even faster. Current, Poe explained, his eyes bright with excitement. Undercurrent. The big ships can't ride it. Too heavy. They have to go around. I looked back. The naval ships had split, 2 trying to follow, 1 breaking wide to intercept. But the 2 behind us were falling back, their heavy hulls unable to catch the current Derry had found. The 3rd ship, though, it was faster than the others and sleeker. It was already cutting across our projected path with alarming speed. Derry saw it too. His eyes narrowed, hands steady on the wheel. Reading something in the water I couldn't see. Nisha, he called. She appeared at his side instantly. Captain, 30 degrees starboard. There's a sandbar they don't know about. They'll have to break or beach. When they do, we cut behind them. And if they don't break, Lord Fargo is stupider than he looks. Derry's grin was savage. Either way, we win. I watched Nisha relay orders to the crew, watched sails adjust by degrees, the ship's angle shifting subtly, observed Derry's eyes track the intercepting vessel like a predator watching prey. The naval ship was closing fast, so fast that I could see the crew on their deck now. See them readying something, grappling hooks, maybe, or harpoons. They were going to try to catch us before we could pass. Captain, someone started. Wait, the ship was almost on us. 100 meters. 50. I could see individual faces now, officers pointing, shouting. Captain, wait. It seemed to have gotten closer 20 meters now. Derry spun the wheel. Our ship banked hard, impossibly hard. The deck tilting until I was sure we'd decapsize. Water sprayed across the bow. Ropes groaned under strain, and the naval ship shot past us. They tried to turn and follow, but they were moving too fast, committed to their intercept trajectory, and the water ahead of them, the sandbar. I heard the impact before I saw it. A grinding, crunching sound of wood meeting sand at speed. The naval ship lurched, its bow riding up onto the hidden bar. And suddenly it wasn't a ship anymore. It was an obstacle, dead in the water, the crew tumbling across the deck. We slipped behind them like a ghost. The 2 pursuing ships were too far back now. The channels ahead twisted and narrowed, passages that Derry navigated without hesitation, spinning the wheel, calling adjustments, reading the water like text on a page. A few minutes passed behind us, and the naval vessels fell away, first turning into specks on the horizon. Then nothing. Derry released the wheel with a long exhale, rolling his massive shoulders. Someone give me a drink, he rumbled. Then he turned and looked at me. His expression was unreadable. You. He pointed one thick finger at my chest. That was stupid. I opened my mouth to respond, but Derry intercepted right again, grinning. But I liked it. Chapter 186. They said running is good for business. I stared at them for a few seconds, blinking. My mind was still catching up to what had just happened. I hadn't expected this level of support. Not from any of them, but especially not from Derry. From Derry, I expected one hell of a scolding. I eavesdropped on his conversation, ignored his orders, and struck people we could just pass peacefully. But here he was, not angry, not even disappointed. It was my fault, though. I knew myself well enough to recognize when something had shifted in me. I'd always been like this, enraged and uncontrollable whenever people spoke ill of what was mine. I'd try not to care so much over the years and just things slide. But this was different. Cassie was the one person who had stormed into my life and made everything feel right. She wasn't slavery. She wasn't property. No one got to reduce her to that word. Not after the life she'd lived and the person she'd become. My jaw tightened as I thought about it. That little standing up of mine had been deeply unsatisfying. But it'll have to do. For now. I turned to Derry, still slightly confused by his reaction. That's going to be all? You're not going to scold me? Derry folded his large arms across his chest and looked at me with genuine confusion, like I'd asked him why water was wet. Scold you? Why would I do that? Won't this affect you all in the future? Most certainly will. He shrugged those massive shoulders. But when has anything not affected us? Think about it. We are criminals. We don't just enjoy living this way. We enjoy this life. He shouted the last part for no reason I could understand. You could have gone the point across without the volume, pal. Full materials bisaud me. I hadn't heard him move at all. The boy just appeared in places like he had silent steps stitched into his boots. And Mr. Cade, he said, leaning in conspiratorially, there's no way Derry will scold you. He hates Mr. Fargo. That man is so. His face scrunched up like he'd bitten something rotten. Ugh, I couldn't help it. A chuckle escaped me. Ugh, indeed. I gave Derry a more serious look, forcing myself to focus on what came next. So, what is the way forward? Nothing special. Derry rubbed his chin, unconcerned. It'll take a minute for the message to reach the dock. In that minute, we'd have to bypass them once again. It'll be one hell of a race. I tilted my head slightly, considering. Or we could just fight them. My win, at the very least, is guaranteed. Derry shook his head, eyes half closed like a teacher dealing with a promising but naive student. You know nothing, kiddo. This is the life of a criminal. Running comprises the most part of it. He raised a finger before I could interrupt. We do not run because we are weak. We do not run because we're scared of engaging. If anything, after seeing the prowess of you and your summon, I'm confident in our ability to win. He paused, letting that sink in. But we are a service company. This isn't about fighting. It's about providing service and avoiding damages. His voice took on a practiced rhythm, like he'd explained this to hot-headed passengers before. When we engage them in combat, we don't worry about who will win. None of that matters. What matters is damages. We have to calculate the damages, and, trust me, battles with these kinds of people come with plenty of them. Damages affect our services to other clients. It's a bad name for us as a company. I stared at him for a moment, processing the strange logic of professional criminals who ran not from fear, but from good business sense. I guess that makes sense. Even I could hear the uncertainty in my own voice. But there wasn't too much I could do about it. They had their rules, their way of operating, and I was just a passenger here. At the very least, they knew what they were doing. A mischievous grin spread across Derry's face, the kind of grin that preceded a sales pitch. Although, he drew the word out. You could always place a service request if you want us to fight. Direct confrontation usually costs a lot of money. He held up a finger, starting from 1,000 gold. Oh, they don't miss a single opportunity to make money, do they? You're right, my mistake. They're on the Black Snow Company's ship, approaching port. Let me rewrite this properly. The conversation faded after that. Everyone settled back into the rhythm of the voyage, Derry returning to the helm, but disappearing into the cabin with that silent step movement of his. I found a spot near the railing and watched the water roll past. Cassie came beside me, her red hair catching the wind and streaming behind her like a banner. She didn't say anything, just stood there, close enough that I could feel the warmth of her presence against the ocean chill. I wonder if she heard what I said back there. The thought came unbidden, and I pushed it away. It didn't matter. What mattered was that I meant every word. The sea stretched endlessly around us, but the horizon ahead had begun to change. What had been an empty line of blue and gray was now broken by shapes, distant at first, growing clearer as the hours crawled by. Every time the ship crested a wave, I found myself tensing. Word traveled fast when people had something to gain from it. A naval prefecture officer bloodied and humiliated on a Black Snow Company vessel. That was the kind of story that spread like wildfire. Even though Derry said not to worry, I was really curious if truly there was no way for the ship to contact the Port Authority between here and Crystalis, or Derry had just said that'd prevent me from worrying. Anyways, the sun traced its arc across the sky, bleeding from white to orange as afternoon bled into evening. You're thinking too hard. I glanced at Cassie. She was still watching the horizon, her expression unreadable. Am I? Your jaw's been clenched for the last hour. She tilted her head slightly, wind whipping strands of crimson across her face. Either you're thinking too hard, or you're developing a grinding habit. Neither is attractive. I grinned. You wouldn't happen to consider me attractive before now. She turned away from me. Relax your jaw. I sighed and forced my jaw to relax. She wasn't wrong. There was a dull ache spreading through my teeth that I hadn't noticed until she pointed it out. Just thinking about what Derry said. Is there any world where running is right? Cassie glanced at me and scoffed. I have fought many battles, many of which I have been wise enough to run. It indeed is foolish to run, but it's wise to know when to run and when not to. Many are not wise, but a lot of people are foolish. Chapter 187. The waking continent and the goddess of slumber. Before I could respond to Cassie, Derry's voice boomed across the deck. All hands, preparing for approach. The crew moved with practiced efficiency, almost hypnotic actually. Ropes were checked, sails adjusted, and the ship's angle shifted almost imperceptibly as Derry guided us toward our destination. I straightened against the railing and looked ahead. The shapes on the horizon had resolved into something real. An island? No, a cluster of islands, scattered across the water like gems dropped carelessly from some giant's pocket. Buildings rose from the largest of them, stacked against hillsides in layers of white and terracotta that caught the dying light. From this distance, they looked almost organic, like the stone had grown rather than been built. And the harbor? The harbor was chaos made beautiful. Ships of every size and design crowded the waters. Merchant vessels flying colors I didn't recognize jostled against sleek frigates that looked built for nothing but speed. Massive cargo haulers dwarfed everything around them, their hulls scarred and salt-stained from 100 voyages. They competed for position near dozens of docks that jutted out from the shoreline like grasping fingers, and the sound of their bells and horns drifted across the water, a discordant symphony of commerce. This is Crystalis, the merchant archipelago. The sun dipped lower, painting the sky in shades of blood and gold. Light caught the water and turned it to liquid fire, waves rippling with colors that hurt to look at directly. Against that blazing backdrop, the islands looked less like land and more like something from a fever dream, beautiful and slightly unreal. Pa appeared beside me, gripping the railing with both hands and leaning out over the water with childlike wonder. His tail twitched behind him. There it is, Mr. Cade. Crystalis. His voice dropped to something approximating a whisper, though with Pa, whispers still carried halfway across the deck. Beautiful. Isn't it? Like a painting. It's something. Wait until you see it up close. He bounced on his heels, practically vibrating. The markets. The food. The people who sell you anything if you have the coin. His eyes were bright, eager. And nobody cares who you are or what you've done. It's wonderful. A place where nobody cares what you've done. I wasn't sure if that sounded like freedom or just a different kind of danger. Probably both. Derry's heavy footsteps approached. He stopped beside us. His massive arms crossed over his chest as he surveyed the approaching harbor with eyes that had seen this view 100 times before. Whatever wonder the sight inspired, he'd long since worn through it. We'll anchor in the outer harbor tonight, he said. Too late to dock proper. The harbor master's office closes at sunset, and I'd rather not deal with the night clerks. They charge triple and ask twice the questions. So we wait until morning? We wait. He glanced down at me, something unreadable in his expression. Use the time to rest, kiddo. Once we're in Crystalis proper, things move fast. Meetings to arrange, contacts to reach. We got to procure a new ship to secure the southern route. The southern route. If my memory served me right, that meant the Ashera continent. It's slowly coming to an end, even though it practically wasn't. Even though there was still so much left to do, This moment made it feel like it truly was. The voyage. The ocean. This chapter, at least. I was getting closer to something. Home, maybe. The ship slowed as we entered the outer harbor, joining a scattered constellation of other vessels that had arrived too late for proper docking. Lanterns were being lit across the water, on ships, on the distant docks, in the windows of buildings that climbed the hillsides like glowing eyes opening one by one. Crystalis was waking up for the night, and it wasn't he the only one waking. Yuan finally stepped out of the cabin after hours of sleep, her face still swollen from rest. It was funny. Despite how she looked, she still managed to appear resplendent. Rumpled and slightly ridiculous, but resplendent nonetheless. The sunset painted her features in shades of orange and red, and for a moment she looked like the goddess of slumber herself, if such a being had ever existed. "I feel really strange," she said quietly as she approached me. "Well, you did have a very full night." Yuan wore a gentle smile, soft and warm and slightly dazed. "I did. To be honest, she looked like she was further gone than anyone could save her. That particular expression wasn't something I could fix. Was sure I wanted to." I glanced at the horizon and back at her. "We're approaching Crystalis, by the way. I suppose you'll be dropping off soon." Her gaze fell immediately. The dreamy contentment flickered, replaced by something more fragile. It was almost too easy to tell where her heart was, written all over her face like she'd never learned to hide a single thing she felt. I gave her a reassuring smile. "You do have to go home. Take care of your business." I paused, then added what she needed to hear. "And we have the oath, too. I'm sure our fates are entangled now." Not that I particularly believe in the obvious lie that Mr. Reincarnator had cooked up to win over several ladies. But it was what Yuan believed, and it was the surest way to lift her mood. And indeed, my efforts bore fruit. She looked at me with light flooding back into her eyes. "Yes, we did it so many times. So many oaths. We will definitely meet again." She was so sure of it. I felt a little sorry for her. Not that I planned to ditch her. I wasn't that kind of bastard. But did fate really give a shit about people like us? If we did meet again, it would be because I decided to find her. I couldn't forsake a member of my harem. After all, I smiled and patted her head, right between her ears. The fur was soft. "Certainly, Yuan. We'll meet again." Suddenly, I felt something. It was like there was a prickle at the back of my neck. The unmistakable sensation of being watched, targeted, even. Like an invisible gun was trained on my skull. I turned and there, from the opposite railing of the ship, Poe was glaring daggers at me. His ears were flat. His tail had gone rigid. The childlike wonder from moments ago had curdled into something considerably less friendly. Good God, why does he look like that? Chapter 188. Mock Battle Part 1. While the ship rested at the outer harbor like a damaged vessel awaiting repair, Cassie and I stood in the nave. Magdalene lingered somewhere near the columns with her arms folded and a small frown on her face. To be honest, was it really a frown, or was this simply who she was? Perhaps both. Either way, she was hardly a sight for sore eyes. But that wasn't what I could afford to focus on right now. I stood before Cassie. She had changed out of her dress and was now wearing her black lustrous armor. Her helmet had yet to form, and her red eyes were sharp, bloody sharp, as though she beheld the face of someone who had taken the world from her. "Goodness, do you intend to carve out my bones? Didn't you say this was a mock battle?" Cassie S. gazed and didn't waver. Not even for a second. I happen to give every single thing my best regardless of its nature. It'd be unfair to you if I was to treat this like it didn't matter. She paused for a moment, looking at me and shifting slightly from one leg to another, like she was testing the weight of her body on both. "Besides, you've come this far in 3 months. It'll be disrespectful to you if I do not take this seriously." I chuckled. The sound was brittle as glass, barely holding together. "Yeah, sure. I guess. You're just wicked." Eloquently convincing me that I should allow you to break my bones maybe once or twice to drive the lesson home. Either way, it wasn't like I could say no, not that I wanted to. In fact, contrary to my evasive thoughts, I actually wanted to try what Cassie was suggesting. A mock battle between her and me. She wasn't going to use any weapon, but neither was she putting on weight bracelets. I wouldn't be wearing any either, and we would face off. Cassie had explained that this mock battle served two purposes for me. The first was giving her a front row seat to gauge my progress so far. More accurately, the second was because watching her fight and fighting her were two very different things. Cassie had said she simply wanted to show me that difference. So now, we stood about 100 meters apart. She was at the center of the rows of pews, while I was positioned towards the stairs that led to the heavy entrance doors. I knew how to swing a sword. I knew how to listen to the body, and I believe Strategic Apex had taken this special ability of mine quite personally. The more I practiced that listening, its proficiency was affected and the attribute leveled up. So I figured this was something that had to do with the attribute. If so, I should be able to trust it well enough to bring the sound to my ears at just the right moment instead of constantly distracting myself while trying to listen. Because my opponent here was Cassie, I couldn't afford a divided mind. It was like my mind would actually be divided. I mean, it was for the same purpose. But I didn't want to be waiting for the right moment to listen when I should be throwing her off guard. Not to mention Cassie's inhuman speed. It wouldn't make much of a difference if I heard her coming, but was still too slow to protect myself because I was busy listening. Yeah, that makes sense. After that, I didn't think there was any sort of preparation I wanted to do. I knew how to swing a sword, even though I didn't have a combat mastery attribute like some of my classmates did. I had managed to come this far on my own by training and paying attention to Cassie and Yuan's instructions. And to be honest, I was proud of myself. Not yet, you fool. I locked in. My gaze narrowed towards Cassie, my dark eyes seeming to grow darker. And for a moment, I was sure I would been intimidating in a dark, uncomfortable manner. Cassie chuckled a little bit, then moved. I didn't rush into motion. Instead, I waited. She vanished from my view completely. And to be honest, it would be quite stupid of me to start whipping my head around searching for her from all corners. That was the kind of decision that earned people a neck-twisting kick from their blind spot. In that moment, my body tingled. It worked. I pivoted sharply, cloak blurring as I tore through the air. As I turned, I threw Frostfang up with both hands at its hilt. Cassie's leg jammed the flat of the blade and sent me flying. I grimaced against the pain immediately, but it was manageable. I sailed through the air, landed on my feet, and skidded backwards across the white marble floor. Cassie was standing with one leg extended outward. She hadn't retracted the kick. She turned her head with a small smile on her face. Not bad. It might seem like just words, but I promise you they weren't. Those were everything. I survived. This was the first step, survival. The second step, my gaze hardened and I shot towards Cassie, my resolve almost audible in the steps that raced across the nave. Cassie stood still, waiting for me. I lashed out my sword after covering half the distance. The Frostfang blade arced through cold wisps of air, white smoke tracing its path. Cassie glanced up with no expression, no gesture. She looked at the sword with something close to boredom, if anything. As she looked at my chest and drew her hand backward, twisting her palm. I knew you were going to do that, right? Strategic Apex. Another attribute I had been paying attention to, and I figured I'd been really underplaying it. Just as Cassie's hand flew forward, my sword already coming down, I shifted to the side. The blade's arc went wide and wasted, but my eyes traced Cassie's hand, and white flames ignited across her palm to her forearm. Chapter 189. Mock Battle Part 2. Something impossible happened the moment the flames ignited. With a blur of motion, Cassie withdrew her hand, and the fire only combusted in the air, leaving her skin untouched. I had barely a moment to process this. As Cassie withdrew her hand, she tore leftward and crashed a rolling kick into the side of my head, sending me staggering. My vision swam. The next thing I knew, I was crashing into the pews behind me with a torrent of force that sent terrible pain lancing across my body. I didn't dwell on the ground. Instead, I surrounded myself with white flames that blazed ferociously, a barrier to prevent Cassie from advancing. I truly thought a vicious white fire was going to stop her. The thought might have been quite naive of me. She tore through the flames like they were nothing, grabbed me by the shirt as I tried to stand, then used my body to wipe the pews as she ran along the rows. My head crashed through the white wood, destroying benches into splinters that went flying. Then she plunged out of the rows and smashed my back into a column. The entire nave groaned under the impact, dust raining from the vaulted ceiling. Pain sang a terrible song across my spine. Air seized from my lungs. For a moment, I genuinely thought I had died. Then my body crumpled to the ground, and I spat out blood. Cassie stepped back. Her expression was indifferent. The same look she might give a disappointing news. Underestimating your enemy comes at a great price. No one deserves to be underestimated. You should prepare for the worst possible account. I coughed up more blood as I struggled to my feet, one hand braced against the damaged column. Well, I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. It wasn't like I was underestimating my opponent. I was just sure my fire burned hot enough to scare anyone. Some people love the pain of burns. Her tone didn't change. Some people are crazy enough not to care. Your job is not to distinguish which is which. Your job is to make sure that regardless of which, they meet the same fate at your hands. She paused. Death. She stepped back, giving me space as I straightened. My ribs protested every breath. And for that, you cannot, absolutely cannot, afford to underestimate anyone. You do not have the luxury. I chuckled slightly despite the pain still ringing through my body. My legs felt like they'd been filled with wet sand. Well, I kind of do have the luxury. You and Magdalene are my luxury. I glanced at Maggie, who stood 2 columns away from us, her arms still folded. She hadn't moved an inch during the entire beating. Cassie was silent for a moment, her head tilted slightly, the closest thing to consideration I'd seen from her. You're not wrong. We're the luxury. But this is not about us, is it? This is about what you can do. I shrugged, then immediately regretted it, as my shoulder screamed. Yes, but do I have to have all the advantage? I have you guys. You're not wrong again. Her voice remained level, patient. But you must continue to move forward regardless. Avoid stagnation. Anything can happen. I exhaled slowly, letting the pain settle into something manageable. Fine. I feel you. I rolled my neck, wincing. So how did I do? Cassie stood there for a long moment. The silence stretched. I found myself holding my breath despite my burning lungs. I was confident I would been able to kill you on the first strike. She said finally, her tone as casual as if she were discussing the weather. Not only did you, for a moment, withstand my blow, you found a way around the other and countered intelligently. You come far from where you started. There was silence for a beat, but you were certainly far from matching me in battle. I frowned, replaying the exchange in my head. I did match you for a couple of seconds, right? Cassie's expression didn't change. I was even using a sword. The words settled into my stomach like poison. I forgot. The realization hit me in stages. Cassie had been so terrific. I had felt like I was going to die every second of that exchange. And she wasn't even armed. Not properly armed, anyway. Her fists and feet had been enough to reduce me to a bloody mess against the church furniture. And that made me remember all the times I'd seen her with her greatsword. The thing was massive. I'd watched her swing it like it weighed nothing, carving through enemies that should have been immovable. And now I was thinking about how heavy it actually was and how disastrous it would have been if she used it against me. If Cassie had smashed me with that sword instead of her kick, would Frostfang have resisted breaking? Would I have been able to handle the damage the way I did? No, I answer myself. No, I would not. And I was certain, absolutely certain, that Cassie had been restraining herself from accidentally breaking her summoner. This hadn't been her trying to win. This had been her holding back enough not to kill me by mistake. And I had a strange thought. This is what our enemies are facing. Cassie was right. Watching her fight and fighting her were indeed 2 completely different things. From the outside, she was devastating. From the receiving end, she was a natural disaster wearing armor. Then I had another thought. A worse one. Could it be that she has been holding back this whole time? Not just against me. Against everyone. Every battle I watched her dominate. Had she been pulling her punches the entire time? I narrow my gaze at her. What? She met my stare flatly. Cassie, it wouldn't be that you've been holding back since you got summoned, right? She looked at me like I'd asked if water was wet. Obviously. Esther the hair. What? Why? Cassie's expression remained perfectly calm, as if she were explaining something simple to a slow child. I'm not holding back because I want to. I have a total of 1,000 units of weight on my body. That's the sum total of my armor. She glanced down at herself, at the plates of dark metal that covered her form. I think in clear terms, this is about 500 tons. 500 tons. She was wearing 500 tons of metal on her body. Every moment of every day, and she moved like she was wearing silk. Oathkeeper alone weighs about 200 units. She continued as if she hadn't just shattered my understanding of physical reality. All of it, of course, greatly reduces my speed and in turn magnifies the effect of my strength. But taking them off, she paused, would break my enemies faster than I can enjoy the battle. Esther the hair. What manner of wickedness is this? She was holding back because she had to. She was holding back because of some moral code. She was holding back because fighting at full strength would be boring. Her enemies would die too fast for her to have any fun. I looked at her with something between awe and horror. She closed her eyes, opened them, and exhaled. Anyways, the word dismissed the entire revelation as unimportant. We will continue the other part of our training when we get to Ricimerus. For now, I think you're strong enough to fight about anybody. Learn from each battle and develop what you think will be your unique style. She manifested 2 weight bracelets and held them out. You can take these out of the nave. I looked at the bracelets, then took them from her hand. I slipped them onto my wrists. They were bearable, lighter than the previous set, but they still dragged at my movements, made every motion feel like I was fighting through invisible resistance. I rolled my wrists experimentally, then reached for Frostfang and gave it a few test swings. It was heavy but manageable. I guess that works. I looked toward the doors of the nave. Beyond them waited the Crystallis, and then Asherah, and then whatever horrors it had in store. Time to see if any of this training actually mattered. Chapter 190. The Merchant Archipelago. It was very early when we finally docked at Crystallis. We had traveled across the ocean through midnight, and now we had reached the first island of the Merchant Archipelago. The dock itself was little more than thick wooden planks hammered into the sea and held up by barnacle-crusted posts. The boards were sun-bleached, cracked, and damp near the edges where the water lapped against them. Ropes lay coiled and fraying, tied to rusted iron rings, and the air smelled of salt, algae, and old wood. Dozens of boats and ships bobbed gently beside it, knocking softly against the posts. Their hulls weathered to the same gray-brown as everything else here. So this is the famous Merchant Archipelago. It looked like the ocean had been chewing on it for 100 years. The town didn't just sit on the island, it clung to it. Thousands of homes with swooping, ink-black rooflines climbed the mountainside like barnacles on a Titan S-hull. With the sun yet to rise on the horizon, every settlement had amber lanterns glowing, and they turned the dark cliffs into a constellation of artificial stars. The lights traced the slope upward in uneven clusters, some dense, some sparse, mapping out neighborhoods I couldn't name. It was quite the sight from the dock, the way the colors lined upward against the back of the mountain. As I came down from the ship's bridge, so did Cassie, Yuan, Nisha, Tristan, and Levi, but Derry did not follow. I glanced back in confusion, and the man smiled when he saw the worry on my face. Kiddo, don't look so down. This ship belongs to me. I was never going to abandon it. Besides, I've got another job to deliver. He spread his hands in that easy way of his. But trust, we will all meet at Ricimerus. I possibly might even get there before you. I hesitated, something catching in my throat. I see. You want to die, right? The thought came unbidden, and I shoved it down immediately. To not jinx it, I kept those words to myself, and instead looked at Levi and Tristan. Neither of them seemed worried in the slightest. It was as though they trusted Derry completely, had been through something like this a dozen times before. And they had, I knew that now. The best I could do was trust him too. I exhaled slowly and nodded. All right, Captain. We'll meet at Ricimerus. Derry grinned and gave me a lazy salute as I turned away. Immediately after bidding him farewell, I took off with the others. We merged into the silent streets of the island, though despite how early it was, there were already people everywhere. Many of them were men in quality fabric, their dresses cut from cloth that probably cost more than everything I owned. Jewelry glittered at their throats, their fingers, their wrists, gold and gems catching the lantern light. The merchants moved around with several servants trailing behind them, each carrying enormous bags of God knows what. Coin, probably, or things worth more than coin. We wove between the crowd and descended deeper into the town, then passed it entirely into the forest that grew thick along the island's edge. Even there we kept going, pushing through undergrowth until the trees thinned and the ground turned to bare rock. After a while of walking, we eventually reached a cavern entrance. Dark and yawning, it opened in the mountainside like a wound. It was at that entrance that Yuan stopped and bowed to me and everyone. There was a small smile on her face, and at that moment I knew. A thin smile appeared on my own face in return. Lord Cade, this is where I must depart from you. Hearing that twisted something in my chest. I knew I wasn't exactly ready to let her go. At the same time, I knew there was nothing I could do. Yuan had her own business to sort, her own path to walk. I exhaled as I thought about it, trying to put on a stronger face. My smile spread wider, more genuine despite the ache. All right, Yuan, we will meet again, won't we? She nodded. Yes, Lord Cade. We will most certainly meet again. For a moment, neither of us moved. The others stood back, giving us the space without being asked. Don't make this weird. She'll be fine. You'll see her again. I believed it. Mostly. She turned to the right and walked down a narrow path that led to stairs carved around the mountainous edge, a route that would take her to the official channels, the ones meant for law-abiding citizens who didn't have warrants on their heads. Nisha observed me for a long moment before speaking. She has no reason to cross the island illegally, so she can just use the STC. But we're a bunch of criminals. No amount of forged IDs can save us from that. She jerked her chin toward the cavern mouth. We need to go the illegal way. I turned to her as we entered the cave, our footsteps echoing off damp stone. And what is this illegal way? She smiled a little. Crystalis is about 33 islands held together by gigantic chains. Some are rising, some are falling into the ocean. They descend and ascend in turn. She picked her way over loose rocks, her voice casual despite the information. In order to access the farthest island, where we catch the ship that LL take us to Ashura, we need to cross them. She paused and added, depending on our luck, we might have to cross just 10 islands before we find passage. If we have the worst of luck, we might have to cross 20 to reach the southern harbor. I should prepare myself to climb 20 islands. But more importantly, what do they mean by climb? How massive were these chains that we had to climb them? Just as I thought about this, we reached the far opening of the cave and stepped out into open air. My question answered itself. A vast chain stretched from the wall of the mountain before us, each link the size of a small house, dark iron grown over with moss and barnacles, as if the island had absorbed it into itself. The chain rose at an impossible angle, disappearing into the pre-dawn sky where it anchored to another island floating above us like a mountain torn from the earth. Before we departed, Levi looked at me and said, this island we're leaving is Prism Haven. The one we're ascending toward is Orshore. We have to meet a friend at Wave Gem, which is 9 islands away. He'll take us to Chainbreak, where we'll catch a ship that LL carry us to the Oshuran continent. He gestured vaguely behind us. We've also already crossed some of the 33 islands to get here, back when we sailed past the coastline. That includes Coin Hollow and Glintport. So, the journey ISNT as far as Nisha makes it out to be. Hearing Levi say this gave me a semblance of relief. But that doesn't mean it won't be difficult. His expression sobered. So brace yourself. People die from climbing these chains. Why bother ease me when you know you're going to do the exact opposite at the end? I stared at the chain rising into the clouds and said nothing. I was completely and utterly offended with this one. Chapter 191. Climbing chains is definitely not as easy as they make it. The first handhold had been carved so deep into the chain link that my fingers disappeared up to the second knuckle. I paused there, 1 foot still on solid ground, staring at the groove. It was smooth and polished. The groove itself was a sign that the chains had probably existed for thousands of years, and thousands of years of gripping the same spot had caused the iron down like water on river stone. The edges had been sharp once. I could tell, tool marks still visible in the deepest part of the groove, but now they were rounded, softened by the passage of countless hands. How many people climbed this exact spot before me? Millions, probably. The thought was strangely comforting. Don't overthink it, Nisha called from above. She was already 3 body lengths up, scaling the chain with the ease of someone who'd done this before. The path is marked. Just follow the holds. She was right. Now that I was looking, I could see them everywhere, handholds and footholds carved into the iron at regular intervals, forming a winding path up the curve of each massive link. Some were simple grooves like the one my fingers currently occupied. Others were proper steps, cut flat and deep enough to stand on. A few had iron rings hammered into them, with frayed rope threaded through for extra grip. The infrastructure of millennia of necessity. I pull myself up. The chain rose at a steep angle, maybe 60 degrees from horizontal, and each link was large enough that climbing one felt like scaling a small cliff face. The iron was cold under my palms, slick with morning moisture and something else, a thin film of algae or moss that had grown in the shadows where the links overlapped. My fingers found the next handhold, then the next. My feet followed the worn path. Cassie climbed beside me, her breathing steady and controlled. Tristan had taken the lead with Nisha, while Levi brought up the rear, occasionally calling out warnings about loose holds or slippery patches. Left foot, the deep one, he said as I reached a junction between links. The shallow hold broke off last season. Someone died. I found the deep one. The junction was the worst part, where one link fed into the next, and you had to swing around the curved edge to find purchase on the new surface. Here, the car path split into multiple routes. Some went straight up, others wound around the side. A few, marked with faded red paint that might have been bright 1,000 years ago, led to flat platforms jutting from the chain surface. Rest stops. I could see people on some of them, distant figures sitting or lying flat, recovering their strength before continuing the climb. Wouldn't T stop? The wind picked up as we climbed higher, pulling at my clothes and making my eyes water. Below, Prism Haven had shrunk to a cluster of amber lights against the dark water. Above, Orshore grew larger. I could see its underside now, a mass of rock, roots, and dangling chains that anchored it to the link we climbed. The scale of it was absurd. 33 islands, all connected by links forged by God knows who, God knows when. The chain I was climbing had to be older than most civilizations, older than recorded history in most places, and people had been using it as a road the entire time, wearing paths into iron with nothing but their hands and feet. Resting point ahead, Tristan called down. We'll take 5. The platform was barely wide enough for all of us to sit. It had been carved directly into the chain link, a flat shelf with low walls on 3 sides, open to the void on the 4th. Someone had scratched names into the back wall. Hundreds of them, layered over each other in different scripts, different languages, different eras. The oldest were so worn I could barely make out the shapes. I sat with my back against the names of the dead and the living, my legs hanging over the edge, and caught my breath. You keep looking at the holds like they're going to disappear. Levi pulled a water skin from his pack and took a long drink, then offered it to me. They won tea. These chains have been here longer than any kingdom on the continent. They'll all be here long after we're all gone. Who built them? He shrugged. Nobody knows. The chains were already old when the first settlers arrived. Some say the gods forged them. Others say they grew, like the islands themselves. He paused, wincing as if disturbed by something. Personally, I think someone built them and we just forgot. I looked down at the handhold nearest me. Worn smooth, perfect for gripping, shaped exactly to human fingers. Someone carved that. Someone with hands like mine, doing the same work I just did. The thought made the climb feel different. Not easier, but less alone. Break S over, Nisha announced, pushing to her feet. For more links to the top, then we're on Orshore soil. Or whatever passes for soil on a floating rock. I stood, shook out my hands, and found a first hold on the next link. The final stretch was steeper than the rest. The chain curved sharply upward as it approached the anchor point, and the carved path narrowed to a single route. Handholds that had been generous below became shallow scrapes in the iron. The moss was thicker here, fed by the shadow of the island above, and twice my foot slipped before finding purchase. My arms burned and my fingers ached. My shoulders screamed every time I pulled myself up another body length. But the holds never disappeared. When I finally dragged myself over the edge onto solid ground, I lay there for a long moment, staring up at a sky that was finally starting to lighten. The stone beneath my back was warm, absorbing the first rays of dawn, and the air smelled different here, more like earth and green growing things. Immediately, we reached all of us collapsed on the soil. Me, Tristan, Levi, Pa, and Nisha. Cassie, of course, merely leaped onto the surface like she had spring in her legs. Levi stood up and was already scanning the terrain around us. "Welcome to Orshore," he said. "Only 8 more islands to go. 8 more climbs like that one." I closed my eyes and seriously reconsidered my life choices. Chapter 192. Gilbert Crystalis was a unique continent indeed, if it could even be referred to as a continent. It was too scattered and discombobulated to be considered anything whole. If there was any unifying feature about the islands, it was the chains themselves. The same material, the same pattern on every chain that connected them, and we were to climb through them. Well, not all at once. We were allowed rest between crossings, spending days on islands before venturing across the next chain to the next platform of rock and civilization. Every descent was the same. Every ascent was equally horrifying. After 10 days of climbing down and up, we finally reached Wave Gem, where we weren't going to be climbing down at the very least. Levi and Tristan made their way ahead, leading us through the clustered streets of the floating mountain until we finally entered an inn. The place was dimly lit and scarce with people. Dust motes drifted through the few shafts of light that made it past the grimy windows, and half the tables looked like they might collapse under the weight of a tankard. The bartender was unusual, sitting on what should have been his bar and playing a wooden guitar. His fingers moved lazily across the strings, producing something that might charitably be called music. That's a new one. As we entered, Levi headed straight for the man, who stopped playing as soon as he saw us. "Levi Brew, what is up, man? How are you doing?" Levi walked to him, and both of them jammed handshakes like they were trying to crush each other's fingers. They cycled through a series of hand signs, some kind of old routine, then tore their hands apart with matching grins. "It's been so long, Gilbert." "Too long to count." Gilbert set the guitar aside. "Bro, what have you even been up to? Wasting money?" "Yes." Levi spread his hands magnanimously. "And I'm about to waste another some on you." Gilbert chuckled at that, leaning back on his bar-top perch. "Oh." His grin widened. Yes. Tell me how much you're willing to." He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes moving past Levi to take in not only Tristan, but all of us. The grin faded. "You guys, how did you get here? Through the STC?" Levi's answering grin told him everything. Gilbert didn't seem to need further confirmation. His expression soured immediately. "What? No. No." He jabbed a finger toward the door. "Get out of my place." Levi shook his head, utterly unbothered. "Gilbert, don't be like that. This is something you need." He gestured around the empty room. "Look at your inn. You're not getting any customers because of the state this place is in." He kicked the nearest table. It wobbled dangerously, one leg shorter than the others, and made a face of theatrical disgust. "Look at this. What even is this?" Gilbert's scowl deepened. "So will you be willing to pay 100,000 silver talents?" Levi turned to him with an incredulous expression. "You never told me you were a con artist, too." Gilbert showed his teeth in an irritating smile. "Learn from the best." He tilted his head, studying Levi with obvious satisfaction. You seem to really need my help this time. I can't afford to not take advantage of this look I see. Levi was silent for a moment, scratching his sideburns, eyes closed in apparent contemplation. I guess this is my fault for being such a great teacher. He glanced back at us, barely a flicker. Sorry, everyone. I lived long enough to recognize Levi's serious tone. This was not it. He stepped forward, all warmth and concern now, and placed a hand on Gilbert's shoulder. Remember that time in Rostovia, when you didn't believe you could do it? Gilbert looked at him with dubious eyes. My guess was he'd seen Levi take this route too many times to fall for it. What are you getting at? Levi sighed, his face suddenly somber and burdened. It's just, Gil, you owe me this one, don't you? Gilbert's expression went flat. Am I ever going to stop owing you, Levi? Levi frowned and shook his head. Wounded innocence personified. What? No way. He fished out a pouch of coins and pressed it into Gilbert's hand. This is just friends doing things for each other. Gilbert weighed the pouch without looking at it. Please, Levi continued, help us reach Chainbreak with that flying vessel of yours. Gilbert stared at him for a long moment. Something flickered behind his eyes, old debts, old grudges, the kind of history that accumulated between people who'd known each other too long. Fine. He tucked the pouch away. But we can't just fly anytime. Flying around here is dangerous. And I'm not losing my precious airship because of someone like you. Levi smiled warmly, as if Gilbert had just agreed to everything he'd ever wanted. I'll take the compliment. Gilbert gestured around the sad excuse for an inn. Settle in. Make yourselves comfortable. We leave tomorrow night. Levi's face fell in a genuine discomfort for the first time. Come on, Gilbert. ISNT tomorrow night, too far? She's under repair from the last flight. Any more flying now, and she'll fall apart. Might not even land safely. Gilbert crossed his arms. That what you want? Levi considered this, then shrugged. I guess we leave tomorrow, then. He looked back at Gilbert. Well, where are the rooms? Gilbert glared at him. As Levi started forward, Gilbert caught his arm. What are you doing? Levi blinked at him, all confusion. What are you doing? Shouldn't I be asking that? Gilbert opened his palm in a demanding gesture. Aren't you going to pay? You're staying here for the night. Levi's expression shifted to outright offense. Gilbert, how greedy must you be? Gilbert shouldered his guitar. Greedy? He raised an eyebrow. You want to spend the night at an inn, and you don't want to pay. Who's the greedy one here? He thrust out his open palm. Mr. Man dropped me 1 silver. Levi opened his mouth to protest. Gilbert, 1 silver for a night is impossible. Not with this. He caught himself quickly. It was too late. Gilbert's eyes narrowed. This? What do you mean this? Levi chuckled lightly, hands raised in a placating gesture. All right. I hear you. This place is top-notch, worth every coin. The money I gave you will help you restock. Your inn will be thriving again before you know it. He put on his most sincere expression. So please, cut us some slack. Gilbert's gaze slid past Levi to where the rest of us stood, still watching their performance unfold. His eyes lingered on the women in our group. Fine. A slow smile crept across his face. I'll give a discount for the red-haired lady. The 2 ladies stay for free. The smile turned sharp. Everyone else pays. Levi looked at him with plain irritation. Chapter 193. En route. Chainbreak. The day passed slowly. Gilbert's inn wasn't exactly equipped for entertainment. The shelves held more dust than bottles. The chairs groaned under the slightest weight. And the one book I found turned out to be a shipping manifest from 6 years ago. Riveting stuff. Cassie spent most of the day in meditation, or whatever she called sitting motionless with her eyes closed and her presence radiating do not disturb. Energy so intensely that even the flies avoided her corner of the room. Nisha disappeared for several hours. When she returned, she said nothing about where she'd been, and I knew better than to ask. Levi and Tristan played some card game I didn't recognize, using rules that seemed to change every hand. Tristan won more often than not, which told me either he was cheating or Levi was letting him win. Knowing Levi, probably both. I tried to sleep, and failed. Tried to read the shipping manifest. Failed harder. Eventually, I just sat by the grimy window and watched the town of Wave Gem go about its business. Merchants hawking wares, sailors stumbling between taverns, the occasional patrol of guards who looked more interested in bribes and law enforcement. At least some things are universal. When night finally fell, the knock came. Gilbert stood in the doorway, his guitar slung across his back and a lantern in his hand. The playful grin from yesterday was gone, replaced by something more focused. Professional, even. Time to move. He jerked his head toward the door. She's ready. Levi was on his feet immediately, cards abandoned mid-hand. About time. Don't start. Gilbert held up a finger. I told you tomorrow night, and it is tomorrow night. You're lucky I'm not charging you for the extra waiting time. Of course he thought about that. We gathered our things, not that we had much, and filed out into the darkness. The streets of Wave Gem had transformed with nightfall. The amber lanterns I'd admired from a distance now cast long shadows between buildings, and the crowds had thinned to a few determined drunks and even more determined merchants conducting business they probably didn't want witnessed. Gilbert led us through a maze of alleys I never would have navigated alone. The man moved with the casual confidence of someone who knew every crack in every cobblestone, every loose board, every shortcut through someone's back garden. Old habits, probably. Con artists and smugglers tend to know their escape routes. We passed the edge of the town proper and entered the forest that clung to Wave Gem's lower slopes. The trees here were unlike anything I'd seen on the other islands. Twisted things with bark that looked almost metal-like, their branches reaching toward each other overhead like fingers intertwining. The canopy blocked what little moonlight there was, leaving us in near-total darkness, save for Gilbert's bobbing lantern. Cassie walked beside me, her steps silent despite the undergrowth. Her eyes caught what little light existed and reflected it back like a cat's. "You're nervous," she said. "I'm about to board a flying vessel owned by a man Levi called a con artist. In the dark, over an archipelago where falling means death." I stepped over a root that seemed determined to trip me. Why would I be nervous? Sarcasm is a poor shield. She's not wrong. Doesn't he mean I'm going to stop? Here. Gilbert stopped at the edge of a clearing, though clearing was generous. It was more of a gap where the trees had decided they wanted nothing to do with the patch of ground in the center. The grass there was flattened in a familiar pattern, pressed down by something large and heavy that came and went regularly. And sitting in that depression, half hidden by shadows and covered by a camouflage tarp that had been pulled back, my breath caught. The airship wasn't what I expected. I'd been imagining something like the vessels in the harbor, wooden hulls, canvas sails, the maritime engineering of a world that lived on water. This was different. She was built long and narrow, her hull made of something that looked like polished bone but reflected light like metal. Two wing-like structures extended from her sides, folded now like a sleeping bird's, and a series of crystalline orbs ran along her spine, dormant but faintly luminous even in the darkness. The whole thing was maybe 40 feet long, small compared to ocean vessels, but impossibly elegant in a way that made size irrelevant. "This is Night Whisper." Gilbert's voice carried something I hadn't heard from him before. Pride, maybe. Affection. She has not much to look at. By daylight all the scratches and patches show. But at night? He smiled. At night, she is beautiful. The airship looked like something between a dream and a weapon. Levi was already approaching, running his hand along the hull with familiar appreciation. "Still flying, old girl. I'm impressed." "She'll outlive both of us," Gilbert said. "Now get aboard before someone sees the light." The harbormaster's patrols got nosier since the last incident. Boarding was simpler than I expected. A rope ladder hung from an opening in the hull, and we climbed up one by one into a cabin that was cramped but functional. Bench seats lined both walls, with storage compartments beneath and hooks for securing cargo or passengers during rough air. I took a seat near a porthole that was really more of a slit in the hull. Through it, I could see the forest floor below, dark and distant in a way that made my stomach clench. "We're not even moving yet. Get together." Cassie settled beside me, her posture as composed as if she were sitting in a temple rather than a smuggler-s airship. Nisha took the bench across from us, her eyes already closed, apparently determined to sleep through whatever came next. Levi and Tristan sat near the front, closer to the cockpit, if that's what it was called on an airship. Gilbert's voice drifted back as he settled into what I assumed was the pilot's position. All right, listen up. Flight to Chainbreak is about 4 hours if the winds cooperate. If they don't, it's 6. Either way, stay in your seats, don't touch anything that glows, and for the love of everything holy, don't open the hatch while we're moving. What happens if we open the hatch? Tristan asked. You fall out and die. Any other questions? Tristan considered this. No, that about covers it. Good. There's a sound like something large shifting, gears engaging, energy humming to life. The crystalline orbs along the ship's spine began to glow, soft at first, then brighter, pulsing with a rhythm that felt almost like a heartbeat. The Night Whisper shuddered. The wings unfolded with a mechanical grace I hadn't expected, extending to their full span. Through my narrow porthole, I watched the ground begin to drop away. Not fast, not dramatic, just away. The trees shrank. The clearing became a dark spot in a sea of darker forest. The lights of Wave Jam appeared in the distance, a cluster of amber stars against the black bulk of the mountain. And then we rose above it all. The archipelago spread out beneath us, islands scattered across darkness, connected by chains I could no longer see but knew were there. Some islands were lit with civilization. Others were just shapes, shadows within shadows. And beyond them, in every direction, the endless black of the ocean stretched toward horizons I couldn't make out. We're flying. The thought felt absurd. After 10 days of climbing chains, of aching muscles and terror at every ascent, we were simply flying. Over all of it. As if the laws that had made my life miserable for the past week had decided to take the night off. Cassie was watching me. You're smiling, she said. I hadn't realized I was. Yeah. I pressed my face closer to the porthole, watching an island pass beneath us like a dream. I guess I am. The Night Whisperer climbed higher, her wings catching currents I couldn't feel, carrying us toward Chainbreak and whatever waited beyond. I glanced around everyone, making a mental note of everyone. Then I suddenly and belatedly realized someone was not here. We had forgotten someone. My voice came out quickly. Paul, where is Pa? Chapter 194. Let us be honest, what is the meaning of concern? Paul, where is Pa? Night Whisperer was already sailing across the night sky, and Gilbert glanced back at me with a little scowl before looking at Levi, who seemed to be doing a head count. After looking at everyone and truly not seeing Pa, Levi exhaled, lifted his hand, and slammed the armrest of his seat. The roughened ship groaned beneath his punch, almost as if it was going to come apart. The sound jerked Gilbert and made him shout, Hey, I swear I'll drop you right now. Levi chuckled. I apologize. I snapped a little because the bastard always does this. And I somehow always fall for it. Nisha exhaled and said, Pa has a knack for things like this. He has a very silent steps anyways and can sneak away and back whenever he wants. He has done this too much. It's not our fault if we aren't particularly worried about him. Besides, it's Pa. We should be worried about what made him sneak away. Gilbert exchanged glances between Levi and Nisha. I also did. I was observing both their words and disposition. Levi seemed a bit bothered, but with Nisha words, he also seemed to have calmed down. Tristan was quite indifferent to all of this. Both of us, after all, haven't known Pa for that long. I was worried about him, though. He was a very good friend to me, after all, and I really would love to try his meals again. Please be safe. But I think it seemed to be unsurprising that Pa slipped away. Come to think of it, he always sneak up without a sound. I exhaled and tried to not think about him. Everyone seems to be settling into a different mood also and worried less about him. Suddenly a thought came to me. He would happen to have gone after Yuan, right? I wanted to believe that wouldn't be the case. Right? I need to stop overthinking. Pa's all right. Yuan too is all right. The hours passed in a strange half-sleep. The Night Whisper hummed beneath us, her wings catching air currents that made the cabin sway gently. almost like being rocked in a cradle. If the cradle was 40 feet in the air and piloted by a man who threatened to drop us twice already, I drifted in and out of consciousness. Every time I opened my eyes, the view through the porthole had changed. Different islands below, different patterns of light and shadow. The same endless darkness of the ocean beyond. At some point, Nisha started snoring softly. Tristan hadn't moved from his position near the front, arms crossed, chin on chest, apparently able to sleep anywhere. Levi was awake. I caught him staring out his own porthole with an expression I couldn't read. Something distant and old. Even criminals have their quiet moments, I guess. Cassie hadn't moved either, but I knew she wasn't sleeping. Her breathing was too controlled, her posture too deliberate. She was either meditating again or just existing in that strange space she occupied, present but not quite here, aware of everything while seeming to notice nothing. "You should rest," she said without opening her eyes. "I'm trying." "You're thinking again. Are you worried about him?" I shifted against the bench, trying to find a position that didn't make my back ache. "I am worried about a lot of things, Po included. It's hard not to be worried. Wouldn't you be in my shoes? We're approaching a new and dangerous continent." Po vanished without a word. I paused, Yuan going her own way, and I lost Emma thanks to my own patheticness. Cassie was silent for a moment. "Losing the girl wasn't your fault. The situation was not just right. If there was someone else with my power in the same situation, how am I sure they wouldn't have done better?" She finally opened her eyes, turning to look at me with that calm, assessing gaze that always made me feel like I was being weighed against some standard I didn't understand. "But you're not. Accept your flaws as a character and improve in them, instead of complaining and wishing. What use will that do? Whether someone else could have done better or not, what has done is done. It is your responsibility to never make such a mistake again." She studied me a bit and added, "Right now, concern is a luxury, one that often costs more than it's worth." That sounds like something someone who has been hurt says. Her expression didn't change, but something flickered behind her eyes. Her words, though, no doubt came from a place of experience. That sounds like something someone who hasn't been hurt enough says. Touché. I let the silence settle between us. Outside, an island passed beneath, larger than the others, its surface dotted with lights that formed patterns I almost recognized. Roads, maybe your districts. Signs of civilization carved into floating rock. "I used to think concern was weakness," Cassie said quietly. "In the church, caring for others was exploited. They used your attachments against you, made you compliant by threatening those you cared about." I turned to look at her. She was staring straight ahead now, her voice flat and distant. It took me a long time to realize that wasn't concern's fault. It was theirs. She is talking about her past. The fortitude increase really wasn't a joke. "So you do care," I said. "About Pa and Yuan and Emma. You care like I do even though you don't know them." She was quiet for a long moment. "I care that they survive," she said finally. "Whether that constitutes concern by your definition, I cannot say. Close enough." I closed my eyes and let the hum of the airship carry me back towards sleep. "Wake up. We're approaching." Gilbert's voice cut through the fog of exhaustion. I blinked, disoriented, and found that hours had passed. The quality of darkness outside had changed, lighter somehow, touched with the first hints of pre-dawn gray. Through the porthole, I saw it. Chainbreak. The island was different from the others we passed. Where Wave Gem had clung to its mountain like barnacles on a ship's hull, Chainbreak sprawled. The island was flatter, wider, its surface dominated by structures that looked less like buildings and more like warehouses. Massive rectangular blocks arranged in rows, connected by roads wide enough for heavy traffic. And the chains. I understood the name now. Chains descended from Chainbreak in every direction. Not one or two like the other islands, but dozens. They spread outward like the legs of some massive spider, connecting to islands I couldn't see, disappearing into the darkness below. This wasn't just an island. It was a hub, a nexus of some sort, the center of the web. The harbor was visible on the island's eastern edge, A proper harbor, not the crude docks of the smaller islands, but a sprawling complex of piers and berths and cranes that jutted out over empty air rather than water. Ships were moored there. Actuales ships. Some of them larger than anything I'd seen in Crystalis, suspended over nothing by mechanisms I couldn't begin to understand. Airship harbor. Of course. Gilbert brought us in low, circling around the island's southern edge to avoid what I assumed were the main approach routes. The Night Whisper descended smoothly, her wings adjusting to catch different currents as we dropped toward a section of the island that looked considerably less official than the harbor. The backside, I realized, where people who didn't want to answer questions did their business. Some things really are universal. We touched down in a clearing between warehouses, the landing gentler than I expected. The crystalline orbs along the ship's spine dimmed, their pulse slowing to nothing. The wings folded, the hum faded, and silence descended. "All right." Gilbert's voice broke the stillness. "Everyone out. I've got a schedule to keep, and you're not on it." Levi was already moving toward the hatch. "Gilbert, you have our eternal gratitude." "I don't want your gratitude. I want you to not come back for at least a year." Gilbert paused. "And if you do come back, bring more money." We climbed down the rope ladder one by one, our boots hitting packed earth that felt impossibly solid after hours in the air. The pre-dawn air was cool, carrying the smell of salt and machine oil and something else, something sharp and chemical that I couldn't identify. Chainbreak smelled like industry and purpose. The Night Whisper lifted off almost the moment Cassie's feet touched the ground, Gilbert apparently eager to be anywhere we weren't. I watched the ship rise, her bone-white hull catching the first light of dawn, and felt something strange. Gratitude, perhaps, for the flight and for helping us skip 10 more days of climbing chains, and giving us a few hours of peace. Don't get sentimental. We're still criminals in a strange land with a 3-month journey ahead. This way. Levi was already walking, his stride confident despite the unfamiliar terrain. "I know a broker who works the southern routes. If there's a ship heading for Ashera's coast, she'll know about it." Nisha fell into step beside him, her earlier sleepiness apparently forgotten. Tristan followed, his hand resting casually on the pommel of his blade. I took a breath of Chainbreak's industrial air and started walking. Chapter 195. The information broker after dropping a chainbreak. The journey forward didn't take much time. The hellish stretch of ocean was finally behind us. Levi, Tristan, Nisha, Cassie, and I made our way to the harbor where fleets of ships were arranged in neat rows along the docks. Either the island was a shipyard or Chainbreak saw a lot of visitors. Given the vacation atmosphere, I was betting on the former. These weren't merchant vessels or warships. They were pleasure craft, designed for people with money and nowhere urgent to be. We waited for Levi and Nisha at an open lounge bar overlooking the harbor. The place was lively, filled with people who looked like they'd forgotten what stress felt like. Tan skin, relaxed shoulders, drinks with fruit in them. I figured Crystalis would be the kind of continent one came to chill. Perhaps it was this world Maldives and Peru rolled into one. It didn't take long for Levi and Nisha to return. When they came back, they had company. A new face I assumed was Levi's contact in Chainbreak. Surprisingly, it was a woman. I don't know why I was expecting a guy. Did I miss something? The young lady looked like a storm-given flesh, pale, cold, and quietly dangerous. Silver hair fell down her back like moonlit rain, framing a face too calm for the red glow burning in her eyes. She wore what I could only describe as a weaponized bikini. 2 pieces, both inky black. The upper piece covered her chest, barely, and a lower piece left nothing to the imagination. Her entire thighs were exposed, the fabric riding high enough to make me question whether Eildrim had any concept of modesty. They have bikinis in Eildrim? Apparently so. Yet she carried herself with the kind of grace that made the outfit feel like armor rather than exposure. Authority radiated from her like heat from a forge. The revealing clothes weren't vulnerability, they were statement. This was someone who didn't need to hide anything. She entered the lounge where we were seated and dropped into a chair with practiced ease, crossing one pale leg over the other. Those deep red eyes surveyed both Cassie and me with open curiosity. She had long lashes and a mixture of red and black eyeshadow framing her gaze. "Is this him and her?" she asked after a long moment. Levi responded with a nod while Nisha, standing behind him, rolled her eyes at the woman. Some history there, apparently. Beautiful. Neve murmured. Her gaze drifted to Tristan then. Something flickered between them. Recognition, or perhaps hostility. It was gone before I could be sure. She turned back to me. "Hello, Otherworlder. My name is Nynaeve. You can call me Neve for short." She paused. "And you?" I hesitated for a moment. "My name is Cade." I gestured toward Cassie. "And this is Tyrant Empress. You can call her Cassandra. Only I get to call her Cassie." Neve's smile was slow and deliberate. "I was told there was another one. You really are an anomaly." She leaned forward slightly. "Can you summon more?" I shook my head. "No, I can't. Just two." She nodded, that small smile still playing on her lips. Her eyes and tea left mine since she sat down. It was not aggressive, but unwavering. The attention was starting to feel like a physical weight. Then she exhaled and blinked for what felt like the first time. "I buy and sell information for a living. You'd be surprised how many people have me in their pocket. Selling information. Interesting." But I glanced at Levi, confusion written on my face. She caught the look and chuckled. "You're wondering why an information broker is going to help you get to Ashera? It's not so hard when you think about it. In fact, I believe it should make perfect sense." I met her eyes. "You're the one with the contact. Not him." Her smile widened. "Both of us, actually, but it's more convenient this way." She gestured loosely at Levi. "He is a very wishy-washy person. That nature of his has earned him many enemies. Not many people are willing to help him if they have a choice." A pause. "Of course, he doesn't give many the luxury of choices. I don't know if you've noticed that." I have. She tapped the armrest of her woven wooden chair, pale skin catching the morning sun. "All right, I was very curious about you. It's not every time one gets to meet an Otherworlder." Her gaze shifted to Cassie. "In a villainous spirit." She exhaled. "I feel quite fulfilled. I just might take a vacation after today." "You look like you're already on vacation." I kept that observation to myself. She seemed like someone who'd remember an insult. She stood, brushing non-existent dust from her thighs. "You lot will have to wait here for a few more minutes. Your ship will be ready today. Want anything?" She turned to Cassie. "Does she eat too?" I smiled. "Yes, we do. I do like anything decent." The food on Wave Gem was really nothing to write home about. Neve paused, a small frown creasing her brow. "Why would you want to write home about any food? Can you even write home from here?" I opened my mouth to explain the idiom, but suddenly it felt like too much effort. "Yeah, right." Neve shook her head. "Weird, but okay. I'll get you the best around here. In the meantime, relax." She gave me a smile designed to charm, the kind of smile that had probably worked on hundreds of marks before me. Then she turned to leave. My eyes tracked the movement despite myself. Neve had a narrow waist that somehow hadn't been obvious from the front, a frame that seemed built for exactly the kind of attention she was getting. It was a truly magnifying sight. As she walked away, each ball of her petite and portable ass jiggling with shockwaves. After a moment, she was gone from view, leaving the rest of us in the shaded lounge. Chapter 196. What does an Otherworlder mean to you? After a moment, as Neve had promised, we were served a fulfilling meal. Seafood, not the best I'd had in Yildirim, but washed away the memory of the slop I'd endured at Gilbert S. in like a cleansing tide. We stayed around until later in the afternoon when Neve came around again. But this time, she didn't come alone. She came with a man. The man was ordinary at first glance, but details stood out the longer I looked. He wore a long coat with a sash cinched at his waist, and his boots looked heavy enough to crack cobblestones. I pitied whoever those boots had stepped on by mistake, let alone intentionally. He had faded black hair that fell loosely over his face. His features were angled and narrow, with green pupils set calmly within them. His black coat had a dull red underlayer that caught the light when he moved. A short, simple sword sat vertically behind his waist. He approached with a stern expression, though his lips curved in a manner that made him seem like he was smiling. Like a creep, honestly. Something about his stature made me remember Pa. Ochbo, Mupo. I miss you. Come back to us safely. He drew closer to the lounge, and now I could see his eyes more clearly. They were like a cat's eyes. So was his mouth. Somehow, the set of it, the way his lips rested. Is he a catkin? He had no cat ears, though, so I didn't think he was. As he stepped into the lounge, a smell hit my nose. Something verdant and clean, like a garden surrounded by crystal blue water. It didn't match his appearance at all. The man, it wouldn't have been out of place to call him a boy, really. He looked at Levi, and his expression seemed like a smile. But something was telling me it wasn't T. You must be insane, coming here to meet me like this. I glanced between him and Levi. Oh, Levi, what did you do to this one? Levi had a neutral expression on his face. Usually, he was always trying to act his way out of situations like I had seen him do with Gilbert. But with this person, he was completely plain. Just when I thought that, a shameless smile spread across his face. At least you were made the head of the company. Thanks to me, your skills were acknowledged. The man gritted his teeth. You bastard, you framed me. Levi kept that plain face. I trusted you enough to be able to make it through, and you did. I was not disappointed. He stepped closer and slapped the man's shoulder. Barrera, you made me proud. It's Baraka to you, you bastard. The man, Baraka, fumed. What a strange name. Levi smiled. It was the creepy kind. Everybody is a son or daughter of a woman, if you think about it, Barrera. Where did you think you came out from? The man frowned. You better not be making reference to my mother. Levi's smile didn't waver. It just got stranger. Baraka frowned even harder. You bastard. Are you thinking about my mother like that? Gracious, Barika, what are you even saying? It's Barrera to you, bastard. Oh, Baraka. Badaka. He threw his hands up. Fuck, I can't deal with this guy. Neve. I told you this was not going to go well. Levi was staring blankly at both Baraka and Neve with an annoying smile plastered on his face. Ignore him and focus on the actual goal. Neve's voice was calm. You came here for a reason. Immediately she spoke, Baraka calmed down. His eyes locked onto me. Why me? Then he came closer and extended his hand. My name is Caprica Baraka. I'm currently the managing director of Crystalis Waterline. I tilted my head slightly. You're like the king of the continent? He chuckled. The sound was surprisingly warm. No, I oversee all ship creation over this island trade. Common and warships alike. Nations submit their commissions and the Crystal Core see them through. His expression sobered. There's no way I can even be the king of the continent. Not with those Waterlands bastards and their outrageous strength. He looked at me again. His hand was still extended. Are you going to let my hand keep hanging? I took his hand and shook it carefully, still wondering where all of this was going. You're an otherworlder. He said it like it explained everything. If there's one thing in my line of business that I believe I must do, it is make contact with an otherworlder. I'd like to be your contact too. Call me when you need something. Let us owe each other once or twice. Okay? I glanced at Levi and Tristan, skepticism written all over my face. Okay. He smiled. Genuine this time. You said you're called Cade. I nodded. That's a strange and convenient name. Were you named out of convenience? I scratched the back of my neck. To be honest, I wouldn't put it past my father. Baraka laughed, pointing at me. You got it. I like you already. He glanced at Levi and his expression soured. Then he turned back to me. Whatever you do, be careful of this man. Measure yourself whenever you let him loose on you, or else. He sighed and tapped my arm. Anyways, be good. He turned away. I'll put you on a ship to Ashera. Follow me. I glanced at the others, who had been silent this whole time. When his steps started moving, they moved too. It was strange. How he singled me out. How he wanted a connection with just me. Most people would have stared at Cassie, but he didn't even glance at her. It made me wonder, exactly what value do otherworlders have in this place? By now, it was crystal clear that my classmates and I were not the first to arrive in this world. The question I now had was different. How valuable exactly were we? Valuable enough that even me, the F rank, Made a managing director of a company that built ships for nations want to be my contact. And influential enough that Levi could treat this man like this without consequence. Who exactly was Levi? Chapter 197. What'll make me hate Sands? The journey to Asherah did not take much time. The terrifying difference in climate, however, made itself known long before we arrived. Asherah was a blazing hot continent. Now I understood why it was called the Southern Sundered Waste. The name was not poetic exaggeration. It was a literal description. A terrible expanse of sand and relentless heat, stretching in every direction like the world had been left too long in the sun and simply given up. Before the ship Baraka had offered us even set sail from port, I was already feeling the effects. My clothes suddenly felt far too thick, the fabric constantly slick with sweat that never seemed to dry. Even Cassie felt the increase in temperature and often showed more of her skin than usual. Not that she had ever been particularly modest about it in the first place. She dismissed her armor entirely and stuck with a light linen gown that still looked uncomfortable. We disembarked at Asherah's port and ventured into the nearby city called Cameroon. The city had walls that seemed carved from red sandstone, baked so thoroughly by centuries of sun that they radiated heat even in shadow. The trees here were sparse and impossibly tall, stretching upward as if trying to escape the ground. Even the streets had surplus sand drifting across them, and water was nowhere to be seen. The port itself was a scanty place. Other than our ship, there were only 2 other vessels docked, low-quality wooden boats, really. Actually, let us just call them big boats, because I was not sure it would not be blasphemy to Baraka's memory to pass them off as ships. Few visitors to Asherah, then. At least I could deduce that much after experiencing the ports in Solarium and Chrystalis. Those have been bustling with activity, crowded with merchants and travelers. This felt more like an afterthought, a place people left from, not arrived at. Asherah had more free cities than kingdoms, I had learned at the academy. They operated heavily on alliances and trust with each other, despite being a warring continent. The contradiction had seemed academic when I read about it. Here, walking through empty streets where doors closed at our approach, it felt considerably less abstract. We had wanted to find refuge at the outskirts of the city, but the people apparently were not fond of strangers. Doors shut, faces turned away. The message was clear enough without anyone saying a word. This caused us to push forward regardless of the need to rest. I returned Cassie to my nave after a few more hours of walking. If it got to a point where I could not move anymore, I wanted her to be my backup plan. Literally, it was Tristan who finally broke. He exhaled heavily and stumbled forward toward the center of a small square, where a circular stone well sat. He leaned over the edge, looked down into its depths, and immediately threw his head back, staggering away. Water. That had been my first thought the moment Tristan neared the well. We had been walking through this city for hours now. Levi had insisted we cover as much ground as possible before nightfall. Apparently, it was incredibly dangerous to move around after dark here. The kind of dangerous no one had bothered to explain in detail. Levi frowned as he watched Tristan retreat, his own lips dry and beginning to crack. What is that? Tristan held his nose pinched shut and spoke through it. A mess. Levi's frown deepened. He hurried to the side of the well and looked inside, only to throw his head back with the exact same reaction as Tristan. Now I'm really curious. I stepped closer, as did Nisha. We managed to peek over the edge with caution, and indeed there was water. But it was not the kind of water we would have wanted to drink. Multiple bodies floated at the surface, bloated, pale where the sun had not reached them, darkened where it had. They were packed tight, fighting for space in the narrow depth of the well, like fish in a barrel that had been left to rot. The smell hit me a moment later, sweet and wrong, like fruit that had gone bad in the heat. I staggered back the moment my eyes registered what I was seeing and instantly understood why Tristan and Levi had reacted the way they did. Nisha had more or less the same response, though she composed herself faster than the rest of us. Goodness, I managed. How? Who could have thrown people into a well? I glanced around. The silent atmosphere of the city, The people closing their doors at our approach. The empty port. It all suddenly made a different kind of sense. Whatever this is, Levi said, his voice flat. It's not our business. Let's keep moving. He turned forward without waiting for agreement. I would love to have some water to drink, though, Tristan said with a wistful expression that seemed almost comical given what we had just seen. But we all began to move. There was nothing else to do. As we left the city closest to the sea, what we encountered was a vast desert of red sand stretching to the horizon. There was no shade or shelter, nothing but heat and distance. Even as evening descended, the sun continued to slap our exposed skin, and the sand dragged at our legs with every step, swallowing our feet to the ankles. When night finally fell, the effect of the sun faded and the sand became surprisingly cool beneath us. A small mercy. But I could not stop thinking about the well, about the bodies packed inside it like someone had been cleaning up a mess, and about what kind of place we had walked into. Just at that moment, the dunes rose. It was almost as if the darn thing had listened to the voice of my concern and decided to validate them. Sand spilled across the slopes and surged upward like a titanic wave, one that descended upon us who had been walking along the surface like little ants. The ground shifted beneath my feet, and suddenly there was nothing solid left to stand on. Chapter 198. No one warned me about this shit. Sand spilled across the slopes and surged upward like a titanic wave, one that descended upon us who had been walking along the surface like little ants. The ground shifted beneath my feet, and suddenly there was nothing solid left to stand on. I stumbled, arms pinwheeling. Tristan grabbed my collar before I could tumble down the slope. What the hell, shut up. Levi's voice cut through the chaos. He wasn't looking at the sand. He was looking past it, toward the horizon, where the sky had turned the color of dried blood. No, not the sky. The wall of dust. Orange-brown and massive, stretching across the entire horizon like a curtain being drawn across the world. And within that wall, something glowed. Dozens of points of dim light like eyes. Hundreds of them. Oh no! Tristan breathed. The sound reached us a moment later. A low, grinding roar like whined through canyon walls, except wind didn't make the ground tremble. Wind didn't sound like thunder rolling toward you without end. What is that? Levi answered the question I hadn't asked aloud. Dust striders. His face had gone pale. A whole herd. We need to move. Now. Move where? I looked around. Sand in every direction. There was nothing but endless red dunes and that wall of death rolling toward us. Anywhere that isn't here. Levi was already moving, sprinting up the nearest dune. Tristan, Nisha, summon your spirits. We have maybe 90 seconds before they're on top of us. 90 seconds? The number hit me like a punch to the chest. Tristan didn't hesitate. He slammed his palm against the sand and light exploded outward, crackling, electric, blinding. When it faded, Storm White stood beneath him, the massive beast already shifting into something less solid. Lightning arced across its fur. Its cyan eyes blazed. Get on. Tristan extended a hand toward Levi. No. Levi shook his head. I'll keep up. Take Nisha if she needs. I don't. Nisha's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. I spun around and found her sinking into the shadow of the sand, her body dissolving into liquid darkness like ink spilling in reverse. The dust cloud is darkness enough, she said, her voice echoing strangely. Black shadow, and I will manage. Worry about yourselves. Then she was gone. Just a ripple of shadow across the dune, racing toward the approaching storm. She's running toward it. Cassie, I shouted. The air beside me ignited. A whirlwind of sparks erupted from nothing, and Cindy exploded into existence, all crimson muscle and white smoke mane, her molten core pulsing like a second heartbeat. Her hooves scorched the sand beneath her, leaving glass where fire met grain. Cassie materialized a half-second later, already moving. She grabbed me by the back of my shirt and hurled me onto Cindy's back like I weighed nothing. Hold tight. Wait, aren't you going to... She was already running. Her legs blurred, each stride covering impossible distance. And within seconds, she was keeping pace with Cindy without breaking a sweat. Right? Calamity tier. Of course, she can outrun a horse. Cindy surged forward, and I grabbed her mane with both hands, pressing myself flat against her neck. The heat coming off her was immense, not quite burning but close. The boundary between warmth and pain. Behind us, the grinding roar grew louder. I risked a glance back. The dust wall had halved the distance. Through the churning sand, I could see shapes now lean, hunched figures sprinting through the storm like ghosts. They didn't run on the sand. They ran through it, their lower bodies dissolving into churning dust, only their upper halves visible. Bone-white kiting, curved horns spiraling from their heads like rams. And they were fast, faster than us. They're gaining. I shouted. I know. Cassie didn't look back, but added coolly, Cindy. The destrier screamed, a sound like a furnace roaring to life, and her hooves ignited with brighter fire. We lurched forward, acceleration slamming me against her back. To our right, Storm White blazed past in a bolt of lightning. Tristan crouched low on its back. The beast wasn't even fully solid anymore, just a shape of crackling energy riding the wind the Dusk Striders themselves had created. He using their own storm against them. Smart. Tristan was always smart. But Levi. I searched for him and found him 20 meters behind, sprinting through the sand with desperate speed. Too slow. Far too slow. The herd would reach him in seconds. Levi. He didn't respond. Instead, he did something I had almost forgotten he could do. He split. One Levi became two. Two became four. For figures running in different directions, peeling away from the original like shadows, tearing free from their source. The first clone barely made it 10 steps before the herd reached him. I watched a Dusk Strider slam into the clone at full speed. Those curved horns drove through his chest, and his body crumpled and vanished into the stampede like it had never existed. The real Levi surged forward, faster now, noticeably faster. Another clone split off. Another sacrifice that generated another burst of speed. He killing himself to run faster. The clone on the left was trampled, 3 Dusk Striders running straight through where he'd been standing, not even slowing. The clone on the right lasted longer, weaving between the charging bodies for almost 5 seconds before a horn caught him across the throat. Each death fed the original. Each death bought him another few meters. It was the most disturbing thing I'd ever seen. Levi's face, his real face, was blank and focused as if watching copies of himself die, screaming, was just routine. What kind of life do you have to live to get used to that? Cindy crested a dune, and for a moment we were airborne, the ground falling away beneath us, nothing but red sky and churning dust. I saw the full scope of the herd below. Hundreds, maybe more. A river of bone-white chitin and curved horns, stampeding across the desert with single-minded purpose. They weren't hunting us. They weren't even aware of us. We were just obstacles, debris in the path of a natural disaster. The ground rushed up. Cindy's hooves slammed into sand, and we kept running. The dust cloud swallowed us. Instantly, I couldn't see anything. Sand in my eyes, my mouth, my lungs. I coughed, choked, pressed my face against Cindy's neck, and breathed through her mane. The roar was deafening now. Not just the stampede, but the wind, the grinding of 1,000 hooves against sand, the occasional shriek of a Dusk Strider that sounded almost like triumph. Something massive rushed past on our left, close enough that I felt the displaced air, felt the heat of Cindy's flames flicker in response. Too close. Way too close. Cassie, I screamed into the storm. Still here? Her voice came from somewhere ahead. Keep moving. Don't stop. I couldn't see her or anyone. Just Cindy's fire cutting through the murk. A single point of red light in a world gone brown. Then impact. Something clipped Cindy's hindquarters. The destrier stumbled, screamed, nearly went down. I grabbed her mane hard enough to rip out strands, my body lifting off her back before slamming back down. Come on. Come on, don't stop. Dawn T. She found her footing and pushed forward. The fire in her chest blazed brighter, angrier, and she threw herself through the storm with renewed fury. The dust strider that had hit us didn't slow. Didn't even notice. It was already gone, vanished into the herd, just another body in the tide. Time stopped meaning anything. There was only the run, the heat, the sand, and the endless thunder of hooves that seemed to come from every direction at once. And then, light. We burst out of the dust cloud like we'd been spat from the mouth of something ancient and hungry. Clean air hit my lungs. Stars appeared overhead, impossibly bright after the darkness of the storm. Cindy slowed, her breath coming in great heaving gasps, her flames flickering low. I slid off her back and collapsed onto the sand, my legs refusing to hold me. We made it. We actually made it. Cassie appeared beside me, barely winded. She looked back at the dust cloud, still rolling across the desert behind us, still filled with those dim, glowing eyes, and her expression was unreadable. Storm White materialized from a crack of lightning, depositing Tristan on the sand. He looked shaken, pale, but alive. Nisha rose from a shadow that shouldn't have existed, her cloak settling around her like liquid night. She didn't look shaken at all. If anything, she looked satisfied. And Levi walked out of the dust cloud alone. No clones. Just him, covered in sand and sweat, his breathing ragged but controlled. He didn't look at any of us, just stared at the herd as it continued its endless march across the desert, already growing distant. How many? Tristan asked quietly. Levi was silent for a moment. 17. He had to kill 17 versions of himself in order to outrun the Dust Striders. No one said anything after that, but the atmosphere was heavy. We sat in the sand and watched the Dust Striders disappear over the horizon, their grinding roar fading slowly into the night. This is Asherah, I thought. No one warned me about this shit. Chapter 199. 2 days long journey. Asherah continent had instantly proven itself to be a worthy adversary when I had not even spent 24 hours there. I wasn't mad. I swear I wasn't. I couldn't even be mad. Honestly, I just wanted to leave here as soon as I could. Having to destroy humans and spirit beasts was one thing. But these Dusk Striders, they knew not the concept of walking or stopping, just a bunch of desert runners. I wonder where they're even running to. I couldn't even fathom a place after thinking about it for a while, but wherever it was, I could only cast some vote of pity for the place. Those things would get there eventually. They always did. I exhaled while stepping back from the ruined window. We had found a ruin, although calling it a ruin was in fact a bit of stretch. The place was a structure that had been torn naked by either a sandstorm or a crude spirit beast. Maybe both, given how this continent seemed to operate. Its walls were barely even taller than us. The roofs that were supposed to cover the structure now lay in huge chunks of stone on the floor, cracked and scattered like broken teeth. Tristan and Levi and Nisha sat on some of the stones while Cassie stood beside me at the torn window. I managed to somehow lay my back against what remained of the frame. Cindy was standing beyond the structure, her silhouette motionless against the dark. Everybody sat in silence, breathing and just resting. I stared at the stars and the moons, each of them more distant than before, and I wondered if I was even going to make it to Racimera's in one piece. Or if I was even going to make it at all. You couldn't blame me for thinking like that. In such a short time of being in this world, I had seen enough death to last several lifetimes. It's been 5 months since I came, and it has been one death fight to another. I missed days where my greatest worry was going to school. I exhaled again as I tried to hold tight to those memories, the mundane ones, the boring ones, to try and forget the horrors I had experienced in this world. But it was futile. The memories slipped through like sand. Tristan's voice brought me back to reality. On the bright side of things, he said, wearing a small and tired smile and looking particularly at me. It's not long until we reach Solarium. A day or two. I sighed at his words. Suddenly a day or two felt longer than the 2 months I spent on the water. My throat burned at the thought. Who decided my fate? I tried to not think about my dried throat and thirst for anything liquid. Instead, I glanced at Cassie. who was standing like a statue with her arms folded. So awesome. You're the only good thing about my life right now. Summoning these villainous was the best thing that ever happened to me. Granted, they were also the source of my troubles. I'd have suffered either way. With them, it's bearable. Thinking about this, I managed to close my eyes and sleep. The next day, we woke up before the sun rose and began our journey, traversing the vast, empty desert for another brutal day with nothing to look forward to. The only thing that kept ringing in my mind was what Tristan had said. Because of it, I kept thinking, one more day to go. The thoughts did not help the raw taste that ravaged my throat, though. We were supposed to prepare water for this kind of journey, but Levi had said we wouldn't need to scale the desert on foot. Our journey was supposed to be faster than this. But it seemed the strange incident with the city of Cameroon had destroyed all of his plans. And going back to the ship wasn't completely a safe option. It was even like the ship would be waiting for our return. Forward was the only way, and forward we've been going. I better not die. As we continued to traverse the desert, towards the horizon, we began to see a small structure that got larger and larger as we walked closer. It wasn't clear, but something told me that we were about to find a haven soon. Then we got to a point where the structure revealed itself. Massive pillars like stone cones rose from the ground, pointing upward as if trying to pierce the sky. And in the center of it, as we got closer, was a circular pool filled with translucent liquid. As I came closer, my eyes widened. Water. Tristan and Nisha had the same reaction. All three of us scrambled to the center of the strange place, not caring for what it was. We each brought our hands into the pool, scooped water, and drank. After drinking it, I slapped my tongue against the roof of my mouth because the water tasted strange. Thick, too. Heavier than water should be. Well, you don't exactly expect that water sitting here for heaven knows how long will taste the same as normal water. It was the truth. I figured I had to take whatever I could get. I glanced at Levi as I sprawled tiredly beside the pool. Even though the sun was burning, it felt a little bearable now that I had water in me. I had not been so tired from walking. Cindy had carried me all day, but the sun, even my resistance to fire and heat, did not help me in this case. It burned all the same. Or maybe the others were having it even harder. I'd never know. But was tea easy on my end either? Aren't you going to drink some? Levi, after scanning the surroundings, stepped closer and bent down. He was about to scoop the water when he paused, raised his head, and looked at Tristan, Nisha, and me in confusion. I looked at him blankly. What exactly did you guys drink? He asked. Chapter 200. The Oasis Worm Part 1. The question was so obnoxious. What did he mean? What do we drink? We drank water, of course. Water? He frowned at us, including Tristan, seeing the expression on his face. A subtle frown creased Cassie's brows, and she stepped forward, leaving Cindy's side and passing inside the pillars that jutted from the ground like enormous spikes. The moment she stepped onto the reddish concrete structure, she stopped dead. Her frown deepened, something shifting behind her eyes. Kate, get out of there now. As she yelled, the pillars began to grind and vibrate. The vibration resonated with the ground itself, a deep tremor that ran up through my legs, and the floor immediately tilted, driving me straight toward the depth I had drunk from. Not just me. Tristan and Nisha too. I rolled, grabbed a stone slab. The bulge wasn't large enough for my fingers to find purchase. My hand slipped against the worn surface, nails scraping uselessly. But before I could fall, a hand caught mine and threw me upward with brutal strength. Storm exploded beside me in a howl of wind. Tristan and Nisha had summoned their spirits instantly. I flew into the air. Below me, the pillars rotated and shot inward with immense speed, stone grinding against stone, determined to crush me between them before I could escape. Before they could close, Cassie flew between the converging pillars and split her legs in a perfect horizontal line, catching both surfaces and stopping the massive structures from slamming together. The impact sent cracks, spiderwebbing through the ancient stone. In the meantime, I fell. I summoned my sword at the same instant, body plunging straight toward the water. But white flames formed a tornado directly beneath me, swelling for a moment before exploding outward with crazy speed, seconds before impact. I used the explosive force to launch myself outside the ring of pillars, boots skidding against sand as I landed. Cassie retracted her legs and rolled through the air with practiced grace. As the pillars moved in again, they suffered a thunderous sequence of kicks that resonated across the entire desert. Each impact cracked the massive structure and made it slow down, almost as if reconsidering its choices, before Cassie landed outside the sphere of pillars as well. Nisha, Tristan, Levi, all of us were now on the same side. I summoned Maggie, just in case, feeling her familiar warmth materialize beside me. The structure was shifting now. Sand rose and fell like a waterfall in reverse, cascading upward and outward, evidence that something monstrous wanted to reveal itself from beneath. I narrowed my eyes as I watched this happen, heat rising in my chest. Levi stared with a dark scowl on his face. A sandstorm was forming around us, grains stinging exposed skin, when he spoke softly against the rising wind. I think this is very, very bad news. I glanced at him. If Levi was saying this, I wanted to believe it truly was. But I still needed to be sure what exactly he meant. What exactly do you mean? He sighed, looking up even as sand completely obscured our vision, the sky disappearing behind a wall of churning brown. Well, that is no doubt the oasis of Shemaya Desert. He exhaled and added, it's a popular spirit beast that plagues travelers. Over 3 decades, it's been well known and marked. His expression and voice grew wary, which makes its presence here quite confusing. It's supposed to be in Hot Vale Desert. This is Tamil Desert. Hot Vale is over to the west of the continent, not the east. Tristan and Nisha were as clueless as I was. Tristan turned to the rising mountain of sand and asked, what rank are we looking at? Levi answered immediately, Apex, and if we're looking at the same oasis, then it most likely could be a level 3 Apex. I paused and thought for a moment. The Maelstrom Serpent ID fought was level 3, but at least it had been primal. Roughly as strong as the boss of the Ice Gate would V been. Now, this was an Apex tier, level 3. I wasn't sure twice as strong was going to cut it. It was more accurate to say that whatever this beast was, if Levi was being accurate, it was going to be at least 10 times stronger than the Leviathan eel had been. Cassie interrupted my thoughts at that moment. How about you guys sit this one out? She turned to me, and let the fire wizard and I take care of this. I glanced at Pyre Saint, who stood staring upward with a dark expression, flames already licking at her fingertips. I found this idea to be actually amazing. Cassie was a genius. Guys, I think we should, just as I spoke, the entire place shook and the sand began to come undone. A mountain of it rushed across the ground, forming a storm that could swallow us whole. Nobody at this point needed to be told what to do. We lunged backward, trying to outrun the storm and avoid being caught up in the collapsing dunes as the colossal creature finally revealed itself from the sands. I watched the sandstorm roll forward with devastating power and swallow Cassie, Maggie, and Cindy instantly, their forms disappearing into the churning brown. But while I was moving away, I saw Cassie's silhouette plunge out of the storm and into the sky. A silvery thin chain glittered behind her, flying upward like a thread that was infinitely long. Cassie had summoned her sword already, and the chain was following her sword arm. It wasn't until she cocked her arm backward and slung the blade that I discovered the chain was connected to the weapon itself. The sword covered vast distance in the sky and buried itself in the body of sand that had risen above half the visible horizon. A loud cry thundered across the entire desert. My ears felt like they were going to split in two from the sheer force of it. But the sword had found strong purchase now. The chain pulled taut, then slacked. The next thing I saw was Maggie rising into the air like an expert stuntman, using the chain as her guide. She erupted flame in her arms. Each one was like a falling meteor. Their white radiance brightened the shadowed sky and turned the sand to glass where it touched. In the next moment, they crashed into the abhorrent creature and exploded into a torrent of fire that came raining down. As the flames descended in actual drops of liquid fire, the rest of us had to run and move further from the battle scene, so we wouldn't get burned. Well, them in particular. I had no issues with Maggie's flames and couldn't be hurt by them. The creature, hit by the ferociously white flames, finally began to reveal itself. What I saw was a body of pillars. The creature was like a worm made of crude, colossal spikes, all of them connected in segmented sections that stretched beyond counting. If I had to take a strange guess, I wanted to say that perhaps that one oasis, or what at least had looked like an oasis, was only a single segment of the beast's body. My face paled at the realization. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Chapter 201. The Oasis Worm Part 2. It was both cold and inspiring to watch how Cassie and Maggie dealt with a creature the size of a mountain. The spikes scraped the air as the beast curled its massive segmented body, burrowing back into the ground. But Cassie did not let it escape completely. As the creature slammed into the desert sand, shaking everything for miles, she followed, her armor materializing mid-flight, helmet included. She landed on the creature's hide, and a terrifying shockwave exploded across the desert, dispersing a wave of sand that blotted out the horizon. She didn't care and continued to pummel the abhorrent creature with her bare fists. Every blow sounded like an explosion, as if she was nuking the thing with each strike. Maybe what was actually happening wasn't far off. Just how crazy can her punches be? Listening to the sound of the beast getting beaten into submission made me compose myself and promise my future self never to get punched by Cassie. All right, I had forgotten for a moment, but it wasn't for long. Immediately, I cast out Emperor's presence like a fisherman casting his net. This was an opportunity one couldn't miss to grow the attribute. Even though Cassie said not to interfere, I was sure that Emperor's presence would give her a boost in strength, not that she actually needed it. But I insisted. Besides, both she and Maggie weren't riding in my essence right now. They weren't even using any of their signature abilities, so I wasn't expending essence in any way. Maggie fought naturally with explosive white flames. It was as easy for her as swinging her chains. The only point it needed the attention of my essence was those terrifying signature abilities of hers. Both of theirs. It was just that Cassie's own blossomed with an army. Watching Cassie give the apex worm one hell of a beating, I realized she's shown more on a large-scale battlefield. That realization made me think of what exactly shown more would mean in her context. The creature let out a screech that threatened to burst my eardrums again. Its large upper body flew into the sky, and it shook against the air like it was throwing a titanic tantrum. Cassie did not care, though. Actually, I couldn't see Cassie anywhere in sight. I couldn't see Maggie either. But I could see explosions of fire blazing through the fog of sand below the beast. The same fog we had to run away from, and still had to move away from every time the fight got intense. The flames exploded against the beast's body and caused it visible, vicious pain. But the beast was too large for such pain to bring it down. Its body was too vast for these tiny spirits to fell it. They didn't lack force. The spirit beast was actually feeling the weight of each of their attacks. But from how I saw things, it would take at least 2 hours to disperse this thing. So what? I was worried about the time. I was worried about what would happen in that time. It was established now that Eildrim was a world blossoming with different kinds of vicious, unthinkable horrors. As much as their natural habitat was a spirit gate, it was already a known fact that an undefeated spirit gate could break and spill the beasts within it. And everyone, over time, adapts to their environment. I had seen the Dust Striders. What was to say there weren't other vicious beasts like them waiting around the desert for nightfall? And if they did exist, wouldn't the sound of battle send them coming? The sound could send anyone coming, in fact. What I hoped was that we'd be long gone before they got here. I thought about all of this for a while. With the roaring sound of Maggie's flames, the explosion of Cassie's fists, and the torturous cry of the beast's pain mixing into the background. After deciding, I stepped forward. Tristan, Levi, and Nisha immediately threw their heads toward me. What were you doing? I glanced at them and flashed a cool smile. I'm going to put an end to this nonsense. We don't have the luxury of time. I said it simply and turned back, walking into the mist of sand. I summoned Maggie's info to confirm some things as I continued forward. Spirit profile name: Sister Magdalene. Ignatius title: the Pyre Saint class. Caster Commander Spirit tier: Calamity Fortitude. 8.2 signature abilities: the Auto de Fe ultimate effect. Magdalene conducts mass execution. All marked enemies within 1 mile radius are simultaneously immolated in pillars of holy fire. Instant kill on anything below Hero Tier B rank. Massive damage to higher tiers ranks. She designates who burns with liturgical pronouncements. Cost: 800 SE. Requires a 10-second casting ritual. Leaves her physically and emotionally devastated. Cannot fight for 1 hour after. And the summoner feels the psychic weight of every death. Stigmatized Sentencing Debuff DOT. Effect: brands target with bleeding stigmata wounds. Hands, feet, side, crown. Each wound deals continuous holy damage and prevents regeneration. Number of stigmata increases with target's moral transgressions. Maximum 5. Cost: 150 Sapartarjet. Lasts until dispelled or target confesses atones. Cathedral Manifestation. Environmental buff. Effect: summons her personal cathedral, 500-foot diameter, around the battlefield. Allies gain 40 to all stats. Enemies suffer constant fire damage and guilt-based debuffs. Magdalene can teleport between confessional booths. Cost: 300 C. Last 10 minutes. Requires she remains stationary at the altar. Confession price. Interrogation truth. Effect: forces target to answer 3 questions truthfully while experiencing phantom burning. Each lie they've ever told manifests as a small flame consuming them. Cost: Sensa. Target must be restrained bound. Works on beings up to Sovereign Tier S rank. My resort would have been to make Maggie use Confession price, but the ability read like it wouldn't be of much use to a beast that most likely couldn't talk. So I could just use my own version of the ability, the Chains of Confession. As I walked closer to the writhing beast in the sky, with thunderous sound rolling across the desert, 5 chains shot out of my body like tentacles. They moved with a speed that blurred and latched onto the beast. At the same time, I commanded Cassie to use Auto de Fe. We were going to give this Oasis Worm a burn of its lifetime. Chapter 202. The Oasis Worm. Endgame: the chains found purchase. All 5 of them burrowed into the beast's hide like white serpents, sinking deep into segments that had to be at least 30 meters thick. The Oasis Worm screeched, a sound that made the previous cries seem like whispers. Good. Scream louder. The chains of confession blazed with white light, and I could feel the connection snap into place. It was like grabbing onto a live wire, except the electricity was information pouring into my skull in torrents of fragmented sensation. Hunger. Endless hunger. The memory of swallowing caravans whole, of digesting travelers for weeks while they still screamed. The satisfaction of creating false oases, of luring prey with the promise of water in a land of death. Jesus Christ, this thing is evil. But I didn't need its sins. I needed its pain. Maggie, I shouted into the sandstorm. Auto da fe. Now. For a moment, nothing. Then white flames erupted from somewhere below the beast, spiraling upward like a pillar of divine judgment. The Pyre Saint rose through the maelstrom, her chains trailing behind her, her eyes burning with that cold, terrible light I'd seen only once before, when she burned an entire plaza to ash. She hung in the air, arms spread wide, and began to speak. In nomine Patris. The words weren't loud. They didn't need to be. They carried across the desert like a funeral bell, each syllable pressing against reality itself. Ifili. The beast thrashed harder. It knew. Somehow it knew what was coming. Its massive body coiled and uncoiled in the sand, trying to burrow, trying to escape. But my chains followed it, extended infinitely, 5 anchors of burning white light that wouldn't let go. 5 more seconds. Just 5 more seconds. E.T. Spiritus Sancti. Cassie burst from a cloud of sand 20 meters to my left. Her armor dented, her helmet cracked. She landed beside me, and the dents and crack were forming back to shape. What are you doing? Ending this. You idiot, the essence cost alone will. Amen. The world turned white, as if someone had poured light into existence until there was nothing else. The heat hit me a moment later, a wave of pressure that should have turned my skin to ash, but didn't. Martyr S. endurance earned its keep. The Oasis worm screamed. It was a screech this time. It was a death rattle stretched across a creature the size of a mountain, a sound that seemed to go on forever as pillars of holy fire erupted from every point where my chains had touched its body. The flames spread like infection, racing along its segmented form, immolating it section by section. I watched the creature burn, and then I felt them, the deaths. Not one death, not two, not even hundreds. The Oasis worm wasn't just a beast. It was a living graveyard, a creature that had devoured over thousands of victims over the decades that their souls had become part of it. And now, as the auto-da-fe burned the worm to nothing, it burned them too. You have killed an apex, tier, spirit beast. Oasis worm, I dropped to my knees. No. Screams, faces, names I didn't know and would never know all poured through me, one after another, each one like a knife in my skull. Kate, Cassie's voice was distant. I felt soft hands on my shoulders. Kate, breathe. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. All I could do was experience their final moments, over and over, as the holy fire released them from the prison of the beast's body. The light faded. The screaming stopped. I found myself on my hands and knees in the sand, breathing in great heaving gasps. My vision swam, and my head felt like someone had taken a hammer to it from the inside. 800 essence. 800 essence for one attack. I pulled up my status with shaking hands. Spirit essence. 1117 2600. I laughed. A broken, hollow sound leaving my throat. We actually did it. The Oasis worm was gone. Not dead gone. Where the creature had been, there was only a vast crater of glass, sand fused into a smooth surface by the intensity of the flames. The pillars that had formed its false oasis had collapsed into rubble. The sandstorm was settling, revealing clear sky for the first time since the battle began. Maggie descended slowly, her feet touching the sand with unnatural grace. But I could see the cost. Her face was pale, her movements sluggish. The chains that usually floated around her hung limp at her sides. Maggie, I managed. She looked at me. For a moment, her expression was unreadable. Then she staggered, almost about to fall. I scrambled toward her on hands and knees, but Cassie got there first and caught her before she hit the ground, cradling her with a gentleness I'd never seen from her before. What happened? Cassie asked with a tone of worry. I exhaled and said, the signature ability has a very terrible drawback. If I had to endure that, I can only wonder how much she had to endure. And it wasn't just now, before now, how exactly did she carry the weight of every burden she carried? Now that I thought about it, I had used her to destroy all those population at the plaza. Surely it had to have caused a very huge backlash on her. But I didn't notice. At the time, I was also too burdened to feel anything, or perhaps it was simply because it was the lives of innocent people. I exhaled again, as tiredness set into my heart. Tristan and Levi reached me, and both touched me. Well done, Tristan said with a small, proud smile on his face. Levi, however, looked like he'd seen a ghost. His mouth was slightly opened. Boy, did you just go and kill an apex spirit beast? It wasn't until Levi spoke. I realized the magnitude of this feat. I just killed an apex beast, level 3. I paused for a moment and inquired, looking at the floating lodestar panel. Wait, what did I get? I checked every corner of the panel, even the back. My first apex kill, and I got nothing for it. Absolutely nothing. Chapter 203. Taking a break, or for lesser people the killing was sad. Not gaining anything from killing a damn level 3 apex was too bad. This damn lodestar has to be nuked in the end. I closed my mouth and suppressed a lot of curses as we trekked. It had been 2 days without water, and I was merely existing by circulating my essence around my body and moving. This was what Cassie had asked me to do to reduce the rate at which energy was burning through my system. It was somewhat like replacing the body's function with essence, letting the power do what flesh couldn't sustain anymore. Maggie was in my soul, resting peacefully, and Cassie was here, but she wasn't riding on any essence, so it was quite good. After a while, we finally reached a place that struck stars into our eyes. It was a city. Immediately, I realized it was a city. My eyes sharpened. One can't go through the dangers I had gone through in the past few months and not at least have this edge to them. It was getting very difficult to trust really peaceful things. Strangely, I felt like my own jinx. I think I'm stuck with a fate like this. But I wasn't going to sit around and let all these things continue to bully me. I looked at Tristan and Levi as they scanned the small town from the dunes we stood on. Then I said flatly, "Do we need to prepare to wipe out the whole town?" Levi and Tristan froze. Then their heads slowly turned to me. They were both silent for a few seconds. Then I laughed a little bit. "I was just playing with you guys, come on," I said and laughed some more. Both of them were still looking at me with worries on their faces. Why are they looking at me like that? I really was joking. Why were they not believing me even after I laughed? I glanced at Cassie and Nisha, who was on the other side. Nisha closed her eyes and exhaled slowly, like she was processing something she'd seen coming. "It's fine, see, you held on long enough." I couldn't even hold this long. Granted, my sanity was already fucked up long before. I frowned. "I am perfectly all right." Nisha flashed me a grin. "I believe you, see." She said that, but somehow I didn't believe it. Why don't I believe it? I asked myself. I really was joking. That was a joke. People joke. Anyways, Levi said and stood up. "We have no choice. We can't trek another day without water." My throat feels like it's burning already. My insides are twisting. I nodded. "So we're raiding them?" Levi sighed. "There'll be no need to if they comply." At that point, Tristan and Nisha stared at the two of us. And the two of us, surprisingly, said at the same time, "What?" I paused and turned to look at Levi, freezing for a moment. In that moment, it actually felt like I just found the love of my life. I could almost hear a melodramatic piano progression playing underneath, until Levi looked at me with eyes that wanted to stab me. "Are you judging me right now?" I shook my head immediately. Goodness. Jesus no. God forbid. I don't roll like that. No judgment to people who did, but I had my own preferences and they ran in a completely different direction. Tristan sighed and shook his head. "No one is judging you. You're just too insecure." Levi smacked his lips and scoffed, then started to trudge forward. The rest of us followed immediately. As we scaled down the dune, Cassie asked me, "Are you okay?" I gave her a thumbs up with a small smile on my lips. Throughout this journey, this was the first time she had done this. She always asked if I was okay, how I was holding on. The check-ins had become their own kind of rhythm, something to count on. The descent to the town was a downward slope, so we really had to be careful as we scaled down so we didn't end up rolling down to the city. More than that, we wanted to be at alert, or at the very least, I wanted to be. I wonder how Cassie always perceives these things quickly. I spread my enhanced hearing and seeing outward. I didn't think it would amount to what Cassie was used to, but I still wanted to try. After all, this could be the belly of some spirit beast, for all one knew. We reached the small town, and it was dry as it had seemed from afar. The windows were closed, and the winds were carrying red sand, drifting across the lower level of the town, almost every corner. The place, in fact, seemed deserted. Not a soul. Not a sound besides our footsteps and the low moan of the wind threading through empty streets. But we continued to walk and then found a well with a roof. The roof was like a samurai-esque hat, and there was a small wooden bucket to fetch water from the well. We all ran towards the well and checked it before we decided to draw the water. And for the first time, it was indeed clean water. Clean water. We found clean water. We all took turns drinking. All of us, except Cassie, who stood behind us with her eyes narrowed. After each taking turns to drink from the water, I took another bucket and poured on myself from head to toe, feeling the cold smack my skin like a good bedtime kiss. The sky was dark, and it was a bit difficult to see the upper layer of the town, most especially because of how the town was positioned beneath the dunes. I turned to Cassie after pouring water on my body 2 times. Then I said, even though you might not need it, wouldn't it be simply convenient to take some water? Cassie took about 3 seconds before she responded to me, and it wasn't even a response to my question. Her gaze sharpened more than it already was, and she said, I think something is coming. It's not a spirit beast, but it also doesn't feel like good news. In that moment, a powerful pressure washed across the entire atmosphere of the town. It felt like the Grim Reaper had descended. Everyone curled down, except Cassie who, as if spring was in her legs, shot off the ground and into the dark air. Goodness, I really am not going to get a break. Chapter 204. Clash of Titans over the vast and seemingly endless dunes on the far side of the town. 2 figures clashed in a cold spray of pale blue light and white radiance. The desert had become their arena, the sky their ceiling, and every grain of sand a witness to powers that should not have been wielded so freely. One was a tall, full-figured woman wearing what looked like an overflowing dark blue dress with cloud patterns rippling across its surface. Her considerable frame carried her tremendous breasts naturally, her body built with the kind of generous proportions that made such abundance seem inevitable rather than unusual. Her every movement spoke of ages spent growing stronger, perfecting the art of her own devastation. She moved in clean synchronization with her garments, every gesture precise despite her size. Even her breasts, when they swayed with her movements, seemed to beat the air into submission. Silver hair cascaded around white foxy ears that sprouted from her skull. 3 tails extended from behind her, curling around one another as if commanding the wind itself to obey. She landed on the dunes, and the entire desert trembled. Sand scattered in waves radiating outward from the impact. Her claws extended as she curved her hands into weapons, each nail catching the light like polished blades. Her tail spun behind her, and her stance made it abundantly clear she was ready to strike. Her opponent presented a stark contrast. Where the first woman ran warm-toned and voluptuous, this one was pale as bleached bone. Glowing floral tattoos coiled along her arms and body like living ink, pulsing with spectral light that seemed to breathe with her. Long black hair fell in straight strands and braids, heavy and disciplined, framing a face that remained eerily calm. She wore layered wrappings of dark, fitted armor at the waist and hips, bound with cords and beads in overlapping patterns that spoke of ritual as much as function. She held a katana glowing with blue, ghastly light. Her eyes glowed as well, reflecting something not entirely human lurking behind them. How presumptuous, the massive lady said, a dark smile spreading across her face. That you think that fragile blade can stop me. The thin lady's response came without hesitation. I've stopped you before, and I can do it again. The fox woman threw her head back and laughed, voracious and unrestrained, the sound rolling across the desert like distant thunder. Her enormous breasts shook like 2 mountains caught in an earthquake. Then her expression shifted, ruthless, settled into something cold and merciless. You wretch. She moved. So did her opponent. As the thin woman surged forward, 3 more swords materialized behind her, each one glowing with that same ghostly light. They moved in perfect synchronization with her main blade, trailing her like predators following the hunt. As the 2 ladies clashed, steel singing against claw, the trailing swords changed direction sharply, as if guided by an invisible hand with its own intentions. They lashed at the foxwoman from the side. Her tails swung in response, and a ferocious wind blasted the spectral blades off their attack trajectory. The displaced air screamed past with enough force to strip bark from trees, had any trees been foolish enough to grow in this wasteland. The dunes scattered as they fought. The atmosphere suffered for it. The pressure they exerted with each onslaught caused the air itself to grow heavy and thick, difficult to breathe even from a distance. and when they collided with force, the weighted atmosphere collapsed to the ground and carved a colossal groove into the desert floor. Sand turned to glass in places where their energies concentrated. The violence of their clash sent sand spraying across the landscape in great plumes that blotted out the horizon. The settlement beyond the dunes stood at risk of burial, its citizens unknowing of how close they stood to oblivion. Both of them continued to fight like pillars of wind slamming against the storms of the sky. They were armed not just with ferocious power, but with a will that shook the earth, a pressure that terrified the very elements of the world. The clouds above twisted in response to their battle, forming spirals centered on their clash. It would not have been an understatement to say that the desert itself feared for its own dear life. They tore apart from each other, flying back across kilometers as easily as most people would hop a single step. Each of them landed at a great distance from the other, yet they saw each other clearly, as if no distance existed between predator and prey. They were breathing heavily now. The foxwoman straightened, rolling her shoulders. Irritation creased her brow, pulling at the corners of her mouth. She looked like someone who needed to be somewhere else, but found herself held in place by an opponent who refused to be convenient about dying. The thin lady stood with no expression on her face, calm, indifferent, as if the exertion meant nothing to her, as if she could continue this for hours. The foxwoman scoffed, her voice carrying effortlessly across several kilometers of empty sand. And what? What do you want from this? What does that man have to offer you? I could give you double. He offers me nothing. The thin lady paused, considering her words with the same precision she applied to her blade, then added, Actually, he offers me chances like this. Chances to tear down vile sluts like you. Vile? The foxwoman scoffed again, the sound dripping with theatrical offense. Goodness, I merely want to attain immortality. The warlord you worship did it too, but I'm not allowed to. I don't care what you want to attain. The thin lady's voice remained flat, factual, as though discussing the weather rather than genocide. But if you're left alone, you will kill half the population of the continent at this rate. The foxwoman laughed again, throwing her arms wide as if to embrace the accusation. Oh my, you really are a child, aren't you? Mado, that man thoroughly sowed the seeds in you. She spat in irritation, the gesture somehow elegant despite its crudeness. I'm so sick and tired of seeing everyone controlled by one thing or another. What is it with you humans? Aren't you even supposed to be an elf? I thought your lot was blessed by the wisdom of that damn tree. Her lip curled with disgust. Look at you. You hide yourself on his orders, forsake your identity. All for what? A man who can't even satisfy your womanly needs. The thin lady's face reddened for a moment. She exhaled slowly, visibly releasing the heat that had crept into her cheeks. I see you continue to prove yourself vile over and over again. You speak as though you're any different from others. Her voice remained steady despite the flush, controlled despite the provocation. No matter how many of your tales you try to awaken, no matter the height you try to reach, you're still cursed with a hole that can never be satiated. The foxwoman's teeth clenched with enough force to crush stone beneath them. Both of them lunged. However, both pairs of eyes widened mid-flight as they registered another presence entering the battlefield. A lone figure wearing a dark, jagged armor and holding a greatsword over her shoulder stood in the middle of the desert, positioned directly between their trajectories. Her crimson hair flowing behind her in a wind that seemed to answer to her alone. Chapter 205. My encounter with the Sky Generals. The two stopped and cautiously observed the lady in obsidian armor that seemed to drink the light around it. She lifted her sword off her shoulder, and the air bent around the blade, warping like heat haze over summer stone. Weight pressed down on the atmosphere, something immense and invisible bearing down on the world itself. The sky reddened, bruising under that pressure as if the heavens themselves were being squeezed by an unseen hand. The sky looked like it was terrified of her, terrified of the desert, terrified of what was about to happen. The sand rose in spiraling columns, scattered by forces that had nothing to do with wind. The two fighters still stood on guard. Every hair on their bodies had risen to warn them of this immeasurable danger that stood between them. Neither moved. Neither breathed. The tension stretched like a wire pulled too tight, one wrong breath away from snapping. The swords surrounding the thin lady stilled, all pointing towards the stranger in the middle of the desert. A constellation of suspended blades, frozen midair, each one aimed at the woman in obsidian like accusations waiting to be spoken. Cassie examined the two of them through her featureless helmet. She noted the fox lady and the thin lady, and beneath her armor, a small smile curved the corner of her lips. At that point, she passed a mental command to me, asking us to move. So I and the rest of the crew were already climbing out of the depth despite just reaching it. When we got to the top of the desert, my eyes widened at what I saw. The lady was thin and had a keen resemblance to Lady Yuan purely by the tattoo she had on her body. But Lady Yuan's own was somewhat different. This lady's tattoo seemed to glow with its own inner light, pulsing faintly like a second heartbeat, and her skin itself was so pale it was almost luminous alongside the markings. She was taller too, comparatively as tall as Cassie, but certainly not taller. The lady turned her head as we stepped out of the depth. I tried very hard not to look at her chest. Failed immediately. Completely and utterly failed. Thin ladies with massive proportions really could be a thing in this world. Focus. For the love of everything holy. Focus. She turned fully, her eyes sharpening coldly at us. Levi, Tristan, and Nisha went stiff beside me. They muttered to each other in hurried whispers. "That is not who I think it is, right?" Nisha whispered, trying not to make it obvious that she was stealing glances at the glowing woman. "I swear, I think it is." I looked at the two of them with a small frown and whispered back, "What are you guys even talking about?" Levi looked at me with a mix of irritation and pity. That specific combination that people reserved for when you'd done something monumentally stupid without realizing it. "What is that expression for?" I hissed. He shook his head and turned back to the lady who was now facing Cassie some distance away. There was something else wearing white farther beyond Cassie, but I couldn't make out the details clearly from this distance. "An Asherah." "No, in the world," Levi said quietly, his voice barely above a breath. "There's several people who stand like mountains almost touching the sky because of their uncanny strength. They are called the 10 Sky Generals. Are they part of the church?" I asked with a small frown. Tristan stepped in, his voice equally low. "We have 2 cardinals who are also Sky Generals. I think the world government should have one. Some are unaffiliated, while some also are affiliated to other religions and organizations." He looked at me directly and added, "But you have to know that this doesn't mean there aren't people stronger than them. It just means these are the ones we know. Some others refuse the title because of something even higher." I paused for a moment, digesting all that they had said. 10 people at the peak of the world. And we stumbled into 2 of them having a territorial dispute in the exact spot we needed to cross. Wonderful. Just wonderful. I see. I turned back to the lady, and that was when I realized she was walking forward towards Cassie. I broke into step immediately, following her. Tristan and Levi tried to stop me, but it was too late, so they had to follow. The lady stopped about 10 meters from Cassie. She watched me and the others hurry past her and stand behind our armored protector. Something flickered in her expression. Amusement, maybe, or curiosity at the fools who depositioned themselves behind the stranger rather than fleeing. I whispered to Cassie, "Should I summon Maggie?" Cassie replied mentally, "I'm more than enough to take care of these 2. Levi and Tristan had referred to them as some peak of humanity, and yet Cassie said she was enough. She sounded confident, more than confident, like she was stating a simple fact about the color of the sky. Okay then. I surveyed past her, and that was when my eyes caught the other lady standing at a vast distance away. I noticed the massive balloons first, then the white tails behind her, swaying and moving subtly as if the wind was stroking them with gentle fingers. Holy! I swallowed. Oh, Jesus! I swallowed again. Harder this time. What the actual fuck? Those were, without question, in all honesty of both the lives I had lived, the most massive breasts I had ever laid eyes on across both worlds. An engineering marvel, a defiance of physics, a testament to whatever God had designed this reality and apparently lost all sense of restraint. How could this even be? Did she cultivate them? I swallowed hard, still staring like an absolute idiot, until I felt a stabbing sensation at the back of my neck. I turned. Cassie was looking at me. Even though I could not see her eyes through her helmet, it was painfully obvious she was glaring holes through my skull. "Who are you people?" As the lady asked, the massively endowed fox lady was already walking towards us. She moved like a force of nature, her chest swaying dramatically with each step. But she wasn't even up to 6'5", as I could tell. Still taller than I was, though. Sadly, Cassie was silent even after the lady had asked the question, so it was Levi who responded. He bowed his head respectfully and spoke with a carefully restrained tone, every word measured and diplomatic. We're merely travelers, ma'am. We could be on our way right now." Is he scared? Actually, it was pretty difficult sometimes to tell if Levi was truly scared or was just pretending to be scared. From what I'd observed about him over time, I would vote for the latter. It seemed that Levi really knew how to play the part when it suited him. Fear was just another mask in his collection. The Sky General was silent for a long moment, observing Levi and the rest of us with those cold, luminous eyes. Her gaze moved across each of us like she was cataloging threats, or dismissing them. "Let you go. You interrupted us a lot," the fox lady shouted, her voice harsh and surprisingly fitting her fierce appearance. The Sky General standing before us closed her eyes for a moment, as if summoning patience from some deep reserve, and said, "As much as I hate to admit it, what this barbarian said is true. You were the ones that interrupted us. So you have an obligation to answer who you are." I inhaled slowly, exhaled. "Actually, we really don't owe you anything." As my voice came out, Levi's whole body twitched like he'd been struck by lightning. He slowly turned to me, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. His eyes screamed, "What the hell are you doing?" I frowned and stepped closer to the lady. "We were just trying to cross, but you two chose the exact spot to fight each other. To not get caught up in the animosity between the two of you." I glanced between them. "All you had to do was stand apart silently while we passed." I added, my frustration bleeding through despite my best efforts to contain it. "I'm so sick and tired of everyone in this world." Levi, Tristan, and Nisha all turned to look at me, helping me realize what I thought was a mutter had been considerably louder than intended. I frowned at them. "What?" I turned to the fox lady. "We have no intentions to disturb you, no desire for unnecessary introductions. Even though I'd love to get to know you, those proportions are genuinely, cosmically unfair. But sadly I can't because I have priorities." I looked at her again, hiding the regret in the depth of my eyes and the saliva I swallowed back down my throat. I fixed them both with a final gaze and said, "So, let us skip the introduction, okay? We will be leaving, and you both can carry on with whatever it is you were doing." As I finished, Cassie moved. Her sword came off her shoulder and slammed into the sand with the force of a meteor strike. A torrent of sand exploded around her, rising in a wave that blotted out half the reddened sky before cascading back to earth like a broken tide. The shock wave rolled outward, pressing against my chest, forcing the air from my lungs. Even the two Sky Generals shifted their stances, acknowledging the display. Feels good having her on my side. Chapter 206. Settling disputes between two wives, there was a small note of tension as Cassie slammed her sword on the ground. Both of them stared at us, starting from me, who was at the center of everything. Honestly, I didn't mind being stared at. It was at this time that I knew and appreciated the importance of cell phones. After this little aura farming, wouldn't it have been easy to pull the fox lady aside and ask her for her phone number? Maybe she would have tried to kill me. Would she? After sounding so powerful? I think she'll fold, so long as Cassie is around. I smiled internally. That's my wingman right there. Or wingwoman? Cassie honestly probably didn't know how important she was to me. The silence went on for more than 2 minutes. At that point, It was getting more difficult to stand without trying to share my body weight between both legs. My calves were starting to ache, and maintaining a dignified posture while your feet slowly died was harder than it sounded. Luckily for me, before I started to look like a pitiful human being, the fox lady scoffed and looked at her opponent. "Look at you, slut. Did you pick this location for this kind of interruption? You call this a win?" Her opponent, the thin lady, closed her eyes and seemed to sigh in exasperation before opening them again. The weight of dealing with someone she clearly despised showed in the slight tension around her jaw. "First of all, I seek neither win nor loss with you. You simply deserve to be put to death for your atrocious deeds, which is exactly what I'm going to do." She turned to me, her gaze cooling further. "Once they leave," hearing that and seeing the look in her eyes, her answer was clear enough for someone like me to not have to take guesses, despite how clueless I can be. But it was sad, though. With the kind of hatred these people stared at each other with, they were most likely going to kill each other today. Or at least one of them would die. I think ladies like this should not be allowed to murder themselves. The world needs people like this. Losing people like this is a loss to humanity. I try to convince myself, completely unaware that it was my strong physical attraction to both of them working right there. I looked at Cassie, then at Tristan and Levi and Nisha. They seemed to know the look in my eyes despite having never seen it before. Nisha, Levi, and Tristan shook their heads in unison, glaring at me with eyes that wished to stab me. But I nodded with an assuring smile on my face. They still didn't seem to trust me, and continued to shake their heads frantically. Tristan's expression in particular suggested he was already composing my eulogy. Either way, I turned to the ladies in question and folded my hands. A circle of white flame blazed around me, making both of them step back. The wariness that settled over their faces was immediate and dark. Who doesn't like a little dramatic flair? The highest it would cost me was essence. I folded my hands within the flames and calmed them, letting the fire settle into something controlled rather than wild. The two ladies looked like they were barely suppressing themselves from reacting further. The thin lady with the juicy breasts and pale skin stared at me wide-eyed, her thoughts clearly racing behind that composed face. Fire. How can he control fire like that? What is he? I thought he was a summoner. The fox lady's eyes were equally wide, her tail standing on edge like the fur of a startled cat. Controlling fire. The lady and her immense spiritual power. This has to be myth-tier at least. And her eyes went even wider. It couldn't be. The thin lady had almost the same reaction. Her body tensed further, and her eyes looked like they were going to fall out of her head. They were shaking. A spirit summoner? Yes, a spirit summoner. I didn't know what they were thinking, but it seemed like this strategy had worked effectively. Whatever conclusions they jumped to, they were clearly the wrong conclusions. The fox lady was the first to speak. Her tone shifted entirely. Her usually loud and strong voice became calm and measured, the kind of careful neutrality people used when they weren't sure if they were talking to a predator. "What do you seek in this desert? Why is someone like you here?" I blinked in confusion. Someone like me? But my confusion didn't last for long. For the love of the game, I had to step into a certain persona. And for that, my brilliant mind was working overtime. I actually felt like I could feel strategic apex taking effect. Or maybe it was just me getting into character. Hard to tell the difference sometimes. I'm merely passing by. I let the words settle, unhurried. After finishing one of my voyages across the seas, I decided to enjoy the calm radiance of the desert's sun. I've been having a peaceful voyage up until now, thanks to you both. I fixed the two of them with a dark glare. They looked restrained. If I didn't know better, I'd say somewhat tamed. I'm counting on you two not to make this easy for me. I frowned intentionally, looking quite the part. I think, while it's reasonable to leave whatever business you both have here and go on my way, it's not easy to ignore the fact that two individuals with the power to level cities are out here wanting to battle each other to the death. I breathed, letting the pause stretch. "So, what is wrong?" The thin lady bowed her head politely, cupping her arms in a formal gesture. I had suspected on the first look, but her posture just confirmed it for me. She probably hailed from the Waterlands like Yuan. Thank you for your immense kindness and wisdom. I'm known as the Pale Rose, Thamida. This woman is a treacherous beast that deserves to be sealed away for the peace of the world. As a war prelate of the Iron Covenant, I have taken it upon myself to put an end to the misery that the world suffers from her hand. So I decided I was going to kill her. Goodness. Hell. Can you even listen to her? The Fox Lady's composure cracked entirely. You are merely wanting to seek the favor of a man who has cast you aside. All you are is a try-hard and pick-me. Stop trying so hard to make sense. She spat on the ground with irritation. 2. Your words make me lose all motivation. I stared between the two of them and sighed deeply. Suddenly, I felt like I was trying to settle an argument between two wives. This is going to be more difficult than I thought. Chapter 207. Who is a sinner? Who is a persecutor? The animosity radiating from these two ladies was palpable. It hung in the air between them like something physical, something that could catch fire if either of them so much as breathed wrong. I had asked for a sensible explanation of what was going on. What I got instead was a barrage of curses launched at each other like verbal artillery, each insult building on the last until the words blurred together into meaningless noise. And somewhere in that mess, the Fox Lady had said something that made me pause. What a very crazy thing to say. As expected of a fox woman. Plus she had 9 tails. She didn't literally have 9 visible tails, but perhaps she was keeping the rest of the 6 hidden somewhere. Waiting for the right moment. Maybe she's the type that gets powerful as her tails appear. I observed the exchange while waiting, arranging my expression into something that hopefully looked thoughtful rather than completely lost. The thinking man's pose. Very dignified. I wanted to ask the thin lady what exactly the Fox Lady had done that warranted a death sentence. But I stopped myself before the words could form. This one had made it abundantly clear that she was a war prelate of the Iron Covenant, which I believed was another religion. These ones seemed more cultish, though. More zealous. Given my natural bias against organizations that loved pointing fingers, I didn't want to hear the Fox Woman's sins from the mouth of her persecutor first. It seemed more sensible to give the sinner a chance to speak of their own sins before asking the prosecution to weigh in. This was mostly because the prosecution was associated with a body that had built its entire livelihood on pointing hypocritical fingers at everyone else while pretending their own hands were clean. I didn't really know the people of the Iron Covenant that well, but it didn't matter. The concept of religion itself was universal. It just knew how to change garments according to culture and region. Different clothes, same skeleton underneath. I turned to the Fox Lady and asked, "And what sin did you commit that this young lady believes is worth punishing you for?" The Fox Lady beamed at me. Such a bright smile. Glad I took this route. The route had nothing to do with favorability, of course. I was being completely unbiased and simply reaping the natural fruit of my wisdom. Pure judicial integrity. The lady threw her arms over her massive chest in a fold, causing those considerable entities to shift with so much indescribable elegance and splendor. I kept my eyes fixed firmly on her face. Mostly, this slut wanted to kill me because I killed just 10,000 people. 10,000, and she's making such a fuss about it. I froze in place. My expression remained carefully blank, but inside, something short-circuited. 10,000 is just... Of course she's crazy. What was I expecting? They're never right in the head. I looked at the Fox Lady, turned to the thin lady, turned back to the Fox Lady. She added as I turned to her, her tail swaying with casual amusement. Let us put aside the fact that I'm killing 10,000. How many have they killed? All in the name of wanting to serve justice. What gives them the right to be the distributor of justice? She makes a fair point. Not that I was going to say that out loud. I sighed. What do you need 10,000 souls for? The Fox Lady looked at me for a long moment, studying my face as if deciding whether I was worth the explanation. Then she answered. Her tail shifted as she spoke, swaying like they had minds of their own. Each of my 10 tails requires 10,000 souls to awaken. It gets really hard to evolve one's racial bloodline, you know? And these things take decades if not centuries of effort. What is wrong with getting stronger? Why should I be killed simply because I seek power? Trust me, I was silent for more than a minute. Turns out I'm not the only one who needs to hit the asylum. I should ask her to fix an appointment with me sometime. Who knows, she might be interested in getting close to me in the asylum bathroom, and then we can escape later. Get closer while escaping, maybe. If I didn't control my wild thoughts any further, I could feel myself reacting. I sighed again. Despite my undeniably unbiased feelings toward the fox lady, I had to speak the truth. She was twisted. You're very right. A radiant smile showered upon her face once again. I also believe no one should kill you for simply trying to be stronger. No one deserves to die for that. I paused, letting the words settle before delivering the turn. But it gets to a point where some things are just wrong. The smile in her gaze faded. Something dark climbed into its place, something cold and ancient that made the air around us feel heavier. Meanwhile, from my peripheral vision, I caught a small curve forming on the thin lady's lips behind me. By the way, the fox lady said, her voice flat and dangerous now, doesn't that make it 30,000 people you've killed so far? To awaken 3 tails. 20. I closed my eyes, opened them after a breath. 20,000 lives is not negligible. Even one life is not negligible. The lady behind me scoffed. I turned to her and said, and you have no right to be a punisher when you are guilty of the same offense. How many have your blades felled? She opened her mouth and said, her voice coming out calm and measured, I have only slaughtered people who deserved it. Wicked men whose absence made the world a better place. I looked at her with a bit of disgust. More than a bit, actually. This is why I hate self-righteous people. And what difference does it make? She frowned coldly at me, wanting to say something, but I didn't let her. Whether it is the soul of an evil man or the soul of a good man, a soul is nonetheless a soul. And what would you call your own soul? Your sword is tainted by the blood of many who truly believe themselves to be doing the right thing, just as you believe now. I gestured slightly, a small motion to encompass everything she represented, which means someday you will stand at the end of someone else's blade, someone who will claim that killing you will make the world a better place. What do you have to say to that? She paused. The words seemed lodged somewhere in her throat, unable to escape. Her certainty wavered just for a moment. I turned to the fox lady, and my expression toward her twisted with dark irritation. But you are the worst of all. Chapter 208. Beware of the monster you can become. She stood with a dark glare towards me. She probably didn't expect that I would face her like that, given how I had just rebuked the lady that called herself Pale Rose. Even I hadn't expected it. I guess I really am just a sucker for the justice of moralism. It was slightly funny coming from someone like me. I was also in no position to point at what the standard of moralism should be or should not be. I beheld her face with a stern stare. The circle of white flames surrounding me had long since calmed down, forming a scorched desert circle, blazed but low, just below my knee level. I stared at her, my arms still folded and a ghastly glow covering the atmosphere like a blanket. You asked what gives her the right to be a distributor of justice, I said, my voice carrying across the sand. A fair question. I agreed with you. But let me ask you something in return. Her tail swayed behind her, agitated but controlled. She was listening. Do you even know what you took? The fox lady tilted her head, her expression shifting from defensive to genuinely puzzled frown. I took souls. I already told you this. No. I shook my head slowly. You took lives. 20,000 of them. Do you understand what a life is? She stared at me like I had asked her to explain the obvious. A life is existence. A span of time between birth and death. Mortals have them. They end. She shrugged, her massive breast shifting with emotion. I simply ended them sooner than they would have ended anyway. What difference does a few decades make? She genuinely doesn't get it. The realization hit me harder than I expected. It wasn't that she was being cruel. To her, this was just what was necessary. It was indifference, and frankly, I didn't know whether to be relieved or even be more fearful of her. A few decades. I sighed and repeated. Let me paint you a picture. One of those 20,000 souls you consumed. Maybe he was a father. Maybe he woke up every morning before dawn to work fields he didn't own, breaking his back under a sun that didn't care, just so his daughter could eat. Maybe he dreamed of saving enough coin to buy her a ribbon for her hair. A simple ribbon. That was his ambition. And that ambition to him was his everything. The Fox Lady's brow furrowed. Not with guilt, with confusion. And you erased him. You erased the ribbon. You erased the daughter's smile when she received it. You erased every morning he would have woken up, every meal he would have shared, every moment of tired joy he would have stolen from a world that gave him nothing. But he was going to die anyway, she said, as if explaining something obvious to a child. In 60 years. Maybe 70. His daughter too. They all die. You simply what? Harvested him early? I felt something cold settle in my chest. That is exactly my point. To you, he was a resource, not a person with a story. To you, he is just a mere number in your count toward awakening another tale. Her tale's still behind her. She was processing. I could see that much. But the understanding I was looking for was there. I have lived for over 400 years, she said slowly, her voice losing some of its earlier playfulness. I have watched people rise and crumble to dust. I have seen generations bloom and wither like flowers in a field. Do you know how many humans I have watched die of old age, of disease, of their own stupidity? She spread her arms. Millions, tens of millions. They die whether I touch them or not. The only difference is that when I take them, their deaths mean something. They become part of something greater. For 100 years. Fuck. It didn't come close to Cassie and the rest, but it was still a lot. Besides, she wasn't a spirit. Damn, does that mean people are allowed to live that long over here? To some extent, I could say I understood now. This wasn't a monster in the traditional sense. This was a creature so far removed from the human experience that the concept of individual human value had simply eroded, like a cliff face worn smooth by centuries of waves. You think you're giving their deaths meaning, I said. But you're not. You're just taking. There's no transaction here. You didn't offer them a choice. You didn't ask if they wanted their souls to fuel your ascension. You simply decided their lives were worth less than your tales. Because they are. She said it without malice, without cruelty. Immortal lives for a blink. I will live for millennia more. The power I gain from their souls will shape the fate of nations. One life, weighed against what I can become. How is that not a fair exchange? Because they didn't agree to the exchange. My voice rose despite myself. You're standing there talking about fair trades when you're the only one at the negotiating table. The merchant who robs a corpse and calls it commerce. She fell silent for a moment. Her dark eyes studied me with something that might have been dark curiosity. You speak with such passion, she said finally. For creatures you've never met. Creatures whose names you'll never know. Why? Why indeed? I didn't have a clean answer. I was a hero. I was even particularly good. I had my own darkness, my own sins that would make confession booths spontaneously combust. But some things were just wrong. Because that's what separates us from monsters, I said quietly. Not power or longevity or the ability to level cities or command flames. It's the ability to look at something weaker than ourselves and choose not to consume it simply because we can. The Fox Lady's lips curved into something between a smile and a sneer. How very human of you. I'll take that as a compliment. It was Team Min as one. Her tails began to sway again, but the motion was different now. Slower and more thoughtful. You speak of choice, of consent. But tell me this, spirit summoner. When you eat meat, do you ask the animal's permission? Will you pluck a flower? Do you negotiate with the stem? Damn, she's not stupid. Humans aren't flowers. To you, perhaps. She stepped closer, and I could feel the ancient weight of her presence pressing against the air. But to me, to beings like me, the gap between human and flower is smaller than you'd like to believe. I held my ground, keeping my arms folded, keeping my expression carved from stone. Then that's exactly why you're the worst of all. I'll let the words hang for a moment. The pale rose kills because she believes she's righteous. She's deluded, but at least she recognizes the weight of what she takes. She counts her kills. She justifies them. She needs to believe they deserved it, because somewhere in that twisted heart of hers, she knows that taking a life means something. I pointed at the Fox Lady. But you? You don't even have that. You kill 20,000 people and call it cultivation. You harvest souls like a farmer harvests wheat, and you genuinely, truly, in your heart of hearts, don't understand why that's monstrous. Her expression flickered. Something passed behind those ancient eyes. The pale rose is a hypocrite, I continued. But hypocrites at least acknowledge the standard they're failing to meet. You've abandoned the standard entirely. You've convinced yourself that human lives are resources, and because you believe it so completely, you feel no guilt, hesitation, or weight. I let my arms fall to my sides. That's not strength. That's just emptiness. You've lived so long that you've forgotten what it means to value something smaller than yourself. And that makes you the most dangerous kind of monster. The kind that doesn't even know it's a monster. The Fox Lady stood motionless. For a long moment, the only sound was the low crackle of my dying flames and the whisper of sand against sand. Then she spoke. You are strange. Her head tilted, studying me like I was a puzzle she couldn't quite solve. I have met many powerful beings in my centuries. None of them have ever spoken to me like this. They either feared me, desired me, or sought to destroy me. But you, she trailed off. Please don't say something that makes me feel sympathy for the mass murderer. Please, you speak to me as if I could be better. She finished, as if you expect something from me. I didn't have a response to that, because honestly, I wasn't sure what I expected. I wasn't naive enough to think a speech would undo 4 centuries of a fundamentally different worldview. I wasn't arrogant enough to believe my words carried that kind of weight. But I said what needed to be said, whether she understood it or not. That was her burden to carry. Chapter 209. The world needs more perverts is what I meant to say. I think this much is more than enough. I hadn't meant to spit all that prattle, but now that I had, I felt like I needed to wash myself clean and stick to my heavenly nature. The world already had enough righteous and morally upright people. It also had enough twisted sinners and loathsome evil practitioners too. I mean, look at these two. I should be true to myself, yes. That one is much better. I breathed in, then out. It seemed like the rest of the group finally came alive to me after I did. All of them before now had been so silent, they made it almost too easy for me to forget they were here in the first place. I glanced at the Fox Lady, and the pale rose one more time, took a few moments, then said, whatever it is you lot have concluded from this little conversation, I really don't care actually. It's a lie. I do like Mad. But what I know is your life could hold far more meaning than these. I turned my face with a little irritation as I said the last words, making sure they both saw it. But for today, at the very least, I believe the desert needs to breathe. They were both still standing even after I spoke. My gaze hardened further, and a white glow glinted in my eyes. The fire lashed out as my voice rang cold. That was your cue to leave. Both of them looked at me, one with hesitation and restraint, the other with something closer to respect. But they each stepped back. In the next moment, they vanished into different directions. As they disappeared from the area, it suddenly felt like the night got better. The air grew colder and moved freely again. The desert itself suddenly felt wider than it had moments ago while they were here. And it was all like I hadn't noticed any of this before. Their presence was that suffocating, a weight I hadn't realized I was carrying lifted from my shoulders. Playing a role was exhausting. Playing it well, even more so. I heaved a great sigh and dropped to the sand, laying on my back and looking at the vast and seemingly endless sky, dotted with distant stars. The grains shifted beneath me, still warm from the day as heat despite the cold night air. The silence that followed was different from the one that had come before. Lighter, more breathable. Cassie sat down beside me, folding her legs into a lotus position. She didn't say anything, but her presence was steady, grounding in a way I hadn't expected to need. Tristan lowered himself to the sand, and Levi was looking around, particularly at where the two ladies had stood. Nisha seemed to be doing something similar, her gaze lingering on the empty space like she expected them to reappear. They were all speechless for about a second. It was Levi who first broke the silence. Wow. If I knew you were this good, I'd have just asked you to advertise our company to them. He sounded a little regretful. I'm telling you, he looks like he has enough words to sell anything. If only they knew who those words were coming from. Nisha sighed deeply. Being a spirit summoner really does open a lot of doors. I leaned up slightly, looking at her. There was something in her tone that didn't quite match her words. A tightness around her eyes. What else with the sound of hate? This ended far better than any of us thought it would, Tristan said, sounding genuinely relieved. He looked at me. That was a very endearing thing to do. I shrugged. Was it though? All I had to do was portray myself in a certain way. You have no idea the gravity of the role you just played because you don't even grasp yet the influence these people have. The lady told you, didn't she? She called herself a war prelate. That title could be considered as powerful as a cardinal in the Eternal Light Church. I paused for a moment, thinking about what Nisha said. Well, I haven't met a cardinal before, but I knew there was one in the Etheris Kingdom. We were in fact supposed to meet them after our first success in the Spirit Gate. At least that was what the Archpriest had said. The thought of standing before someone like that, someone who held that kind of authority, felt distant, abstract, like a problem for a future version of myself. I turned to Nisha with curiosity. So, a cardinal is above an archbishop? An archbishop answers to a cardinal. A cardinal is the second in power, but they are usually distributed to some region where they exert their authority. I don't know much more about it. She gestured toward Tristan. You should just ask him. Tristan at this point was standing up. You already did plenty of explanation. We should get going now. We've been delayed a few hours, and Ricimeras is not so far from sight. He stretched his arms. The gods know I need at least 2 days' worth of sleep to function normally again. Levi shook his head. Not you alone, bro. I glanced at Cassie and stood up, then extended my hand toward her. Her helmet had vanished, and she wore a silent expression that broke into a small smile as I extended my hand. She took it and stood up. I knew full well she deliberately didn't entrust her weight to me. If she had, both of us would crumbled together instead of her getting up. But that wasn't the point, was it? The gesture was hers to give and mine to receive. The acceptance of it mattered more than the utility. That was enough. Well then, I said as I straightened, Cassie now standing beside me. To Ricimeras, I guess. All of them nodded, and we began to walk forward. The stars watched our departure in silence, and for a while, that silence was enough. Chapter 210, The Sound of Relief. Finally, I can have a hot water bath. The sun had begun its descent by the time the endless dunes gave way to something else. It was Tristan who noticed first. His stride slowed, his hand rising to shield his eyes from the amber glare of the setting sun. There, I followed his gaze, squinting against the light. For a moment, I saw nothing but more sand and emptiness of the same brutal landscape that had been trying to kill us for the past few days. Then the horizon shifted. What I had mistaken for another dune was something else entirely. Walls, towers. The faint suggestion of structures rising from the earth like teeth from a jaw. Ricimeras. We actually made it. The thought landed strange in my chest. Hollow at first, then slowly filling with something I couldn't quite name. But I knew it wasn't joy or excitement. If anything, it seemed quieter than that. Like something that had been clenched tight for 3 months, finally beginning to loosen. Levi let out a breath beside me. Well, that essay sight I love seeing over and over again. Dramatic, Nisha said, but there was no bite in it. Her voice sounded tired. We all sounded tired. We kept walking. The city grew larger with each step, resolving from a smudge on the horizon into something real and solid. I could see the walls now, properly see them. They weren't the pristine white stone of Etheris or the ornate spires of what I imagined the Imperial Core looked like. These walls were practical, weathered and built by people who expected to be attacked and had prepared accordingly. Beyond the walls, towers rose at irregular intervals, none of them matching, as if the city had grown organically rather than being planned. Smoke drifted from 100 different points, and as we drew closer, I could see the roads leading to the gates, dotted with travelers and caravans moving in both directions. Life, normal people going about their business without the shadow of the church hanging over every interaction. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed that until now. The southern gate, Tristan said, nodding toward a massive archway flanked by guard towers. La Puerta de Arena, the sand gate. It's how most people arrive from Ashera. I stared for a moment, blinking. Did this guy just speak Spanish? Wait, that is Spanish, right? He looked at me strangely, wondering why I was probably suddenly zoning out. I smiled and replied weakly. I see. Besides the questionable district name, we certainly earned our sand. The last stretch of desert seemed to take forever. My legs had stopped complaining somewhere around day 3 of the crossing, graduating from pain to a kind of numb acceptance. Now they moved on autopilot, carrying me forward without input from my brain. Cassie walked beside me in silence. Her helmet had remained absent since the confrontation with the Fox Lady and the Pale Rose, and I found myself glancing at her profile more than once. The fading sunlight caught her features in a way that made her look almost peaceful. She actually journeyed 3 months with me and helped me with every bit of it. She didn't even complain once. I didn't know what to do with that observation, so I filed it away with all the other things I didn't know what to do with. But one thing I do know was that Cassie and I were certainly heading somewhere. The road beneath our feet transitioned from sand to packed earth, then to worn stone. Other travelers appeared around us, some on foot, others leading pack animals laden with goods. A caravan passed, heading the opposite direction. The merchants eyeing us with the casual assessment of people who learned to size up strangers quickly. None of them seemed alarmed by our appearance. A group of battered travelers arriving from the desert was apparently nothing unusual here. That's nice, actually. In Ethris, Cassie's presence alone would have drawn stares, questions, and potential reports to the church. Here, no one cared. We were just more faces in a city that had built itself on accepting faces that weren't welcome elsewhere. The gate loomed ahead, and I felt something shift in my chest. This was it. The place Tristan and the others had been steering us towards since that first night in the wagon. The reason for 3 months of ocean and desert and near-death experiences. The free city, the unrepentant, the one corner of this continent where being what I was didn't automatically make me an enemy. Guards stood at the entrance, but they weren't checking papers or demanding explanations. They were watching the flow of traffic, occasionally stopping someone who looked particularly suspicious, but letting most people pass with barely a glance. We approached. One of the guards, a weathered woman with a scar running down her cheek, looked us over. Business in Ricimerus? Returning home, Levi said smoothly. Black Snow Company. The guardess expression didn't change, but something in her posture relaxed slightly. She nodded once. Welcome back. And that was it. We walked through the gate, and the desert disappeared behind us. The city opened up before me like something from a fever dream. Buildings pressed close on either side of the street. Their architecture, a chaotic blend of styles I couldn't begin to identify. Solarian influences mixed with what I assumed was Asheran design. All of it layered over something older, something that had been here before either culture arrived. The sounds at me next. Voices in at least 3 different languages, the clatter of carts on stone, merchants calling out their wares, children laughing somewhere in the distance. The smell of cooking food. Spices I didn't recognize, the faint undercurrent of too many people living too close together. It was overwhelming. It was chaotic. It was absolutely nothing like the sterile order of the academy or the desperate flight that had followed. It was alive. This is what freedom looks like, huh? I stood there for a moment, just breathing it in. The others had stopped too, giving me space without making a show of it. Nisha was the one who finally broke the silence. So, she stretched her arms above her head, her joints popping audibly. What do you think of the place that's going to be your home for the foreseeable future? I looked at the crowded street, the mismatched buildings, the people moving past without giving us a second glance. I thought about the 3 months it had taken to get here, the things I'd lost, The things I'd gained. The weight that had been sitting on my shoulders since that first night when Cassie appeared in my summoning circle. The weight was still there, but it felt different now. Lighter, somehow. I think I said slowly that I could use a bath, and a bed, and about 6 days of sleep. Levi laughed. The sound genuine and surprised. That could be arranged. The company has facilities. Hot water and everything. Hot water, I repeated. The words sounded almost obscene after a week of desert travel. You're telling me hot water has been waiting for me this entire time? Bro, lead the freaking way. Go. Move. Forward. Chapter 211. The Thieves' Den. As we walked deeper into the city, the mismatched buildings gave way to something more organized. Farms first, their crops growing in neat rows behind low stone walls. Then ranches where strange animals I couldn't name watched us pass with two intelligent eyes. And finally, stalls and shops crowding both sides of the road, their wares spilling onto the street itself. The buildings we passed at the outskirts had been shops too, I realized. But there was a difference. Those outer stalls had been cramped, desperate things with merchants hawking from doorways. Here, the shops had proper storefronts, glass windows, signs that weren't hand-painted. The further we walked, the more legitimate everything looked. Location determines legitimacy, even in a criminal city. The farms and ranches were different still. No merchant haggled at their gates. Guards stood watch instead, their postures relaxed, but their hands never far from their weapons. These weren't struggling vendors. These were people who had clawed their way to the top of Racimera's and now owned enough to grow their own food, breed their own stock. The first thing Levi had said to me as we journeyed deeper into the city was, "Do not expect anyone to be kind or good to you. Do not expect justice. Cade, you're in a criminal city. Every step that you take it fully aware of the worst that could happen." I'd taken those words to heart. My eyes kept moving, cataloging faces, noting exits, tracking the weight of weapons on hips. We entered a small inn called Cueva de Ladrones. The building itself looked like it had been constructed from worn gold metal, tarnished and dull in places, but still holding traces of its former shine. It was built to resemble a cathedral, though shorter, squatter. At the center of its facade sat a clock, but the longer hand was missing entirely. Broken? Or removed on purpose. Below the clock, someone had spray-painted the name in bold, uneven letters, Cueva de Ladrones. Tivestin. At least they're honest about it. The inside of the inn was more astonishing than I'd expected. Black and white marble covered the floor in a checkerboard pattern. Tables and chairs clustered in groups around the room, each set separated from the others by low wooden partitions. Private without being isolated. The center remained clear, a wide walkway leading to a bar at the back. It looked almost like a venue for a wedding reception, if the wedding was between two crime lords. A few patrons occupied the tables, speaking in low voices with accents that thickened their words into something I could barely follow. The same language I understood, but when they spoke quickly, I found myself losing track of individual words. The bartender intercepted us before I could study them further. "Evening, visitors. Welcome to Cueva de Ladrones." He spread his arms wide, grinning. "What can I get you? Some water? What type of drink?" "Booze." The accent made every word slide into the next. I tried to look past it, staying where I was while Levi stepped forward. "We aren't visitors. We're SL Cuervo." The bartender was somewhere in his late 30s, with a gruff beard and cheeks that had gone thin. His eyes sat deep in their sockets, and something hungry lived behind them. "The boss ain't around. Can I help? Six gods, I'm tired of hearing you talk already." Levi's voice went flat. "Kindly give us 3 rooms." He glanced back at us, counting with his eyes, then turned to the bartender again. "Yes, 3 rooms. That'll be 3 gold." Levi frowned. "It's quite obvious you don't know who I am around here." "Don't know." The bartender smiled, showing teeth that had yellowed at the edges. "Don't care." Levi did not return the smile. He dropped 3 gold coins into the man's palm without another word. "Let us." The bartender turned immediately. "Follow." He led us into a hallway that ended at a small chamber. The door closed behind us, and he pulled a lever upward. The light flickered. The floor shuddered beneath my feet. Then came the unmistakable sensation of rising. Oh, an elevator. It was surprising and not surprising at the same time. Ildrim didn't fall as far behind as I might have expected. I'd already seen ships that rivaled anything from Earth, flying vessels, floating islands. Though I've never seen a floating island on Earth. The chamber ground to a halt with a distorted mechanical groan and a final shudder. The double doors slid open, revealing a hallway lined with numbered doors on both sides. The bartender pulled out a ring of keys and began walking, humming to himself as he counted off the numbers. He stopped abruptly in front of one. 13. This one is free. Levi sighed and looked at Cassie and me. You two stay here. I hesitated, wanting to ask if it was really all right for us to retire first, but he spoke again before I could. It's fine. Rest. There should be hot water. Have a proper bath and wash off all that sand. Now that he mentioned it, my body did feel strange. I haven't bathed properly in 3 months, especially since we arrived at Crystalis. I was sure I bathed at all since then. Levi gave me a thumbs up and continued down the hall with Tristan, the bartender still humming as he led them to the next available room. Cassie and I entered room 13. The room surprised me almost as much as the reception hall had. Almost. It was spacious enough. A single bed sat against one wall with a bedside cabinet beside it. A desk and chair had been placed beneath the window, positioned so someone could look down at the city while they worked. But the floor was wooden planks that creaked and groaned with every step, threatening to give way entirely. And the bed? They might as well have not included a bed at all. It was so flat that lying on it felt like lying directly on the frame. The elegant reception hall, the marble floors, the private partitions, all of it window dressing for rooms that couldn't even manage a proper mattress. Welcome to the Thieves' Den, Chapter 212. A tough one to crack. I stared around the room, then at Cassie. She was staring back. Cassie wore the same mundane gown now, and somehow managed to look like a noble woman playing at poverty. A beautiful princess who lost her memory and remained blissfully unaware she was slumming it. The outfit was mediocre. She made it look intentional. I think we've been scammed? She tilted her head, confusion flickering across her features. What does it mean to be scammed? I considered explaining the word to her. After all, it wasn't Ildrimian. But then I looked around us at the cramped walls, the single sad window, the furniture that looked like it had survived 3 wars and lost all of them. I grinned and gestured broadly at our accommodations. This is what it means to be scammed. She studied the room with fresh eyes, then turned that cute dark frown on me. Swindled? Exactly. I nodded and collapsed onto the bed. The impact rattled my spine. The mattress had all the give of packed earth, and for one disorienting moment, I was back in that first instant of being summoned, my body slamming from comfortable chair to unforgiving stone floor. Ouch! I didn't make a fuss about it. Instead, I just looked at Cassie. She looked back, and for some reason, I was absolutely certain we were thinking the same thing. There's only one bed. That was what occupied my mind, anyway. Her gaze narrowed. Are you not going to check on her? Check on her? I blinked, genuinely blank for a moment. Her who? It was only after the question left my mouth that I remembered. Magdalene. Cassie's tone carried an edge of darkness. I scoffed, sitting up straighter. Of course. I was merely being rhetorical with you. I will check on her, obviously. I laid back against the pillow, arranging myself with exaggerated care. You keep watch here while I go see her, okay? Cassie moved without sound and settled into the chair. I closed my eyes. The scenery shifted, and I stood once again in the vast white cathedral. No matter how many times I visited this place, the same question struck me fresh. Why did my soul manifest as a cathedral? How could my soul be this impossibly vast? The pale columns stretched toward infinity. The silence pressed like something holy and terrible. And there, in the center of the pews, just before the decrepit altar, Pious Saint stood with her back to me. Her rear view all privy to me, and me alone. Calling her shape an hourglass suddenly felt inadequate. Insulting, even. Her backside was perfectly rounded, her waist cresting and curving so cleanly that any sculptor who saw it would develop an obsession with lines, with curves, with the mathematical perfection of the human form pushed past reasonable limits. Her body was a sin. I wonder how she managed to serve as a saint with a body like that. I wasn't judging, but I knew for a fact that religious men harbored the most monstrous kinds of desire. Having to see her every day, existing in the same space as that silhouette, would drive any sane man to madness. I was already mad, and I was barely hanging on. As I approached, she gave no indication of noticing me. Or maybe she sensed me the moment I entered. I don't think that's the case. Cassie didn't sense me when I arrived, and she got lost in her naked sword art. Maybe they couldn't sense me entering my own soul plane. That made a certain amount of sense. But Magdalene didn't turn around even as I reached her side. I followed her gaze to the broken altar. "Are you mesmerized by my altar?" She didn't answer immediately. The silence stretched past a second, then two. "It looks familiar." Her voice was flat, contemplative. But the fact that I don't remember can only mean it is insignificant. She turned to face me, and something cold entered her eyes. "Like you are, of course. Typical Maggie. Never misses a chance to twist the knife." I exhaled slowly. "Should you even be standing around like this?" Her expression darkened. "You think something I've done 1,000 times over is suddenly going to render me useless? This one time? Well, you look the part." I muttered the last bit, but she heard it anyway. Her frown deepened into something that suggested she was imagining tearing my mouth clean off my face. "God, I swear I hate being here." But at the same time, another part of me spoke. Just be patient with her. After all, Cassie had an attitude too, and we're getting better now. I caught myself almost immediately. No, they aren't the same. Cassie wasn't actively trying to kill me. I paused for a moment. Yeah, they're all just fucked up. Not exactly, but I met her eyes, keeping my voice measured. "It's burdening nonetheless. Maybe back when you were a Grand Inquisitor, no one cared about the weight of your flames. But this is different. Not only do I care what pain you endure, I share it." Something shifted in Magdalene's face. She didn't respond, just stared past the altar at some distance I couldn't perceive. Some memory, perhaps. Some old wound. She closed her eyes, sighed, turned away. "Well, you do not need to worry about me. Me fine." I studied her retreating form. Tough one to crack, but I could see the weak angle, the hairline fracture in her armor. "Sooner or later, you'll be mine too." The thought brought images unbidden. What would it feel like just to reach out and pull her close? The urge to ask her, just once, to let me try was almost overwhelming. But I knew very well what would happen if I tried anything in my soul plane. Death. Immediate and creative death. I heaved a sigh and watched her walk away. The two planets that made up her backside crashed against each other with each step, making her habit dress suffer beautifully for it. What an unfair world. I shook my head and exited the soul plane. The moment I returned, the entire room shook. Glass shattered somewhere close, the sound scattering into my ear. And in the same instant, Cassie blurred past my face. She spun through the air, legs whipping around, and slammed her foot into whoever, or whatever, had just crashed through the window. For a moment, I pitied whoever that was going to be. Chapter 213. How Resimeraces Greet Visitors. As Cassie's overhead kick landed on whoever it was, the building shook again. They slammed right into the ground, and her leg hooked them there, pinning them flat. I was already standing. Cassie threw her head towards the window, and I caught the meaning instantly. More were coming. I had no time to note the face of the person on the floor, but I caught a glimpse of blonde hair scattered across the boards like spilled grain. As the second figure flew through the window, I lunged with a spear kick, intercepting their trajectory mid-air and driving straight into them with my hand guiding their head. I slammed it against the wall. The impact sent a crack spidering through the plaster. They dropped to the ground while I stepped back, dusting my hands with a tight frown settling on my face. The person I handled was a man, old, weathered, with the kind of face that looked like it had spent decades bullying anyone younger and weaker than him. Deep-set eyes, low, rough black hair going gray at the temples. Cassie held the woman in place with her foot planted on her back, while the man lay unconscious from the force ID put into that attack. I turned to look at her, and she nodded. I hauled the man up and bound him to a chair, summoning my white chains to wrap around his torso and arms, locking him in place. The chains hummed faintly as they tightened. Then we turned to the woman who was sobbing on the ground. I bound her arms to her body with the chains, leaving her legs free. After binding her, Cassie lifted her foot. The woman scrambled up immediately, hands pressed together in front of her chest. "Please, save me from that wicked man." As she begged, the first thing I noticed about her were her breasts. Damn it, she wore a gray linen dress, though it had probably been white once before being stained gray from layers of dirt and grime. Her face and the exposed parts of her body were equally filthy, like she'd been working in a mine. But her breasts, they were full and round. Not large like the Fox Lady, yes, not exactly, but full. Very full, looking like they might spill out at any moment. And in fact, they were already spilling out for the most part, because the linen holding them together was barely doing its job. Focus. The woman had long, pointed ears and amber eyes. I observed those pointed ears, and a dark frown settled across my brow. An elf. I couldn't be mistaken. I had spent a better part of my life sitting in front of a monitor and while appreciating elf Sanwa, Yasser and I. So yes, I knew exactly what I was seeing. Plus, I had many reliable sources of how an elf should look. Extensive research. Very thorough. And in all honesty, I was happy not to be disappointed by the reality. I shook my head quickly. That's not the point now, asshole. I glared at the woman on the ground and spoke, letting irritation sharpen my voice. Who are you? Who the hell flies into someone's window in the middle of the night? Is this how Rasimaras greets visitors? The woman kept sobbing even after I asked her a question. She crawled closer on her knees, her bound hands still pressed together in supplication. But Cassie dropped a dead glare on her that made her shiver like she'd been dumped in Antarctica. Please, that man. She pointed at the unconscious figure bound to the chair, and I could hear the raw fear threading through her voice. That doesn't answer my question. I asked who. I paused a moment. I noticed the black collar on her neck. It had been hidden beneath her thick, overflowing hair. I'd caught only a glimpse of it before and thought it was merely some necklace. But because I'd seen something similar on Pa when he was trying to deceive the police, I recognized the resemblance immediately. I frowned and looked at the man, then back at the woman. Are you a slave? Her sobbing calmed. She lowered her head. Her shoulders still trembled as she cried silently, but something in her posture shifted. Shame, maybe, or resignation. Then she raised her head suddenly and shook it frantically. Please, this is absurd. I had a life. I came here looking for my sister. I was captured and enslaved against my consent. I have a better life than this. To fall and become a slave is beneath me. Please, sir, help me. I'll pay you back anything. Help me escape this life. Oh, I stayed silent for a moment, then looked at Cassie and gave a sign with my eyes. We both stepped back a few paces, putting distance between us and the woman. Do you believe her? I whispered. Cassie glanced back at the elf with an airtight expression, then turned to me. Her voice was flat, but something lurked beneath it. Slave trading has existed since even my time. Back then, consent did not matter. But I'm guessing that the fact she makes it a thing means law ought to have been crafted around it. I looked at Cassie dubiously, keeping my voice low. Really? Who would consent to being a slave? Cassie's jaw tightened, just slightly. Most people wouldn't notice. She responded in that same flat tone, but it felt heavier now. In worlds like these, you have more people suffering than people who aren't. When someone suffers to a level where ownership of their own life no longer matters, but they still cling stubbornly to living, they can decide to trade away that ownership and become a slave. Others become slaves for debt. There are war slaves, and many sell their right to own their lives to fund or protect people they love. She paused. There are various reasons. Cassie sounded like she was holding a grudge with me for even asking that question. Something personal flickered behind her eyes before she shuddered it away. I belatedly realized how thoughtless I had been. but also seemed too late to apologize. So what do you say we do? She raised a brow at me. How would I know? You're the one in charge, remember? I released a dry chuckle. I was drunk, okay? I thought it was the best move at the time. I mean, it wasn't he exactly looking great that I'm your summoner and you were trying to dominate me at every minute you got. Cassie glared at me. And now? I shrugged, scratching the back of my neck. Well, I know now. You kind of maybe like me. And even though I'm your summoner, I respect your greatness. I caught myself. Greatness? Greatness. Whatever. I think our relationship at this point portrays that much. So, yeah, I value your opinion. Cassie looked at me with a strange expression. Her lips twitched. Huh? Why are you looking like that? She seems to be suppressing herself from laughing. She turned away, and I could swear I saw her shoulders shake. When she turned back, her voice was carefully even, but there was warmth hiding somewhere in it. It doesn't matter if we believe her or not. If she claims to be a slave without consent, let us work with that. Besides, she turned to the man, who was slowly letting out a groan as consciousness crept back into him. Her pursuer is here. We can also hear his part of the story. I frowned. Men like that are bound to lie. Besides, isn't this supposed to be a criminal city? Wouldn't it be dumb to believe anyone? Cassie folded her arms and tapped one finger against her bicep, diving deep into thought. Then she spoke. Well, you could just ask your fire wizard for help. Maggie? Why would I do that? She has a chain that is said to bind whoever it touches to speak only truth. At least that was what people said about the weapon she wielded. I opened my mouth slightly, surprised. Oh, interesting. The man was stirring now, his groans growing louder. I inhaled deeply and made a decision. Time to call upon Maggie. Am I going to like this? Chapter 214. The Weasel. This is a criminal city, and the city didn't even let me settle down before it began to prove to me that it truly was. Despite everything that just happened in the last few minutes, I still felt way better than I did 3 months ago. Somewhere deep within me, I wasn't processing running away from some church threat. The realization that I needed not to be on the run anymore continued to resurface in my head, persistent as a splinter. But at the same time, it wasn't like Racimera's was a safe haven. Well, if a safe haven meant a place known to different kinds of criminals who could give you a fate much worse than what I would be faced with the church, what really was there to be happy about? But despite all of this, I was happy still. I'm going mad. I exhaled and turned to Maggie. She had materialized less than 10 seconds ago, and she was looking at the scenery with a no-nonsense frown on her face. What am I doing here? She asked with an attitude. God, this woman, you're actually here to, serve as my polygraph. She frowned at me. Then I belatedly realized. I'm in a lie detector. Her frown got hostile. Why will I do that? I pointed to myself and gave her a dry grin. Because I asked. I turned to the man who was fully coming awake. He watched his surroundings with strange confusion written across his face. Then when he turned to his right and saw the elf lady, his eyes widened. You witch, come here, you vile thing. I'll destroy you today. I stood looking at them, then stepped forward and shoved my right foot into his mouth, slamming his head and the chair against the wall. Do you want me to sew that mouth for you? What is the noise, you bastard? My boot was still against his face, pressing him to the wall by his cheek. I turned to Maggie with a serious expression. So how is this supposed to go? Lasso him or something? Though her frown and stubbornness still clung to her like a second skin, she removed the chain hanging around her waist and twirled it in the air. The chain lashed forward, flying around him despite my leg being there, and simply wrapped around the man's torso along with the chair. It didn't catch my leg at all. I removed my leg and stepped back. Maggie handed me the chain. You'll know naturally when he's lying. I held the chain. Noticed it was cold to touch, but I didn't focus on that. Instead, I focused on the subject of discussion. Who are you and why are you after this woman? What do you mean? Who am I? Who are you? He pushed his chest forward, making obvious some badge on his chest. I'm a substitute of the security service around here. You bastard. Let me go this instance. That woman. I must deal with her. This bastard isn't even answering the question. Should I just break his neck? I sighed deeply, restraining myself from killing the man before even getting anything out of him. Wow, interrogators are actually trying. Or was it me? How does one suppress this horrific urge to just smash the head of the interrogee against the wall until it turns to paste? Truly a dilemma, right? I managed to collect myself and shot the man a cold stare. I glanced at the elf lady and returned my gaze to him. Who is she to you? Who else? My slave. I paid attention and felt nothing from the chain. Maggie said I was going to know. Nothing to know here, so I guess he is telling the truth. And does she even want to be your slave? The man glared at me and shouted. What does it matter? It doesn't matter what she wants. She is a debtor, and she has to live with it. I bought her with 5 gold crowns. I paused for a moment when I heard it. Damn, that's expensive. 5 gold crowns was also equal to 500 silver talents. And Levi had just casually dropped 3 gold to that man for a night. The room pricing is really absurd. We were ripped, but I focused back on reality. Looking at the situation, an elf lady that was sold against her own wish, and a man who sent quite a lot of money to acquire her. I told him, if he would let me get back to my homeland, I will repay him 10 times of whatever I owe. The elf woman's voice cracked with frustration. My team came here to find my sister, but we encountered a spirit gate where I lost my cohorts, and then I was captured by the humans that entered the gate. I have said this to everyone, but you vile vermin refused to let me go. For some reason, I didn't think I needed to lasso her with the chains to know what she was saying was the truth. The lady looked genuinely frustrated and tired. The man gritted his teeth before me and exhaled. Listen, young man, I can tell you're pretty new. That nosiness you have going on for you is a pretty bad thing for you around here, okay? Let me and my slave go and stay out of our damn business, and I'll forgive you hitting me. That's the best deal I'm willing to make with you. I raised my chin. Or what? Exactly? He grinned like a wicked man. A truly wicked man. I'm going to so fuck up your life, young man. I'll deal with you so terribly you'll be worse than a slave, and you'll wish you were a slave yourself. My expression switched. Is that a threat? The man chuckled viciously. A threat? Boy, I'm telling you. I'm going to key. He and T finished talking when I felt a gust of wind. Both Cassie and Maggie behind me had moved. I had no idea when Cassie had summoned her greatsword, but it now leaned less than a breath away from the man's neck, while Maggie pointed her emo fingers straight at his eyes. Cassie's cold voice crawled out. I dare you to complete that statement. You weasel. Chapter 215. The Manhattan troubled a man's face drained of color, sweat beading across his forehead. His eyes froze wide, unable to move an inch. Not that he would dare, considering the wicked death that loomed over him. He couldn't even blink with Maggie's clawed fingers hovering an inch from his eyeballs. I suppressed a satisfied grin and kept my voice casual. It's all right, guys, step back. Maggie shot me an annoyed look, but complied, while Cassie allowed her blade to dissolve into a spray of red sparks before stepping back behind me. Maggie followed, though not without a parting glare that promised we'd be having words later. I stepped closer to the man, looming over his kneeling form. Not only did you enslave someone without their consent, you threatened to kill me for it. Your actions are distinctly unhealthy, so I should kill you for it. I turned my head to the elf lady. But that will not be the best option, will it? The elf looked at me with bewildered eyes, something flickering beneath the confusion. Hope, maybe. Or desperation wearing Hope's mask. She nodded sadly, her gaze dropping as she spoke. They won't stop coming for me as long as I have this thing on. Her fingers brushed the collar at her throat. I only managed to suppress its effect a little by straining my spirit mana, but it's not going to last long. With it, they all know my location and won't stop coming for me. I folded my arms and turned back to the man. Ricimeras is a criminal city. That doesn't mean it's a lawless one. There have to be proper channels for this. He shook his head, more frantically than before. You don't understand, young man. He glanced at Cassie and Maggie, fear naked on his face, then back to me with the look of a man who already accepted his death and was now just negotiating the terms. See, sir, this is way bigger than me. The organization that sold her to me, they're known for their notorious work. And they have people in really high places. I'm not allowed to set her free or sell her without their consent. They have very strict rules about their business. If I try anything suspicious, they LL kill me and take her back. His voice cracked like dry wood. They LL kill anyone involved. The fear radiating off him was thick enough to taste. If you're so scared of them, then why do business with them? The man looked at the elf lady. His expression shifted, the fear giving way to something softer. Stupider. They were going to list her for auctioning. I happened to catch a glance. He swallowed, and I fell in love with her. The elf winced, irritation flickering across her elegant features. But I understood the man. Completely. I might be in love too, really. I listened as he continued, his words tumbling out with the desperate honesty of a confession. So, I knew a friend in this organization who owed me a favor. I still had to pay 500 silver talents, so it wasn't an easy deal. But she was worth that much, and I knew I wouldn't have been able to afford her at auction. As he spoke, I watched the chain around my wrist. So far, nothing. No heat, no vibration, no telltale signs of deception. So far, so good. He was telling the truth. This is beyond me. I should involve Levi. As I thought, a knock came at the door. Right about time. I turned. Colmeen. The door swung open, and my eyes went wide. Not at who it was, but at what she was wearing. Nisha? She stood there in sheer lingerie that barely contained her breasts. The fabric so transparent it might as well have been suggestion. Her panties were the same way. I caught a glimpse of dark hair beneath the fabric before she registered the room full of people. Her expression cycling from seductive to horrified in the span of a heartbeat. Her eyes went round. She stumbled backward, and the door slammed shut hard enough to rattle the frame. Ouchie! What the hell? Did she? My grin barely stayed internal. So, that is how it was, huh? Suddenly, I was feeling a lot less charitable toward the elf lady and her problems. Why did it have to be my window? Right now, I could be out having the time of my life. A piercing sensation prickled the back of my neck, the unmistakable weight of a hostile stare. I turned. Cassie was glaring daggers at me, with enough heat to melt steel, her arms crossed, and her expression promising violence. I cleared my throat. That was certainly not who I was expecting. And it wasn't T. I'd even expecting Tristan or Levi. It only made sense that one of them would come check if I was settled in already. Instead, I got that. Life is cruel. I turned back to the matter at hand, forcing my mind away from what could have been. To help this elf, I apparently had to be ready to face an entire organization. But that wasn't even the real problem. Facing an organization in a criminal city meant terrifying collateral and consequences. Why would I do something like that? Because of boobs? Valid reason. At the same time, this was too dangerous without proper incentive. However, I had a better idea. I turned to the man. And what is the name of this organization? Manhattan Trade Center. He took a breath to steady himself, then continued. It's not a single-man operation like others you find in the Free City. In fact, there used to be 6 companies that put aside their differences and came together to form a conglomerate that reigns in Ricimeras as the king of companies. They operate in everything. Smuggling, kill-for-hire, kidnapping, race trafficking from the Elvers to the Feralus, even the Durancors, Aquarice, and the Sylvanii, who are incredibly rare to find. I heaved a sigh. One hell of a sigh. It was at that moment that Nisha burst back through the door, now fully clothed and flushed with embarrassment. What is going on here? Chapter 216. A heroic criminal and pervert actions in a city of criminals. I turned to her. Early to the party. I guess. I explained everything that had happened, watching her face as I laid it out. The trafficking, the sister, the collar around the elf lady's throat. Nisha's expression didn't shift. There was NP surprise or disgust. Just the flat acknowledgement of someone hearing nothing new. Trafficking is not something unusual. We're bunches of criminals, remember. She crossed her arms. And it's indeed a sad reality. But when you're faced against a competitor like Manhattan, who are practically amongst the rulers of Ricimeras, then there are very limited things one can do. I looked at her, a subtle frown settling on my face. So what? You're saying to leave it? Let them have their way? She gave me a stern, almost angry look. The kind of look that said I was being naive, and she didn't have the patience for it. Where did you think you were coming to? The City of Angels? I bit the inside of my mouth. Damn it. She was right. Wasn't she? This wasn't my world. I'd heard about places like Ricimeras, read about them, maybe even imagined what it would be like. But imagination was a tourist-esque version of reality. Clean, distant. You could close the book whenever you wanted. Nisha exhaled through her nose. Let them go. See, this is how things roll around here. The man visibly brightened at Nisha's words. His whole posture shifted, the tension bleeding out of his shoulders as if someone had cut his strings. Finally, someone that understands. Ah, thank Tervis. The elf lady, on the other hand. Her face went pale. The hope that had flickered there moments ago guttered out, and what remained was something worse than fear. Resignation. The look of someone who had learned not to expect anything from the world. I looked at Nisha, then at the elf lady. Perhaps Nisha was right. I didn't know enough about where I was coming to. Hearing it does feel different from experiencing it. I was supposed to let this lady with her curves and her desperate eyes, who had been enslaved without consent, who was searching for her sister. I was supposed to just let her go. Walk away. Because that was the reasonable thing to do in a place like Ricimeras. I looked down at the floor for a moment. The reasonable thing. I raised my head. But I have an idea. Nisha arched her brows at me. The Black Snow Company does anything and everything, doesn't it? A scowl settled across her features. Her jaw tightened. See, that S, don't do that. I turned to the elf lady. Are you willing to hire a bunch of underhanded criminals to help you? See. Nisha stepped forward. We are expensive. A slave cannot afford us. Answer me. I fixed my gaze on the elf lady, who stared back at me with a frozen expression. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out at first. Are you willing to hire the Black Snow Company to help you? She nodded quickly, almost frantically. Yes, yes, I am willing. I will do anything for your help. A smile curved on my lips. Well then, I reached into my storage and pulled out a dark blue orb, holding it up to Nisha. The light caught its surface, revealing the dense swirl of energy trapped within. How expensive are you people? The small frown on her face spread outward, expanding into something else entirely. Bewilderment. Her eyes widened. The serpent-esque core? Her gaze fixed on the orb with an intensity that bordered on hunger. She caught herself, straightened, and gave me a dark look. Why? She examined the elf lady again, as if trying to find whatever it was that I was seeing. You've only just met her. Why would you risk a primal core for someone you barely know? Instead of answering, I pulled out another orb. This one was light purple. Its glow softer but somehow more ominous. Apex. Her breath trembled on the word. Kate, what are you doing? This is recklessness. She stepped closer, her voice rising. Do you know how much fortune you will make from these? Will the Black Snow Company take the job? Nisha stood there, staring at the two cores in my hand. The level 3 primal beast and level 3 apex beast that Maggie had dealt with in the desert. Both of them sitting in my palm like I was offering her spare change. These cores had to cost a fortune for Nisha to be reacting like this. But it was like I would never kill more of these beasts. I was going to kill even more ferocious ones. If I had a choice in this life, I probably would decided to sell these and make a living for myself away from violence. But that thought didn't even cross my mind. Not really. I would continue to kill as far as my vengeance and desire for the truth of Lyra's death demanded. This was the least I owed Lyra for all the good things she did for me. This was what I owed the Mercenary Guild for everything they did to me. To Clara, to Pele, Baba, Victoria. And I still had to rescue Emma. I had made peace with the life I was going to live. So letting a treasure like this go was easy because I was certain I would get more. I had Cassie and Maggie with me, and I was going to get more villainesses. 3 more were waiting right now for me to expand my soul plane so it could accommodate them. So why fret? This is a criminal life. Let us go all the way. And moreover, was I supposed to just overlook those breasts and the fact that I finally had an opportunity to form a bond with an elf? No, this is not too much at all. Silence filled the room. Nisha's gaze moved between the cores of my hand. The man and the elf lady. calculating, weighing. She sighed. If this is really what you want, then you must go through the proper channels. She looked at me carefully. Something had shifted in her expression. Less frustration now. Something closer to grudging respect. Maybe just acceptance of my particular brand of insanity. But I must warn you, a job against Manhattan will cost you more than these. Her gaze dropped to my hand before returning to my face. I told you, right? They're our biggest competitors. On the bright side, I'm sure Levi will be glad to take a job like this one. She closed her eyes and exhaled. Until then, what are you going to do with them? You can't keep them here. We're going to Los Arcos tomorrow, where our headquarters is located. You can't exactly drag them around. I thought about what she said and looked at the man. He was watching us with the careful attention of someone whose survival depended on reading the room correctly. I also can't exactly release him. Releasing him would mean he'd know everything we discussed here. He would probably run straight to the Manhattan people and tell them all about our plans. His absence might also raise suspicion. The Manhattan group could get spooked. I shook my head, turning the problem over. Then Cassie's voice cut through my thoughts. I could go. Both Maggie and I turned our heads to her. What? Cassie looked at me with that evil indifference of hers. The same flat expression she always wore, like the world was a mildly inconvenient dream she was waiting to wake from. It's safer that way. I run on free essence. You can tell my location from anywhere. You can cancel my summoning anytime you want if you feel it's unsafe. She looked at me with the certainty of something inevitable. You know, I can never be unsafe. They're the ones you should be worried about. Her gaze drifted to the man. The threat in it was casual, almost lazy. Chapter 217. Welcome back. After Cassie dropped the suggestion, Maggie and I were vehemently against it for some reason. Having Cassie follow the elf lady and the man back was too risky. Actually, there was nothing risky about it, except the risk of having the company torn down before we got to do anything properly. It was just too difficult to let Cassie out of my sight. I didn't want to, but she was the only one I knew who could keep the man in check and use her intelligence to really observe what was going on from the inside. If I sent Maggie, the whole place would probably be on fire within the hour. I don't want to see it go all up in flames. Cassie might be dangerous, but she had more self-control than Maggie. I hesitated so much, but eventually I had to agree because it was the right thing. Not without shooting the man with a death glare, though. That bastard was going to enjoy the company of my own Cassie for who knew how long. The thought made something twist unpleasantly in my chest. The best thing to do was to not let it drag out long. After letting them go, and Cassie with them. Oh, my dear Cassie. I managed to go to sleep with Maggie standing guard over me. Since Cassie was gone, that was her job now, and I was quite surprised she didn't object to it. The next morning, Tristan and Levi were briefed by Nisha and I about what had transpired through the night, and they weren't so surprised, just as Nisha wasn't. If there were surprises, it was the fact that I was willing to let go of the 2 costly spirit cores that were in my possession for someone I didn't know. These people had no idea how great the power of Brest was. We got to El Gran Caravanserai, a way station teeming with hundreds of travelers, even though it was only around 7 in the morning. The smell of dust and horses hung thick in the air, mixed with the sharp tang of something cooking over open fires. We climbed onto a wheeled cart drawn by mundane horses, and it carried us all the way to Los Arcos. It took about 2 hours to get there. The first thing I saw was the massive stone arches that stretched over the skyline of the city, like they were built by people who were really tall. Or let us save ourselves some breath and say giants. Then beneath the interconnected weave of stone arches was a narrow maze of streets. Each street had these fearsomely large pillars that received one arch and sent out another, curving over several buildings at a time. The whole city looked like it was caged beneath a skeleton of stone. Although the structure seemed decrepit and ruined now, there were several chips at the arches, cracks everywhere, and vines and plants growing out of them. Nature reclaiming what the giants had left behind. We passed several streets, the carriage journeying from corner to corner, until we reached a straight line that led us down a main road. At the end of the road was what I undoubtedly saw as a dark and ruined cathedral. There was a signboard just above the door that said, "Welcome to the Black Snow Company." This was certainly not what I was expecting. Why does it always have to be a cathedral? This is la calle de los fundadores. Levi spoke with a smug look on his face. It's the first settlement of the Crusader families. It's safe to say this is the place that Ricimeres began before it expanded and continued to expand over the course of the past 200 years. I glanced at him. Why does he look so smug about it? Nisha chuckled. That's because his family was a core part of the beginning of Ricimeres. For many of us, Ricimeres is a place of refuge, somewhere that accepted us when nowhere else did. She paused, her eyes going distant for a moment. But for few people like Levi and some others like himself, this place is home. A different kind of meaning to home than we can relate. Well, I'm speaking for myself since I Haven Tea really had a home. I observed Nisha for a minute. The way she said that last part, casual but hollow underneath. Nisha, you're an Asheran, aren't you? She looked at me with an arching brow. Based on? I looked around. The street was scant, the carriage drawing toward the cathedral in front. What I presumed would been the garden and compound of the cathedral building was now used as mini farming areas with small stalls next to them. Another path led to another narrow alley that most likely linked to another street. At Ashera, and even since we've gone to Ricimeres, I've seen a lot of dark-skinned people. We didn't meet a lot of people in Ashera, so I was skeptical with the few people I saw. But all of them had a spectrum between brown and dark skin. And when we got to Ricimeres, there were a lot of those kind of people, so you kind of didn't stick out like a sore thumb anymore. I looked around again. I figured since this place was a criminalistic trade city, and its closeness to the Ashera continent, many Asherans would be found here. I met her eyes, and I don't think I was wrong. Nisha shrugged. Yes, you aren't. I'm an Asheran. I looked at her with excitement. What's your story? Were you extracted too, like me? She folded her arms and closed her eyes. I saw her squeezing her face and immediately pulled back. I guess you don't want to share. I'm not ready to. Fair enough. Everyone had things they weren't ready to talk about. I had plenty of my own. We finally pulled up in front of the cathedral. Levi paid the chauffeur, and we all came down. As we stepped down, there was a group of people standing in front of the large stairs waiting for us. There was an upright man that looked about Levi and Tristan's age. There was a girl with blue hair who was jumping excitedly. There was an old woman and two others too. Levi, Levi, Levi. The lady jumping was shouting. Chapter 218. Meeting the Black Snow Company, I watched from behind as Levi and Nisha stepped through the entrance. Before they made it 2 steps, the lady bolted toward them and leaped onto Levi, nearly taking him off his feet. He staggered back, arms wrapping around her instinctively. Levi. The man followed at a more measured pace. Brown-skinned, gray-eyed, with black hair that fell across his forehead in damp-looking strands. Glasses perched on his nose, held in place by a cord that looped behind his neck. He moved with the easy confidence of someone who knew exactly where he stood in the pecking order. He reached Nisha first and pulled her into a brief embrace. Then, as Levi finally extracted himself from the lady's grip, the man turned to him. He made it back alive. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. That's a relief. They clasped hands, and Levi grinned. Why would I die? That would be unfair to you. The man's eyes went wide, and he sharply adjusted his glasses by the corner of the frame. If you don't want to be unfair to me, then perhaps we should consider. Granny, Levi shouted, cutting him off before he could finish. He was already moving, crossing to the old lady standing at the entrance and folding her into a hug. He had to bend nearly in half to reach her. You shouldn't be out here. Who stressed you? He shot a glare at the bespectacled man. Was it Milo? So that's Milo. Levi swung his gaze back to the old woman. Don't mind him. He can be so annoying. The lady fixed him with a look of mild disgust. Did I say I was complaining? You're the boss. Of course I should come out to greet you. Her gaze shifted, settling on me with unsettling directness. Besides, didn't you bring an important visitor? I stiffened as her eyes met mine. Her gray hair was tied back without a single strand out of place. She looked like something cut from Victorian painting, pearl necklace and earrings catching the light, a dull white gown flowing to her ankles, one hand resting on a wooden cane. The effect was almost theatrical in its precision. I tried to look away, but Levi spoke before I could. Oh, of course. Everyone, meet Cade. P.S. an otherworlder. A strange silence suddenly enveloped the front of the base. In that stillness, Levi gestured toward Tristan as an afterthought. And this is Tristan. You know Tristan. Still nothing. The lady, the two women in black and white servant attire, standing behind the old woman, all of them just stared. Then the girl stepped forward, her face becoming less distant as she approached. Long midnight blue hair spilled down her back in glossy waves, catching hints of teal where the light touched it, like moonlit water folding over itself. Her eyes were a piercing turquoise, too vivid to be merely decorative, holding a quiet confidence that felt older than her soft features suggested. A pale dress clung to her figure, simple in cut, but made delicate by small, ornamental ties at the sides. They accentuated her frame perfectly and made it quite evident that her chest fell somewhere between small and non-existent. At least her lower body seemed to compensate, almost as if the creator had started getting serious when he reached that area. But it wasn't anything extraordinary, not even close to Maggie. Although her smallness had its own allure. I just wasn't sure if I was into that kind of allure. You're an otherworlder? She whipped her head toward Levi before I could even open my mouth. Is he going to be working with us from now on? Levi grabbed her collar and shoved her back a step. Not everyone appreciates you shoving your pretty face at them, Cress. Instead of fighting back, which everything about the past few seconds suggested she would, she merely squirmed in a strange way, almost pleased. Levi, you think I'm beautiful. Meanwhile, the old woman stepped forward and studied me for a long moment. Then she exhaled. This one looks like trouble. Levi chuckled. As expected of you. Granny, you're not wrong. He glanced at me with something like approval. But that's what makes him interesting. The old woman shook her head. What a weird one you are. Levi turned to me with a small smile. This is grandmother. She's our accountant. Grandmother fixed him with a tilted glare. Accountant? What is that supposed to mean? Levi chuckled again. All right. Accountant sells it short. She's in charge of our finances as a company, but she does more than that. She makes sure everyone and everything that needs to get paid gets paid, and nothing gets traced. I lowered my head in a respectful greeting. A smile blossomed across her face, warm and sudden, and she took my hands in hers. Welcome to Black Snow, my child. You can call me Gran. I returned the smile. Gran. Thank you. She laughed, delighted. Right away. I like him already. Didn't she just say I look like trouble? Does she have dementia? Levi laughed and continued the introductions. The girl is Cressida. She's one of the company's primary combat assets, alongside Nisha and Pura. Rank C regular summoner. A fearsome range combatant. He paused, his expression turning wry. Even I don't want to be on the receiving end of her firearms. I stiffened internally at the word. There are firearms in this world? Of course there were. Why was I surprised? There had to be, considering the level of technology 1D noted since arriving. The mechanisms were different, of course, heavily dependent on spirit essence, which honestly made them even more interesting. The midnight blue-haired girl planted herself in front of me, smiling with entirely too much energy. Welcome, Cade. Glad to meet you. I managed to smile back. Thank you, Cressida. The two servants stepped forward, and Levi gestured toward them. These are Ophelia and Odelia. They help with mundane chores and anything else you might need. Both bowed their heads in perfect sync. Black hair tied into matching ponytails, pristine skin, deep dark eyes. It would have been easy to mistake them for twins based on their features alone, but they weren't. The differences were there if you looked. Ophelia's skin tone ran warmer. Odelia's cheekbones sat thinner on her face, and she stood slightly taller. Actually, I take that back. They had far more similar features than differences. The resemblance was almost uncanny. Levi watched me with an expression that suggested he was enjoying this. And no, they aren't twins. They aren't even from the same mother. Not blood-related at all. My eyes widened. I had no issues believing they weren't twins, but that they weren't blood-related at all sent a genuine shock through me. Oh, I see. He let out a satisfied breath. Okay then. Introductions over. Let's head in. He paused. Turned back. Oh, and I know you've all been busy, but we have a job. A big one. The atmosphere shifted immediately. Gran-Gran-S expression hardened. The lightness drained from the room. Owie, come on. Cressida's complaint cut through the tension. We only just finished one. Let us rest. Ophelia and Odelia looked moments away from collapsing where they stood. How big? Gran-Gran-S voice, ancient and measured, steadied the room somewhat. Even Milo leaned forward, waiting on Levi's response. But it was Nisha who answered. She curved one corner of her lips upward. Manhattan big. Every eye in the room went wide. What? We're finally going after them. Chapter 219. I think I've run mad. Amazing. This was the first time, actually the second time, since coming to this world that I had enjoyed the vibrancy and cool air of a space like this. I inhaled deeply. Something cool settled in my lungs, almost sweet, and I held it there for a moment before exhaling. Clean air. Well, had I last breathed clean air? The space I currently stood in was a modern, open-plan luxury room. A bed sat to one side, partially separated by a curved wall with a large paper screen built into it. On the other side was a small sitting area with a sofa and table. The colors were neutral, black, gray, beige, and white, with clean lines and minimal clutter. The cathedral-esque multicolored windows seemed to have been long lost. Now tall glass doors with sheer curtains let in light from outside. Sleek lighting fixtures hung from the ceiling, and everything looked polished, quiet, and expensive. More like a high-end hotel suite than a home. And Levi had said this would be my quarters from now on. I stood there wondering if they had been expecting my arrival before now. This place was simply too good to be true. There was almost a beckoning for me to feel at home again. Opposite the bed, there was even a tall floor-to-ceiling cabinet section spanning the entire length of the wall, available for my clothes. I opened all the doors, all 5 of them, with upper sections. All of them, of course, were empty. It would have been extra suspicious if they already had closed for me. I smiled as I closed them and moved to the sofa, letting myself sink into the cushions. The fireplace sat opposite me, and around it was an inbuilt shelving unit for books and decorations. A few books occupied the shelves, but they were so scanty that they stole the supposedly good look of the mini library. Someone went to all this trouble and couldn't spring for more than 6 books? This is nice, I muttered, leaning back into the cushions. A cool smile still sat on my face. The breeze that drifted in from the window carried something fresh, something that didn't smell like blood or sweat or desperation. I let it wash over me. To my right, another door led to the bathroom. To my left, the door led outside. Apparently, other members also stayed here like this. The cathedral was vast, far bigger than it looked from the outside, and the core members of the company lived here. That included Mr. Derry and Purr. I folded my hands behind my head and stared at the light hanging from the ceiling. Mr. Derry and Pa had still not arrived, which worried me. Especially Pa. I pushed that thought aside and focused on my essence instead. Barely a second later, Maggie materialized in the room with a spray of white sparks. The moment she appeared, a cold frown settled on her face. What am I doing here? I looked at her with what I hoped was a peaceful expression and gestured around the room with my head. When was the last time in 8, if not 9,000 years, that you've been in a space like this one? She turned her head, surveying the room, then returned her gaze to me. She scoffed. You're too young to comprehend. Well, yes. I paused, thinking about what she said. Something feels wrong about her response. I could feel it deep within me. The only problem was I couldn't identify what exactly had felt wrong. A few moments passed. Then I realized. Immediately I did, a scowl graced my face. I am not young, I declared, but she merely chuckled, folded her arms, and collapsed onto the sofa beside me. Sure, you aren't. The entire piece of furniture shook when she landed. I was genuinely surprised the whole thing didn't tumble over and spill us both out. I wanted to warn her against such careless sitting next time, but I suddenly felt like that would be inviting a lot of danger. My danger sense really is getting better. Aside from all of this, my mind suddenly found itself wondering what it felt like being the seat beneath her. Lucky bastard. I leaned forward, staring at the dry fireplace. I summoned you, so you could feel alive. This is my room. Live a little. I spread my hands. It's been 8,000 years since you saw the world. Have a warm bath. Change your clothes, step out, explore the criminal city. I halted on that part. ISNT that dangerous. Maggie was a saint. She might have died unfairly and been painted evil thanks to the Eternal Light Church as ploy, but she was someone who held true to her beliefs until the very end. I was sure letting someone like that loose in a lawless city was a very good idea, but it was too late. Maggie usually looked like a zombie, but right now, that zombie looked like it was having a vacation and enjoying the warmth of cool sunlight. She wasn't smiling, nothing like that, but she looked less like a corpse. She looked normal. Imagining a smile on her face was difficult. The smile? I pity that smile. She'd make a wreck of it. Why? I turned to her. Her face was plain. It was strange how that plainness felt like a far more expressive show of her vulnerability than anything else. Because, I scratched the back of my neck, trying to think about the reason why I wanted her to live freely. Was it the same way I felt about Cassie? 8,000 years of being wherever the spirit realm is. Are you not bored staying in my soul all the time? She continued to stare. Plain. The darkness surrounding her eyes ran deep, and her crimson gaze was sharp enough to cut. Her blank look was making me lose my cool. My thoughts felt like they were tangling together and messing up in my head. How come I've never noticed this? When I managed to look into her eyes for longer than a moment, the darkness surrounding them suddenly felt less scary and more beautiful, like an icy, porcelain, Demon King's daughter kind of beauty. Oh no. Oh shit. What is going on with me? I certainly did not just call Maggie beautiful. Chapter 220. The Bath of Comfort. I sat in the bathtub. Warm water consoling skin that had endured 3 months and almost 2 weeks of hell. I stared at the white ceiling and let my body sink deeper into the warmth. God, how I loved warm baths. Other thoughts surfaced now that I was no longer running for my life. The quiet gave them room to breathe. I wonder how they're doing now. I had not thought about them once. Could not afford to in my position. Survival demanded a singular focus, and anything beyond the next threat was a luxury I could not spare. But now that I was free, my mind wandered there on its own. How was Elena doing? Emma? The rest of my classmates? I could not help but wonder if they were still at the academy or if they had gone their separate ways. Perhaps they had been good at gates and conquering spirit beasts, gaining experience, growing stronger. I need to do that too. I leaned up slightly, water sloshing against the tub's sides. Now that I was safe, I needed to fight more spirit beasts. Properly this time, from the lowest tier, learning the correct way to deal with each one. It would not be easy, especially considering what I now knew. Each spirit beast progressed through levels 1 to 9 before evolving to their next tier. The ladder was longer than I had imagined. I clenched my fist beneath the water. Not like I have a choice anyway. I chuckled and leaned back, letting the tension drain from my shoulders. Right now, I just need a bath. I stayed a few more minutes, savoring the warmth, before finally pulling myself in the water. Droplets trickled down my body as I stepped onto the cool tile and stood before the mirror, grabbing a towel. By chance, I caught a glimpse of myself in the steamy glass. Boy, aren't you hot? I had to say it because, honestly, my body, back on Earth, I could only dream of looking like this. I had tried gyms a couple of times and never made it past one day. Life enjoyed screwing with me, and that one day was usually leg day. But here I was. My training with Cassie and the chaotic workout routine I had forced on myself, often interrupted by sex, was actually working. My chest had broadened. My abs were defined. The ridges along my sides were emerging like they had something to prove. I looked lower. The rest of me had filled out nicely too. Even before this world, I'd already been well built. I knew my body was in peak condition. I turned, craning my neck to glimpse my back in the steamy mirror. The contours forming there were impressive. I nodded slowly. This is really good. Then I toweled off, pulled on shorts, and came out of the bathroom. Maggie was still on the sofa where I had left her. I looked at her for a moment, hesitating. Would you be willing to, never mind. I stopped as soon as I saw the glare. She turned on me. Should you check on your red princess? What is it with the nicknames? I walked past her and through the partition to the bedroom. There I changed into a set of clean black trousers, a soft gray linen shirt, and a jacket that Tristan had brought a few minutes ago, which had prompted me to take my bath in the first place. I adjusted the collars of both the shirt and the black jacket, then cinched the belt that came with them at my waist. Not too tight, comfortable enough to move. I returned to where Maggie sat, her gaze fixed on the window. I'm not sure how to contact her. I don't want to recall her. I fear she might be busy. She turned and looked at me like I was a pile of something unpleasant she had discovered on her shoe. What? I frowned. You are a summoner. You don't know about Link? My frown deepened. What is Link? Nothing of the sort was ever taught to us in the academy. Maggie scoffed. You've run out of excuses, summoner. You have long left the academy and should be held accountable for what you lack to know. I looked down for a moment, feeling the weight of that. Then I raised my head and met her gaze. Then teach me. Tell me what I need to know. Silence stretched between us. She continued to stare at me, her expression flat. I stared back with all the determination I could muster. You really are prideless and shameless, aren't you? I smiled. Quite the contrary, actually. I gestured as I continued. I'm a man of many values, so I am actually prideful, and I am shameless, because that is what it takes to uphold my values. Maggie looked at me like I was something defective. The expression on her face urged me to continue. What? Just because my values are different from what the world holds dear doesn't mean you should look at me like that. These things are important to me too. My voice hardened. You really think I make jokes about breasts and asses because I don't have better things to do? My tone had turned completely serious now. These are the things. These are the important things to someone like me. The better things to do. I will kill for this. What is so difficult to understand? It's not even like I blur the lines of morality in upholding my values. Her gaze suddenly intensified. And why don't you? The question stopped me cold. What do you mean, why don't I? She shrugged. You understand that pride is pointless before what you don't consider valuable. You understand that shame is needless before what is important to you. Why, all of a sudden, do you accept the lens of morality? You seem to be a man who operates on independent values. You don't acknowledge the ways of the world. So why does morality matter to you? Her gaze hardened further, her cold eyes pinning me in place. Or do you forget that morality is a way of the world? Another value the world holds dear. Her voice dropped. Why does it matter to you? For the first time in many years, no words bubbled in my throat. No sarcastic response. No joke. No usual sexual deflection to sidestep the uncomfortable moment. All of it fled from me. An unpleasant frown climbed my face. It felt like Pyre Sane had just poked something I had buried deep. Chapter 221. An uncomfortable conversation. I hate uncomfortable conversations. For the first time in many years. No words bubbled in my throat. No sarcastic response. No joke or usual sexual deflection to sidestep the uncomfortable moment. All of it fled from me. An unpleasant frown climbed my face. It felt like Pyre Sane had just poked something I had buried deep. I opened my mouth and closed it. Why does morality matter to me? The question echoed in my skull, and for a horrible moment, I couldn't find the glib answer. Instead, something else surfaced. A memory I kept locked in a box I never opened. A 9-year-old boy standing in a room that smelled like smoke and melted plastic. His father's laptop. Destroyed. Retaliation for the belt marks still burning on his back. The satisfaction of watching something his father valued turn to ruin. And then, the sound of sirens. His mother's face. The sequence of events that followed. One domino tipping into the next until she was gone and he was standing at a funeral wondering if he had killed her. My jaw tightened. That's not. I'm not going there. You went somewhere, Maggie said flatly. Her cold eyes had not left my face for a single moment. Your expression just changed 3 times in 2 seconds. I forced a smile. It felt wrong on my face, like wearing clothes that didn't fit. Did it? Must be the lighting. She did not smile back. She did not look away. She simply waited, like a patient predator that knew its prey had nowhere to run. Morality matters to me, I said slowly, testing each word before I released it, because I know what I am without it. The words came out heavier than I intended. Maggie tilted her head slightly for just a fraction, but her expression remained unchanged, that flat mask of cold observation. And what are you without it? A boy who destroyed something and watched everything else burn with it. I did not say that. Instead, I looked away toward the window where afternoon light spilled through curtains I did not remember closing. Someone who hurts people that don't deserve it. There was silence for a while. When I looked back, Maggie was still watching me, but something in her gaze had shifted. Not warmer. Pyre Saint did not do warm, but perhaps less dismissive. That, she said quietly, is the first honest thing you've said to me, to anyone. I laughed. It came out hollow. Don't get used to it. I turned away before she could dig any deeper, before the box could open any wider, before I had to look at what was inside and remember why I had locked in the first place. I need to check on Cassie, I said, and my voice was almost normal again. Can you teach me this link thing so I can do just that? Maggie regarded me for a moment longer, her cold eyes still carrying that measuring weight. Then she exhaled through her nose, the closest thing to a sigh I had ever heard from her. Seat. I blinked. What? Sit down, summoner. You cannot learn Link while standing around like an anxious fool. I hesitated, then moved to the sofa and sat. Maggie remained sitting too, looking at me with that perpetual expression of mild disgust. Link is not complicated, she said flatly. It is the thread that binds a summoner to their summon. You have felt it before, even if you did not know what it was. When you sense where your princess is without seeing her. When you know she is in danger before anyone tells you. And I'm very sure she must have used it to communicate with you a couple of times. I thought about it. She was right. There have been moments that Cassie had spoke straight into my head. I just hadn't think I could do the same, or I hadn't thought about it at all. That thread exists whether you acknowledge it or not, Maggie continued. Learning Link is simply learning to pull on it deliberately. Pull on it how? She looked at me like I had asked how to breathe. Close your eyes. I did. Find the place in your chest where you feel your summons. Not your nave. The place where the connection lives. I searched inward, past the familiar hum of essence, past the white cathedral that existed somewhere in the depths of me. And there, subtle but present, I found it. 2 threads. One burned cold, sharp and distant. The other pulsed with a steady warmth that felt like embers. I feel them. Good. Now choose one. Pull. I reached for the warmer thread, the one that felt like Cassie, and I pulled. The sensation was immediate, like a door opening in my mind. Suddenly I could feel her, not just as a presence, but as a direction, southeast, moving. And then, like words forming without sound. Are you all right? Her voice, but not her voice. It was in my head, clear as if she had spoken directly into my ear. Cassie, can you hear me? There was a pause for a moment. Then, with what I could only describe as amused surprise. So you finally learned. I was wondering how long it would take. I opened my eyes. Maggie was watching me with something that might have been grudging acknowledgement. You connected. I did. I could not quite keep the wonder out of my voice. She can hear me. She always could. You simply never knew how to speak. Maggie stood and turned away, moving toward the window. Link works both ways. She can reach you as easily as you reached her. She can also share her senses with you if she chooses, let you see what she sees. But that requires trust, practice, and essence. I sat with that for a moment, still feeling the thread humming gently in my chest. The connection to Cassie, alive and present even across the distance. Are you safe? I asked through the link. Safe enough. The man is behaving. The elf lady is fragile, but holding. I will update you when there is something worth updating. There was a pause. Then, her voice came again, but softer. Are you all right? Something loosened in my chest that I had not realized was tight, and I smiled. Yeah, pretty much comfortable. This is the best I've felt in 3 months. She sounded like she had nodded. It's good to hear from you. I smiled again. It's good to hear from you too. I let the connection settle into the background, still present, but no longer active. When I looked up, Maggie had returned to staring out the window, her back to me. Thank you, I said. She did not turn around. Do not thank me. Thank your own incompetence for not knowing something so basic. I smiled. It felt more real this time. There she is. Chapter 222. A family I don't deserve. I stepped out of my room after confirming Cassie's whereabouts and hearing her voice. I walked down the hall and entered an elevator chamber that took me to the first floor. Fourth floor to first. Reception and lounge territory. The smell hit me before the doors fully opened. Something rich and savory, the kind of aroma that wrapped around your head and pulled you forward whether you wanted to move or not. My stomach, which had been quietly ignoring me for hours, suddenly remembered it existed. Everyone had assembled in the lounge that sprawled across the southern edge of the reception area. Odelia sat behind the reception desk opposite them, papers forgotten in front of her. Ophelia held a tray in hand and was setting food on the large centerpiece table, each dish landing with the careful precision of someone who took this ritual seriously. Levi threw his head back, shaking it with an expression caught somewhere between ecstasy and genuine pain. Every time, every damn time, I always miss your cooking, Ophelia. You're so awesome. I can't imagine myself not starving to death without you. It's just food, boss. I cook it the way anyone would. You don't have to be dramatic. Levi face-palmed himself while Cressida laughed. Her laugh was, pretty girls with ugly laughs really is a thing. Huh. The realization felt unfair somehow, like the universe had slipped up. As Ophelia finished serving, she turned and noticed me standing there. Newcomer. Every head in the room swiveled in my direction. Kate, Cressida shouted like we'd been friends for a century. Was the word itself a celebration? You should have lunch, Ophelia said, a small, kind smile settling on her face. I heard you guys haven't eaten for a while. I looked past her. They were all there, arranged around the table like this was normal. Nisha, Tristan, Levi, Cressida, all watching me, waiting for me to cross the distance between us and join them. The view was so warm it made something in my chest ache. For a moment, I felt like I didn't deserve such good people. The suffering I'd endured since coming to this world, maybe I'd actually earned that. It had even felt appropriate, like a coat that fit. But this felt like wearing someone else's clothes. Someone who hadn't done the things I'd done. Someone cleaner. A hand settled gently on my shoulder from behind. I glanced back. The last of them. The man adjusted his glasses with his free hand and pushed me forward slightly, a nudge rather than a shove. Why hesitate? You don't want to associate yourself with criminals? I looked down for a moment, suddenly unable to meet anyone's gaze. No, not that. I lifted my head and met his eyes through those lenses, then looked at the others. They were discussing amongst themselves now, voices overlapping. But Tristan was still watching me. I inhaled, exhaled, and looked at the man one more time. He smiled back, something knowing in it. It's okay to feel however you feel. Just never stop moving forward or accepting people as kindness. It's not wrong to. He released my shoulder. My name is Milo. I'm sure Levi forgot to introduce me outside. He is a spiteful one. I'm the operative director of the Black Snow Company. I looked at him in confusion, then at Levi. The discrepancy was obvious that Milo chuckled when he caught my expression. Well, you'll find out more if you belong. He tapped my shoulder once more and walked past me toward the group. Ophelia glanced at me with an unreadable expression, then followed him. Now all that remained was for me to join them. This family whose kindness I had done nothing to earn. I crossed the distance. Cressida, perched at the edge of the gray sofa, immediately shifted to make room beside her. I sat down, and Levi's voice boomed across the table before I could settle. Let's pray to the 6 gods for the grace to be able to bring food to our mouths this day for a successful mission. They all deserve the glory. I stared at him, feeling vaguely betrayed. Cressida leaned toward me and whispered, Levi's like that. Too respectful toward the gods. He believes their servants are the problem, not them. I nodded. I see. Levi continued with closed eyes and a reverent voice. To Solarius, the lawgiver and eternal sun, our thanks shine ever brightly. To Eterna, the weaver of fates and keeper of threads, thank you for your dedication to our destiny. And to Mystara, the keeper of secrets and the infinite library, thank you for not leaking our locations to our mortal enemies. Oddly specific prayer. Terviz, master of ambition and lord of conquest, you blessed us with strength and endurance to see this mission through. And Verdania, the first tree, mother of life, every breath we take we owe to you. I don't know anyone my own breath. And lastly, Morgans, the silent judge and lord of endings. Thank you, because it is not yet our time to be judged by you. Everyone except me muttered together, thank you. Oh, I didn't know we were supposed to do that. Levi slapped his hands together and opened his eyes, which immediately sparkled when they landed on the food. Let us have a very hearty lunch. Then we can discuss the details of our next job. Exciting. Exciting. Cressida bounced slightly beside me. Everyone grabbed their bowls. So did I, though my attention kept drifting to Levi as I did. I learned something new about him today, and I knew, with quiet certainty, that it would fall to me eventually to help him stop believing in gods. Not that it mattered in the grand scheme of this world. I read plenty of myths at a point in my life, and the gods were always assholes in every single one of them. They were the first to taste power and the first to corrupt. Their servants only turned out the way they did as a mirror for the gods to hold to their own faces. Consequences made flesh. But that was the thing, wasn't it? Even the consequences, these gods refused to own. They continued doing as they pleased because they were the justice. The standard and the enforcers rolled into one, which was why, if it was ever possible to reach the gods, it would be amazing to teach them all a lesson. I chuckled internally. Small, Cade. Me thinking of teaching the gods a lesson. Actually funny when I considered it. The gods could even be propaganda. Inventions of the religious institutions to rule the land. They might not even exist. Or they might. Eat your food. Levi's voice yanked me back. I looked down at my bowl immediately. Rice swimming in a thick brown stew with green leaves floating on top and a generous lap of meat resting against the side. What kind of meat? I had no idea. But I was about to find out. Chapter 223. The delicacy without seconds a meal was nothing short of delicacy. The rice holding almost no difference to the rice back on Earth. If anything, it felt softer, absorbing the soup better, cradling each drop of broth. I was too used to eating rice in this manner back on Earth. And the meat was soft, easily tearing and melting beneath each bite. Something that tasted like mild honey squeezed out of the tender flesh, mixing with my saliva in a way that made me want to slow down and savor it, but also made it impossible to stop. Each spoonful was something to look forward to. I never stopped until there was nothing left to look forward to. The plate was empty. Oh, why do you look so sad, C? Did you enjoy it that much? Nisha said with that annoying girly tone they use. It's nothing like that. I retorted. Cressida tapped my back, consoling me. It's okay to want seconds. Light exploded from my eyes, but before I could speak, Ophelia raised her hand slightly. No seconds. Cressida looked like she had just been told she had a terminal illness. What? Do you mean no seconds? Her voice shook. Aside from the fact that we are very broke and grandmother is making us eat and spend on budget, this delicacy loses its beautiful taste on the second try. Oh, how does that even work? I wondered, but also figured that her reason was sort of valid. The budget part, at least. The taste part made no sense. I accepted reality quickly. It wasn't tea like I was still hungry. The food had just been too good. I hope she cooks it another time. Meanwhile, beside me, Cressida had her face buried in both palms, her shoulders shaking. Ophelia looked at her and sighed. Odelia was just arriving at the table with her own portion. She sat down opposite me, right next to her sister. Sorry, look-alike. I don't know what it was in my mind that expected her to push her portion toward me, asking me and Cressida to share it, but she did not do so. She merely continued to eat, while looking at us indifferently. Not a trace of sympathy. This is why this Manhattan job will make a lot of difference. Milo leaned forward and locked his fingers, giving a side glance to Levi, who was seated beside him, opposite our section of the sofa. On our side, there was Tristan, Cressida, and me. On the other side, there was Nisha at the northernmost edge, then Levi, Milo, Ophelia, and Odelia. Their sofa was larger than ours, so naturally more people sat there. Gran wasn't he here. As Milo mentioned the Manhattan job, a chilling silence settled over the room. Levi exhaled and leaned back, spreading his arms over the back of the chair. He watched the black arching roof for a few moments, then came back to reality. The Manhattan job, huh? How so? Milo adjusted his glasses. Because it LL draw attention. Since you started that investigation, we VE paid less attention to work and more time trying to help you. Only Dairy and Pub have been making delivery jobs. Thanks to them, we can even afford to eat meals like this. He paused, letting that sink in. We VE actually lost a lot of clients to Manhattan. Not to mention the way they're laying claims over spirit gates is insane. We have no gates to excavate, which means no spirit crystals for us to mine, no beast carcasses. In fact, it's a miracle we're not bankrupt yet. Oh, thanks. To you, Levi. The silence that started continued. There was an unspoken, unknown, dangerous spark in the air between Levi and Milo, particularly coming from Milo. Levi, on the other hand, was just silent, his expression carved from stone. And were you able to get to the bottom of what you're looking for? What you want to tell any of us? This had to be the hardest I had ever seen Levi's face. He was angry, obviously, but hiding it. Hiding his anger in plain sight. He inhaled deeply and exhaled. Dead end. Drop it, Milo, okay? I messed up, and I'm sorry about that. Let us focus on returning to glory. He grinned. Wouldn't it be interesting, causing trouble again? Milo held his eyes for a few seconds, then glanced at Tristan before he smiled. I guess. Against Manhattan, it'll ultimately be worth it. Levi nodded. JMM. Killings. Cressida shouted, startling even me beside her. Will we be allowed to kill a lot of people? I want to kill a lot of people. My gaze trembled as I looked at her like she had gone mad. I glanced at the others too, but there was nothing in their expressions. They were treating her outburst like it was just another day. Of course, Cress. But no killing without permission. Levi said with a smile on his face. Is that what's important here? This young lady, actually a girl, looked like she was either 16 or 17 with her small stature. Practically a child. Should we all be scolding her right now? But instead, it looked like they all didn't mind. No one batted an eye. Will you tell us already? Details. We are just going to continue like she didn't just say that? Levi nodded. All right. He locked in. We discovered that Manhattan might be involved in some really illegal business. The silence was deafening. Milo lifted his head, and Levi staggered back. He must have thought Milo wanted to hit him, but Milo simply scratched the back of his neck in silence. Are you messing with us, Levi? Levi looked at Milo's hand cautiously and shook his head. Why would I? Milo cocked his head. Is there a history of psychotic disorder in your family? There isn't one that I'm aware of, but if so, do you want to herald it? Levi frowned. What of all disorders? I hate psychotic ones. Milo scratched his neck again. He suddenly looked dangerous. Too dangerous. Actually, what am I saying? You are psychotic. You are. He suddenly switched, outrage spilling over. I'm going to kill you because what the hell do you mean illegal things? We all do illegal things. You rotten crate egg. Your brain is rotten. Actually, look at you. You're rotten yourself. Actually, even worse. You're fermented wrongly. ISNT what we do illegal too, you shithead. Chapter 224. The Spirit Summoner Revelation is so underwhelming. All right. I hear you okay? Stop shouting. Levi said casually, managing to calm Milo down a little, even though the man was still fuming and reeling from the aftereffects of his explosion just now. Actually, there's the person that gave us the job. Everyone's head turned towards where Levi's hand was pointing. Everyone except Tristan and Nisha. Milo frowned back at Levi. Is this supposed to be a joke? It's not getting funny anymore. I hesitantly looked at them and nodded. Milo, when he saw me nodding, knitted his brows. What? It's true? I nodded again. Yes, it is. Levi leaned back comfortably and gestured slightly to me. Get them up to speed. What? I swallowed for a moment as I watched all their gazes fall on me with focus and attention. Even Cressida, beside me, was looking at me like I was some messiah or something. Great. Public speaking. My favorite. I managed to shove the image of their faces out of the front corridor of my brain and focused on the actual matter. When I arrived in Racimera's, I encountered a strange occurrence. Someone pleaded for my help. According to her, she was enslaved against her own will. She set out to find her sister and encountered a spirit gate she and her cohort decided to put an end to, but it seemed to have been more difficult than expected. At last, more people raided the same gate, and she was taken as spoils of war. Milo thought about what I had just spilled, touching the frames of his glasses. The gesture seemed habitual, a thinking tick. That indeed is a dilemma. But she is not special. Manhattan does this every time. He tilted his head, studying me with renewed attention. What does this person mean to you? I was silent for a moment, then I leaned forward, resting on my knee. I shook my head. Aside from my patriotism to my values, she means nothing. This is all about me. I wish to help her, so I paid for the Black Company services. Nisha grinned from where she was. He gave us the cores of an Apex and a Primal, none of which are level 1. Milo's eyes widened. He adjusted his glasses, as if that would help him process what he just heard. What? That cost a fortune. He threw his face at me, voice rising with each word. Young man, with those 2 cores alone, you could get yourself a mansion and start a farm for long-term income. You'd still even have more. He calculated on his hands, muttering as he went. Black market price for a primal core should be about 10,000 gold. Do you know what 10,000 gold can do for you? Now, an Apex Spirit core, goodness, I have no idea, but it'll be an astronomical amount. Apex cores are incredibly rare, so they're prized very high. When Milo made that explanation, my mind reeled. I was beginning to reconsider a lot of things. They weren't exaggerating for real. 10,000 gold has to be a lot, because I know how these ruffians have been betraying one another for 30,000 silver talents. And I just handed it over. For a stranger. The thought settled in my gut like a stone. Nisha watched me, her grin sharpening. What? Are you having a change of mind? It's too late to have a change of mind. I chuckled, letting the sound break some of the tension building in my chest. I change many things. My mind is not one of them. I think this person will turn out to bring more value to me than 10,000 gold. I could be a good judge of character, you know? Milo and everyone else continued to stare at me. I wasn't telling any lies here. Had I not judged Lyra, and she had turned out to be someone I can trust, just as I expected? Everyone in the mercenary guild, including Elena, had proven my instincts right in their own way. There was a little bumpy road with Elena, but it wasn't anything I didn't expect. In fact, my decision to act towards her like I did was to sever our connection so that she wouldn't be caught in the middle. She was sincerely a good person, and the fact that she failed to understand me and give me the benefit of the doubt shouldn't announce or otherwise. Sometimes protecting someone means pushing them away, even if they hate you for it. Milo looked at me with a dubious expression, then exhaled. But how did you get your hands on cores like this? Levi chuckled. All right, the news hasn't reached here. Milo turned to him. Others did too. What news? Levi grinned hard, as if he was savoring the words that were about to come out of his mouth next. This guy here is a spirit summoner. Immediately, the room exploded. Milo rose up with so much vigor that the table almost overturned. Ophelia and Odelia were holding their mouths, their eyes wide. I hoped Odelia was regretting not giving me that bowl right now. What? Really? A spirit summoner? Cressida shouted, practically vibrating beside me. That is sick. So he has a heroic spirit. Let me see. Let me see. Cade, please let me see. What hero is he? What tier? From which era? She leaned into my space, eyes gleaming with the enthusiasm of someone who just discovered treasure. Levi frowned upon her as she continued to pester me. Cress, stop that. Immediately, she pulled back with a downcast expression. Thank you, Levi. I was beginning to get uncomfortable. I managed to release a fake chuckle at them and said, "Not to disappoint you, but I'm F rank, and I do not have a heroic spirit as a summon." The shift in the room was immediate. Milo's eyes twitched. Ophelia and Odelia seemed disappointed, their earlier excitement deflating like puncture balloons. Cressida pouted painfully, her whole body sagging with the betrayal of unmet expectations. From Messiah to disappointment in 3 seconds flat. A personal record. Then what do you have? What nature is your summon? Milo inquired, looking at me with renewed calmness. The initial shock had passed, and the analytical mind behind those glasses was taking over. I have villainous summons. Milo did not express as much shock as he expressed before when he heard I was a spirit summoner. I guess the real glory lies in having a heroic spirit. That was a bit saddening. Cassie was just as awesome as any hero could have been. In fact, personally, I think she is far more awesome. Suddenly, I want to tell them her tier. But I held off on that. Aside from not being pestered for it, the attention drifted somewhere else. What do you mean, S? Milo asked, squinting his eyes at me. He decaught it. The plural. I am capable of summoning 2 villainous spirits. He pushed back his chair as if he was scared of something hitting him. His face was looking pale. The others were also becoming tense, stress forming all over their faces. Something was wrong with them. Levi, what did you bring home to us? This is so much confusion. Milo's voice pitched higher with each sentence. He is a spirit summoner. Cool. But he has F rank and can't summon heroes. That's bad. But he can summon 2 villainous spirits. That should be over the line impossible. How is it even possible? Should I let them know both of them are calamity tiers with fortitude above 8.0? That LL be an overkill, right? I think it would be. It'd be one hell of an overkill, so I decided to just make do with this much. After all, nothing good came out of revealing all my cards, and the people that needed to know knew already. Chapter 225, The Plan for the Manhattan Job. This brings a lot of difference. But still doesn't T explain how you can defeat an apex beast? Levi sighed deeply. Gods, Milo, just let it go and let us focus on what matters. Milo exhaled too, pressing his palms against his knees as if he could physically push the shock out of his system. Okay, back to the main topic. Manhattan. Is it just about this, your friend? I muttered, she is not. You're willing to give up a fortune for her. The least she can do is be your friend. It's all for the game, man. You don't get it. I don't think anyone does. It might be evil, but the more I thought about how expensive this was going to be, the more I was willing to actually go through with it. This way, she would be deeply indebted to me. Not only would she become my door to entering the world of elves, but she might also fall in love with me and become very physically affectionate. Who knows? I might actually succeed and build a lasting bond with an elf. That is one of my fantasies. I wouldn't even need to pay child support, and granted, I had no desire to abandon a child of mine anyway. But first I needed to raid a lot of gates and build my fortune to the point where spending this much wound tea cripple me. I need to build a fortune, and to do that I'll need some things. So what you want us to do is reclaim her, ISNT it? Then it's simple. We buy her. I studied his face. Something in the way his lips curved told me we weren't anywhere near finished. But something on your face is telling me it won to be simple. Milo smiled. Oh goodness, am I that transparent? He adjusted his glasses by the frame, a habit I was starting to recognize. But yes, you're right. It's not going to be simple at all. He paused. I'm guessing the slave has already been bought. I nodded. She has. What race? Elf. His mouth dropped. At first I was worried when he wasn't saying anything, but barely a second later his voice eventually came out. I was wrong. She is special. A strange light entered his eyes. But this actually complicates things while also making them interesting. How so? I leaned forward slightly, paying full attention now. When it comes to trafficking, there is so much bias. But things get sensitive when it comes to the Elver and other rare races. It is why they never do it openly. We can actually punish them for it. I stared into space for a moment, confused by the logic. How does one punish an illegal action in a city of criminals where illegal things are the norm? Milo shrugged, as if the answer were obvious. It's straightforward, don't think too much about it. We take justice into our own hands. I looked at him. Isn't that going to be bad? He smiled and nodded. Of course it is. Then wouldn't it work against our favor? He extended his index finger, shaking both the finger and his head in that insufferably knowing way of his. HM, 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 not all. We are not going to engage in unnecessary combat. That S word could work against us. We are just going to sabotage their market enough that it'll affect their relationship with the government and expose some of their heinous deeds. He held up a second finger, warming to his subject. That S, just by the side, though. A different party is to try to buy the elf lady. But don't buy just her. Buy a couple of them, so it is less suspicious. I thought about it myself for a moment, turning the plan over in my head, then brought my gaze to meet him. I think you're forgetting something important. Milo tilted his head. I never forget anything. But what would that be? The slave has been sold. He merely chuckled, and the sound carried an irritating amount of confidence. I told you earlier. She's an elf. It makes things easier and harder. He leaned forward slightly, clearly enjoying himself now. No trade center, not even Manhattan, can sell an elf outright. Not because they can't, but because the worth of an elf is too precious. Selling them in totality for a finite price doesn't cut it. Elves can live a really long time, you know? I nodded. Indeed, I wasn't alien to this fact. So why sell an elf that can live for 700 years to a man who can only live for 100? For just some gold coins? The market has learned to milk value until it is dry. So elves are sold according to lifespan, not just one-time payment like the common races. Doesn't that mean they're just being lent out? Milo covered his lips with his index finger. Sheesh. Everything is customer satisfaction. Especially when it comes to a slave like an elf, you want to have a sense of ownership. He spread his hands as if presenting an elegant solution. Many people have caused trouble, tried by off-elven slaves, just to get that entitlement of being the legitimate owner. It caused a lot of loss for the market, especially since elven slaves are not so common. I nodded in understanding. So they're just trying to deceive everyone. Use the consumer-esque greed against them. The trafficking market was smarter than I gave it credit for. Create the illusion of ownership while retaining the asset. It was almost elegant, in a twisted sort of way. Milo continued, for the right price, we should be able to buy some elves from their owners. It'll cost a lot of money, though. But if we can get through that part, things will only get interesting from there. Milo really looked excited by all of this. The way his eyes gleamed made me wonder if the complexity itself was the appeal for him. But isn't purchasing a lot of elves going to bring attention on me? Milo laughed. Of course it will. That's the whole point. I squinted my eyes in confusion. Actually, at this point, I was beginning to think this guy was the confused one. The intention is to create a false alarm, to spook them, while we cause them a really devastating loss. But this will lead us to the most difficult part of this plan, which will be freeing the elf. With a slave collar, the slave can be located anywhere, so it'll actually make you very vulnerable. Which means for this mission to be very successful, we kind of have to hack a high-value slave collar. He let that sink in, watching my face. Trust me, Cade, that is not as easy as it sounds. Chapter 2:26. Planning a Spirit Gate raid, all that was said and done, and it seemed like the plans were in order. But I couldn't help the question forming at the back of my mind, one I really didn't want to ask. I turned it over 10 times, trying to let it go. Milo seemed to notice. Want to say something? Kid? I lingered for a moment, then gave in. It's just, that was super fast. Have you guys been preparing for a day like this one? Milo laughed, short and sharp, then looked quite smug. I told you, right? I'm the operative director around here. What do you think that means? Milo got brains. Cressida tapped the side of her head for emphasis. Ophelia and Odelia both nodded to corroborate what she said. I glanced at Nisha and Levi. They were indifferent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Just watching. I guess he just thought all these up in the moment. I breathed out slowly and nodded. Okay then. So when do we start? Milo's smile sharpened. Your summon is currently with the elf lady, Tishi. Let us spook Manhattan first and make them feel like the man is trying to flee with their goods. This will cause them to want to collect her. At the same time, you'll be going around buying elves at an obscene amount of money. There's a problem, though. Levi's voice cut through the room after a pause. I turned to him, as did Milo. He can't exactly pretend to buy. He has to buy them for real. Levi spread his hands. But we're broke. Milo looked down, his expression souring. You're right. Levi grinned, something eager flickering behind his eyes. Which means we need to get our money up. Milo slowly raised his head. The only fastest way to do that will be a gate raid. But Manhattan and the other companies have all the gate raids right now. They won't let us in. Levi shrugged. Since when has that ever stopped us? Milo looked at him, a cold grin struggling onto his face. This guy, isn't too excited, right? Milo retorted. When has that ever stopped us? He lunged to his feet. Well, if we're talking about a gate raid, then this one I've got my mind set on. Levi smiled. So did Nisha, though hers was quieter, more contained. Cressida shot up from her seat. Hooray, we're back in action. I'm so happy Poland is missing this. No one to steal my kill. Poland? As in Puh. It was unexpected and amusing to get P's full name. I filed that away for later. Looks like we're going on a raid. Ophelia said coolly. Odelia nodded beside her. We are. The atmosphere rose, and everyone looked quite happy. I didn't particularly share the sentiment. My last gate raid had been interesting, but there had also been a lot of things that went wrong. If I hadn't gone with Cassie, I didn't see how I would have made it back alive. I paused. Wait, Cassie. I turned to all of them sharply, and the muttering died as they gave me their attention. If we're going for a gate raid, my summon, she can't be removed from his side yet. It was Nisha who spoke. For a moment, I almost hated her, because I knew exactly what she was saying. Are you asking a summoner to go into a gate without his summon? Nisha shrugged. You have too, don't you? Besides, haven't you been training for this sort of thing? She was right. But still, the thought of going to a spirit gate without Cassie felt too much to handle. On the other hand, it was a good test for myself, and I still had Maggie nonetheless. Perhaps this would be a good opportunity to see how much of a monster she also was. If I tell Cassie I'm going into a spirit gate without her, she'll get pissed and might not let me. For some reason I could tell that was exactly what her reaction would be. She might even be prepared to withdraw from the man because Cassie was beginning to care about me. Milo gave me a small smile. Don't worry, it won't be a big deal. There aren't a lot of high-tier gates around here, so we'll be in and out before anyone knows. He turned to Ophelia. Make preparations. Most of our workers are with dairy. The remaining miners and logistics, rally them and hire more if needed. Be discreet about it. Discretion would mean a small number. Ophelia replied flatly. It should work nonetheless. Ophelia nodded after that. Milo glanced at everyone. Guys, polish your spirit gears. Fix what needs to be fixed. After 6 months, we're finally going into a gate again. Yay! Cressida shouted. The others had an indifferent attitude to it, especially Tristan, after that we all dispersed doing different things. Cressida was already walking with Odelia, dragging at her clothes and begging her for something. Nisha had gone to her quarters. So had Levi. Milo was at the reception bar doing some paperwork, while Tristan stepped outside. I also stepped outside, but couldn't find him despite the fact that he'd just gone through the door. Looking for someone, I followed the voice up, and there he was, perched on one of the lower layer roofs of the cathedral. He smiled at me, but I could see the somberness beneath it. Do you need something? I thought about the distance for a moment, looked at the weight bracelets on my wrists, breathed in, breathed out, consciously circulating my essence and wrapping it around my body to feel more aware of my weight. I lowered my knee and lunged into the sky, flying over 7 feet in one leap. I landed on the roof, but my foot slipped on the last step and I nearly fell back. Tristan caught my hand and helped stabilize me. I panted for a moment, but calmed, taking a seat beside him. Both of us sat on top of the roof, watching over the vast city of Los Arcos as darkness descended upon the land. The buildings below stretched in uneven rows, their lights just beginning to flicker on against the dimming sky. I inhaled heavily. Something in my chest loosened, relief or exhaustion. I couldn't tell which. Quite a beautiful view. I assentee it. Chapter 227. Let it bother us together, indeed it is. Tristan responded, but his gaze had traveled far into the distance, fixed on something I couldn't see. I noticed it and turned my own gaze away for the moment. Calling something like that out would cut his train of thought, and whatever he was processing had to be important. Instead, I started my own. Tristan has changed. Unlike me, I had changed once and refused to do it again, had dug my heels into whatever ground I found myself standing on. But Tristan, Lyra and Clara's deaths must have affected him on an unimaginable scale. After all, he had known them far longer than I had. Years, maybe. A lifetime's worth of trust. I felt indebted to Lyra. And watching her die, for nothing had hurt me to the bone. But it was nothing compared to watching my own mother die and how it wrecked my life. Compared to that, I couldn't pretend my grief for Lyra matched the hollow place I'd carried for years. It would be pretentious of me to claim both were comparable. But that didn't make it hurt any less, or make me any less of a griever. And compared to Tristan, who was feeling all this pain more deeply, more personally, I had no right to wallow. Actually shameless of me. When I thought about it, I was the one who'd gone on a killing spree, and Tristan, who had lost everything that mattered to him, was the one trying to rectify the damage I had done. It was truly shameless. Stupid, even. Lyra would be so disappointed. Minutes of silence passed between us. Maybe more than a few, because neither of us noticed when night crept in and swallowed the sky. The stars emerged one by one, indifferent to us both. Am I but hurt from prolonged sitting? There was no dignified way to think about it. Eventually, I managed to say something. Something I should have said a long time ago. Thank you. Tristan finally surfaced from wherever his mind had gone. He turned to me, his expression flat, but something flickered beneath it. For what? Everything. I'll let the words sit for a moment before continuing. You had no obligation to, and yet you did. Tristan sighed, the sound heavy, weighted with more than just air. I'd prefer you not to thank me. He hesitated, gaze dropping to the ground between his feet. I'm still conflicted. I don't know if all of this is the right way. I'm somewhat skeptical about the future. I had to tilt my head slightly to fully look at him and the expression on his face. He looked rueful, worn in a way that had nothing to do with physical exhaustion. I turned away, facing front again. Future, huh? Isn't that far away? Can't we just rest instead? I sounded like a genuinely tired man. Because I was. After worrying about the future ever since I stepped into this world, I finally didn't want to do that anymore. I didn't want to worry about anything. Just existing seemed like enough of a task. Tristan sighed heavily. You're right. Let us not be such worrywarts. I observed him for a moment, the tension still visible in the set of his shoulders, and then asked, But you? What will you do? He was silent. When he finally spoke, his voice had hardened into something that sounded almost like a promise. Make sure you're settled in. Then I have to find Brutus, the leader of the guild. Tristan nodded. A dangerous light flickered in his electric blue eyes. There and gone. Something tells me he has something to do with the mystery surrounding Lyra's death. I squinted. How so? Tristan was silent again, longer this time. Then he looked around, scanning the area like a man checking for enemies. He brought out what looked like a locket with a red gem in the center and pressed down on the gem. His demeanor as he did this was so serious that I didn't need to be told. He was about to say or do something that might largely change the course of everything going forward. I will be telling you something very important about Brutus, which you must never tell anyone. I wouldn't deny it. A little bit of fear drummed heavily in my chest, each beat louder than the last. I swallowed. Okay, I found out about this 8 years ago, and I believe not many people know. His jaw tightened. Brutus is the elder brother of the emperor. A small frown settled on my brows. What? That was one hell of a revelation. Then why isn't he the emperor? Don't they do the firstborn thing here? Because he refused to be. But that is not the problem. Tristan's voice lowered. as if the words themselves were dangerous. After his brother ascended the throne, he started trying to kill Brutus. That's unfortunate. I guess monarchs are the same everywhere. This was simply because Brutus was too strong. He was strong enough to demand the throne. But in order to assure his brother that he wouldn't he didn't marry anyone, had no children. But the emperor still didn't believe him and continued to hunt him. I watched Tristan for a moment. Is that why he is not around now? Yes. But Brutus is also investigating a strange group. We know nothing about them aside from the fact that we've seen their traces. Levi was also investigating them, but we met a dead end. I suddenly remembered the conversation between Clara, Lyra, and Tristan after that particular duel, when Cassie almost killed him. He had said he was going to help a friend. Levi, remembering that detail, brought my mind relief. It made me understand how Tristan and Levi had appeared at the same time. That's beside the point. Tristan's eyes found mine and held them. The point is, when an imperial blood is roaming around like that, it's bound to bring conflict with it. Someone is trying to draw Brutus out. My frown deepened into something closer to a scowl, heavy with disbelief. You're saying all that killing, burning Lyra on a pyre, it was all to draw out one man? Tristan nodded slowly. The rightful heir to the throne of the Solaris Empire. Yes, it could be. But all of this is just my suspicion. The fact that Lyra went to see the queen leaves a hole I can't quite fill. He rubbed his chin, worry carving lines into his face. It's best to say Lyra also had an agenda. She was doing something, and Clara knew about it. Brutus was quite fond of Lyra, Clara, and me. Anyone that got close to him would certainly know. I was an easy target, so it was easy for them to give up on me. But Brutus Guild and those two would have been a perfect lure to bring Brutus out. Well, it failed, because they have it all wrong. It's not that Brutus is around and hiding. He is not around at all. He has been in the northwestern Twilight Frontier all this while. I frowned, curious. Where is that? Oh, true, you don't know. Tristan shifted, settling into the explanation like a man preparing for a long story. Twilight Frontier is Dol Ambriz, the land of fading light. The continent is facing extinction from the threat of spirit beasts. It's the closest region to the central point of the spirit world, so there's a massive chain of spirit gate appearances and growth of spirit beasts. For the past 4 years, the intercontinental government has been trying to evacuate the denizens there, but the forces that entered are stuck inside. 2 years ago, Brutus left to go there, and that was the last we heard of him. However, his movement was secret, so no one knew. They might be trying to draw him out to kill him. I don't know, but it bothers me. His voice dropped, and his eyes met mine with an intensity that pinned me in place. All of these things bother me, and I wanted to bother you too. Chapter 228. The future pattern confusion didn't even begin to cut what I felt after Tristan had uttered that statement. What he meant to say, I realized after a moment of parsing through his awkward delivery, was that I was the only one he could trust with information like this. Since I was hell-bent on giving back to the church every ounce of misery they gave to us, he felt like he owed me this explanation. Fair enough. There were no words to capture the exact feeling it stirred in me. But there was a subtle inkling, something sitting at the edge of my throat like a half-formed promise, that this information was going to prove very useful. That this might turn out to be more than simple vengeance. More than just burning down the house that burned us first. What exactly was I thinking? Simple, really. All I wanted to do was grow stronger, awaken all my 5 villainesses, and count the attributes. If I gained 4 from each of them, I'd be walking around with 12 attributes total. Sufficiently grown. Sufficiently dangerous. I think if at that point I was still scared of numbers and being overwhelmed, I was just never cut out for a worthy story to begin with. That's the test, isn't it? Whether you can handle the weight you asked for. The plan crystallized further as I stared at the ceiling. I wanted to cultivate myself in this city, grow viciously, and start releasing clandestine attacks on the church. Make them fear an enemy they couldn't name or find. Make them jump at shadows and question every corner. And when I finally showed myself, it would be like shoving an ice block down their throat and watching them choke on it. Satisfying. Very satisfying to think about. And this was very much doable. It was just discipline, dedication, hard work, and a strong resolve that I needed. Nothing I hadn't promised myself before. Nothing I couldn't deliver. Oh, before I forgot, I also needed to find a way out of this weird limbo where Cassie and I weren't progressing. Physically speaking, I thought the first time would open doors, but apparently I been optimistic. Really though, I thought the first time would open doors. Cassie had been unpredictable. I truly didn't see this coming. I lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling, tracing cracks that weren't really there. Just my eyes looking for patterns in the blank space. Could it be that she's angry? Something significant had happened between us. That seemed to be a big deal. Wasn't it? People made a whole thing about it. Songs, stories, dramatic confessions. But something told me that wasn't the real issue with Cassie. From what I perceived of her, I don't think she even placed any value on her virginity to begin with. Cassie was just so fearsome and dangerous that the thought of getting that intimate with someone, especially a man, was simply not in character for her. Not in the era she came from. Yeah, men had to have been a bunch of wimps in an era like that. Not in strength, though. In character, yes. Cassie's era, the era of calamity, seemed to have been ruled by viciously strong people with the worst mentality and character imaginable. Hence the name. Come to think of it, the era before hers was the era of broken thrones. At the time she was a child, I suspect that era came to hold the sovereign tier, which I know nothing about yet. It would be nice to get a sovereign tier villainess for a change. Diversify the portfolio, so to speak. I went silent in my own head for a while, thoughts drifting to Maggie. She had to have been from the era of broken thrones too. No, Cassie said she heard about her. Perhaps they were both from the same era, but in different regions. I leaned up on my elbows and glanced through the wall partition. Maggie was also laying on the bed. I couldn't tell if she was sleeping. Then again, she was a spirit. How could she possibly be sleeping? Sister Magdalene, do you care to share with me the period you were active in the region? You killed a lot of people, but where? Silence answered me. A very loud, very pointed silence. I scoffed and lay back down. Joke's on you. Not like I expected a response from you to begin with. Cade. The moment I heard Cassie's voice slip into my mind, I jerked upright so fast I nearly gave myself whiplash. Cassie. I had meant to talk to her later today, after I processed my emotions and sorted through everything in my head. But she came to me first, and she called my name. She was calling my name so much lately, and it made me feel something every time. A warmth spreading through my chest that I was becoming increasingly familiar with. I can hear your thoughts when this link is activated. Oh, right? You can. I went silent immediately, both internally and externally, just standing there in my room like an idiot while my mind scrambled to be less embarrassing. There was a moment of silence in my head, stretching long enough that I almost thought she abandoned the link. Was she in danger? But the absurdity of that worry reached me less than a second later. I have more chances at killing the entire church single-handedly than Cassie being in actual danger. Something interesting came up. Cassie's voice slipped into my head again. It sounded exactly like my own thoughts, but in her voice. Actually, for a much better description, it felt like I had headphones on and was hearing her through them. Intimate and close, yet separate. Something interesting? Oh, put me on. Cassie hesitated. Put you on? I clear my throat, even though I had no intention of using it to speak. Tell me. Her voice sounded genuinely amused now. A rare thing with Cassie, and I found myself treasuring these small glimpses of lightness from her. Our little prisoner here is trying to sell me off to slavery. I shot to my feet instantly. What? The anger that began to boil in my chest was enough to cook rice in under 1 minute. I imagined the man's face and thought about the things I would do to it. None of them were pleasant. All of them involved significant property damage to his skull. If he is planning something like that, then shouldn't he withdraw? Cassie responded, her mental voice as calm as still water. Withdrawal is not a considerable option. We must help the young girl and other people like her. And to do that, I must get useful information. There seems to be a special link between this man called Francis and the Manhattan Trade Center, but he is beginning to be really cautious around me. Although my guess for that is because he is trying not to let me suspect that he is trying to sell me off. Her voice seemed to wander off for a moment, thoughtful. I wonder how much I'm actually worth. Hello, Cassie? Really? I think you're beginning to not be funny, Cassie. The only way to extract more intel is to let myself be sold into slavery. Or you can simply withdraw and let us go to the gate raid together. It slipped out before I caught myself, and I stood there with my mouth hanging open. Galtarai? What gate raid? I was silent for a few seconds, running through possible responses, then I calmed down. No point hiding now. Well, in order to get money, the company wants to hijack a gate and complete it in time. Then we can use the money to get a lot of elven slaves. Cassie was silent for several moments. Her silences were starting to drive me crazy, each one feeling like it stretched for hours. I see. What tier? It's not clear yet, but I think Milo says it 1T, even be a tier C gate. Maybe D or E, possibly even F. Is that so? And you weren't going to tell me? Despite the fact that her voice sounded cool and almost indifferent, there was something in it that made my heart thump against my ribs. Oh wait, a test I hadn't realized I was taking. I wanted to try this out myself. I didn't want you to feel like you had to follow me. Silence stretched between us again, filling the space in my head. Then her voice finally broke through. Naturally, you can trust me to trust your decision. You don't have to resort to hiding. I lowered my head for a moment, feeling like a child caught sneaking cookies. Right? Sometimes I forgot that Cassie had lived an entire lifetime, and I was merely 19. Of course, she was wiser. Of course, she could handle me trying to spread my wings without feeling threatened or left behind. That was the difference between us, and I needed to remember it. I nodded, even though she wasn't here with me. Sorry. I'm going to fix that. You do that. Silence descended in my head again, but it was me who broke it this time. So, you really are going to let yourself get sold into slavery? Of course. I look forward to it. It's been years since I was enslaved. I wasn't sure, but her voice sounded like she was grinning. The kind of grin that promised whoever tried to chain her would regret it profoundly. Chapter 229. There are some things not meant to be uttered in moments like these. Spirit gear name. Arachnid Koras grade. Uncommon type. Armor, light, base effects, 20 stealth, low light conditions, 12 physical defense trait. Webwalk footsteps 50 quieter on stone web surfaces durability. 94 100 AC cost. None passive effects. Lightweight armor woven from spider bee's carapace. Favored by scouts and those who hunt in darkness. Right now, I was putting on a sleek, form-fitting chest plate forged from a segment of carapace. The surface gleamed with a deep obsidian purple sheen, the chitinous plates layered like the abdomen of some predatory insect. The moment I settled it against my chest, the armor seemed to adjust. Not drastically, but the plates shifted subtly, finding the contours of my torso like the material remembered what bodies felt like. The interior was cool against my skin, smoother than I expected, and when I rolled my shoulders experimentally, the segmentation responded without resistance. It moved with me rather than against me. Spirit gear, I reminded myself. Not just equipment. Intricate web-like patterns were etched across the entire surface. Not decorative, but functional grooves where residual spirit silk reinforced the armor structure. The segmentation allowed for surprising flexibility despite its rigid appearance. With articulated plates across the abdomen that shifted fluidly with my movement. 3 leather buckle straps secured each side, their dark metal clasps shaped like tiny spider fangs. The edges of each plate were trimmed in a darker, almost black border, giving the piece an intimidating silhouette. This was an amazing gift that Milo had managed to squeeze out for me, and I wore it beneath a black coat with my Frostfang sword strapped to my waist. The cuirass being spirit gear was precisely what made me appreciate it so much, though it felt considerably heavy. That weight was actually welcome, considering I was already adjusting to all the weight bracelets wrapped around my arms. Well, to be honest, I wasn't having that hard of a time with them anymore. Sometimes it was like I forgot the bracelets existed entirely. my muscles having grown accustomed to the constant drag. Other times, I woke up feeling them pulling at my limbs like anchors, every movement and negotiation with gravity. But those latter moments were becoming rarer by the day. My body was adapting, growing stronger in ways I couldn't always perceive until I noticed the absence of struggle. Progress, I told myself, even if it doesn't always feel like it. All of us were assembled now. 3 days had passed since Milo said he was going to find a gate for us to raid, and he had finally called for us this morning. I suspected he had found something when he sent Odelia to deliver this armor to me yesterday and asked if I needed a sword. While I was tempted to say yes, because it would be nice to have a blade that wasn't a constant struggle to wield, I turned down the offer and instead chose to stay with Frostfang. My hand drifted to the hilt now, feeling the familiar resistance even in that simple touch. The sword fought me. It always fought me. But that was the point, wasn't it? Mastery meant nothing if it came easy. Should be part of what dedication and discipline means, right? Everyone around me was donned in armor of varying kinds. Cressida wore dark silk that seemed to drink the light, and she had metal gauntlets that covered her arms from her shoulders to her fingertips. A long wooden box, at least 6 feet tall, was strapped to her back. It looked incredibly heavy, but she stood with her weight balanced, evenly, shoulders relaxed. Either the weight was deceptive, or she carried that box so many times her body no longer registered it as a burden. Probably the latter. The way she moved suggested the box was simply part of her now, an extension rather than an encumbrance. Nisha wore light armor as well, the gray metal seeming like little more than a thin sheet molded to her form. Her body was barely covered by the white clothes she wore, the fabric fitting closely to her frame, and the lower piece ended just above her knees. And waist were adorned by her armor. Her brown skin practically glowed in the ambient light, and her locked hair was tied into a short ponytail, with one lock on each side of her face dancing freely. She stood apart from the others, arms loose at her sides, watching everything and everyone with the kind of stillness that came from knowing exactly how fast she could move if she needed to. Ophelia and Odelia had their maid outfits on, but there were now subtle metal reinforcements around their shoulders, ankles, and knees. That was how I knew the dresses themselves were likely different from their everyday wear. Combat variants, perhaps. The twins flanked each other naturally, their positioning suggesting a familiarity with fighting as a pair. I'd noticed that about them before. They moved like two halves of the same thought. Then there was Milo, who wore a long coat and held a staff that coiled at the top like a serpent frozen mid-strike. I turned around, scanning the area. No sight of Levi or Tristan. Milo had just arrived and immediately caught me looking back like I was waiting for more people. Something in his expression shifted. A flicker of understanding passing behind his eyes before it settled into calm assurance. "This is everyone that will be going into the gate," he said as we gathered. I turned around and did a mental count. That's about 6 of us? I frowned immediately. 6 of us? Is an E-rank gate? Milo smiled. His smile was not amusing to look upon at this moment. I understood that if Levi and Tristan were in this party, maybe the small number wouldn't seem so absurd. But they weren't here. I had been to a C-rank gate before, and I knew the hell that awaited inside, one despite having Cassie with me at the time. While the beasts themselves hadn't posed the greatest threat, the environment itself had been a nightmare. 6 of us felt too few. Far too few. Maybe it really is different with a lower rank gate, I reasoned, trying to convince myself. But then Milo spoke again. I found us a C-rank gate. At that moment, I felt like whatever invisible force had been holding my heart in place and keeping it from plummeting simply lost its grip. The memory hit before I could stop it. Eric so thick with spores that every breath felt like drowning. The ground that shifted and pulsed beneath our feet like something alive and hungry. Cassie's voice cutting through the chaos, the only thing keeping me oriented in a world that wanted us dead. And that was with a full team. What? Yay. I was a little worried we'd be starting slow. That's good for a warm-up, I guess. I glanced around at all of them, looking at each one like they collectively lost their minds. Cressida was already adjusting the straps on her box, casual as if we just agreed on lunch plans. The twins exchanged a glance that seemed more excited than concerned. Only Nisha was silent, her expression unchanged. So she was spared from the incredulous look I was giving everyone else. Am I the only sane person here? A C-rank gate without Tristan and Levi. I started. ISNT that. Milo placed one hand on my shoulder before I could finish. Don't think too much, Cade. We've done this many times, and most importantly, we've learned to trust each other. He folded his arms. Now, you need to learn to trust us. Besides, Levi never goes with us to raid. You must know this by now, but he is quite weak and vulnerable. I stared at the man for a few moments, then blinked. Sorry. You said what? Levi that outran a storm of beasts with his legs. That one is weak? My expression was showing enough disbelief that I didn't need to voice anything. I kept waiting for the punchline, for someone to laugh and tell me they were joking. Milo laughed, but the bastard didn't say he was joking. True, you might have been forced to see some really cool moments of him so far, but that is only part of who he is. Have you witnessed the pain of his bloodline ability? Milo exhaled slowly. As someone who cares about him first and foremost, I consider it a safer option for him to not use that cursed ability of his. The young man looked like he wanted to say more, but he stopped himself. Instead, he smiled and looked directly into my eyes with an intensity that felt like it reached my soul. There's no need to be alarmed. We can take care of each other. Don't forget, all of us here are seasoned veterans. His smile shifted, becoming something more knowing. Besides, you have a villainess. I heard some interesting things about your villainess from Levi. What exactly did Levi you? What is the worst that could go wrong? We have you. The moment Milo said that, I felt like something twisted and wrong had just happened to me and my destiny. Like the universe had taken note of his words and was already drafting its response. There are some things you just don't say before walking into a gate. Chapter 230, an operational race against time. All was said and done. After that heart-wrenching speech, even the overly cautious hero would drop his guard for a moment. Not that I dropped mine, but at the very least I stopped complaining. I started making plans instead. A contingency plan to save them all, or ditch them all. I think I should be able to afford to save them all. The only downside was the backlash to using Maggie's ability. I had tasted it twice now. The first time was vague, like a half-remembered nightmare. The second time was clear enough for me to know I never wanted to experience any of that again. And using that ability meant making Maggie suffer such a grueling burden. That was unfair. So the thought of using auto-da-fe was out entirely. But she had other abilities, and they were disastrous too. I was looking forward to using them. We traveled on a carryman, as Cressida called him. It was a closed carriage, and at dawn we were already rolling out, tearing through the narrow streets of the city. Soon enough, Los Arcos fell behind us, and we entered the sprawling forest that lay to the south, the packed streets giving way to open road. Through the forest, I saw several people, travelers moving in both directions. Some rode local horses, some rode beasts. Massive creatures that made my heart beat heavily just looking at them. Imagining myself climbing onto one of those things was inconceivable. Others simply walked. Despite it being so early that people had to travel with light orbs and strange lanterns, there were still plenty of people on the road. Though not as many as an urban area with white-collar jobs, where everyone waited to catch the morning bus. Nah, this didn't even come that close. After a few hours, we finally arrived at our destination. The carryman rider turned to us, to Milo in particular. This is how far I can go. Milo smiled back at him. This much is very good. Thank you, Alonzo. They shook hands and bumped shoulders, half-assing a hug before the man climbed back into his carriage and turned his horses around. The horses were unique, coiling muscles packed tight along their haunches like they never missed leg day. After the carryman left, Milo exhaled. His shoulders dropped, tension bleeding out of them. The others were stretching, getting ready in their own ways. As for me, I was looking around, a small frown beginning to pull on my brows. I wasn't seeing any spirit gate. I hope this is not some random ploy to sell me off. I knew I was overthinking. There was no way they'd try to sell me off. but not seeing any gate right away was doing bad things to my nerves. Milo turned his wrist over and checked the leather watch strapped there. He looked up with a smile. Okay, we're still on time. If we start now, we should get there in 3 minutes. I wanted to question where exactly, but knowing that Milo had just asked for my trust, I suppressed my doubts and listened instead. Milo spoke up, flashing me a handsome smile afterward. In this gate, we are really against time. The purpose is to find out how fast we can clear a C-rank gate. We must not slack off. And if we are unlucky, very unlucky, then the true owners of the gate would come. When they enter, they will be very furious. That's why our excavation team has been on standby since midnight. We enter together, and as we defeat the creatures, they're excavating the resources. He looked around, then turned and led us further down the path. We headed north into the forest, going deeper and deeper. The trees around us began to thicken. Where there had been one tree every 10 steps, now there were 10. They seemed to cling to each other, branches interlocking overhead, trunks pressing close. Without realizing when exactly it had happened, I found myself in a different place entirely. The scenery had changed. We were walking through some kind of natural tunnel formed by massive, twisting vines that had refused to separate over decades. We walked deeper into the tunnel. After some minutes, I began to notice light, a reflection of light, rather strong, pulsing. Oh shit, how long have we been trekking for daylight to catch up to us? But it didn't take a second after that thought for me to realize I was wrong. The reflection of light we were seeing came from a gigantic mass of blue swirling energy that consumed the center of the tunnel, blocking any further passage. Interesting, until I saw the gate again. I hadn't realized I'd forgotten just how intimidating a massive spiritual portal could be. The thing hummed with power, casting shifting shadows against the vine walls around us. There were people waiting at the entrance of the gate, pushing smaller carts on wheels. As we approached, Milo greeted them, and they all responded politely. They had no direct interaction with anyone aside from Milo, but they threw glances in our direction from time to time. Milo spent a few seconds talking to one particular man. He had short, spiky hair, a mix of black and gray, with a weathered face that had seen hard years. Strong build, thick arms, calloused hands. I'm sorry to say it, but he looked like he'd been specially built for this kind of labor. They all did. Milo came back to us and glanced over our group one more time. Then he said, casually, as if he were commenting on the weather, "All right then, we will be stealing this gate now. We go in first, the excavation team flows right through. I've also mapped out where the back door will most likely tear through, so we are safe." He paused. But remember, this is a race against time. If I know where the back door is, then Manhattan probably does too. The moment they find us out, we will certainly be in a deep roll of trouble pie. Chapter 231. What a devastating firepower. As we stepped into the gate and emerged from the other side, a tingling sensation washed over my body in an instant. It probably didn't even last as long as an instant would, because everything was over before a single step completed. Hard ground beneath my feet. Then my eyes registered the rest. A vast and seemingly endless highland meadow, stretching beneath a perpetually overcast sky. The grass was yellow and brittle, and the smell of it filled the air while the wind carried distant bellowing. This was a nice change of perspective. Being the recipient of that strong wind, I found myself suddenly longing for a picnic. Everyone stood still for a moment, all of them doing exactly what I was doing, savoring the freshness of the air within this fragment of the spiritual realm. But all it took was a second, just a second, and everyone immediately began to move forward. The excavator team pushed their metal carts down the meadow, letting the slope of the land dictate their speed and fearlessly flowing with it. "Yo, we shall meet soon. Away we go." Their excitement was infectious. I hadn't seen the excavation team during the first gate raid, so I didn't know what they possibly looked like. But something told me they weren't as lively as these ones. These ones seemed genuinely satisfied with the mundanity of their jobs. I glanced at Milo, who stood in front and watched them go. He was scanning the plains through his glasses, methodical and unhurried. Then after he was done, he stepped back and turned to Cressida. "Cress, cover them, on your 3 o'clock, towards 12 too." "Yes, finally," she shouted and immediately hauled out her big box, dropping it on the ground and swinging it open with barely contained excitement. When she did, my jaw nearly broke from how fast my mouth fell open. Inside the box was a long and heavy abomination, built more like a tool than a weapon. Its body was matte black, angular, and dense, with no wasted space. Everything on it had a purpose. A thick barrel ran almost the entire length, ending in a blunt muzzle designed to tame immense power. The scope sat high and solid, not elegant but dependable, as if it had been bolted on to endure punishment rather than look refined. A sturdy grip and forward handle gave it balance, though nothing could hide the fact that this was not meant for quick movement. It was the kind of rifle made to fire once and make that single shot count. Slow, deliberate, and unforgiving. It looked less like something you carried into battle and more like something you set down, aimed carefully, and trusted with decisive work. And I was actually right to think like that. The moment she pulled it from a box, she set it on the ground and began performing a series of rituals on the body parts, the kind of practiced motions I usually only saw in movies. In that instant, Cressida stopped being a young teen and became something else entirely. A vicious slaughterer. Her focus and speed were frightening. At once she was flat on the ground, one eye locked into the optical scope. In that moment, I felt something shift around her. She was drawing in energy, a lot of it. And the only reason I could tell so quickly was because even now, I was still consciously using enhanced movement. That was, after all, how I was efficiently managing the weight bracelets. I wonder how that works. It felt like Cressida had just used her essence to do something or summon something, but there was no visible spirit around us. Instead, I focused on the gun. It has to be there. Milo turned to me with a polite smile playing at the corner of his lips. "You might want to step back for this and cover your ears." He was stepping back as he spoke, and so were the others. They had placed their hands over their ears the moment they gave Cressida all the space she needed. I obeyed too. Barely a second after I covered my ears, a terrible, thundering sound tore through my eardrums anyway. The ground vibrated viciously, and the winds themselves seemed to shatter, torn apart by the sheer force of the recoil. But that was just the close effect. As Cressida fired her agent of destruction, a vicious thin cantaloupe line pierced through the vast open air, straight towards the northeastern area of the gate. What followed was an even greater explosion that rattled the gate to its very bones. The place she had targeted was turned inside out by just one shot. Trees wrenched from the ground with the ferocious power of the shockwave. The earth itself exploded and tore apart for over 100 meters in every direction. I didn't need confirmation. Anything that had been alive in that area would not live to see another day. The moment the damage settled, Milo slapped his palm against his face. "Goodness, Cress, I didn't ask you to blow up the whole gate." She rose to her knee and scratched the side of her face, a guilty smile tugging at her lips. I got a little bit too excited. Pocha didn't listen. She looked more sorry now. Milo stared at her for a few seconds. One could tell he'd had enough of her already. He sighed and turned away. "Don't worry, I will take care of 12. My gaze lingered on Cress for a moment. I certainly saw her in a better and more ferocious light now. But more than that, I looked forward to Milo too. I turned my head toward him, expectant. A book appeared out of thin air, more like a grimoire, with eyes and a mouth on the front cover. Its pages were flying while the expression on the book was grinning. The wind rose, forming a vortex around Milo, and with time the vortex kept increasing. I could tell something really bad was coming. Chapter 232. My second spirit gate experience. What in the world are these people? The wind vortex intensified, blazing all around us until even we had to back off. The sheer force of it pressed against my chest, hot and wild, carrying grit that stung exposed skin. Milo's coat fluttered and whipped around him, flying like the cape of a superhero against the turbulent winds. He stood at the center of it all, utterly unbothered, one hand raised and the other holding that massive tome like it weighed nothing. Finally, the wind calmed, and a large glowing circle materialized in the air. It pulsed once, twice, then shot out a projectile of compressed wind with explosive force. The projectile arced across the sky, a streak of distorted air, diving down toward the southern plains. It landed with another thunderous crack that rolled back toward us across the open ground, but there was no explosion, no devastation. Just the sound and then silence. Then Milo slammed the book closed and adjusted his glasses. That should do it. Of course it should. The casual way he said it, like he hadn't just hurled enough force to level a building. I was starting to understand why Milo said the words he said back then. These people operated on a different level entirely. Milo surveyed us all, his expression settling into something more businesslike. We'll be dividing into 3 teams. The first team dives to the center of the gate through the 3 o'clock position, while the second team enters through the 9 o'clock. The third team takes the center. This approach ensures speed and prioritizes the effectiveness of the excavators. He glanced at each of us in turn, and I got the sense he was making calculations we weren't privy to. Odelia, you, and Cressida move in from the center. He paused, something flickering across his face, then turned to Cressida. Actually, I think you two should station here for a few minutes and cover our backs. After that, you can move in. Cressida's expression didn't change, but I caught the slight tension in her shoulders. She didn't look like she liked having to wait behind and cover others, but she also looked like she understood. He turned his head to Ophelia. Ophelia, you, and Nisha's voice cut in, smooth and unhurried. How about I just go with Cade instead? I think it'll be more effective that way. The words hung in the air. I kept my face neutral, but internally I was already running through the implications. She depositioned this carefully, waited for exactly the right moment to interject. Classic Nisha. Milo looked at her. Skeptical, yes, but there was something else in his eyes too. Something I couldn't quite read. Frustration, maybe, or resignation. After a moment of silence, he closed his eyes and sighed. All right, you and Cade then. I'll take 9 o'clock with Ophelia, while you take 3. Nisha allowed a small smile and nodded. The smile of someone who'd gotten exactly what they wanted, while making it look like a reasonable suggestion. Cressida looked at everyone with a downcast expression as we fell into our groups. I want to go with Cade too. I want to see the villainess. Her voice came out smaller than usual, and I felt a pang of something. Guilt, maybe. It wasn't my fault Nisha had maneuvered things this way, but Cressida didn't know that. All she knew was that she was being left behind while someone else got the opportunity she wanted. It was something even Milo had been aiming for. A chance to see my summon in action. Nisha was stealing that opportunity from him. Not that she needed it. I knew she had her own selfish reasons. She always did. And it seemed Milo couldn't turn her down. Whether that was politics, history, or something else entirely, I didn't know. But the dynamic was clear enough. After the exchange, we all took our separate paths. For several minutes after I departed with Nisha, we walked in silence. Just our footsteps against cracked stone, the occasional skitter of loose gravel. The canyon system stretched out around us, walls of fractured earth rising on either side. Unstable stone pillars jutting up like broken teeth. The air here was dry, carrying dust and something else. Something faintly metallic. Her voice finally broke the quiet. Are you okay? She asked, her tone light. Casual, as if we were just 2 colleagues on a routine assignment. Yes, pretty much. Why? She shrugged, her hips swaying with something a little more than casual movement. I kept my eyes forward. I just wanted to know. You're in Ricimeras now, which means you have reached a kind of home here. Do you feel relieved? I glanced at her before considering the question. Her face gave nothing away. But that was the thing about Nisha. Her face never gave anything away unless she wanted it to. Do I feel relieved? Since when did you care? Of course, this remained inside my head. Truth was, I didn't know if I wanted to give her any information about how I felt. Not after what I discovered. It wasn't right to invest in another man's woman. Whatever game she was playing, whatever angle she was working, I was going to be part of it. E fine. I like it here. Everyone is nice here. I gave her the uncomplicated version. The uncomplicated version. I stopped mid-stride the moment I heard her say this. The coincidence was too suspicious. Those were the exact words I thought. The exact phrasing. I narrowed my gaze at her. She stopped and looked back at me, one eyebrow slightly raised, waiting to see what I'd do. Before she could speak, her own gaze sharpened. Almost simultaneously, my enhanced senses, which I spread outward like a net across the canyon, spiked with warning. My composure settled. The tension between us evaporated, replaced by something more immediate. They're coming. Nisha dropped into a crouch and summoned a pair of blades that looked like butcher-esque cleavers, their edges gleaming with faint essence. I summoned Frostfang in my hand, feeling its cold hilt bite against my palm, the familiar weight calling my attention into focus. I channeled more essence through my body, reinforcing my movements to wield the weight bracelets properly. My muscles tightened ready. Then the sound hit us, hooves scraping against stone, galloping. Dozens of them. The rhythm was wrong, too heavy, too fast. Nisha turned toward the left, toward an open mouth of the canyon where the walls split apart. That was where they were coming from. I raised the sword and settled into a ready stance. A fog of dust rose and swallowed the canyon ahead, billowing toward us in a wall of brown and gray. But I didn't let it blind my senses. I leaned into the essence instead, as I had for weeks now, letting it paint the world in shapes and movements I could track even through the haze. As the first shapes emerged, massive bodies with thick frost-white wool and horns that spiraled like frozen waves, I swung my sword and channeled white flames through the blade. A line of white fire exploded between us and the charging beasts, rolling toward them like a wave crashing onto shore. Loud bleating erupted in chaos. The flames consumed their front ranks and scattered their charge, turning organized momentum into panicked disorder. Some of them leaped sideways and slammed against the stone pillars, trying to smother the fire and its gruesome burns. The white flames clung and ate into wool and flesh alike, indifferent to their thrashing. Their disarray bought us a moment of reprieve. Nisha spun her cleavers and dove into the gap the flames had cleared, moving low and fast. One hand flew forward, tearing through a thick coat of frost-white wool with the ease of wind through grass. She drew no blood, just wool, falling away in clumps. She frowned, confusion flickering across her face. But there was no time to process. The beast she had wounded shoved back a step, gathered itself, then exploded forward with a devastating headbutt. Its horns spiraled toward her like frozen waves given violent intent. Nisha twirled clear, feet dancing over loose stone, but she was flanked. Another stocky ram was already where she turned, positioned as if it had anticipated her dodge. Head lowered, ready to drive its horns into her and hurl her away. White chains flew from my hand, wrapping across its neck and yanking it into the air before the blow could land. I slammed it down into the masses with enough force to crack stone. Bodies scattered and dust exploded upward. A ring of fire flashed out from me at the same moment, burning and hurling back the ones that had been rushing toward my position. I shifted my weight as another charge through the chaos, turned and slashed downward with everything I had. The sword hit something that felt like stone, even as it cut past the wool. The impact jarred up my arm. Oh, hell no. These things had hides like armor underneath, all that fluff. The bastard shifted its head to headbutt me from below, horns driving upward toward my chest. I raised my leg and drove it down onto its forehead with all the enhanced strength I could muster, crashing its skull into the ground. Stones scattered, spiderwebbing cracks out from the impact point. Who the hell do you think you're fighting? I raised my sword, poured more power into it until the blade hummed with concentrated force, and drove it down into the beast's neck where wool met exposed flesh. This time a blade found purchase, sinking deep. Blue, putrid blood flowed out like water from a burst dam, steaming where it hit the cold stone. The creature shuddered once, and went still. You have killed a bestial, Tear Spirit Beast. Wallop, and you have gained Glacier Horn Fragment Chapter 233. Valid crash out at level 5 bestial tier. A cold thread of dread settled into my bones. I didn't have time to sit with it, though. A whole herd of these creatures had attacked the two of us, and I had to dive back into the fight. The natural thing, of course, was to summon Maggie and put an easy end to this. But that seemed like a shortcut to success. Who didn't want a shortcut to success? But I had other plans. Why will I miss out on an opportunity to impress both my villainesses? I was looking forward to their expressions when they saw that I actually cleared this gate without summoning either of them. It was outrageous for a summoner to brave a battle without their summon, but I wasn't just any summoner. I was different. I instinctively reinforced Emperor's presence, casting a buff of strength and morale not just upon myself, but upon Nisha, who was buried somewhere in the rams of wool and fighting. A wave of crimson flames rolled out of my body and knocked back several of them. I followed right after. My sword flashed through the air, both hands gripping the hilt. The Nullipans had thick skin hidden beneath all that wool, so a one-handed style wasn't going to cut it. 2 hands. Maximum force. I lunged forward and swung the Frostfang in a wide arc from the side. The blade blurred down trailing wisps of snow, crashed into the first one's head, and bounced back. At the same time, several white chains appeared around the creature, coiled tight, and flung it out of my path. That first hit told me something. The force I thought would cleave them in a single strike wasn't enough. Idea miscalculata. So I adjusted. The next ram charged at me to headbutt. I sidestepped and drove the sword upward, catching it beneath the jaw and severing straight through the neck. The head went flying. You have killed. I let the notification die into the background and immediately twirled, already swinging again. 3 more rushed me from different angles. I jammed the pommel into the first one's skull and sent it staggering. Reversed my grip. The second one lunged, and all it took was one explosive backward step to bury the blade's tip into its eyes. I pivoted, wrenched the sword free, and hacked into the third. White flames surged across the blade on contact and engulfed the creature. The beast bleated, thrashed, danced in place until it collapsed. There were more. Some had gathered on the far side around Nisha. Others were still burning and charging toward me. I looked around the chaos, and I realized I had created it. To be honest, after coming this far, it felt so good. I drove my blade into the ground and rested my hands on the hilt, then closed my eyes for a moment and gathered my essence. Emperor's presence radiated powerfully. The beasts around me slowed, and the fire burned them harsher, faster. But it was a whole herd. We were surrounded. Some had run past us entirely. Some weren't even considering us a priority, too busy ramming their heads against the rock surface, try to quench their pain. But their pain was never going to be eased. In fact, I was about to double it. I inhaled, and when I exhaled, a line of red fire rolled out of me like a final plea. It connected with my sword from pommel to buried point, then spread across the ground like a flood. A river of flames. It erupted into every creature it touched, shooting upward to form pillars of fire. From the river of red, flame pillars rose one after another. And all I could hear in that moment was the endless flooding of the Lodestar's voice. You have killed a bestial, Tear Spirit Beast. Wallop, and you have killed a bestial, Tear Spirit Beast. Wallop, and you have killed a bestial, Tear Spirit Beast. Wallop, and you have killed a bestial, Tear Spirit Beast. Wallop, and you have killed a bestial, Tear Spirit Beast. Wallop, and you have gained Glacier Horn Fragment. You have gained Permafrost. Well, you have. Nisha slowly straightened. Her cleavers were slick with blood, and her shadow was thicker, denser than before. But shock spread across her face as the Wallopans she'd been tearing apart erupted into flame pillars one by one. She looked at me, and I could see the hesitation in her body, the way she half-turned toward me and then stopped, as if she was weighing whether coming closer was safe. The flames settled. Just like that, hundreds of these ram-like beasts, if we care to count, had dropped dead on the ground. The air smelled like burnt wool and scorched stone. Nisha stepped closer. Not too close, though. She looked at me and hesitated. You okay? I lingered for a moment, asking myself the same question. Then I shook my head clear and a smile spread across my face. Yeah, I'm good. I feel very good actually. I nodded, firmer this time. I think I just crashed out and it felt so nice to do that. She looked at me with one eyebrow raised. Did it now? If it did. I pulled the frost fong from the dirt and slung it over my shoulder, then threw a proud glance across the field of roasted beasts. I single-handedly did this, didn't I? It felt like I had opened a lock that I'd been subconsciously trying to keep shut. I didn't know if it was out of fear or caution, but I knew that every step along the way, I had always wanted to crash out like this, to just let go. And every time, something held me back. It felt wrong, especially with Cassie always around. But now that she wasn't, now that none of them were, I had finally given in to that innate plea to wreak havoc. And I felt free. No, the right word would be, something in me felt free. Not all of me, something specific that I couldn't name. And it bothered me a bit that I had no idea what. Chapter 234, Multiple Guardian Problems. Nisha and I continued forward, leaving the char body for the excavation team to deal with. Milo had directed us down a specific path, but something pulled me in a different direction, towards the path those Wallopins had been stampeding from. I couldn't explain it. They'd been running from something, and as much as our job was to reach the boss room as fast as we could, I had this nagging feeling that ignoring whatever spooked an entire herd was going to bite us later. Nisha didn't argue. I didn't even have to sell it. The moment I suggested we change course, she looked at me with that flat, unreadable expression of hers and asked one question. Are you sure? I confirmed. And that was that. Here we were, tracing a path deeper into the canyons, well off course from what Milo had assigned us. We walked in silence for a while, neither of us picking up the conversation that had been cut short earlier. The quiet settled between us like a third companion. The shift started at my feet. The ground changed texture, turning from dry, cracked earth to something harder, something that crunched. Then the temperature dropped. Not gradually. It hit like walking through an invisible wall, cold flooding into my chest and settling into my bones until I was shivering. I looked up and my eyes went wide. The canyon walls had opened into a vast frozen mountain valley. Ice clung to every surface. Frost crusted the rock faces, and a pale mist drifted low across the ground. My breath came out in clouds. I swung my head to Nisha. Didn't we just see dry plains outside there? Like a hot climate? Nisha looked equally thrown, though on her it came across as something closer to feral displeasure. She nodded slowly. Indeed, something is wrong. This is not right. I turned back to the frozen mountain and my shoulders dropped. Of course it's not right. It can't be right. I'm here. At this point, I was convinced that someone up there was either having a fun time fucking with me or was really desperate to kill me. The next second, I gripped my sword and let a grin split across my face. I'm definitely not going to let them have it easy. I don't go down without a fight. I was about to step forward when Nisha's voice cut in, sharp with a frown. What are you doing? I gave her a confused look and shrugged. Going forward to see what's ahead. At least we know now that the rams were coming from the frozen mountain. We still need to know why. Her confusion only deepened. Why? The word came out carefully, measured. I shrugged again. Because it's the right thing to do? How often do spirit beasts run away from their own home? She went still for a few seconds, something working behind her eyes. Then she answered. Not too often. Her voice was steadier now. This whole situation is strange, and it irks me badly. I know you feel it too, but still deciding to go deeper. You're looking for trouble? You say it like we entered this gate to do something different. Oh, she paused, then sighed, the corner of her mouth curving faintly. Right? She moved closer to me, her gaze drifting over the frozen peaks. Don't you at least want to call upon your summon? I curve a corner of my lips. Nah, I have a feeling I'll be enough for this one. Nisha turned her head to me. Her expression was unreadable for a long moment, something flickering behind those eyes that I couldn't catch. Then she turned away and muttered under her breath. How can it be so hot on a frozen mountain? I looked at her strangely. What are you saying? I don't feel any heat. Is she sick? She sighed and shook her head. Never mind. I studied her for a moment more before shrugging and facing forward. Well, let us carry on then. We walked across the frozen mountain, and as we went further, the cold only intensified. It was hard to believe that a single gate could house two completely different climates, and I was particularly concerned because Nisha said she'd never seen anything like it either, and she was supposed to be the more experienced one. We passed a slanted mountain field where dozens of footprints had been stamped deep into the snow, all of them leading back the way we came. Something had run through here in a hurry. There were also deep grooves gouged into the snow around this area. Shattered rocks scattered across the slope. I'd never seen a mountain torn up like this. Granted, I wasn't a big fan of hiking to begin with. We continued scaling down, picking our way step by step along jagged terrain buried under snow. The trees here were scarce, and the ones that remained told a story I didn't like. Some were splintered down to stumps. Others had been torn apart from the middle, their halves leaning away from each other like something had ripped through them. The further we walked, the worse it got. The destruction thickened around us, and the discomfort in my gut was starting to sharpen into something closer to genuine concern. I think it's safe for both of us to admit that whatever sent those rams running has to be one hell of a beast. Nisha was quiet for a moment. Why do you keep calling them rams anyways? They're wallopins, not rams. Actually, what are rams? I paused and gave her a disbelieving look. You don't know? She frowned. Why are you looking at me like that, S.A. Sin? How could you not know? You have the wool, Nisha's gaze was what made me stop. I asked no questions and instead spread my enhanced senses. When I did, a deep scowl formed on my face. I slowly turned towards the depths of the mountain, where the frozen slopes sank into a verdant green forest. Hey, Nisha, I suddenly have a very strange question. I paused. It wouldn't be that different habitats in this gate all have different bosses, right? I hope we aren't looking at fighting multiple high-level gate guardians. Chapter 235. Unwanted Advances and Old Scripts. Nisha frowned, turning my words over in her head. It's not that simple. It's called a gate guardian for a reason. There might be sub-guardians in the habitat, but I don't think each of them would be as strong as the gate guardian itself. I gave her a faintly disgusted look. What? Her frown deepened. I mean, that is practically the same thing. I'm saying the same thing. This is too much work. Are you complaining while having fun? Fun? She shrugged and folded her arms. To me, it seemed like you were having fun back there. I never knew you to be the chaotic type. I let out an absurd chuckle. You don't know me. At all. Nisha's gaze remained on me for a long moment, something shifting behind her eyes. Then her honeyed voice crawled out. What if I want to? The words caught me off guard. I'd seen this play out a couple of times, especially in movies. The lingering look, the loaded question, the convenient proximity of danger loosening inhibitions. But I was unwilling to follow the script. Want what? Any was, no. I will not indulge you in such infidelity. She scowled. Infidelity? Are you? Cut the act, Nisha. I know you have a boyfriend, who knows, maybe a husband in this company. Either Tristan, Levi, or Derry. It could be any of the workers for all I know. I actually do not care so much. But I want to help you cheat on them, whoever they are. She stared at me, lips slightly parted, as if I'd slapped her with something she genuinely hadn't anticipated. Yeah, never expected to get caught. I exhaled and turned away, glancing around the clearing. Anyways, this is not even the time and place for such a discussion. We have to find out what is going on here. Nisha didn't respond. Not a word. Not even after I essentially called her out. The silence sat between us like a third person as we started walking again. We continued down the mountain path, descending after finding nothing on the summit aside from the aftermath of a vicious brawl. Something had chased the Wallopins from their territory, driven them into that stampede which led to their slaughter. Pitiful things. The bottom of the feeding chain cannot be an easy place to be. Don't worry, guys. I will avenge you all. The temperature in the woodland sat at a mild warmth, the kind most people wouldn't notice. I noticed. I was more attuned to warmth than I was to cold, and this particular heat clung to the skin in a way that felt deliberate, like the forest itself was breathing on us. The trees had tall, smooth trunks with sparse branches that only extended near the very top, each one reaching at least 15 feet high. They sprawled across the forest in every direction, their canopies extending and blotting out the sky's ceiling, forming another ceiling of their own. The trunks were white wood, pale and almost luminous, while the leaves above clustered in shades of yellow and brown that spread like a thatched roof over everything beneath. I pushed my enhanced senses outward, sight, smell, and sound, stretching them as far as they would reach. I didn't need Cassie to remind me of that much. I miss Cassie. I wonder if it would have been possible for us to meet again if we entered a gate. Maybe my luck was in a gate. Feeling a bit Cassie sick, I pulled on the link between us to reach out to her. I scowled the next moment. The connection was faint. The link was being smothered by a dense wall of spirit essence, thick enough that it felt like trying to whisper through a storm. The only explanation, reasonable one at least, was that the spirit gate was intercepting my link with my summon outside it. The overwhelming flow of spirit essence in the surrounding environment drowned out the connection like static drowning a signal. If gates have so much spirit essence, I wonder if it's possible to use them. If it was summoners and their summons would be undefeatable in a gate. Of course, there had to be intricacies to it. Atmospheric spirit essence might contain contaminants, a mix of other properties that could poison the body rather than nourish it. There'd need to be a purification method, but I had never heard of one. I should find out if it exists. It would be really convenient. I refocused on my surroundings and opened my hands, summoning Frostfawn. Nisha was already summoning her cleavers, but this time, not them alone. Her shadow thickened, pooling at her feet like spilled ink, and her beast summon launched out of it, pouncing on the ground with all 4 obsidian legs landing sturdy and wide. The creature had a nasty set of teeth that I didn't wish for any of my body parts to be between. Its eyes were pools of darkness, and its tentacles coiled through the air in lazy, searching arcs. Now that I look at this beast, doesn't it look familiar? It took a moment for me to remember, but I did. Voidlash Stalker. The creature I'd encountered before had looked like this, but with thicker hides and more vicious teeth. Could they be related to the same family tree? I shifted my attention from Nisha's beast to what was actually coming for us. My enhanced senses had already caught it. Footsteps, somewhere in the tree line, heavy but measured. I could hear them clearly enough. I just couldn't see anything yet. And there was something else, a sensation I couldn't pin to any of my 5 senses, something deeper. A recognition that lived in the body, not the mind. The kind of thing you only develop after facing creatures that could kill you without effort. My kill count wouldn't fill even 1 dossier, so I couldn't boast. But the few beasts I had managed to bring down would have killed anyone my rank, possibly my classmates combined. They were strong. Level 3 primal beasts were strong in a way that made the word feel insufficient, and the apex one. That one had been so ferocious that I had to sit back and watch Maggie deal with it. So I knew what a truly dangerous abomination felt like when it was close. It felt cold. It felt like dread had taken physical form and pressed itself against my ribs, wrapping around my heart, threatening to squeeze if it dared make a single beat. A bead of sweat crawled down my temple before I even registered the fear. Whatever it was drawing near. Chapter 236. The Woodland Threat Part 1. We waited, muscles tensed, and ready for battle, but the enemy never came. The dread, though, that didn't leave. At some point the footsteps stopped, the leaves of the forest rustled, and after that I heard nothing anymore. Just silence where something should have been. Nisha straightened and eased up, then let her cleavers go. She was about to dismiss her beast too when I glared at her. "WH, what are you doing?" She smiled a little. "You should know I'm AD rank summoner. I can't afford to use my essence anyhow." I stared at her, then glanced at the surroundings. The trees stood too still. Not a branch moved, but the threat isn't gone. I turned my gaze to her beast. The creature was still standing guarded, its body low, snarling towards the depth of the forest. Whatever was out there, the beast knew it too. I gave her a straight face. Dismissing your weapon means dropping your guard. We can get hit at any moment. I held her gaze. I feel like we're dealing with something different today. She studied her summon for a moment, watched the way its hackles refused to settle, then brought her gaze to me. Then summon your villainous? With her. This is bound to go much simpler. I sighed and turned around. Yeah, you're not wrong, but I do intend to overcome this myself. I have no issues summoning her, but I want to be able to protect myself too. I took this opportunity as a test to do that. Nisha let out a sly smile. Impressive. Although a summoner trying to protect themselves is kind of pointless, especially when they have a summon like yours. I said nothing to that. I turned forward and began walking into the forest. Nisha naturally followed, her beast summon right beside her, still snarling at the trees. The snarling was constant now, low and persistent, like a warning that never resolved into anything. After thinking about the last thing she said, I opened my mouth and cut the silence. But in the academy, we are taught to protect ourselves and fight for ourselves. We fight other summoners while our summons are also fighting. Nisha looked at me with a slack jaw, but something about it felt exaggerated, like she was mocking me. You don't say. She laughed as we continued forward. That is because they're trying to improve your chances of fortitude growth. Oh, you should know that regular beasts do not have fortitude. At that moment, I stopped in my tracks. She had walked for a bit, so she had to stop and turn back to me. Her beast circled once, restless, then pressed close to her side. You're surprised. I guess you didn't know. She tilted her head. I told you that a spirit summoner is very special for many reasons. Indeed, she had. And everyone who found out I was a spirit summoner never failed to remind me how special I was. But still, regular summons don't have fortitude, so they can't grow? Nisha shrugged. Practically, if they could, we would be just as special as spirit summoners. The concept of fortitude simply doesn't exist for them. I command my beast, she obeys, and that's all. I gave her a suspicious look. She scratched her head. Well, it's not like I know for sure it's a she, but it's more convenient that way. I studied the unlikely she, the rippling muscles beneath that sinuous obsidian body, the eyes, the teeth. I gulped and returned my eyes to Nisha. I'm not trying to be stereotypic or anything, but this one does not look like a she. Again, they usually all don't look like it. This was the same case with Cassie S. Mount, Cindy. Imagine the name. Cindy. Cassie S. naming sense is peculiar. Nisha smiled and nodded. No one knows if bestial summons are non-binary creatures. I nodded lightly, and we continued in silence. But it didn't last. As we walked deeper into the forest, the unsettling dread pressed in again. Not that it had ever left. No matter how much I searched, listened, strained for it, there was nothing concrete. The footsteps came and disappeared. They would return only to vanish again beneath a rustle of leaves, like something circling just beyond where I could see. At some point, I wanted to believe the forest itself was playing tricks on us. After all, we were taught in the academy to never trust the environment of a spirit gate. The high density of spirit essence in the atmosphere contributed to the formation of whatever region one found themselves in, and that meant the region itself couldn't be trusted. In a gate, one could say, nature is alive, and this nature seemed to be toying with us. If not for Nisha's summon persistently snarling into the distance, I might have convinced myself I was being paranoid. But the beast's agitation was proof. Something was out there, and it was content to watch. I stopped suddenly, looking around the tall trees. And feeling slightly dizzy, I asked Nisha, "What are we even looking for? Where are we going?" She stood for a few moments, scratching her head. Didn't Team Milo give us an assignment? We're supposed to go 3 o'clock. I narrowed my gaze into the depth of the forest, still shrouded by clusters of tall trees that blocked the path forward. Where's 3 o'clock at this point? I wondered aloud, turning slowly, searching for any landmark. She turned around too, unable to answer the question. Something was wrong, but I couldn't place my hand around it. There was this faint, persistent feeling refusing to leave, an assurance that something was bothering me just beneath the surface of what I could name. Instead of dwelling on it, I shrugged. I guess we just have to continue forward then. I'm sure we'll break out and meet them on the other side at some point. Nisha leaned her weight on one leg. Fair point. Her summon, meanwhile, started to snarl louder, far less subtle than before. The sound crawled under my skin. I wanted to hush it so we wouldn't get discovered by whatever bastard was stalking us. Luckily, Nisha reacted first. She dismissed the summon and sighed. The forest went quiet. Completely quiet. Not even the leaves stirred. Then a strange thought entered my head. Why? Chapter 237. I think I'm about to add one more hatred to the list. Nisha looked at me, confusion pinching her brow before irritation took over. What do you mean? Why? Do you want us to get caught? Get caught. Get caught by what? She turned around and walked back to me. The master, obviously. I closed my eyes for a moment before looking at my hand. I clenched it and slammed it against my temple. My own blow sent a sharp crack of pain through my skull and staggered me back 2 steps. For a second, my vision swam, the trees tilting sideways before I stilled, slightly bent, and righted myself. I was right. It had been brief, but for a moment, I genuinely felt like I'd been beside myself. Completely and utterly beside myself, and I hated it. The hit had jarred something loose, like shaking a jar to see what settled differently. Whatever had been creeping into my thoughts, that impact had rattled it enough for me to feel the edges of it. But it was difficult to pin down exactly what it had been. I was aware of it at the very least, and I believe the only reason I caught it at all was because of my attribute. But still, I'm disappointed. The description said I could not be mentally dominated or charmed. Then again, when I thought about it, it wasn't like I'd been mentally dominated. Whatever it was, it had tried to dominate. That was different. I fixed my gaze on Nisha. This one is gone. Nisha dispelled her summon, convinced it was the best thing to do, maybe to keep herself from being found by what she called the master. The entire reason we had that summon out in the first place was to detect whatever was hiding in this forest, the thing exuding that insidious wave of fear and trying to dominate our minds. We wanted to draw it out. And she just dismissed our bait because she was afraid of being caught by the very thing we came to catch. I continued to stare at her as I thought about what to do. She glared at me. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? I stepped closer and clenched my fist, but before it could land, Nisha vanished from in front of me. She flew back with an easy leap and landed about 10 meters away. Her hands were poised in front of her, held like she wanted to box, not that she knew anything about boxing. White lights were already orbiting her hands as she leaned her upper body forward, her eyes sharpening with a dangerous light. Are you insane? What were you about to do? Help you, I shouted. I want to help you. She frowned. You want to help me? You clearly had the intent to hit me right now. Yes, to hit you. But did you notice any intention to kill you? What's that supposed to mean? So that is supposed to make you trying to hit me, okay? I was silent for a moment. Well, no, but what if I tell you that that's the only way for you to snap out of it? Snap out of what? From where I stand. It's you that has anything to snap out of. My gaze froze. For that moment, I almost questioned myself, almost wondered if I was the one acting wrong. But I narrowed my eyes and frowned again. Think about it. Why are you trying not to get found by whatever the master is when we literally came here to kill that thing? Her eyes widened and she trembled. Kill. You want to kill that thing? Her face went white. Her hands, still raised in that amateur boxing stance, were shaking so badly the white lights flickering around her fingers stuttered and dimmed. Her breathing had gone shallow and rapid, and she kept glancing past me into the trees like something was going to come crawling out of the dark at any second. This was not the Nisha I met 3 months ago. The carefree girl who laughed in the middle of the fight was gone. Whatever was wearing her face right now ran on pure terror. Yup, her mind has been dominated by fear. Now, I was stuck on how exactly to free her from it. Maybe I can use Conqueror S will on her, but I was fairly certain Conqueror S was a passive attribute. I didn't think it was possible to use passive attributes on someone else. If there was a way, I had to find it, and I had to find it fast. Meanwhile, Nisha shook her head. I will not be a partner of this nonsense. If you want to walk right into your death, then walk alone. She twirled on her heel and was about to start walking back, but a ring of white fire from my hand swung out in a wide arc and slammed into the ground in front of her. The flames hissed against the damp earth, throwing pale light across the trees and cutting off her retreat. She grimaced as she turned back to me. What are you doing? I smiled. Stopping you from disgracing yourself. Her grimace darkened further. Her cleavers were still in her hand, and she was subtly repositioning the handle. I continued anyway. If you recover, somehow, and remember this moment, I think you'll be grateful that I did this. If I let you go, I think you'll be so embarrassed with yourself that you might resent me. Nisha shrugged. This just looks like you're desperately looking for an excuse to attack me. I paused for a moment and thought back. Her words actually made sense. What if I was the one under a superior mental hex, made to believe that I was fine while she was compromised? Her actions would seem odd to me because I was the one being manipulated, and in the same way, my actions would seem odd to her because she believed she was perfectly fine. Both of us were convinced the other was the problem, and if I truly was the hexed one, I wouldn't even be able to tell. That was the whole point of a good hex. I shook my head and threw the thought away, hissing under my breath. Whoever the culprit of this is, when I catch them, I'm not letting the bastard off easy. Chapter 238. The Woodland Threat Part 2, it was a vow I made right then and there. Mind Hex was a creepy thing, and I'd almost forgotten just how creepy it could be. I was sure I was T under one because of Conqueror's will, and because I was aware. Even though the monster seemed strong enough to bypass the attribute, it was like the attribute itself was warning me. And now that I was more conscious, I felt more in charge of my thoughts, unlike a few minutes ago, where I couldn't even tell exactly what I was doing. Looking at Nisha, it was almost, if not the exact same thing with her. She was certainly not in control of her own mind anymore. She held her cleavers up to her face now, her gaze sharpened. I have to fight her. She is going to beat the shit out of me. The alternative would be to call Maggie and let the overzealous saint deal with her. But in that regard, I was very worried for Nisha. Listen, it's not like I can't knock you to your senses, so don't go thinking you beat me. I just don't intend to take things seriously. Okay. I twirled my sword and extended it to my side on one hand, while she was stationary, her gaze drilling into my body to reach whatever was beyond it. Then she exploded forward. She literally vanished in an instant, and the next second she was upon me. But I knew she was going to do that, of course. Try to close the distance. If there was one thing I learned from Cassie, it was the use of distance. I put up a wall of fire around us, immediately shrinking the space into a much smaller circle. White flames extended like a wall and joined together above, locking us both in a box of fire. She slashed downward from behind, but I got a tingling in my neck and staggered away from a strike. I turned sharply and sent a kick flying at her. She blocked with her hand and raised a leg to guard her flank. As she caught it, wind exploded from the impact. She didn't even wait to put her leg down. Her balance was flawless nonetheless. She ate the distance between us and brought both cleavers down like a hurricane, one coming from over her right shoulder, the other hurled from behind at her midsection. One would have slashed over my shoulder while the other carved into my ribs. Thank goodness I decided to cease being pitiful, because in the past few seconds I couldn't fully unleash my flames. I was being hesitant, didn't want to hurt her. If Nisha managed to come back to her senses, she would definitely dislike me for that one too. But I also could not let her hurt me devastatingly. As her blades closed in from both angles, a tornado of fire immediately erupted around me. I let the flame S4 spin me away, and even as I moved, I couldn't hide my shock at the fact that Nisha did not let the flames stop her and instead charged nonetheless. I had made sure the flames didn't reach her, but I also wasn't expecting her to ride into it like it was just another storm. This one was a raging storm of white flames. The moment I turned away, she gave chase immediately, turning and swinging her cleavers down one after the other with devastating force, as if she was truly determined to crush me. I continued to dodge and dodge while pulling back, but before I could create any distance, she had already covered the gap at terrifying speed and was breaking her cleavers down on me in relentless succession. Each of them moved like they were two parts of a whole, where one flew forward over the head. The other followed sharply from the side, covering the first blade's weakness and openings. Counterattacking was far more difficult than it looked. Her style was rugged and brutal, as if she was a stubborn bull that had might and speed, determined to crush down the wall in front of her. Actually, make that two bulls. I dodged sideways again and dashed in her space. My sword flew after in a trail of cold speckles as it swung towards her side to eat into her. But instead of slashing her with the opening I forced open, I turned my blade and struck the pommel against her temple. It was my mistake. It was my mistake to underestimate her and think that such an attack was going to slow her down. As the strike hit, she seemed like she ought to stagger back because it had to have been painful, but she halted herself from even moving a single step. Before I could recover, she hurled her head towards me like a projectile and bulldozed it right in my face, squeezing my features in. At the same time, having seen the headbutt coming and knowing there was nothing I could do to stop it, I laced my attack for after it hit. So chains flew out and lashed onto her. From all directions, her hands were snapped back, her legs were instantly bound together, and she crumbled to her knees as the chains drew taut. Then I glared at her, holding my broken nose. I might not want to burn your beautiful skin, but I'm sure as hell ready to burn your very soul. It was better one lived with a charred soul than a charred body, wasn't it? I raised my chin towards her and said, "Tell me the weight of your sin." As I activated the enchantment of the chains, Nisha let out a loud cry. Her fists clenched, muscles and veins popping as she pulled on the chains wanting to break free. The shadow of herself beneath the ground turned to a circle and deepened unnaturally, as if the surface was becoming liquid. But the chains were not letting her go, and she was about to do something very crazy. After all, she had been fighting me without her summon. But at the same time, the air became heavy, and the floor trembled breath after breath, as if something was taking its time to come closer to us. Finally, a large metallic clang slammed onto the ground, ringing in my ear from behind. Nisha's eyes widened in terror. The fear she had momentarily forgotten about during our skirmish had returned 100-fold. When my legs moved and I slowly turned back to where the creature stood, my heart skipped a beat. Oh, and it certainly wasn't tea for good reasons. Chapter 239. I said it, I hate being hexed. When I turned around, what stood before me was a towering beast man with blue-gray hide and a thick mane of white chest fur. 4 curved horns crowned its bovine head, 2 sweeping back, 2 jutting forward. Massively muscled arms ended in clawed hands, each finger thick as my wrist. Red leather bracers bound its forearms, suggesting primitive intelligence. On the ground was a massive primitive axe that had bitten into the earth. This monstrous thing looked like a minotaur that had been bred for the purpose of war, but was fighting on behalf of nature. The creature's eyes glowed with faint green light, and it stood undoubtedly 9 feet tall, gorilla-proportioned. Particularly, it looked like it had a bone to pick, with me especially. The beast looked like it was pissed at me for trying to break its toy. For a moment, there was silence between the two of us. In the whole forest, silence reigned like a tyrant, and then, as if that tyrant had never existed to begin with, the creature broke into a vicious run forward. Nothing could have prepared me for speed like that. It felt so out of place that a creature that large and packed with muscle could move so fast. They usually didn't get both ends of the stick, but this one did. My eyes hadn't even blinked. My body hadn't even twitched. None of me responded until I was grabbed by the torso, the creature's massive arms closing around me like a vice. It lifted me and slammed me into the ground so hard I felt the earth crater beneath my back. Air ripped out of my lungs. My vision swam, my consciousness right behind it. The next thing I registered, I was already moving again, being hurled upward, the forest spinning around me. At that moment, I knew with absolute clarity that if I got slammed into the ground again, I was either going to die or be rendered so useless I wouldn't be able to fight another impact, let alone maintain consciousness. I thought about summoning Maggie in that instant, but I clenched my teeth stubbornly. Yes, I was being stubborn. Moments like this meant everything. It was moments like this that I had to change the outcome. I don't even need to break off to fight you. That was right. The Minotaur creature was only holding my upper body. It wasn't like it was restricting my essence or anything, and if there was anything I had in surplus right now, it was spirit essence. A red aura exploded out of me. The beast was already hurling me down when the threatening presence overwhelmed it. Its speed died. It staggered back, throwing me loose and releasing a roar that was equal parts ferocious and uncertain. My body ragdolled through the air and cracked against a tree trunk before I rolled down to the base. Bark rained down on me, but it was better than being pile-driven into the earth with that thing's full force behind it. I stood, wincing as checkpoints of pain fired alarms across my nervous system while I straightened. My ribs protested every breath. A dirty grin climbed my face as I met the beast's boiling gaze. Breaths exploded from its flaring nostrils, fuming with every exhale. What? Are you scared? Are you finally rethinking your life decisions? I dropped the Frostfang sword and looked at the beast with a dark glare. The beast returned it. Its eyes flicked to the axe beside it, and then it used one leg to kick the weapon away. With that single kick, the axe went cartwheeling through the trees, splitting one apart and burying itself into another with a crack that echoed through the forest. I grinned viciously when I saw this. Aren't you being overconfident? I extended my hand like Eildrim's Jesus, and flames, white flames, manifested from my palms, spilling out and falling like liquid, but blazing the moment they touched air, threatening to drench the forest in smoldering heat. The fire spread all around me, covered my hands like boxing gloves while dancing seductively across my fingers. The heat alone made the air shimmer and warp. I leaned forward, both flaming fists clenched, surrounded by a ground of flames that burned the trees, the leaves, everything around me. The trees were holding, but only barely. Only for now. I cocked my head at the beast. Do you know, I'm only still an F-rank summoner? The bastard let out a terrifying growl, the most revolting sound I'd heard in a while. It was almost as if it was daring me. It glared one more time, and the next thing I knew, a sickly purple wave slammed into me. I knew I was about to move, but the moment the wave hit, my legs refused. Something cold crawled through my chest, settling into my bones. Instead, I stepped back and looked down, then around me. All these flames, and it's still not going to be enough. I'm going to die. That was right. The master of the forest standing before me was a ferocious thing, true and true. To not fear, it was to be oblivious to power. If one ever wanted to wield power, one would know how to recognize and fear power. I stood there calculating any possibility of an opening. There was none. The atmosphere thickened with a strange pressure, and everything seemed to press down on me violently. I was on a fail. It dawned on me as I looked at the beast standing in front of me, 15 feet tall now, impossibly tall, towering over the forest like a verdant tyrant. Cade, snap out of it. My thoughts froze. I blinked, shook my head, felt slightly dazed. Cassie? That was certainly Cassie's voice. I tried calling her again mentally, but there was no answer. Again, I couldn't even bother to wait for one because now that my eyes had opened back to reality, and I could see the creepy violet energy like wet smoke that had slammed into me and was clinging to everything around me, I knew exactly who the bastard was that had been using fear to warp my perception. The creature wasn't 15 feet tall. It had never been 15 feet tall. Who would have thought that you were a cowardly, mind-controlling freak and a gym rat? Just look at you. You have it all going well for you, huh? I'm going to sort your fuck up today. Chapter 240. One stubborn man must bow, for the other this bastard had to have thought I was joking. I stretched my hands right there on the spot, my right hand first, then my left, then roll my neck, then my legs. Nature's first sun was still glaring at what I was doing. Finally, I stood. The flames around me stilled, and the Emperor's presence began to circle me. Slowly, the white flames gained red edges and began to look more menacing. I stopped for a moment and stilled with them. It seemed that, right then, the beast finally recognized that its tricks had not worked on me. The bastard flinched, let out a deafening roar, and barreled towards me. But no big deal. Despite its terrifying speed, I was already prepared this time. I didn't try to focus my eyes and track it. That was pointless. I knew it was something I couldn't do. So instead, the moment I saw it vanish, I didn't bother with where it had gone, where it was going to come from. I didn't bother tracking with my eyes at all. What I commanded at that instant was a large wall of flame that climbed up fast, and as the beast entered the wall of fire, I reinforced it. The beast didn't immediately come out. Of course it couldn't. This fire was the kind used to smelt metal, and perhaps it burned even more viciously than that. Unless the creature had a hide more resilient than iron, I didn't see how it was going to feel the pain and slow down for at least 1 second. 1 second was all I needed. The beast came through the fire wall, screaming. Its white chest fur was scorched black in patches, and the blue-gray hide along its left arm had cracked and split where the heat had blistered through. Smoke poured off its body. Its green eyes were wild with rage and something that might have been surprise. Good. Feel that. I was already moving. I closed the distance before it could plant its feet, and I drove my right fist into the thing's stomach. The flames coating my hand detonated on contact, a concussive burst of white fire that ate into the cracked hide and spread. The beast doubled forward, and I didn't give it time to recover. Left hook to the ribs. The fire punched through fur and seared the flesh beneath. Another right, this time to the same spot on its stomach, driving deeper into tissue that was already screaming. The beast swung. I saw the arm coming, thick as a tree trunk, and ducked under it. The wind, off the swing, tore leaves from branches above me. I came up inside its guard and hammered an uppercut under its jaw. Its head snapped back, teeth cracked as fire licked up the side of its face, and the beast stumbled 2 steps back, shaking its massive skull. "Come on," I said. "Come on." It came. The backhand caught me in the chest before I could slip it and launch me off my feet. I hit the ground, rolled, and was already standing before the pain finished registering. Something in my chest shifted in a way ribs weren't supposed to shift. I spat blood and didn't care. The beast charged again. I planted my feet and threw a straight right directly into its charge, meeting force with fire. My fist connected with its shoulder. The impact jarred through my arm all the way to the socket, and for a second I thought my wrist had shattered, but the flames detonated against its hide, and the beast's momentum broke. It veered sideways, crashing through a burning tree that collapsed across its back. I was on it before the tree finished falling. Left, right, left. Each hit a small explosion of white flame against gray flesh. I was aiming for the same spots, the cracks, the blistered patches, the places where fire had already chewed through its natural armor. I could feel my knuckles splitting inside the flame gauntlets, but I kept hitting. The fire was doing the real damage. Each impact spread it deeper, let it burrow further under the hide where it couldn't be shaken off. The beast roared and caught my left arm mid-swing. Its grip was crushing. I felt bones grind. So I coated my entire head with fire and headbutted it. My forehead cracked against its bovine snout, and the fire surged on contact, engulfing the creature's face. It bellowed and released me, clawing at its own eyes with those massive hands, and I staggered back, cradling my left arm. It wasn't broken. Maybe. Probably. I couldn't tell, and it didn't matter. The beast was burning. The patches of flame I'd embedded in its hide with every punch had spread and connected, tracing a map of fire across its torso and shoulders. Everywhere I'd hit, white flames ate inward. The smell of scorched fur and cooked meat filled the clearing. It charged again. Of course it did. The stupid thing was as stubborn as I was. This time I didn't meet it head on. I sidestepped and threw every ounce of spirit essence I could into my right hand. The fire condensed, white hot, until the air around my fist warped and the grass beneath it turned to ash. I pivoted my hips the way you're supposed to when you want to put your whole body behind a punch, and I drove it into the beast's knee as it thundered past. The joint buckled. The sound it made was wet and final. The beast's own momentum did the rest, carrying it forward on a leg that no longer worked. It crashed face first into the forest floor and carved a trench through the dirt, finally stopping against a tree that cracked but held. I stood over it, heaving. Blood ran from my nose. My knuckles were raw meat inside the flames. My left arm hung at an angle that made me nauseous to look at, and every breath sent a hot spike through whatever my ribs had become. The beast tried to rise. Its arms shook. The fire was still burning into it, spreading through the cracks in its hide like roots growing in fast forward. It turned its massive head toward me and let out a sound that wasn't a roar anymore. It was lower than that, guttural, almost a groan. I limped closer. The flames around my right hand sputtered, dimmed, then blazed again as I fed them more essence. "Stay down," I said. My voice came out hoarse, barely above a whisper. "I'm telling you this as someone who is too stupid to do it himself. Stay down." The beast's green eyes locked onto mine. For a moment, something passed between us. It must have been the recognition of one stubborn thing looking at another. Then the purple glow returned behind its eyes, and the sickly violet pressure began building again. Its fear manipulation. It was going to try the same trick twice. I grinned and tasted blood. Wrong move. I buried my fist in its skull before the wave could form. Chapter 241. The Woodland Threat Part 3. The beast's head hit the ground. The green glow died from its eyes. I stood there, fists still buried in scorched hide, breathing so hard it hurt. Blood dripped from my knuckles, my nose, the corner of my mouth. The forest was burning in patches around us, white flames eating lazily through undergrowth and climbing tree trunks. Everything smelled like ash and cooked meat. It was done. I pulled my fist free and staggered back, and the moment I did, the fire coating my hands guttered and died. My spirit essence was running on fumes. My left arm was useless. My ribs were a constellation of fractures held together by stubbornness. I took one step back, then another, and my legs almost gave out. I turned toward where I dropped the Frostfang sword. The ground behind me cracked. Not cracked, cratered. The earth split in a radial pattern beneath the beast's body, and a shockwave of green energy erupted outward and threw me off my feet. I hit the ground rolling, and before I could even process what was happening, a sound tore through the forest that made every roar before it sound like a whimper. The beast was standing. Its body was different. The blue-gray hide had darkened to near black where the fire had scorched it, but instead of damaged, it looked tempered. The cracked patches had sealed over with something that pulsed with sickly green veins of light, like its own body was stitching itself back together with raw power. Its muscles had swollen further, stretching the hide taut, and its four horns now glowed at the tips with the same green luminescence that blazed from its eyes. It had gotten bigger, not through fear manipulation this time. It had actually gotten bigger. The sound it made wasn't a roar. It was a declaration. A low, rumbling bellow that vibrated in my chest and made the burning trees around us shudder. The green energy radiating from its body pressed down on the clearing like a physical weight, heavier than the purple fear wave, heavier than anything I'd felt from this creature before. It was stronger now. Whatever I had done by pushing it to the edge, I had pushed it past something, perhaps a limit, one it didn't have anymore. Oh, come on. The beast moved. It was faster than before. I didn't even see the first hit. One moment I was scrambling to my feet. The next, a fist the size of my torso connected with my guard and blew through it like it was there. My arms folded, the impact cratered my chest, and I was airborne. I smashed through a burning tree trunk. The tree snapped in half, and I kept going, tumbling through brush and branches until I hit something solid enough to stop me. A boulder. My back cracked against it, and I slid down to the base. I tried to breathe. Couldn't. My lungs wouldn't expand. Something was very wrong in my chest, worse than before, and my vision was going dark at the edges. The beast was already closing the distance. It crossed the gap in 3 strides and swung again, a massive overhand I barely rolled away from. The fist hit the boulder where my head had been, and the stone exploded into rubble. Fragments tore across my face and arms. I got on my feet. It swung again. I tried to dodge left, and its other arm was already there, a backhand that caught my shoulder and spun me. I hit the ground, rolled, got up. It kicked me in the stomach, and I folded around its foot and flew backward. I crashed through undergrowth and skidded across dirt. Everything was pain, not checkpoints anymore. Just one continuous scream from every part of my body at once. The beast didn't pause between attacks. It was relentless, a chain of brutality with no breathing room. Every time I stood, it hit me. Every time I tried to create distance, it closed it in a stride. It grabbed my leg and swung me into a tree. It caught me mid-roll and slammed me into the ground. It backhanded me out of the air when I tried to leap away. I couldn't fight this. Not with my fists, not with my flames sputtering on fumes, not with one working arm and a rib cage that felt like a bag of broken glass. It picked me up by the throat. Its massive hand closed around my neck and lifted me off the ground. My feet dangled. I clawed at its fingers with my one good hand, but I might as well have been scratching stone. The beast brought me close to its face, close enough that I could see every crack and vein of green light in its remade hide. Close enough that the heat of its breath washed over me. Its eyes burned into mine. This close, the green glow wasn't just light. It was intelligence, fury, and contempt. It was going to crush my throat. I could feel the pressure building, the slow squeeze, and my vision was tunneling fast. The Frostfang sword was 30 feet to my left, lying in the dirt where I dropped it during the standoff, half buried in ash. 30 feet. I had almost nothing left. A thimble of spirit essence at the very bottom of a very empty well. But almost nothing wasn't nothing. I stopped clawing at the beast's hand. I stopped struggling entirely, and for a split second, the creature's grip eased a fraction, the way a predator relaxes when prey goes limp. White chains erupted from my body. They exploded outward in every direction, a dozen of them, blazing with the last scraps of spirit essence I had. They weren't strong. They didn't need to be strong. They only needed to do 2 things. Half of them wrapped around the beast's arm and face and horns. Not to hold it, not to restrain it, just to blind it, to burn it, to make it flinch for 1 second. The chains seared across its eyes, and the beast bellowed, its grip loosening just enough. The other half of the chains shot toward the Frostfang sword. Chapter 242. And to think this bastard is not the main guardian, they coiled around the hilt and ripped it out of the ground, and the blade came screaming through the air toward my outstretched hand. The beast tore the chains from its face and hurled me downward. I hit the ground so hard I bounced, but my fingers were already closing around the Frostfang's grip as it arrived, and the cold of the blade raced up my arm and into my chest, and something clicked into place. The cold met the fire. I don't know how to describe what happened inside me in that moment. The frost of the blade and the remnants of the white flame in my body didn't cancel each other out. They fed each other. The cold sharpened the fire, and the fire heated the cold, and something in between surged up through my arms and into the sword until the Frostfang blade was glowing white, wreathed in flame that burned cold and hot at the same time, frost crystals forming and evaporating along the edge in the same instant. As I stood, the beast charged, but I gripped the Frostfang with both hands quickly and met it. The first cut opened a gash across its reaching arm, and fire poured into the wound like water into a crack. The beast screamed and swung with the other arm, and I ducked under it and brought the blade around in a 2-handed slash that carved across its stomach. Not a boxer-esque hit this time. A swordsman-esque cut, long and deep, and the white flames that erupted from the wound didn't just burn. They spread across the beast's torso like frost spreading across glass. Blazing lines that traced a map of every crack I punched into its hide earlier. Every weak point I created with my fist became a channel for the fire. The beast staggered. It swung wildly, and I parried with the flat of the blade. The impact jolted through my arms, but I held. I pivoted and slashed across its knee, the same one I destroyed before, and the newly healed joint came apart again under the burning edge. The beast buckled. I pressed forward. Two-handed overhead slash into its shoulder, splitting the hardened hide and burying the blade halfway to its collarbone. Flames erupted from the wound, and the beast's entire left arm went limp. It tried to grab me with its right, and I ripped the sword free and cut the hand off at the wrist. White chains exploded from me again, not the last gas thread from before, but real chains, thick and burning, fed by whatever new well of essence the sword had opened. They lashed around the beast's legs, its remaining arm, its torso, its horns, wrapping and tightening and pulling taut until the creature couldn't move. It fought them. Of course it fought them. The chains groaned and strained, and two of them snapped with sounds like breaking glass. But more replaced them, and the white fire burning along each link was eating into its hide at every point of contact. The beast roared. The green light in its eyes blazed desperately. I walked toward it. The Frostfang burned in my hands, white fire racing along the blade, and the chains held the creature in place, and I felt like death walking. Not the good kind. The kind that should have died 3 times tonight and was still standing through nothing but refusal. I raised the sword with both hands. I told you to stay down. I drove the blade down through the top of the creature's skull. The white fire detonated. It erupted from the wound and raced through every crack, every chain burn mark, every gash and cut and blistered patch across the beast's entire body. The flames didn't just burn on the surface anymore. They burned inward through muscle and bone, lighting the creature up from the inside until white fire blazed from its eyes, its mouth, the gaps between its horns. The chains tightened one final time, and the beast's body seized, every muscle locking rigid. Then it collapsed. The green glow died. The chains dissolved into fading embers that drifted upward through the smoke. The white fire burned for a few seconds longer, consuming the last of what it could find, and then it too went out, leaving behind a scorched and ruined thing that no longer resembled the forest's guardian. You have killed a primal, Tier 4, spirit beast. Ironhorn Fawn, you have received primal horn. I stood over it, both hands still on the sword hilt, and I couldn't let go. Not because I was making a statement, because my fingers had locked and I didn't have the strength to open them. My legs gave out. I dropped to my knees beside the creature, the Frostfang still planted in its skull, and the forest around me was burning and quiet, and I was still alive, and I didn't understand how. I stayed there, breathing. Every inhale felt like swallowing glass, but air was moving in and out, and that was enough. The flames in the forest were dying. Without my essence to feed them, the white fire had nothing left. The natural trees were too green, too alive, too soaked with whatever power this creature had poured into them to burn for long. I looked down at the beast, at its ruined face, the horns still attached, the eyes dark and glassy. "You were strong," I said. My voice was barely there. "You were really strong." I finally managed to pry my fingers off the sword hilt, fell the rest of the way to the ground, lay on my back in the ash and dirt, staring up through the canopy at the sky. Everything hurt. I started laughing. I don't know why. It hurt so bad that the laughing made me cough, and the coughing made me groan, and the groaning made me laugh again, and I lay there like a broken idiot in the ashes of burning forest, next to the thing that had almost killed me 3 separate times, and I laughed until I couldn't anymore. Chapter 243. The Woodland Threat Part 4. Everything hurt, and I was getting used to it, which was probably a worse sign than the pain itself. I lay on my back in the ash and the dirt, staring up through what was left of the canopy. The whitewood trees above me were scorched and cracked, their yellow-brown leaves curling from heat, but they were still standing. Stubborn things. I could relate. My breathing was a wreck. Every inhale scraped through my chest like dragging furniture across a stone floor, and my left arm had stopped hurting entirely, which meant it had either healed itself or gone numb enough to worry about later. The Frostfang was still planted in the beast's skull 3 feet to my right. I didn't have the energy to pull it free. I closed my eyes. Just for a moment. The forest was quiet. Not the suspicious, playing tricks on us silence from before, where footsteps came and vanished and the trees seemed to breathe on us. This was the silence that comes after violence. The kind where even nature needs a moment to figure out what just happened. My enhanced senses were still extended. I hadn't pulled them back after the fight, partly because I wanted to know if anything else was coming, and partly because I'd forgotten how to turn them off when I was this exhausted. That was when I noticed it. The spirit essence leaking from the beast as corpse was and dissipating. In any fight I'd been in, when a creature died, the residual essence bled off into the air and scattered. Whatever that was left of its essence could now be found in its spirit core, I believed. That was how it worked. I'd seen it with the primals, with the apex beast that Maggie had torn apart. The essence leaves the body, thins out, disappears. This wasn't doing that. The essence was sinking, pulling downward into the soil like water, soaking into dry earth. I could feel it through my enhanced senses, a slow, steady drain, the beast's remaining energy being drawn down through the roots and the dirt and whatever was underneath. I watched the ground near the corpse. The grass that had been burned to ash was already showing green tips. They were not much and barely visible, but my senses didn't lie, and those hadn't been there a minute ago. I turned my head, wincing at the effort, and looked at one of the trees I cracked during the fight. The white bark was split open, the interior exposed, and the edges of the wound were darkening. Slowly, like watching a scab form in real time, the tree was closing the gash. I lay there and stared at it. That's not normal. In the academy, we'd been taught that spirit gates were dense with essence, that nature inside them was alive in ways that the outside world couldn't replicate. This was what usually explained the growth of spirit crystals on the surroundings and the strange types of trees or extreme climate conditions that could be found in a gate. But regenerating from the essence of its own dead creatures? Feeding on the corpse of its own subguardian? Nah, we certainly weren't taught that one. I exhaled and let the thought go. I was too tired to chase it, and my body was loudly informing me that philosophical observations about the nature of spirit gates were not a priority when several of my ribs were doing things ribs shouldn't do. Instead, I did what I always did when I felt like shit and missed home. I reached for Cassie. I pulled on the link, gently, because I remembered how it had been smothered before, drowned under the dense wall of spirit essence that filled this gate. I expected the same static, the same silence, the same trying to whisper through a storm sensation. The link opened. It wasn't clean, but was clearer than it had been since we entered the gate. The fight must have burned through a significant amount of the ambient essence in this area, thinned it enough for the connection to push through. Or maybe Cassie simply did something impossible. I felt Cassie, distant but there. She was a low, constant pulse of concern that had been pressing against the link for a while, unable to reach me until now. I'm alive. I sent through it, not in words exactly, but in feeling. Barely, but alive. And then, for the space of maybe half a second, I felt something else. It wasn't Cassie. It was behind her, or beneath her, or woven through the link itself. A presence, like something I couldn't quite name. It was vast and felt like what had been the very essence of the gate that barricaded me from reaching Cassie in the first place. Now it just felt like a thing that was watching, with no iota of hostility actually. Like catching a glimpse of something enormous moving beneath deep water. My awareness brushed against it the way your hand brushes something in a dark room, and you pull back before you even know what it was. Then it was gone. The link thinned again as ambient essence flooded back into the space the fire had cleared. And it was just static, just the storm swallowing the signal. I blinked. What the hell was that? I lay there for a few seconds, waiting. The link was fading back to its usual smothered state, Cassie's presence dimming behind the wall of essence. Whatever ID felt was already slipping from memory. The way a dream dissolves when you try to hold it. I almost died 3 times. My brain is fried. That's what that was. I closed my eyes and focused on breathing. Glass-swallowing breaths, but breaths. The sound of something crashing through undergrowth snapped my eyes open. I couldn't move. Everything I had was spent. My right hand twitched toward where the Frostfang sat in the beast's skull, but even that small motion sent fire through my shoulder. Then the obsidian shape of Nisha's beast burst through the scorched tree-line, tentacles whipping through the air, teeth bared, searching for threats that no longer existed. It skidded to a halt near the beast's corpse, sniffed it once, and then circled the clearing with that low, persistent snarl it had been doing since we entered this forest. Nisha came through the trees a second later, holding her cleavers and breathing hard. She scanned the clearing, saw the destruction, the burning trees, the ruined corpse, and then her eyes found me on the ground. For a moment, she just looked at me, at the blood on my face, my ruined knuckles, my arm hanging raw, at the massive dead thing with a sword in its skull, at the white fire still dying in patches across the clearing. I could see the calculation happen behind her eyes. She was D rank and had been doing this longer than me. She had to know exactly what kind of fight left a person looking like this. "Are you alive?" she asked with a flat tone. "Mostly." My voice came out like gravel being stepped on. She walked over and crouched beside me. Her eyes swept my body, cataloging injuries with a detachment that was either impressive or insulting. Probably both. "Your arm is dislocated, maybe fractured. Your ribs are." She paused, pressed 2 fingers against my side, and I sucked air through my teeth. "Broken. At least 3. I counted 4. You would." She stood and looked at the beast, then back at me. "You kill that thing? Alone? As an F rank? I don't recommend it." She was quiet for a moment. Her beast had finished circling and was now standing near the corpse, tentacles drawn tight against its body. It wasn't T snarling at the dead creature. It was snarling at the forest, at the trees, at the same things it had been snarling at since we arrived. Smart animal. Nisha noticed it too. Her jaw tightened slightly. "We need to move," she said. "Can you stand?" "Define stand. Put your feet on the ground and stop being horizontal. Give me a minute." She didn't sit down. She stayed standing, cleavers still in her hands, eyes scanning the tree line. Whatever had happened between us personally was shelved. Here, in this gate, even though she might have fallen under fear manipulation, she was still more experienced than I was. I used my good arm to push myself up. The world tilted. Nisha caught me by the hips before I could collapse back to where I was coming from. I managed to stabilize on one leg, but she helped me gain more balance as I eventually straightened. "The sword," I said, gesturing at the Frostfang still buried in the beast's skull. Nisha walked over and pulled it free with one smooth motion. She looked at the blade for a second, at the white residue still clinging to the edge, then tossed it to me. I caught it with my good hand and immediately felt the cold race up my arm, numbing some of the pain. "Nisha, what?" "The ground is eating the dead beast's essence." Chapter 244. The Woodland Threat Part 5. It was the exact reaction I expected from Nisha.